Vhumad God Chapter 716 to Chapter 795. The girl had slender legs, a slim waist, and a voluptuous figure. Her fiery red leather armor accentuated her impressive figure. Otherwise, she would still have a delicate and beautiful face. Her fiery red hair fluttered in the wind, giving her an indescribably hot aura. Murong Qingqing was quiet and elegant like a fairy, while the girl was hot and full of youthfulness. At that moment, all the male disciples were looking at Murong Qingqing and the fiery red girl. Lin Xian looked carefully and found that not only was the girl's face and figure superb, but her aura was also surging. She had definitely reached the honorable realm. Moreover, she looked like a powerhouse among the honorable realm. She was definitely the darling of heaven and earth. She's called Dongfang Phoenix. She's very strong and comes from the Dongfang clan. She was born with the ability to control fire. The Dongfang clan? Yes, the hidden house of kings, Murong Qingqing explained. Hiss. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Another house of kings. It seemed that these prodigies had extraordinary backgrounds. For such people to come to Senma College, it was enough to show how powerful and mysterious Senma College was. In the distance, the girl called Dongfang Phoenix felt Lin Xian's gaze and immediately snorted. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she glared back at him. Ugh! Lin Xian was sweating. She really had a bad temper. As if she felt Lin Xian's cultivation aura, Dongfang Phoenix showed a trace of disdain and quickly looked at Murong Qingqing. She had heard of Goddess Murong's reputation long ago, but she was not convinced. Therefore, when they met, she developed a strong sense of hostility. Murong Qingqing smiled faintly, then continued to whisper to Lin Xian. If he guessed correctly, Dongfang Phoenix was the first in that team. As for the other two teams, the one on the left was called Huang Lei, and the one on the right was called Zhou Su. Both of them were very strong and should not be underestimated. Lin Xian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a robust young man standing in the group on the left. His muscles were as hard as rocks, full of sharp edges. Looking from afar, it didn't seem like a person, but a mountain, a huge mountain. It gave off a boundless sense of oppression. In the group on the right, there was a young man in a black robe. He stood with his hands behind his back and his chin slightly raised. He looked at the sky as if he did not care about anyone. Lin Xian felt that the person looked very familiar, but he couldn't recall who it was. The young man suddenly turned his head and stared at Lin Xian with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. It's you? You know me? Lin Xian asked. Of course, my younger sister lost to you back then. This time, I will avenge her. The black-robed young man's voice was cold. He looked at Lin Xian with hostility. Younger sister? Lin Xian was puzzled. He couldn't remember, but the other party's aura was very familiar. The peak of the spirit detecting realm? Zhou Su was slightly stunned. Then, he sneered disdainfully, looks like you haven't been doing well these years. I really don't know how my younger sister could lose to someone like you. Hearing this, the others looked at Lin Xian. Their eyes were full of disdain and ridicule. After all, the peak of cultivation was nothing here. Their bodies weren't even considered the lowest level. This guy is so weak. How did he get in? He couldn't have gotten in through the back door, right? The cultivators of the other three groups discussed. However, no one in Lin Xian's group dared to laugh because they had witnessed Lin Xian's strength with their own eyes. Lin Xian frowned. Were these people idiots? They only looked at the surface cultivation? Humph, we'll know whether I'm strong or not after a battle. Who wants to give it a try? Lin Xian swept his gaze across the crowd with a sharp gaze. He wasn't someone who would back down. Moreover, he didn't plan to back down after coming here. Lin Xian's gaze carried a trace of the Sword Soul's aura. It was so sharp that it almost cut open the void. At this moment, the cultivators who were swept by his gaze suddenly trembled in fear. How is this possible? I'm actually afraid? What a terrifying gaze. Did this guy hide his strength? Many people were frightened and didn't dare to provoke him. Zhou Su was also surprised. This kind of gaze wasn't a threat to him. However, the Sword Soul's aura contained in it made him wary. Hiding his strength. Interesting, but that's it. Zhou looked down. You'll know if it's interesting after you try. Lin Xian took a step forward. The aura on his body suddenly changed. An unusually sharp aura surged out, causing the surrounding air to surge and the sky to tremble. It was as if it was cut open by a peerless divine sword. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. Lin Xian's aura was so sharp that they couldn't bear it. Even Dongfang Phoenix was surprised. Her beautiful eyes turned and stared at Lin Xian. This aura was enough to threaten her. It seems that I've underestimated him before. Feeling Lin Xian's aura, Zhou Su's face darkened. His gaze was cold as he looked ahead. No one dared to provoke him like this. Ding. Ding, ding. Sparks collided in the void, and the air rippled. Each ripple contained a terrifying murderous intent. I'm curious. What kind of strength do you have that makes you so arrogant? The two of them were tit for tat. They were like two divine swords confronting each other. Countless tiny sword auras surged, forming a terrifying field that made the place extremely dangerous. Stop. The red-robed elder shouted in a low voice. With a wave of his sleeve, he broke the invisible sword aura field. Fighting is prohibited in front of the True Spirit Hall. If you want to fight, the Freshman Assembly is your battlefield. The Freshman Assembly. Many people pricked up their ears and became excited. This was definitely a good opportunity to show off in Senma College. Very well, I'll let you be arrogant for a while. Wait until the Freshman Assembly, you'll know how stupid you are. Lin Xian retracted his aura. You're courting death. Zhou Su's face darkened. This was what he should have said. Humph, strength is not something you can say. When the time comes, I'll let you know what it means to be strong. Alright, now follow me into the True Spirit Hall, the red-robed elder said. Then, he joined forces with the other three elders to open the door of the True Spirit Hall. Everyone followed behind cautiously. This time, we came to the True Spirit Hall to broaden your horizons. At the same time, we'll make immortal martial spirit tablets for you to become real members of Senma College. Then, the four elders entered the hall, took out a crystal jade tablet half the size of a palm, and threw it into the sky. Everyone, one tablet. Drip your blood essence and engrave your soul mark. Looking at the immortal martial spirit tablets that were like a rain of light, everyone moved. Lin Xian waved his hand, grabbed a crystal tablet, and operated according to the rules. Drip his blood essence and engrave his soul mark. Soon, the immortal martial spirit tablet bloomed with light and flew toward Lin Xian. Grabbing the tablet, Lin Xian felt as if he had become one with it. He looked at it carefully and found that the words Immortal Martial were engraved on the front of the tablet. Behind it was his name. With the Immortal Martial Spirit tablet, he would be an official disciple of Senma College from now on. Lin Xian noticed that the others were studying the spirit tablet in their hands, so he curiously poured his spirit energy into it. Immediately, the Immortal Martial Spirit tablet bloomed with light, forming a small light screen in the air. Above the light screen, there were all sorts of words and images. Lin Xian raised his head and looked over. Surging Wave Sword Technique, Water Attribute Sword Technique, Sword Qi is like the waves of the sea, rolling back the 9 heavens. Top Spiritual Rank Cultivation Technique, Exchange for Spiritual Value Points, 5,000 Spiritual Value Points. Roaring Flame Saber, High-Grade Spiritual Rank Artifact, can increase fire damage by 2 times, has a continuous burning effect, exchange for Spiritual Value Points, 7,000 Spiritual Value Points. Purple Spirit Sand, as heavy as 10,000 kilograms, can increase the effect of refining and increase the attack power of the artifact. Exchange for Spiritual Value Points, 10,000 Spiritual Value Points. It was densely packed with all sorts of martial arts, cultivation techniques, artifacts, and so on. Lin Xian took a deep breath. So this was the use of Spiritual Value Points. It could be exchanged for all cultivation resources. He carefully looked at the light screen and found that there were many things on it, from low to high, all the way down. The things on the top were relatively low level. Lin Xian scrolled down and his pupils suddenly shrank. Earth Rank Martial Art, Heavenly Moon Evil Shadow Art, Earth Rank Cultivation Technique, Exchange for Spiritual Value Points, 5 million, 5 million. Lin Xian was stunned. From the previous comparison, he knew how terrifying 5 million spiritual value points was. Probably not many people could exchange for it. However, putting an earth-rank martial art here was a naked temptation. Because everyone knew how precious and terrifying an earth-rank martial art was, those who had strength would go all out to gather spiritual value points. At this moment, the surrounding warriors also noticed this situation and cried out in alarm. Although they did not have a single spiritual value point, this did not stop their enthusiasm and fantasies. I wonder how many spiritual value points a half-earth rank martial art is? Lin Xian suddenly remembered that the reward for the top 3 was a half-earth rank martial art. Then, he quickly searched for it on the light screen. Found it, Demon Slayer Art, half-earth rank martial art, exchange for spiritual value points, 300,000. Although it was not as good as an earth rank martial art, it was still a terrifying number. Seeing everyone's excited expressions, the 4 elders smiled. This was the effect they wanted. Alright, I don't think I need to explain the use of spiritual value points. All of you should know, right? The red-robed elder laughed. Elder, how do we obtain spiritual value points? Everyone asked anxiously. There are many ways to obtain spiritual value points. For example, doing academy missions, killing demonic beasts, getting on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, and so on. The Academy Handbook will be given to you when the time comes. It's very detailed. Now, I will give you the corresponding spiritual value points according to your rankings in the assessment. The assessment rankings also have spiritual value points? Everyone was excited. Of course, it's not just the ranking in the assessment. In the future, there will be rankings in every competition. Furthermore, the higher the ranking, the higher the spiritual value points. There are even special rewards for the top 3. For example, this time, the top 3 in the assessment will receive a half-earth tier martial art for free. Half-earth tier martial art. Everyone's eyes turned red as their breathing quickened. They had just learned from the screen that a half-earth rank martial art was worth 300,000 spiritual value points. If he were to do quests, he had no idea when he would be able to complete them. Damn it, I have to work hard to cultivate. No, I have to work hard to get a good ranking in the freshman assembly. Everyone was excited. The red-robed elder looked at everyone's excited faces and waved his sleeve, distributing the spiritual value points. Immediately, everyone looked at it excitedly. Lin Xian also lowered his head and saw that the number behind his spirit tablet had begun to change. In the end, it became 3,000. 3,000 spiritual value points. This was the reward for the first place in the assessment. Damn, I can't buy anything. Lin Xian muttered. The cheapest item on the list was 5,000 spiritual value points. His 3,000 spiritual value points were not enough, the first place was 3,000, and the other spiritual value points decreased in succession. Many people were wailing. If you want good things, then work hard to cultivate. The red-robed elder said, Here, as long as you have enough spiritual value points, you can exchange for anything you want. Now, the top 3 would receive a half-earth tier martial art. The red-robed elder waved his hand, and an even bigger and brighter light appeared above the hall. The information on it was similar to the Jade token, but there were more and more comprehensive. There were a total of 4 teams, which meant that 12 people were able to obtain a half-earth tier martial art. This Senma College was really generous, however, Lin Xian felt relieved. It was just learning. Senma College would not lose anything. Moreover, it could increase his sense of belonging to the college. Lin Xian saw even more high-level cultivation techniques on the light screen in the sky, as well as some rare treasures. If these things were placed in the outside world, each of them would cause a huge commotion. It was enough to make everyone go crazy. This was also why the other forces in the Blood Realm had tried to invade Senma College many times. Fortunately, Senma College was strong enough to intimidate strong enemies. Moreover, Senma College had experienced thousands of years. Countless experts had walked out from here. After they left, they would all be overlords. Although there was nothing much on normal days, if Senma College was in trouble, these people would definitely come back to help. Therefore, Senma College was not only strong, but also had a group of powerful helpers. This was the reason why they stood tall in the blood realm and prospered for so long. Suddenly, the crimson dragon in the demonic beast pouch became excited. Kid, dragon blood, dragon blood. Hearing the crimson dragon's voice transmission, Lin Xian quickly looked over. He saw a few rows of words below the light screen. 8-clawed tyrant dragon blood essence, the blood essence of a divine beast on the heavenly ranking. It has the ability to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. It contains powerful energy. When used by martial artists, it can change one's physique. The lowest level is the king level. If there is enough blood essence, there is a chance of forming a half-dragon body. Hiss, Lin Xian took a deep breath after reading. As expected of a divine beast's blood essence. It's so powerful. A half-dragon body. Lin Xian guessed that it would not lose to a king-level body. Kid, get it. You must get it. The crimson dragon shouted. With it, I will be able to recover my dragon essence in advance. It was too excited. This 8-clawed tyrant dragon was from the same dragon race as it. The blood essence would be extremely useful to it. Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. Then, he looked at the price and the corner of his mouth twitched. Spiritual value points, 8 million. Kid, if you can exchange for it, I will do anything. The crimson dragon was anxious. Anything? Lin Xian became spirited. This Rizalong was very cunning. Normally, it would do things carelessly and not use its full strength. Now, it was definitely a good thing for it to use its full strength. It seemed that this time, the Rizalong was really anxious. Don't worry, I will definitely get it for you. Lin Xian said. However, 8 million spiritual value points is a sky-high price. I estimate that it will take a long time. Alright, during this period of time, I will do my best to help you. After the two finished their discussion, the voice of the red-robed old man sounded again. You little guys, hurry up and choose a half-earth rank martial art. Hearing this, Lin Xian put down the matter of the 8-clawed tyrant dragon's blood essence and began to choose a martial art. Lin Xian began to choose a martial arts cultivation technique. He had an earth rank martial arts, so he did not need to use it for the time being. He also had the red lotus armor for defense, so he focused on attacking. For seasoned sword technique, this is it. Soon, Lin Xian chose his target. For seasoned sword technique was a half-earth rank martial arts. It had 4 different attacking styles, spring, summer, autumn and winter. It was strange and varied, and its attacks were powerful. After Lin Xian, the others quickly made their choices as well. Morong Qingqing chose the falling flower sword palm, Dongfang Fenghuang chose the 10,000 flame seal, and Lin Xian did not look at the others carefully. After choosing, the red-robed elder gave each of them a jade slip with a half-earth rank martial arts copied inside. Then, he gave them a scroll of academy rules, which recorded in detail how to obtain spiritual value points. Next was to arrange the accommodation. The red-robed elder and the other 4 elders led Lin Xian and the others out of the True Spirit Hall and to the square outside the hall. Then, several figures flew over from the horizon. Whoosh, 6 figures landed. There were men and women, and they all looked middle-aged. As for their specific age, it was unknown. The 6 of them landed on the square and began to distribute the disciples. More than 400 disciples were evenly distributed to the 6 middle-aged mentors. Among them, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were placed together. This made countless male students jealous. The mentor in charge of Lin Xian and the others was a middle-aged man with a square face. He said in a deep voice, "Follow me." Immediately, dozens of figures stood up and followed behind the square-faced middle-aged man, flying into the depths of the academy. After passing through the halls, Lin Xian and the others stopped at a place with beautiful scenery. This is your accommodation area. My name is Guojing, you can call me Mentor Gua. The middle-aged man said. Lin Xian looked around. The surroundings were lush and there were mountains and rivers in the distance. In front of him was a courtyard. It was quiet and comfortable, very suitable for living. Moreover, Lin Xian's eyes widened. He realized that the spiritual energy here was very rich, much stronger than outside. That's right, there's a spirit gathering array here. Seeing that Lin Xian had discovered something, the middle-aged instructor smiled and said, "Of course, this is only the most ordinary spirit gathering array. If you want a higher level spirit gathering array, you will need your spiritual value points. There's something even better? Lin Xian was surprised. This is already much better than the outside world. What's even better? Thinking of this, his heart burned with passion. The others were equally excited. Cultivating in a place like this would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. However, Instructor Guo's next sentence extinguished everyone's enthusiasm. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You have to pay to live in a house. Starting from here, the deeper you go, the denser the spiritual qi is. Of course, the more expensive it is. 500 spiritual value points for a month outside, 1,000 spiritual value points for a month in the middle, and 2,000 spiritual value points for a month inside. So expensive. Everyone cried out in alarm. Many people's faces darkened because they had just arrived at the academy. The spiritual value points in their hands were the rewards for ranking in the examination. Those students who were ranked at the bottom did not even have 500 spiritual value points in their hands. They probably could not even afford to live in the outermost courtyard. Seeing the embarrassed looks of the newcomers, Instructor Guo smiled. Since you guys have just arrived, you can owe the first month's rent first. You can pay it all together next month. Alright, you can choose now. Everyone's expressions were solemn as if they were facing a great enemy. The courtyard inside was good, but 2,000 spiritual value points per month was really a sky-high price. Although they could pay it late, it did not mean that they could not pay it at all. Everyone thought about it and decided to live in the outermost courtyard first. They would consider the house inside after they had stabilized. Where do you live? Morong Qingqing asked. Inside. Lin Xian replied. He had 3,000 spiritual value points in his hands. It was enough for the first month. Moreover, he believed that with his strength, he should be able to earn enough spiritual value points. Moreover, the spiritual qi here was indeed not bad. It could speed up his cultivation. Only when his cultivation reached the venerable realm would Lin Xian feel confident. After all, there were too many monsters in Senma College. I'll go too. Seeing that Lin Xian had chosen the inside, Morong Qingqing followed. Sigh, I'm so envious to have a beauty accompanying me. Many people were jealous, but they knew that Lin Xian was truly powerful. They could not be envious. If they wanted to achieve what they wanted, they could only work hard to cultivate and increase their strength. Xiaoli chose the courtyard in the middle. Shen Yao Tian stared at the backs of Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing, his eyes burning with anger. However, when he saw the spiritual value points in his hand, his face immediately darkened. In the end, he could only choose the courtyard in the middle. Walking on the small path paved with gravel, Lin Xian felt that the spiritual qi was getting denser and denser. He was in a good mood. The 2,000 spiritual value points were worth it. How great would it be if I could master this kind of spirit gathering array? Lin Xian was envious. When the time comes, I'll establish the Dragon Sword Pavilion and get 100 spirit gathering arrays. Bah! The Crimson Dragon looked down on him and said, "What do you think this is? Cabbage? This kind of exquisite spirit gathering array is not something that an ordinary person can set up. Don't I have you?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Aren't you known as a formation master? This spirit gathering array shouldn't be difficult for you, right? If I was at my peak, it would be a piece of cake. But now, it's really difficult. The Crimson Dragon drooped his head. It's fine, there's no rush. You should first understand the spirit gathering array here. I'll think of a way to increase your strength. Lin Xian frowned. What are you thinking about? Seeing that Lin Xian did not speak, but his expression kept changing, Morong Qingqing asked in confusion. Ah? No. I'm just amazed by this powerful and magical spirit gathering array. You mean this? As far as I know, this is only an ordinary spirit gathering array. There are intermediate and advanced spirit gathering arrays above this. Only those are considered good. There's more. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. This was really an eye-opening experience. Alright, don't be so serious. If you join the Morong family, all of this will be nothing to you. Morong Qingqing tempted. Will you consider it? This chick is at it again. Lin Xian was helpless. Am I that good? Morong Qingqing tilted her head and looked at him. Although you're not the strongest, you're the most special martial artist I've ever seen. I have a feeling that your future achievements will be limitless, so I have to make the most of it now. Are you sure? Lin Xian was surprised. Don't underestimate a woman's sixth sense. Morong Qingqing was very confident. And all the things you've done have shown that you're indeed very special. How about this? Why don't we make a bet? Lin Xian saw that he could not escape, so he came up with an idea. What? Let's bet on who will be the first on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. If it's you, then I'll join you unconditionally. If I'm the first one, then don't ever mention this again. If anyone else was present, they would definitely go crazy. Lin Xian was a new student who had not even reached the martial venerable realm, but he was actually thinking about the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Moreover, he was betting on first place. This was a madman. It was evening. The setting sun shone through the layers of leaves, forming spots of light that scattered on Lin Xian's face. It was as if he was covered in a layer of radiance. Lin Xian walked in the forest with a young and confident smile on his face. He was like a king as he spoke those words that would make anyone go crazy. The contents of the bet surprised Morong Qingqing. She did not expect Lin Xian to be so ambitious. Number 1 on the Xian sovereign list. Alright, I'll bet with you. Morong Qingqing smiled and said, You're very confident, but this time I'll definitely win. Not necessarily. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Then, the two of them separated and entered their respective courtyards. Although it was said that they were going to their respective courtyards, in reality, the two of them were next to each other. This made Lin Xian feel helpless and could only accept it in the end. After entering the courtyard, Lin Xian casually set up a defensive formation. Although this was an academy, his years of battle experience reminded him that it was better to be careful. At least he would be able to obtain more time. Lin Xian was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he took out the scroll of the academy's rules. According to the red-robed elder, it recorded the method to obtain spiritual value points. In this place where even living in a house required spiritual value points, one had to master the method to earn spiritual value points. Otherwise, one would probably live a miserable life. Following that, Lin Xian had a general understanding. There were many ways to obtain spiritual value points. Among them, there were two most common methods. One was to complete the missions issued by the academy and cultivate. If one's cultivation increased, one would automatically obtain spiritual value points. Other than that, there were many other methods. Lin Xian took a look. There were all kinds of methods. One of them was to donate cultivation techniques and treasures. In other words, students would hand over cultivation techniques to the academy, and the academy would give out the corresponding spiritual value points according to the cultivation techniques level. This method was feasible, but no one would donate their core cultivation technique. However, the cultivation techniques obtained outside could be handed over. Hand over cultivation techniques? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He had quite a few in his hands, including a few half-earth rank martial arts that he had obtained from killing the Divine Bird Palace's venerable. Should I hand them over? Lin Xian frowned. Senmu College was famous in the Tianwu continent. There should be people from the Divine Bird Palace in the academy. If he was discovered, it would not be good. Moreover, he did not know the relationship between Senmu College and the major powers, so it was better to be careful. Forget it, let's look at other methods. Lin Xian shook his head. He was not worried about finding a way to solve this problem, because 3 months later, there would be a large-scale auction in Wind-Seeking City. In that kind of place, no one cared about the origin of the cultivation method. I'll cultivate first, then I'll go and accept missions. Lin Xian made his decision. Then, he put away the academy's rules and took out the 4-season sword technique. This was a set of half-earth tier martial arts. It was divided into 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Each season had a different style. According to what was mentioned above, if he was able to combine 4 different types of concepts, he would be able to display the might of the Four Seasons sword technique to the maximum. At that time, when the four types of concepts were combined, the might of the Four Seasons sword technique would not be inferior to a true earth-rank martial technique. For concepts, this required a very high level of comprehension. It could be said that the Four Seasons sword technique was extremely difficult. The reason why Lin Xian had chosen this sword technique was because of this unique characteristic. He had grasped many kinds of concepts, so it was likely that he would be able to grasp the Four Seasons sword technique. The spring sword was a continuous and meticulous sword technique, endlessly growing and multiplying, bringing with it powerful vitality. The sword of summer was scorching hot and exuberant, carrying with it a powerful force. The sword of autumn was cold and austere, carrying with it a sense of nirvana. The sword of winter was cold and bone-piercing, carrying with it a sense of destruction amidst the violence. These four sword techniques each contained their own sword techniques and sword moves. It could be said that the Four Seasons sword technique was extremely vast. Lin Xian currently grasped the three natural concepts of wind, thunder, and fire. His strongest was sword intent, which had already formed a sword soul. It could be said that it was the foundation of the sword technique. Other than that, there was also the sword of nirvana and the sword of slaughter. These two killing moves could evolve the concept of nirvana and slaughter, which was perfect for the sword of autumn and sword of winter. As for the sword of spring, it was similar to his longevity secret, endlessly growing and multiplying. Other than that, for example, the concept of wind could be used in any sword technique. For example, the spring wind, the summer wind, the cold wind, and the winter wind. If used properly, it could be said to have endless wonderful uses. It seemed that he really needed to study it carefully. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. He decided to start with the concept of wind. He was completely engrossed in the Four Seasons sword technique and completely forgot about the time. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, the defensive formation in the courtyard fluctuated, waking Lin Xian up. "Kid, it's your lover looking for you." The Crimson Dragon had a wretched look on his face. Lin Xian rolled his eyes, put away the Four Seasons sword technique, and walked outside. Sure enough, Morong Qingqing was standing outside the courtyard. "You finally came out. I've never seen anyone cultivate like this." Morong Qingqing complained. "You're crazy." Lin Xian scratched his head. The Four Seasons sword technique was too powerful, and it made him a little obsessed. "Why are you looking for me?" "A mission is coming." "I came to inform you," Morong Qingqing said. After hearing this, Lin Xian slapped his head. He had almost forgotten about it. Senma College had two types of missions. One was compulsory, which meant that it was necessary to do them. This kind of mission was usually not too difficult, and it was only given once a month. The other was an autonomous mission, which was a mission given out by Senma College. The students could choose for themselves. The difficulty of this kind of mission was different, and of course, the spiritual value was different. And today was the day the mission was given out. "Let's go to the mission hall." The two of them walked side by side towards the mission hall. At this moment, many students had already gathered in front of the mission hall. Most of them were freshmen. Because the older students had already grasped the mission method, they usually did not appear with the freshmen. The appearance of Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing caused quite a stir. "My goddess is finally here." Many people's eyes lit up. That kid? F***ck. Since when did they get together?" Many people saw Lin Xian beside Morong Qingqing, and immediately revealed murderous gazes. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. "I guess I'm going to become the public enemy of the boys soon." "Humph, you should be content. Others can't even get this treatment even if they want it." Morong Qingqing was in a good mood. Xianxia looked at this scene, and his face was terrifyingly dark. However, he did not have enough strength at the moment, so he could only endure it. However, some of the others could not endure it. Especially Yan Qingyang, whose gaze could kill. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing came to the crowd. First, they received the academy's compulsory mission. Then, they looked at the crystal stone tablet in front of them. The stone tablet was 100 feet tall, and it was emitting light. It was filled with missions. Which one are you doing? Morong Qingqing asked. My basic mission is to gather 5 blood flame rats' inner cores, so I will take the mission near the forest. Lin Xian thought. The blood flame rat was a rank 9 monster. It usually lived in the shadows of the forest, so Lin Xian was looking for missions near the forest. At this moment, Yan Qingyang walked over. He looked at Morong Qingqing, and his eyes flickered with confidence. Coupled with his handsome face, he could indeed charm a lot of people. The freshmen are very careful when choosing their first mission. Why don't I help you? Yan Qingyang revealed a smile that he thought was charming. Yan Qingyang came to Morong Qingqing's side casually, attracting the screams of countless female disciples. However, Morong Qingqing didn't have a good impression of him. She politely shook her head and rejected him. Looks like you don't know who I am. I'm Yan Qingyang, a student from the previous batch. At the same time, I'm also the vice president of Daoling Association. Yan Qingqing was confident. He believed that as long as he mentioned Daoling Association, Morong Qingqing would be surprised. However, he was wrong. Morong Qingqing didn't react, even though she knew the strength of Daoling Association. Yan Qingyang's face darkened when he saw that Morong Qingqing didn't move. He couldn't vent his anger on Morong Qingqing, so he stared at Lin Xian. Kid, get lost if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Yan Qingyang transmitted his voice. Lin Xian was pissed off. You can't get a girl, so you blame others? Moreover, Yan Qingyang's arrogant attitude disgusted him. Therefore, Lin Xian ignored Yan Qingyang's warning and asked, Are you done? If so, let's go. The flies here are too noisy. Everyone was stunned and turned to look. They saw what happened just now, but no one dared to say anything. After all, Yan Qingyang was a powerful senior. Moreover, he had Daoling Association behind him. They couldn't afford to offend such a person. However, Lin Xian, a new student, actually called him a fly. He was courting death. Kid, what did you say? Yan Qingyang was furious. I said there are flies here. Why are you so anxious? Lin Xian sneered. Are you a fly? That's ridiculous. Yan Qingyang's eyes darkened when he heard that. He stared at Lin Xian. A cold and terrifying aura filled the air and shrouded the surroundings. At the same time, a few powerful martial artists walked over. Their aura had reached the honorable realm. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. The great dragon sword soul in his body was ready to attack. He wasn't looking for trouble, but the other party was too annoying. They actually treated him like a soft persimmon. If he didn't fight back, these guys might do something outrageous. Moreover, he had already sensed the hostility and murderous aura from the other party. They were enemies sooner or later. Lin Xian wouldn't be bullied. I'm done. Let's go, Morong Qingqing said. She saw the other party, Morong Qingqing and Morong Qingqing's group. Lin Xian glanced at Yan Qingyang and the rest before shrugging his shoulders. Alright, I don't like being surrounded by flies either. Then, he turned and Groups's and Morong Qingqing. This kid, he is courting death. A few hours face. That's right, let him know the power of our Daoling Association. The others agreed. And Morong Qingqing, Muron likes. He is. Don't worry, Brother Yang. You know my strength. I passed the 5th level of the training tower half a year ago. The young man laughed. I will let him know that as a new student, he has to behave himself with his tail between his legs. His body swayed, and like a wisp of green smoke, he disappeared from the spot. Daoling Association? With them taking action, Muron is going to be in trouble. Xianxia sneered in his heart. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing left the mission hall and headed out of the college. I'm leaving. With your strength, you shouldn't be in any danger. Lin Xian waved his hand. Be careful. I'm worried that those people will find trouble with you, Morong Qingqing said seriously. Are you talking about those flies? Don't underestimate them. They are from the Daoling Association. What's the Daoling Association? Lin Xian asked. There are many disciples in the college. Naturally, many societies have been formed. The Dowling Association is one of the stronger ones. Also, don't underestimate Yan Qingyang. He is on the Mystic Sovereign Leaderboard. Dowling Association, Mystic Sovereign Leaderboard. I got it. Lin Xian was on his guard. I'm guessing that Yan Qingyang won't make a move easily. After all, his status is different. However, I can't be sure about the others, Morong Qingqing said. I got it. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lin Xian waved his hand, turned around, and flew out of Senma College. Morong Qingqing's mission was different from his, so the two of them had to carry it out separately. This time, Lin Xian took a different path. After leaving Senma College, he arrived at a vast forest. The mountain range stretched for tens of thousands of miles, and he couldn't see the end of it. Lin Xian used his movement technique and entered the vast forest. His shadow flickered, and a map appeared in his hand. The college's missions had information prompts, so as long as one's strength was not weak, they could usually complete them. Lin Xian looked at the mission information. The forest he was in belonged to the Onyx God Mountain Range. It was a primitive forest. The target of his mission, the Blood Flame Rat, was a level 9 monster beast, which was equivalent to a human martial artist at the limit of the spiritual detecting realm. However, as a monster beast, they had an innate advantage, so their strength was slightly stronger. They were equivalent to a half-step martial venerable. This kind of monster beast was bloodthirsty, dark, and liked to live in groups, so it was troublesome to deal with them. Let's take a look first. Lin Xian put away the mission information and increased his speed. He stood on top of a tree and kept jumping. Every jump was 100 feet. At the same time, he used his soul power to search. At the same time, far behind him, there was a wave of black smoke cautiously following him. It was soundless, and there was no way to detect it. After an hour, Lin Xian's face lit up, and his body sank like a huge mountain. He finally found the Blood Flame Rat. Whoosh, like a feather, Lin Xian landed lightly. There was a group of about 50 Blood Flame Rats in front of him. Lin Xian used his soul power to collect information. There are others? Lin Xian was surprised. He found that there were other martial artists in other directions. However, they didn't look like they were from Senma College. They should be from other forces. Lin Xian didn't move. He just observed silently. In the distance, 3 figures were pacing back and forth. 2 of them were middle-aged martial artists. One was a martial venerable, and the other was a half-step martial venerable. There was also a young man with a nervous expression. Uncle Wang, is it really okay? The young man asked uneasily. Don't worry, young master. As long as we lure out one blood flame rat at a time, there won't be any danger. Yes, we must get the heart of the blood flame rat this time. The young man clenched his fists. The middle-aged man in black smiled. At the same time, he quickly lit up a snake-shaped incense stick. A strange fragrance drifted with the wind. However, the middle-aged man quickly extinguished the snake-shaped incense stick and waited carefully. Soon, there was a commotion in the distance. Then, the whole ground shook. Along with it, there was a red blood mist and a thick murderous aura. Be careful, the blood flame rats are here. The middle-aged man in black shouted. Lin Xian was also surprised when he saw this scene. However, when he sensed carefully, he frowned. In the distance, a figure the size of a small mountain appeared in the forest. It was a blood flame rat with scales all over its body. It was as big as a mountain and was surrounded by a bloody aura. It was extremely terrifying. When it saw the black-cloaked middle-aged man and the other 2, it did not rush over. Instead, it opened its bloody mouth and spat out a green ball of light. Oh no! The black-cloaked middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. This situation was beyond his expectations. He originally thought that the blood flame rat would rush over, but he did not expect this situation. In a moment of desperation, he could only attack. Whoosh, a purple saber light cut through the void like a purple wave and slashed towards the blood flame rat. Puff, the purple saber light was resplendent and slashed the green ball of light in the air, instantly shattering it. However, the green ball of light contained a large amount of green liquid that was highly toxic and corrosive. In an instant, it wrapped around the purple saber light and made sizzling sounds. More green liquid fell to the ground, corroding the trees and soil, creating large depressions. The black-clothed middle-aged man was a supremacy after all. He roared angrily and the saber light was as bright as snow. It was like a ferocious purple python. Bang, the saber slashed at the blood flame rat and tore apart its scaly body. Roar, the blood flame rat let out a sharp cry in pain. The sound wave was like a tsunami that spread in all directions. Oh no! The black-clothed middle-aged man's eyelids twitched. This roar definitely alarmed the entire blood flame rat group. Damn it, run! At this moment, he no longer cared about hunting and turned around to fly back. However, the ground around him trembled and countless mountain-like figures appeared, surrounding this place. At the same time, the ground under the young man's feet cracked and a shocking murderous aura soared into the sky. No! The black-clothed middle-aged man roared crazily. He wanted to help, but he was one step too late. At this moment, an azure arrow pierced through the air like a bolt of lightning and shot towards the blood flame rat on the ground. Puff, roar. Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by a miserable roar. The ground cracked open and a huge body was pierced through by the green arrow. The terrifying power brought the blood flame rat hundreds of meters away. What a terrifying archery technique! The young man and the others were stunned. The black-clothed middle-aged man's heart trembled. As a supremacy, he could understand how terrifying that arrow was. Roar, seeing their companions killed, countless blood flame rats were enraged. Their murderous aura soared into the sky, dyeing the entire forest red. They all stared behind them. Even the black-clothed hillman was staring intently. Behind him, the void rippled and a handsome young man in a blue robe stepped through the air. He held a golden bow in his hand. Thank you for your help, young hero. The three of them were shocked to see how young the newcomer was. Nothing much, just carrying out a mission. This young man was naturally Xianxia. Through his soul power, he had long since discovered the blood flame rat underground. At the critical moment, he had launched an attack and saved the young man's life. Mission? The middle-aged man in black asked carefully. Are you a student of Senma College? Yes. Xianxia nodded. He then pulled back the string of his thunder bow once more. Streaks of green arrows flew out at an incredible speed, leaving no time for anyone to react. Puff! Puff! In an instant, the three blood flame rats were pierced through, and their huge bodies were nailed to the ground. Hiss! The middle-aged man in black sucked in a breath of cold air. What terrifying strength! The young man's eyes were filled with envy. He clenched his fists excitedly. The surrounding blood flame rats were enraged. They all rushed toward Xianxia with bloodshot eyes. Looking at the situation, he wanted nothing more than to tear him in half. Not good, young hero, be careful. The middle-aged man in black warned. The attack of so many blood flame rats was no joke. No matter how strong he would not be able to defend himself. Unless he was a second-stage venerable, looking at the blood flame rats coming from all directions, Xianxia stood calmly. Then, a shocking roar came from his body and shot into the sky. The roar was very deep, like the roar of a dragon. Buzz, as soon as the roar came out, the blood flame rats trembled. Their eyes were filled with fear, and many of them were trembling. It was fear that came from their souls. In the next moment, those overbearing demonic beasts with monstrous baleful auras all fled. They transformed into numerous rays of bloody light that charged out of the forest and mountains, and they fled without a trace. Buzz, Xianxia took the opportunity to kill 2 more blood flame rats. Humph, it's just a group of demonic beasts. How dare they behave so atrociously in front of Benhuang? If Benhuang doesn't show his power, do you really think I'm a sick snake? The Crimson Dragon snorted. It turned out that the dragon roar just now was from it. As a member of the Divine Dragon clan, he naturally had the ability to suppress demonic beasts, especially those blood flame rats. Below, the middle-aged man in black and the other 2 were completely stunned. This method was simply a miracle. I only want the demonic crystals of the blood flame rats, Xianxia said to the 3 people below. Ah? Okay. Hero, please wait a moment. The three people came back to their senses and began to deal with the corpses of the blood flame rats. Soon, 5 fist-sized demonic crystals appeared in front of Lin Xian. It's very dangerous here. Be careful. Lin Xian put away the demonic crystals and reminded them. Then, he turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared. Hero, may I know your name? The martial artist in black shouted. Lin Xian. Hero Lin, our Wang clan will forever remember your kindness. Uncle Wang, that's great. We have the hearts of the blood flame rats. The young man was also happy. The martial artists of Senma College are so strong. How great would it be if I could get in? Hero, I'm afraid you're on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Ordinary disciples of the college are not as strong as him. The middle-aged man in black muttered, let's go quickly. Our clan is waiting for us. Then, the three of them quickly left. After they left, a wisp of green smoke appeared and gradually turned into a human figure. Bow and arrow with the power of wind and thunder. Interesting. The human figure sneered and then floated into the distance. That direction was the direction Lin Xian had left in. Lin Xian left the nest of the blood flame rats and began his next mission. It was also a killing mission. However, this time, the target was not a demonic beast but a demon general. Above the demonic beasts were demon generals. 1 to 9 stars corresponded to the 9 honorable realm. Lin Xian's target this time was a 1-star demon general, the golden-eyed demonic bat. To be exact, it was the golden-eyed demonic bat's wings. West. Lin Xian followed the instructions on the mission information and moved. Gradually, some mountains appeared in front of him. They were sparse when he first arrived, but they soon joined together. Furthermore, plumes of black smoke were rising from the mountains. Lin Xian knew that it was formed by demonic qi. Whoosh, as he approached the mountains, he did not fly in the air. Instead, he chose to walk. As he got closer, Lin Xian realized that there were many caves under the mountains. They were dark and eerie. Crack, the withered branches on the ground made a sound as if it was a demonic sound, alerting the existence inside. Suddenly, waves of energy came from the caves. The surrounding air trembled violently as if something was about to come out. Countless black figures flew out from the caves in front of him. They were like a black flood, rushing toward Lin Xian. The air vibrated as countless black shadows pounced towards Lin Xian. Bats, countless bats, like a black flood, covered the sky and covered the earth. Pairs of bloodthirsty eyes flickered, incomparably demonic. Roar. Another deep dragon roar, forming a visible sound wave that swept out in all directions. Immediately, the bats that were pouncing over trembled and fell to the ground. Soon, the bats that rushed out of the cave all landed on the ground. At this moment, an even more terrifying sound came from the depths of the cave, shaking the surrounding rocks and cracking them. Obviously, the dragon roar just now had stimulated the Bat King inside. Whoosh, a gray shadow floated by, and a sharp sound broke through the air. A pair of sharp claws grabbed towards Lin Xian from above. So fast. Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps and his body turned into countless phantoms, dodging quickly. Then, he looked ahead vigilantly. There was a 2-foot-tall monster with a human body and a bat head. Its 4 limbs had sharp claws, and a pair of gray wings that were 3 feet long with golden lines on its back. Its eyes were golden, and at this moment, they were emitting a fierce light. Golden-eyed demonic bat, right? Lin Xian carefully compared and found that the monster in front of him was the one he was looking for. As if it felt Lin Xian's burning gaze, the golden-eyed demonic bat roared, and the sound wave was like a sharp blade, cutting through the void. Buzz buzz buzz, the air trembled as if it was boiling. Countless cracks about 10 feet long appeared on the surrounding rocks and ground, and the incisions were flat. It was very terrifying. Sound wave technique. The golden-eyed demonic bat's signature attack. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The terrifying roar caused the mountains to tremble, and countless peaks to split open. The terrifying sound wave rushed towards Lin Xian. Mad lion roar. Lin Xian opened his mouth and roared out a sound wave technique. As if an ancient demonic lion was born, the terrifying sound caused the air to tremble as if a tsunami had occurred. Puff puff puff, boulders collapsed into pieces, and trees turned into powder. The ground seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible hands, and a terrifying crack appeared and spread into the distance. The two sound waves collided, producing a demonic sound. Countless translucent wave blades surged and rushed into the sky. Terrifying energy surged out, causing the area within a radius of 1,000 meters to be greatly impacted. Seeing that his sonic attack was blocked, the golden-eyed demonic bat became extremely anxious. His gray wings flapped, and he turned into a gray light, quickly rushing towards Lin Xian. He waved his claws, tearing the void apart. The murderous aura soared into the sky, forming a demonic cloud that covered all directions. In the blink of an eye, the golden-eyed demonic bat arrived in front of Lin Xian, its sharp claws gleaming with a cold light as it swiped at Lin Xian. Clang! Lin Xian pulled out the wind shadow sword and slashed at the sharp claws. The sound of metal clashing rang out as countless sparks flashed, forming electric arcs that filled the sky. Buzz buzz buzz, the golden-eyed demonic bat launched an attack and engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Xian. The two of them were very fast, as if two balls of light were fighting fiercely. Sword of Spring, continuous spring rain. With a swing of the sword, countless strands of sword chi formed into threads that connected together like raindrops falling down. These days, Lin Xian had been studying the four-season sword technique, and he had made some progress. Now was the time to use it. The sword chi was continuous and full of vitality. Each strike was stronger than the previous, as if it was endless. The golden-eyed demonic bat was furious. It spread its wings and flew away, but no matter where it fled, there was a sky full of sword chi wrapping around it. Clang clang. Puff puff puff, in an instant, its body was hit hundreds of times. Fortunately, it was a demonic general, and its body's defense was strong. Otherwise, if it was an ordinary demonic beast, it would have been cut into countless pieces. But even so, it was still injured. There were countless sword wounds on its body, and streams of green blood flowed out, emitting a fishy smell. Roar! The golden-eyed demonic bat was furious. It had never been injured like this by a human. With a furious roar, it rushed over again with endless demonic chi. The human and demonic beast started fighting again. At this time, a wisp of green smoke silently arrived nearby and stopped at a hidden place. Lin Xian and the golden-eyed demonic bat did not notice it. The two of them fought again and again, and the terrifying energy destroyed everything around them. Spring sword, spring breeze. Gusts of wind formed on the sword blade, whistling out together with the sword blade. Countless sword chi surged, turning into a gust of wind that was all-pervasive. On the opposite side, the golden-eyed demonic bat felt the danger and screamed crazily. Demonic chi surged out of its body, forming the shadow of a ferocious bat king. It was about 30 meters long and emitted a terrifying aura. An intense collision occurred, and the two forces of energy entangled together. Silently, Lin Xian changed his sword technique. Autumn sword, solitary sword. This sword was very slow, as if it was stabbing out slowly, but wherever it passed, grass and trees would fall and everything would wither. The ferocious Bat King's shadow suddenly became dim, as if it would shatter at any time. Feeling that its vitality was being taken away, the golden-eyed demonic bat became frightened and uneasy. Above its eyes, golden light bloomed, forming two spiral golden ripples. When the ripples appeared, it made one's soul tremble. Kid, this should be its bloodline demonic art. The Crimson Dragon transmitted its voice. Lin Xian was vigilant. This power was enough to threaten him. Winter sword, winter slaughter. Terrifying killing intent spread out, and then the power of the great dragon sword soul surged out. This sword was extremely powerful. A sword light slashed out, and the space was split open. It was vast and mighty like a river of death, intimidating the surroundings. Boom! The sword chi surged and collided with the golden spiral, shattering it on the spot. Then, it quickly slashed towards the golden-eyed demonic bat. At the same time, the green smoke in the dark corner floated and quickly floated towards Lin Xian. Crack! The golden-eyed demonic bat resisted with all its might, but it was still split in half. Green blood spilled on the ground. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. He felt a fatal killing intent. Buzz! In an instant, the red lotus armor covered his whole body. Ding, a crisp sound came from behind him, accompanied by a terrifying force. Fortunately, the Red Lotus armor was extremely tough and blocked the fatal attack. However, the force sent Lin Xian flying. The massive force hit Lin Xian and sent him flying in the air like a meteor. Using the illusory demonic steps, Lin Xian's body moved horizontally in the air, dissipating the terrifying force. He blocked it? How is that possible? A surprised voice came. Lin Xian suppressed the blood and qi in his body. He turned around abruptly, and his eyes were like sword radiance, sweeping in all directions. It's you. Seeing the martial artist behind him, Lin Xian's face darkened. That person was not a human, but the young man beside Yan Qingyang. Defensive armor. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. It can actually block my attack? Chu Tianhao was shocked. He looked at the Red Lotus armor on Lin Xian, and his eyes were filled with greed. Kid, it's a waste for such a treasure to be on you. Why don't you hand it over to me? Maybe I'll spare your life. Humph. Lin Xian snorted, and his expression turned cold. I've said it before. I hate flies. Since you're here to die, don't blame me. I've said that I hate flies. Since you're so eager to die, don't blame me. Lin Xian said coldly. Brat, you're arrogant. Chu Tianhao snorted when he heard Lin Xian's words. Let me tell you, freshmen have their own rules. You can't just offend anyone. Especially our Dao Spirit Association. You can't afford to offend us. Let me teach you how to behave. Chu Tianhao's body started to turn illusory and hazy. Like a wisp of white smoke, he dissipated in the air and quickly drifted towards Lin Xian. It was a strange scene. A living person had turned into smoke. Those who didn't know better would think that they had seen a ghost. Like a phantom, the white smoke quickly rushed out. Its speed was so fast that it was shocking. Sword of Spring, continuous spring rain. The wind shadow sword stabbed out. Lin Xian used the four-season swordplay again. In an instant, the space in front of him was filled with fine sword radiance. It was continuous and formed a sword screen. Like a continuous spring rain, the space in front of him was filled with sword radiance and sealed off everything. Haha, it's useless. My martial soul is smoke. It's formless and formless. You can't hurt me at all. The arrogant voice rang out. Then, the white smoke quickly passed through the dense sword radiance and drifted towards Lin Xian. The scene was strange. Among the sword radiance in the sky, a cloud of white smoke drifted leisurely without any obstruction. In the air, the smoke slowly condensed and quickly formed Chu Tianhao's figure. His fist was covered with thick white smoke. A terrifying fist force was thrown out quickly. I can turn into smoke at any time and condense into a form at any time. I'm formless and formless. Let's see how you can hurt me. White smoke ghost fist. Above the fist, the white smoke rolled and formed two ferocious ghost heads. They attached themselves to the fist and roared as they bit towards Lin Xian. The air exploded in an instant. A terrifying force rushed to the sky and left a white trail in the air. Rows of air waves rolled. It was a shocking scene. Sword of Summer, Dance of the Wind. Lin Xian held the wind shadow sword in his hand and swung it towards the sky. A strong gust of wind blew in the air and whistled as if a wind beast was roaring. A terrifying and vast power surged in all directions. Whoosh! The fierce wind and sword chi whistled, blowing on the white smoke ghost fist, causing it to sway non-stop, as if it would shatter at any moment. Petty tricks. Chu Tianhao laughed coldly as he punched out. Instantly, the white ghost head turned illusory, wanting to pass through the raging sword chi. Wisps of white smoke surged in the air and strangely appeared in front of Lin Xian. They quickly condensed, and the ghost head suddenly bit down. Puff, Lin Xian's figure shattered. It was just an afterimage. His real body had already arrived at the side with a solemn look in his eyes. His opponent's martial soul was too strange. It was actually this kind of formless smoke, which was indeed beyond his expectations. Vermilion bird seal. With a low shout, he formed a seal with his left palm and quickly waved it forward. A vermilion bird soared into the sky, bringing with it towering flames. It pierced through the void like a real divine beast, pouncing towards Chu Tianhao. The entire sky was dyed red, and the blazing energy caused the void to tremble. Like a meteor, it streaked across the sky brilliantly. Its useless, formless form. The white ghost head floated and turned into wisps of white smoke, slipping away in all directions as if it had disappeared. Chu Tianhao's face was filled with disdain. Although he was only at the first sky of the honorable realm, his martial soul made him extremely strange. Few people in the same realm could defeat him. Boom, the flaming vermilion bird tore the sky apart and pierced through the ground, but it did not hurt Chu Tianhao. Whoosh, in an instant, Chu Tianhao had already arrived behind Lin Xian. He bent his arm, forming a long whip of white smoke, and a spiderweb-like smoke net, quickly wrapping around Lin Xian. Lin Xian's red lotus armor shone, forming a solid defense. At the same time, he stabbed out with his sword. Puff, Chu Tianhao's chest was pierced, and a transparent sword hole appeared, but there was no blood. Ha 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 ha. When the sword radiance disappeared, the smoke floated and repaired the chest that was hit. Chu Tianhao was unharmed, but Lin Xian was shrouded in the white smoke net. Unharmed? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that normal attacks had no effect. Don't waste your energy. With your strength, you can't hurt me. Chu Tianhao said disdainfully. Boy, watch how I deal with you. He was like a demon, slowly walking towards Lin Xian. Can't hurt you? Lin Xian laughed. You're too confident. Watch how I break your net. Break it? You think you can break my attack? Chu Tianhao laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. However, he soon couldn't laugh anymore. His face turned red, as if someone was strangling his neck. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Just a moment ago, a sword radiance flashed and cut the white smoke net that he had formed. Furthermore, what was even stranger was that the smoke did not merge back together like before. There was a sharp and terrifying aura at the opening that stopped everything. How is this possible? Chu Tianhao was shocked and disbelief was written all over his face. Although he was a first-rank honorable, he had few opponents in the same rank as him because of his smoke martial soul. That kind of formless attack was impossible for his opponents to break. Even if it was broken, he could quickly merge it back together. However, this time, things were out of his control. The smoke that was cut apart by Lin Xian could not merge back together at all. Damn it, what did he do? What kind of power is that? Chu Tianhao's face turned ugly. If he was surprised, then in the next moment, he was horrified. That was because he saw Lin Xian unleash the sword of withered silence, piercing into the sky and instantly dispersing the smoke above. The smoke dimmed and then disappeared in the air. What, this is impossible. Chu Tianhao panicked. He tried his best to sense and found that the smoke had really disappeared. Impossible, how can this be? He was terrified. He looked at Lin Xian and trembled slightly. Is that his martial soul? Chu Tianhao panicked. In fact, he guessed right. That was the power of Lin Xian's dragon sword soul. The great dragon sword spirit was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. It was invincible and could cut through the void, let alone the smoke. Therefore, when Lin Xian used the power of the dragon sword soul, the smoke was easily cut apart. Then, he used the lonely sword to make the smoke disappear. It could be said that Lin Xian had become Chu Tianhao's nemesis. Lin Xian cut apart the white smoke around him with a sword. Then, holding the wind shadow sword, he walked over slowly. Didn't you want to teach me a lesson? What other tricks do you have? Use them all. Chu Tianhao was terrified. His martial soul was restrained and he did not have the courage to fight at all. Kid, consider yourself lucky. I'll let you go this time. Don't let me see you again. After saying that, he turned around to leave. You want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian sneered. He used his body movement technique and created countless shadows. They filled the surroundings and blocked Chu Tianhao's way. Why don't I teach you how to behave? Why don't I teach you how to behave? Lin Xian returned the same words to him. If it were anyone else, Chu Tianhao would have slapped them. How dare someone teach him how to behave, but now, he did not dare to do anything. Lin Xian's martial soul was too powerful. It completely countered his martial soul. Now, he was filled with regret. Why did he force himself to be brave and accept this mission? Why didn't he investigate Lin Xian's background before coming here? If he knew that Lin Xian was so strong, he might not have come. But it was too late now. What are you doing? Chu Tianhao was terrified. I'm warning you, I'm from Daoling Association. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. He had no choice but to use Daoling Association's name, hoping that it would scare him. But Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Instead, his smile deepened. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I know Senma College's rules. Lin Xian smiled. I just want to teach you how to behave. Looking at that sinister smile, Chu Tianhao was about to cry. Indeed, Senma College forbade students from killing each other. But there was a kind of pain worse than death. Chu Tianhao knew that Lin Xian would not let him go easily. Sure enough, Lin Xian waved his hand and released the crimson dragon and the little white monkey. Come, come, come. Ben Huang will teach you how to behave. The crimson dragon was excited. I'm the best at teaching people. Let me do it. The little white monkey was equally excited. It danced with joy. Snake demon! Chu Tianhao screamed. Damn it, how can you say that? Ben Huang really needs to teach you a lesson. The crimson dragon was unhappy. Little one, tie him up. Run. Chu Tianhao was going crazy. His body turned into white smoke and fled in all directions. This was his secret escape technique. As long as a wisp of white smoke escaped, he would be able to leave. However, he still underestimated the crimson dragon and the snow-white monkey. Looking at the scattered white smoke, the crimson dragon sneered again and again. It waved its claws and quickly arranged a formation that covered a radius of 100 meters. Then, a strange force formed in the formation, causing Chu Tianhao to reveal himself. Then, a bolt of lightning flashed, shining with dazzling light, and rushed towards Chu Tianhao. That scene resembled the roar of a lightning dragon. Wang, in an instant, the lightning turned into a line of light and trapped Chu Tianhao. Wooji Wooji, the little white monkey, was excited. It used the thunderclap whip in its hand to trap the other party. Puff, with a casual tug, Chu Tianhao was pulled down. Chu Tianhao was in a daze, unable to believe what he had just heard. This time, he didn't even use Lin Xian's hand. How could two demonic beasts finish him off? What happened to this world? He felt that he could not keep up with the pace of the world. Kid, Ben Huang's education has begun, ah ah ah. Then, a miserable cry sounded, like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. It was so creepy that the surrounding demonic beasts fled. After a long time, the sound gradually disappeared. Demon, demon. Chu Tianhao's body curled up, like a little wife who had been violated. It was very miserable. Lin Xian took care of the golden-eyed demonic bat's corpse and came to Chu Tianhao's side. How is it? Problem, this kid will definitely be a good person in the future. The crimson dragon patted its chest and promised. Here, this is his immortal martial spirit tablet and storage ring. Lin Xian took it with satisfaction and then began to check the spirit tablet. 200 spiritual value points? So little? Lin Xian frowned. Hey, aren't you from the Tao Spirit Association? Why are you so poor? Hearing this, Chu Tianhao's mouth twitched. I've already used up all my spiritual value points. Who would still have any left? Forget it. Lin Xian was disappointed. Throw the spirit tablet over. You're lucky this time. Lucky? Chu Tianhao cried. Not only had he received a deep education, but his storage ring had also been robbed. How could this be called lucky? He realized that compared to Lin Xian, he was nothing. Lin Xian was the demon. I'll let you off this time. If you want to cause trouble again, remember to bring more spiritual value points. Lin Xian kept the other party's storage ring and left with the crimson dragon and the snow-white monkey. In the forest, only Chu Tianhao's miserable howls could be heard. Senma College. A few youths were waiting in the pavilion near the entrance. These people were Yan Qingyang and other members of the Tao Spirit Association. Looking at the time, Chu Tianhao should be done. Why isn't he back yet? I guess that kid is thinking of some new tricks to torture people again? The youths were discussing. Xianxia frowned slightly. For some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Brother Yang, don't worry. He's just a freshman, and a fake supremacy. What can such a person do? That's right, isn't it just, another disciple said with a smile. However, he stopped halfway because he saw a person. That kid? How is that possible? The few of them were shocked. Why was he fine? Damn it, did Chu Tianhao not do anything? Seeing that Lin Xian had returned safe and sound, Yan Qingyang's face turned gloomy. Humph, tell Chu Tianhao to come back and see me. After saying that, he waved his sleeves and disappeared in a ray of light. Only the rest of the people were left looking at each other. After Lin Xian returned, he ran straight to the mission hall. The 2 missions this time were considered practice. He only wanted to understand the situation of the missions. After everything was clear, he would challenge the missions with high spiritual value points. Of the 2 missions, one was a basic mission of the academy, which only gave him a pitiful 100 spiritual value points. The other was a self-selected mission, which gave Lin Xian 1500 spiritual value points. 1-star demon general, 1500 spiritual value points. It seemed that spiritual value points were not easy to earn. Lin Xian curled his lips, kept the spiritual value points, and returned to his courtyard. At the same time, in a small mansion in the senior students' residential area, Yan Qingyang and the rest were gathered. Among them was Chu Tianhao. At this moment, Chu Tianhao's face was pale and he looked dispirited. It was obvious that he had not recovered from the previous education. Old Chu, what's wrong with you? Why did you let that kid return safely? Yeah, didn't you do anything? The surrounding warriors asked. Yan Qingyang's face darkened. What happened? You have to give me an explanation for this matter. Hearing the crowd's question, Chu Tianhao seemed to have thought of something and his body trembled. He said weakly, I did, but I failed. Failed? How is that possible? The crowd did not believe him. Your smoke martial spirit is so powerful, how could he resist it? It's useless. His martial spirit is even more strange. It's my nemesis. Chu Tianhao shook his head. He did not want to elaborate. After all, this was related to his history of humiliation. Brother Yang, that kid is very strange. His martial spirit is very sharp. I'm not his opponent. After saying that, Chu Tianhao did not wait for the others to react and left alone. Strange? Sharp. The crowd was stunned. Looking at Chu Tianhao's appearance, it was obvious that he had suffered a great loss. Was the other party really that difficult to deal with? Yan Qingyang's frown deepened. He said in a deep voice, send someone to investigate that kid's background. We must find out. Lin Xian returned to the courtyard and organized Chu Tianhao's storage rings. He kept the useful ones and exchanged the useless ones for spiritual value points. Then, he began to cultivate again. This time, Lin Xian's focus was not only on the 4 seasons sword technique, but also on the improvement of his cultivation. Although he had the strength of a first-level supremacy, his cultivation was still at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Under such circumstances, he would not be able to enter the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. The requirement to enter the mysterious sovereign leaderboard was that one had to reach the supremacy realm. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to raise his cultivation to the supremacy realm. However, after cultivating for a long time, he shook his head slightly. Although his cultivation speed was already very fast, he was still not satisfied. I heard that there are other spirit gathering arrays in the academy. I wonder how effective those high-level spirit gathering arrays are. The place he lived in only had the most ordinary spirit gathering array. Although the effect was not bad, it was not possible to break through to the supremacy realm in a short period of time. Therefore, he wanted to take a look at those so-called high-level spirit gathering arrays. The spirit gathering array was very famous in Senma College, so he could find out its location by asking around. Lin Xian carefully asked around and found that with her current spiritual value points, she could only enter the intermediate spirit gathering array at most. After knowing the direction, Lin Xian walked towards the intermediate spirit gathering array. Soon, he arrived at the intermediate spirit gathering array area. The number of academies nearby began to increase, and the spiritual qi in the air was obviously denser. When he arrived, Lin Xian realized that it was different from what he had imagined. This spirit gathering array was different from the courtyard he lived in. It was a spirit gathering tower. However, the spirit gathering tower was not built on the ground, but underground. Deep pits that were like sinkholes appeared in front of him, filled with a mysterious aura. Lin Xian took a look. There were a total of 6 spirit gathering towers, forming a circle. Below the 6 spirit gathering towers was a super large intermediate spirit gathering array. From the conversations of the surrounding students, Lin Xian found out that the lower the spirit gathering tower was, the better the effect. It required more spiritual value points. The intermediate spirit gathering tower had a total of 9 floors. Each floor had 36 cultivation rooms, and the price of each floor was different. The first level required 500 spiritual value points to cultivate for 2 hours. The second level required 1,000 spiritual value points, and the third level required 1,500 spiritual value points. All the way to the 9th level, cultivating for 2 hours would require 5,000 spiritual value points. That price could be said to be terrifying. The first floor was the cheapest, so most people rented it, but the effect was the worst. Although it was said to be the worst, it was many times better than the spirit gathering array in the courtyard. When Lin Xian arrived at the first floor, he discovered that the spiritual qi on the first floor was at least twice that of his courtyard. As expected of an intermediate spirit gathering array, it was indeed powerful. If the first floor was already so powerful, he really didn't know what the 9th floor would be like. However, with his current wealth, he could not go to the 9th level. After calculating the spiritual value points in his hands, Lin Xian decided to go to the 2nd level. The passage was spiraling, and the walls on both sides were inlaid with luminous pearls, illuminating the spiritual tower. Lin Xian passed through the numerous academies and headed downwards. However, the path to the 2nd level was blocked. A figure was sitting cross-legged there, blocking the passage. It was a young man dressed in black. He had short hair, an aquiline nose, and a cold gaze. At this moment, he was sitting there with an evil smile on his face. In addition, there were a few students in front of him. They were injured and their faces were filled with anger. What's going on? Lin Xian frowned. Fighting in the spirit gathering tower? Freshmen? Someone beside him asked. I advise you not to go over, or else you'll end up like those people. Someone pointed at the injured students and said. Why? Lin Xian did not understand. The person beside him sighed and explained, entering the cultivation room requires spiritual value points, and the price is not cheap. However, some people don't have that many spiritual value points on them, or they don't want to spend the spiritual value points on them, so they can only use others. Use others? Lin Xian frowned. You mean snatch? Snatch? You're right, but they don't dare to say that. The short-haired young man in black sneered. You're quite bold, to dare to say snatch in front of me. Do you want to use the 2nd level? If you want to use it, then come over. If you don't dare, then scram and hide in the 1st level forever. The short-haired young man snorted coldly, his words extremely arrogant. Doesn't the academy care about this kind of thing? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. As long as no one dies, they usually don't care. That person sighed. The path of martial arts is filled with danger, and we're in the even more dangerous blood realm. If you can't even bear these things, then you'll only die outside. Hearing this, Lin Xian fell silent. Indeed, this was a world where the strong were respected. The academy only provided resources and life insurance. Everything else needed to be fought for. After talking so much nonsense, do you dare or not? If you don't dare, then scram. Don't waste my feelings. The short-haired young man shouted coldly, his body emitting a powerful aura. Suddenly, many students around him changed their expressions and kept retreating. Freshmen, they're from the greedy wolf gang. You'd better not provoke them, the person next to him kindly reminded him. Have they always been so arrogant? Lin Xian asked. The greedy wolf gang is greedy, overbearing, and very cruel. You can say that they're a gangster organization, that person said. However, they have always been overbearing, but they have an exception. Exception? This time, Lin Xian didn't ask because he saw the exception that happened next. A figure entered from the entrance, passed through the crowd, and walked forward. The young man was in a white robe that was spotless. Although he didn't release any aura, he had a powerful aura, like a mountain that people looked up to. Seeing the young man in white, the short-haired young man sitting on the ground was stunned. Then, he quickly stood up and stepped aside to make way. Thud, 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 the young man in white looked indifferent. He didn't even look at the short-haired young man and directly entered the next level. Throughout the entire process, the short-haired young man in black didn't say a word. He even looked a little nervous. Is this the exception? Lin Xian smiled. He finally knew what kind of people the greedy wolf gang was. What greedy wolf gang? It turns out that they're a bunch of trash that only bullies the weak. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. The surrounding crowd was shocked and looked at Lin Xian in a daze. Although they knew that was the case, no one dared to say it out loud. One had to know that the greedy wolf gang was very cruel and terrifying. Whoosh, in the next moment, the surrounding students moved and distanced themselves from Lin Xian. Even the martial artist who warned him shook his head and left Lin Xian's side. He didn't want to be misunderstood. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Lin Xian sighed. The greedy wolf gang had done a lot of evil. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so afraid. Kid, you're the first one who dares to insult the greedy wolf gang to their face. The short-haired young man in black looked ferocious. I'll let you know that some words can't be said carelessly. Kid, kneel down and admit your mistake. I might let you go. Otherwise, you're dead for sure if you offend the greedy wolf gang. The short-haired young man in black said with killing intent. Hearing this voice, the injured students beside him trembled. They were injured because they were unconvinced and attacked. You're just a first-level venerable. I really don't know what you're so arrogant about. Lin Xian shook his head and walked forward. You're courting death. The short-haired young man in black roared angrily. No one dared to underestimate him like this, a freshman dared to provoke him. This was undoubtedly courting death. Although I can't kill you, I have a way to make you wish you were dead. The short-haired young man in black had a sinister expression as he revealed a cruel smile. If he killed Lin Xian and obtained the spiritual value points, he would have enough spiritual value points to allow him to cultivate on the second level for a few hours. Little rookie, I'll let you know the rules of Senma College. The surrounding students shook their heads and sighed. The other party was the greedy wolf gang. If he went up, it was no different from courting death. Moreover, Lin Xian didn't seem to have any powerful aura. However, there were some new students who recognized Lin Xian. Isn't that the first place in the exam? Yeah, I remember him. He's very close to Murong Qingqing. I think his name is Lin Xian. Many people were discussing. First place in the exam. No wonder he's so arrogant. The short-haired young man in black was disdainful. First place in the exam and you think you're invincible? What a joke. Let me tell you, you rookies are nothing in front of me. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Xian frowned and quickened his pace. Kid, kneel down. The short-haired young man roared and waved his palm. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted, and a powerful force surged along with the fist wind. The short-haired young man controlled the power very well. The power condensed together and rushed towards Lin Xian without spreading. Get lost. Lin Xian spat out a thunderous sound and also punched out. On his fist, golden lightning jumped, forming a dragon head that roared ferociously. Boom! The two collided, creating a deep sound that echoed in the tunnel. Suddenly, mysterious patterns appeared on the walls on both sides, emitting light and forming a light screen that protected the tower. The short-haired young man's body trembled, and he retreated continuously. Streaks of golden lightning coursed through his body, forming a powerful lightning force that numbed his entire body. What? Repelled. Everyone was shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. They did not expect that a freshman could actually beat back a member of the ravenous wolf gang with one punch. It was no wonder that the other party did not care at all and wanted to go to the second floor. It turned out that he was actually so powerful. The short-haired young man was equally shocked. His body trembled slightly as the golden electric arc slowed his movements. Spiritual energy surged within the short-haired young man's body, forming a spiritual energy shockwave that eliminated the lightning on his body. Then, he stared at Lin Xian. A biting cold murderous aura filled the air. The freshman in front of him had actually made him suffer a loss. As a member of the greedy wolf gang, he could not tolerate this. "Brat, you'll regret this." "Scram!" Lin Xian shouted coldly, his voice like thunder. Everyone was shocked. This freshman was so terrifying. Why did it seem that he was even more arrogant than the members of the greedy wolf gang? The short-haired young man's face was gloomy. Although he had suffered a loss just now, it did not mean that he was inferior to Lin Xian. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in his body surged, and a purple halo appeared with a terrifying aura. "Brat, this is my martial soul, purple destruction halo. You should be proud that you were defeated by my martial soul." After displaying his purple ring martial soul, the short-haired young man had a domineering aura. Purple ripples appeared and spread in all directions like waves. They carried a terrifying power and surged toward Lin Xian. The surroundings became abnormally oppressive, making it difficult for people to breathe. "Purple ring martial soul, this is what you rely on?" Lin Xian sneered. Sword radiance flashed in his eyes, and suddenly, a fierce aura surged out, as if a peerless divine sword had been unsheathed, splitting the void. The surrounding people trembled, especially the martial artist who had warned Lin Xian. His eyes were wide open. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such strength. The fierce aura made his heart tremble, and he was unable to resist it. What is this, a martial soul? Why is it so fierce? Until now, he had not seen through Lin Xian's martial soul. The short-haired young man also felt Lin Xian's martial soul, and his face turned ugly. The fierce aura made his heart tremble, and he felt that he was unable to resist it. It felt as if there was a divine sword hanging above his head, and it would slash down at any moment. Sword of summer, sword of great waterfall. Lin Xian's fingers were like a sword, and they fell quickly. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the sky rolled, and countless sword chi surged, like a huge silver waterfall, surging without stopping. Every waterfall was formed by sword chi, and it was extremely fierce. The short-haired young man's pupils shrank. This sword was too exquisite, and its aura was extremely violent. However, its power was controlled within a certain range, and it did not cause any damage to the spirit-gathering pagoda. This kind of precise control was frightening. However, he would not sit still and wait for death. With a cold snort, the short-haired young man held the purple destruction halo and swung it forward. Suddenly, rays of purple destruction halo rushed forward, and it was terrifying and dazzling. Rumble, the two forces intertwined together. The waterfall was extremely fierce, and it tore the sky apart. The purple destruction halo had a destructive aura. However, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul was too powerful, and its attack power was far beyond that of the same level. Other than second heaven honorable realm experts, no one could resist it. Rip, in an instant, the purple destruction halo that filled the sky was torn apart like a piece of cloth, and terrifying cracks appeared. How is this possible? The short-haired young man was terrified. How could his opponent's martial soul be so powerful? This aura had surpassed that of a first heaven honorable realm expert. Could he be a second heaven honorable realm expert? His heart trembled, and his mind went blank. He had never met such a powerful opponent in the same level as him. Bang! In the next instant, the sword chi condensed and slashed down quickly. No! The short-haired young man screamed, and he was so frightened that he could not stand still. He did not want to die. Buzz! The sword chi suddenly stopped, and it was only an inch away from the short-haired young man's body. The cold aura stimulated the short-haired young man's body, and he almost collapsed. Lin Xian defeated the short-haired young man easily, but he did not kill him. That was because killing was not allowed in Senma College. Scram, don't let me see you again. Lin Xian's voice was cold. The short-haired young man's face was gloomy. He had lost today, but he believed that Lin Xian would definitely not dare to kill him. Moreover, there were so many people here. If he left just like that, he would be tarnishing the reputation of the ravenous wolves. Don't be complacent. You won't have a good ending if you offend the ravenous wolves. You still dare to threaten me? Lin Xian smiled. It seemed that he had been merciful to the short-haired young man. Then, he waved his hand, and the sword chi became as soft as a whip, and it suddenly lashed down. Smack, the short-haired young man screamed and was sent flying. Bang, he crashed into the wall beside him, and countless defensive lights were activated. Plop, the short-haired young man fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked very miserable. You dare to hurt me? The short-haired young man panted. You're dead meat. The greedy wolf gang won't let you off. If you don't get lost, I'll turn you into a dead wolf. Lin Xian raised his arm and a terrifying sword radiance flashed. Brat, just you wait. This isn't over. The short-haired young man saw Lin Xian's actions and his face turned ugly. He stood up with difficulty and quickly left the first floor. The surrounding crowd was shocked. This freshman is so strong. Not only was he strong, but he was also not afraid of the greedy wolf gang. However, the greedy wolf gang would not let him off easily. Lin Xian is so strong. The freshmen who were bullied were equally shocked. There were so many of them, but they could not defeat the short-haired young man. However, Lin Xian defeated him in one move. The gap was too big. Lin Xian, since you're so strong, why don't you form an organization and gather the freshmen so that we won't be bullied? Some freshmen said. They hoped to have a strong backer. Yes, yes. Hearing those words, those people also echoed in agreement. Lin Xian turned around and looked at the freshmen. Many of them were injured. I have the idea of forming an organization, but I want real martial artists, not cowards. You can be weak, but you can't be weak. If you're not strong enough, you can still cultivate. But once you lose that hot-blooded and fearless heart of courage, you can never find it again. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. We're not weak. The freshman retorted. Yes, what right do you have to say that about us? Everyone knows whether you're weak or not, but I'll give you a chance. Gather here in 3 days and prove your courage to me. This is your only chance to join my organization. Gather in 3 days? Why? The crowd was puzzled. Weren't you bullied by the greedy wolf gang? Fight back in 3 days. After that, Lin Xian turned around and entered the second floor. What? Retaliating against greed? Is there something wrong with Lin Xian's brain? Lunatic, he's definitely a lunatic. Many people sneered. Although the greedy wolf was greedy and cruel, he was extremely powerful. He was definitely not someone that a new student could shake. Sigh, this fellow is too arrogant. I'm afraid he's going to suffer a huge setback. Many senior students shook their heads and sighed. The freshmen were silent. They couldn't afford to offend Tan Lang, but they wouldn't admit it directly. They could only start mocking Lin Xian. Humph, this Lin Xian is too hateful. What right does he have to say that about us? That's right. Didn't you just defeat a senior? Do you really think you're number one among the freshmen? If he doesn't want us, we can go find someone else. I think that Zhou Su is very strong, definitely stronger than Lin Xian. That's right. There's also Morong Qingqing, Dongfang Phoenix, and the others. I think they'll all form societies. Moreover, they're all beauties. It's definitely a great blessing to be able to join such a society. Not only do we have to join the new student societies, we can also apply to join the older student societies. There are so many clubs in the academy. It's more than enough to accommodate us. That's right. Why are you still fighting the greedy wolves? Do you think the greedy wolves are so easy to fight? Many of the older powers don't dare to do so. He's just a freshman. What right does he have to say that? I think he just wants us to be cannon fodder. He definitely doesn't have good intentions. Humph, let's go. Many people felt uncomfortable being reprimanded by Lin Xian, so they said coldly. However, there were still some people whose eyes flickered. They seriously thought about Lin Xian's words and prepared to come here in 3 days. Lin Xian didn't know what these people were thinking. He did need some people, But what he wanted were those brave and powerful warriors, not students who were afraid of anything. Therefore, he asked those people to come here in 3 days. If no one came, then forget it. That would prove that those people were weak. If they dared to come, no matter what the outcome of this battle was, he would accept them. In fact, Lin Xian didn't even plan to let those people make a move. After putting this matter aside, Lin Xian went to the second floor. There were obviously fewer people on the second floor. After all, 1,000 spiritual value points for 2 hours was not something that anyone could afford. However, the spiritual energy here was much denser than above. Lin Xian estimated that it was more than twice as strong. Compared to his courtyard, it was nearly 3 times stronger. As expected of an intermediate spirit gathering array. It's indeed a good place. After finding an empty cultivation room, Lin Xian entered 1,000 spiritual value points and entered. There was also a small spirit gathering array in the cultivation room, so the spiritual energy was even stronger than outside. Lin Xian did not waste any time and cultivated with all his might. At the same time, he also consumed spirit wine, 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and so on, allowing his cultivation speed to reach its maximum. 2 hours passed quickly and Lin Xian came out with satisfaction. These 2 hours of cultivation were equivalent to more than a month of cultivation in the outside world. Although he had spent 1,000 spiritual value points, it was very worth it. After leaving the cultivation room, Lin Xian looked at the spiritual value card and sighed. He did not have much spiritual value points left, so he could only accept a few missions. Just as Lin Xian was accepting missions and earning spirit stones, Senma College was in an uproar. The reason was that Lin Xian had injured a member of the Greedy Wolf Gang in the Intermediate Spirit Gathering Tower and had said that he would lead the freshmen to counterattack in 3 days. Injuring a member of the Greedy Wolf Gang was already shocking enough. One had to know that the members of the Greedy Wolf Gang were cruel and vengeful people. Offending them would definitely not end well. However, not only did Lin Xian offend them, he even wanted to counterattack. This was going against the Greedy Wolf Gang. However, could a freshman like him defeat the Greedy Wolf Gang? No one thought that Lin Xian would succeed. Everyone thought that it was just a pretentious act. Perhaps he just wanted to increase his fame. After all, there were such people in the past. Many people treated this matter as a joke and did not take it to heart. However, the members of the Greedy Wolf Gang were furious. They would not allow anyone to step on their heads. Therefore, for the battle in 3 days, these people were prepared to teach Lin Xian a lesson. Moreover, they wanted to let everyone know how powerful the Greedy Wolf Gang was. In their eyes, they could only bully others. No one could bully them. Yan Qingyang and the others also heard the news. Many of the Dao Spirit Gang laughed. This Lin Xian is really an idiot. Without waiting for us to find him, he actually provoked the Greedy Wolf Gang himself. I'm afraid that kid is going to be unlucky this time. Just right, let the Greedy Wolf Gang get rid of that kid. Yan Qingyang and the others were ready to watch the show. It's not just them. Xinyao Tian, Zhou Su, and the other freshmen are also watching the show. They know that Lin Xian is going to be unlucky this time. Morong Qingqing was a little worried. Although she knew that Lin Xian was strong, the notoriety of the Greedy Wolf Gang was widespread in Senma College. Therefore, she was worried that Lin Xian would be at a disadvantage. When Lin Xian finally returned from his mission, Morong Qingqing immediately went up to him. Coming back with a beauty to accompany me. Life is really wonderful. Lin Xian looked at the beauty walking over and chuckled. You're still in the mood to laugh at a time like this? Morong Qingqing was worried. You're still in the mood to joke at a time like this, Morong Qingqing said worriedly. Why? Did something big happen? Lin Xian was puzzled. Morong Qingqing sighed. He was so anxious, but the other party didn't know anything. Of course it's about you and greed. Oh, you mean that? Why? Did they surrender? Hey, can you speak normally? Morong Qingqing's face was slightly cold. Do you know greed's strength? Do you know who they will send this time? Seeing Lin Xian shake his head, Morong Qingqing said angrily, You don't know anything and you dare to accept the challenge? Don't worry, Lin Xian said with a smile. Although I don't know their strength, I know that the people on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard won't make a move. After all, those people will care about their reputation. They won't make a move for a freshman. Otherwise, even if they win, their reputation will be tarnished. You know quite well. Morong Qingqing snorted. That's enough. As long as those people don't make a move, it's useless no matter how many others come. Lin Xian said confidently. Alright, it seems that you're confident, Morong Qingqing said. Since that's the case, I won't care. However, I have to remind you that although those people won't make a move against you now, once you enter the honorable realm in the future, I'm afraid that those people will come looking for trouble with you. Honorable realm? Lin Xian became even more confident. I'm afraid that at that time, it's not certain who will be looking for trouble with whom. After bidding farewell to Morong Qingqing, Lin Xian returned to the courtyard. This time, he had accepted 2 missions and obtained 5,000 spiritual value points. He could enter the spirit gathering tower again. As for the battle 3 days later, he really didn't care about it. Now, with the improvement of his 4-season sword technique, a first heaven honorable realm martial artist was no match for him. If he used his full strength, he could also contend against a second heaven honorable realm martial artist. Therefore, Lin Xian was very indifferent. He continued comprehending the 4-season sword technique while cultivating the longevity art. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, Lin Xian came out of seclusion and headed for the intermediate spirit gathering tower. Along the way, many people pointed at him and whispered. Some people even chuckled. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. There was no need to explain now. Soon, the results would naturally slap them in the face. When he arrived at the spirit gathering tower, he rolled his eyes. There were even more people here to watch the show, 5 times more than usual. It seemed that the news had already spread. At this moment, there were 8 new students standing in front of the passage, their bodies trembling slightly. On the opposite side was a group of martial artists in black. Each of them had a ferocious look on their faces, and their bodies emitted a terrifying aura. They looked at the 8 freshmen in front of them with mocking expressions. Rookies, you actually dare to accept the challenge. You're really King stupid. Wait a moment, I'll teach you how to behave properly. The members of the Greedy Wolf gang laughed wildly. The surrounding martial artists were also discussing animatedly. Many of the freshmen sneered. Idiots, they really came to accept the challenge. Are these people crazy? It's all that Lin Xian's fault. He just had to provoke us. It's over now. I think that Lin guy was just talking nonsense. Didn't you see that he hasn't shown up yet? That's right. He's the coward. Those who spoke sarcastically were those who were bullied by the Greedy Wolf gang but did not dare to accept the challenge. Lin Xian sneered when he heard those discussions. Those people would always be lowly weaklings. However, the 8 people in the hall surprised him. Although they were trembling, they did not take a step back. Not bad. Although you're a little weak, your courage is commendable. You're a talent that can be molded. Lin Xian was satisfied. You're just small fries. Where's that Lin Xian? Get him out here. Weren't you very arrogant before? Why don't you dare to come out now? Just a piece of trash. How dare you provoke the Greedy Wolf gang? I think you don't know how to spell the word death. I think you're the ones who don't know how to spell the word death. A cold voice rang out, clearly entering everyone's ears. Everyone's expression changed when they heard that voice. Everyone's expression was different. Most of the onlookers were surprised. They did not expect Lin Xian to really come. However, most of them were not optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. The 8 freshmen in the hall heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian did not lie to them. He really came, they had mustered up a lot of courage to stand there. They did not want to be bullied for the rest of their lives. Just now, they were under a lot of pressure. It was something they had never experienced before in their lives. The people from the Greedy Wolf gang opposite them were all extremely powerful. Their murderous auras were shocking. Facing such a group of people, they were on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Lin Xian appeared. The faces of the people from the Greedy Wolf gang darkened. Their eyes were cold as they stared ahead. You're that arrogant Lin Xian? One of the young men stood out and asked sternly. He was the leader this time. His name was Liamo. His strength was at the peak of first-level Venerable Realm. Coupled with his rich combat experience and powerful treasured weapon, he could be said to be very powerful. He could even compete with a second-level Venerable Realm. Sending such a powerful martial artist to intimidate the crowd was enough to show the greedy wolf gang's anger. They had to severely punish Lin Xian this time. Intimidate everyone. Arrogant? Compared to the greedy wolf gang, I'm afraid this is nothing. Lin Xian sneered. Brother Mo, it's him. The short-haired young man beside him gritted his teeth and said. Previously, he was beaten away by Lin Xian and almost became the laughingstock of the academy. This time, he had to save face. Kid, I've said it before. If you offend the greedy wolf gang, you're dead meat. You, and all of you, are dead meat. The short-haired young man pointed at Lin Xian and the 8 people in the square. He was extremely arrogant. Kid, we're all students. I don't want to make things difficult for you. If you're willing to kneel down and kowtow 100 times and become the slaves of the greedy wolf gang, I'll spare you this time. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Li Mo's voice became cold. Did you hear that? Kneel down and kowtow, and call us grandpa. The short-haired young man was extremely arrogant. He strode out and pointed at the 8 people in the square with a sinister smile. The 8 people were furious and their eyes were red. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. Bang, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of them. Then, a powerful spiritual force erupted and kicked the short-haired young man away. Boom, the short-haired young man crashed into the wall like a meteor, and the entire spiritual tower shook non-stop. This kick was too powerful. At least 5 or 6 of his ribs were broken. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. He actually attacked. The crowd was boiling. This was too crazy. He really attacked the greedy wolf gang. The 8 people in the square were also stunned. They felt the blood in their bodies boiling. There was so much nonsense. Now it was quiet. Lin Xian said with his hands behind his back. Kid, you dare to attack? You're courting death. Liamo was furious. Go. As long as he doesn't die, you can beat him however you want. Kid, you've angered me. No one can save you. Liamo stared at Lin Xian and his spiritual force erupted. Lin Xian suddenly attacked and injured the short-haired young man again, causing a commotion. Of course, the people from the greedy wolf gang were the angriest. Following Li Mo's order, the 10 members of the greedy wolf gang behind him quickly rushed out. Each of them was as powerful as a primordial wolf. This time, the greedy wolf gang sent out a total of 12 people, with Liamo as the leader. The short-haired young man had been kicked away by Lin Xian and had lost his ability to fight, so there were only 10 of them left. However, in everyone's opinion, the 10 of them were enough. One should know that the 10 of them were seniors. It would be easy for them to deal with a group of freshmen. Moreover, putting everything else aside, the greedy wolf gang had obtained a huge advantage in terms of numbers. Looking at the members of the greedy wolf gang, the 8 of them held their breaths. They knew that the result of this battle would be tragic, but they would not back down. Can you deal with the 5 of you? Lin Xian suddenly said. 5? Everyone was stunned, not understanding what he meant. However, the 8 of them came to their senses and kept nodding. 8 against 5. Even if they could not defeat them, they could at least hold them back. But what about the rest of them? Is Lin Xian going to fight them all alone? The 8 of them did not dare to imagine. However, they did not have time to think because Lin Xian had already made his move. He waved his palm, and the fierce wind from his palm split the 10 people who were rushing over into 2 groups. Each group was made up of 5 people. When the 8 of them saw that, they all moved and ran toward the 5 people closest to them. Their eyes shone with excitement as they used all their strength to stop the 5 people. Lin Xian, on the other hand, stopped the other 5. What? 1 against 5? Did he want to die? When everyone saw that, they immediately exclaimed. Humph, what an idiot. Trying to be a hero at this time. The people from the Dao Spirit gang sneered. The challenge this time alarmed many people. The Dao Spirit Gang, Morong Qingqing, Xinyao Tian, and the others all came. When the 5 people from the Greedy Wolf Gang saw that, they laughed ferociously. "Kid, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? How dare you challenge the 5 of us? Cripple him and make him suffer a fate worse than death." The 5 of them grinned maliciously and quickly attacked. "Just the 5 of you are not worthy of me making a move," Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he slapped his storage pouch and summoned the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey. "Yo, Ben Huang is here!" The Crimson Dragon shouted. Come, come, come. Ben Huang will teach you how to behave." The little Snow White Monkey also held the lightning whip and cheered excitedly. "Spirit Beast? You can even talk?" Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a magical spirit beast. But even so, it was impossible to stop the 5 of them, but in the next moment, they were stunned. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws, and while talking and laughing, it set up a formation that enveloped the 5 of them. Suddenly, countless wind blades, lightning bolts, and fireballs flew over with terrifying momentum. That power was enough to threaten a venerable one. The 5 of them were shocked and hurriedly resisted. "Little guy, you don't have to do anything. Let me do it," the Crimson Dragon roared. It had been holding back for too long and urgently needed to vent. Wooji Wooji, the little Snow White Monkey, was dissatisfied and jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder. Seeing that the 10 people he sent out were all trapped and unable to do anything, Li Mo's expression was very ugly. He stared at Lin Xian and decided to attack. A powerful aura burst forth and swept in all directions. Li Mo's cultivation had reached the peak of first-level venerable. He was very powerful, and his attack caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. "Die, brat!" Li Mo clenched his fist and condensed a long flaming saber, which he slashed down. The flames burned fiercely, and the terrifying heat wave distorted the void. So terrifying. "I'm afraid that Lin Xian won't be able to take it. Hee, he's dead for sure." Many people sneered. However, in the next moment, the little Snow White Monkey's figure flashed, and it instantly appeared beside Li Mo and slapped down. Buzz, Li Mo's head was dizzy. He was stunned on the spot, and the flaming saber in his hand was quickly extinguished. Whoosh, Lin Xian took a step forward. Martial Path Sword Chi appeared on his 5 fingers. It was incomparably soft like a willow ribbon. In an instant, it wrapped around Li Mo. The Martial Path Sword Chi seemed soft, but it contained the power of the Dragon Sword Soul, so it was incomparably spiritual. Crack, 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 the armor on Li Mo's body shattered, and the 5 sword chi left terrifying sword wounds on his body. Blood spread wildly and instantly dyed his body red. Li Mo struggled frantically, trying to release his martial soul. However, the moment he activated the spiritual power in his body, the 5 sword chi became even tighter, and all of them pierced into his muscles. "If you dare to move again, I guarantee that your body will definitely become 5 pieces." Lin Xian sneered. Hearing this, Li Mo's body trembled, and he did not dare to move. He was very aggrieved. He was knocked out before he could release his martial soul, and now he was in this state. At the same time, he was extremely frightened because Lin Xian was too strange. He had subdued all of them in an instant. "Everyone stop!" Li Mo roared. His voice was like thunder. Immediately, everyone stopped and retreated to the sides. The 8 freshmen were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to win. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. It was too shocking. Lin Xian had defeated the Greedy Wolf Gang's team by himself. At this moment, screams came from the Crimson Dragon's array. It was so miserable that it made everyone's hair stand on end. The faces of the Greedy Wolf Gang members changed as they looked at Lin Xian in horror. Not only did a freshman subdue them, but he also defeated their team leader in one move. Such means were terrifying. "Stop, we admit defeat." Hearing the screams, Li Mo roared crazily. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the Crimson Dragon immediately stopped. It removed the array, revealing the 5 miserable members of the Greedy Wolf Gang. "This time, we admit defeat." Li Mo gritted his teeth and said. However, he had no choice but to lower his head in the current situation. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and speechless for a long time. The ferocious greedy wolf gang was defeated by a freshman. It was too shocking. Especially the people from the Tao Spirit Association. Their eyes were wide open, unable to believe the scene in front of them. Is this guy really a freshman? Many people's hearts trembled. Morong Qingqing was also surprised. She knew that Lin Xian would win, but she did not expect him to win so easily. Two mystical spirit beasts. How many secrets does this guy have? Admit defeat? That's it? Lin Xian sneered when he heard Li Mo's words. What do you want? Li Mo gritted his teeth and said. Humph, you are now a captive. Watch your attitude. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Immediately, the five-sword qi on Li Mo's body became even sharper, piercing Li Mo until he screamed again. What do you want? Li Mo said weakly. This time, he was no longer angry. How many spiritual value points were stolen from you? Lin Xian turned his head and asked. 1,700, 500, the 8 of them answered excitedly. They knew that Lin Xian was standing up for them. Did you hear that? The spiritual value points that were stolen from them will be returned double. Lin Xian looked at the greedy wolf gang and said sternly. The spiritual value points that were stolen from them will be returned double. Lin Xian's words echoed in the passageway, causing the 8 people behind him to be extremely excited. Domineering, too domineering, he had vented his hatred. Originally, they had been robbed of their spiritual value points by the greed gang and thought that they would never be able to take revenge in this lifetime. Who would have thought that in just 3 days, they would be able to trample the enemy under their feet? Furthermore, they had obtained double the spiritual value points. All of this was thanks to Lin Xian. Brother Xian, I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Yes, Brother Xian, accept us. The 8 of them were excited and their bodies trembled. Alright, the 8 of you will be my brothers from now on. Lin Xian was also filled with pride. He wanted to establish an organization that belonged to him within Senma College, the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Now, go and collect your spiritual value points. Yes, sir. The 8 of them roared excitedly. Just like before, they did not dare to make a move. However, it was different now. With Lin Xian, even if they were to face the ferocious greedy wolf gang, they would still dare to fight. Very quickly, they retrieved double the spiritual value points from the 12 members of the greedy wolf gang. As for Lin Xian, he took away their storage rings. During this period of time, there was a member of the greedy wolf gang who wanted to resist. In the end, when Lin Xian's sword spirit pierced into his body, no one dared to resist. Lin Xian did not feel uncomfortable doing this. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If he was the one who failed today, he believed that his outcome would be even worse. Not only would he lose everything, but he would also lose face. Therefore, if he was not ruthless, the enemy would be ruthless to him. The surrounding people were shocked. Lin Xian was the first person who dared to bully the greedy wolf gang like this. Especially the freshmen. They were all dumbstruck. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Previously, they had been bullied by the greedy wolf gang like the other 8. However, they did not have the courage to face it. They could only make sarcastic remarks in the crowd. But now, Lin Xian had really done it. Not only did he defeat the team sent by the greedy wolf gang, he even helped the 8 of them take revenge. Double spiritual value points. Many people were envious. At that moment, a few thick-skinned people quickly stood out and shouted at Lin Xian, Brother Xian, accept me. As soon as these words were spoken, many new students immediately stood up and looked at Lin Xian with eager eyes. Seeing those people's flattering performance, the 8 people beside him also showed disdain. Why didn't they come out when they were facing greed? Now that Lin Xian had won, they wanted to join. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Seeing these people jump out, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He knew that these people had mocked him in the crowd before. Looking around, Lin Xian said in a clear voice, You want to join? Sure, do you see the greedy wolves? Go beat them up and you can join. What? Beat them up? Everyone was stunned, and their minds went blank. Those people were from the Greedy Wolf Association. Although they lost to Lin Xian this time, it didn't mean that they could be bullied, especially those new students who jumped out. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. F***ck, why am I so cheap, jumping out at this time? Many people felt bitter in their hearts. They didn't dare to hit the greedy wolf association's people. However, if they retreated at this time, it would mean that they were greedy for life and afraid of death, opportunistic villains. At that time, they would become the target of everyone's contempt. Therefore, for a moment, they were in a dilemma. Humph, cowardly rats, I knew you wouldn't dare. The 8 disciples sneered. Hearing this, the faces of the cultivators who stood out turned red, and they slipped into the crowd dejectedly. Of course, there were also a few who weren't afraid of death and really went up to kick the people from the Greedy Wolf Association. F***ck, kid, you're dead meat. Liamo and the others roared crazily. Brother, from today onwards, we are brothers. Lin Xian said to the 3 of them. Brother Xian, we are the 3 Hao brothers. The eldest of the 3 said. Brother Xian, what is the name of our organization? Dragon Sword Pavilion. Then, Lin Xian said in a clear voice, I, Lin Xian, today establish the Dragon Sword Pavilion. I welcome all the outstanding and brave students to join. Hearing this, the new students who had just joined cheered while the others rolled their eyes. What a joke, at this juncture, who would dare to join? Lin Xian had beaten up the Greedy Wolf Association today, the other party would definitely retaliate, so no one dared to join at this time. Humph, what Dragon Sword Pavilion? Just watch, it won't be long before it disintegrates. The people from Daoling Association sneered. Yan Qingyang's face was also gloomy. The current situation made him very unhappy. Humph. He snorted and left with the people from Daoling Association. Morong Qingqing was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Lin Xian to establish his own organization, which surprised her. Originally, she wanted to establish an organization in the academy and pull Lin Xian in, but now it seemed impossible. Humph, I won't admit defeat. Morong Qingqing snorted. Since she couldn't pull Lin Xian in, she would join. Me too, I want to join too. Morong Qingqing said. Then, she quickly walked to Lin Xian's side. What? Morong Qingqing wants to join too? Everyone was stunned, then their eyes burned with passion. However, at this juncture, they definitely wouldn't join. They could only wait for an opportunity in the future. When the 3 Hao brothers saw Morong Qingqing, they exclaimed, Brother Xian is amazing, he managed to rope in a beauty so quickly. Why are you joining in the fun? Lin Xian was helpless. Why can't I join? Morong Qingqing snorted. Then, she walked in front of Liamo and casually kicked him twice. How is it? I'm qualified, right? Hearing this, Liamo wanted to cry but had no tears. He even had the heart to die. Lin Xian had no choice but to agree. Then, he let go of the members of the Greedy Wolf gang. Scram, don't let me see you again. Let's go. Liamo stood up and quickly left with his group of underlings. However, he secretly swore in his heart that he would definitely take revenge. Alright, let's find a place for the meeting. Lin Xian opened a cultivation room on the 1st floor and let everyone in. This time, things were going quite smoothly. Not only did he teach the Greedy Wolf gang a lesson, but he also recruited many students. His Dragon Sword Pavilion finally settled down in Senma College. Among the 11 new students, 6 of them were at the 1st level of the Venerable Realm, and 5 of them were half-step Venerable Realm cultivators. They could be said to be geniuses in the outside world, but in Senma College, they were very ordinary. That was because there were too many monsters here. Any one of them was at the 1st level of the Venerable Realm, however, Lin Xian didn't underestimate them. Being able to enter Senma College was enough to show that they were extraordinary. Moreover, these people's aptitudes weren't bad. They could be said to be geniuses. It was just that in terms of resources, they weren't as good as those monsters. Lin Xian believed that when these people grew up, they would definitely be powerful. The 3 Hao brothers, Hao De, Hao Er, and Hao San, had all reached the 1st level of the Venerable Realm. Their strength was not bad. As for the other 8 people, 3 of them had reached the 1st level of the Venerable Realm. They were Song Ming, Liang Wei, and Lin Xian gave them some pills and told them to accept missions to earn spiritual value points and increase their cultivation. At the same time, Lin Xian also gave them some spiritual herbs and told them to collect more on a daily basis. Boss, why are you collecting these spiritual herbs? Song Ming was puzzled. It can't be for alchemy, right? Liang Wei guessed. Correct. Lin Xian smiled. But we don't have an inscription master. Everyone scratched their heads. Don't worry, I'll do it. Lin Xian said, your boss is an all-rounder. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened and they were extremely excited. Even Morong Qingqing was surprised. She never knew that Lin Xian knew how to refine pills. This guy is too mysterious. Morong Qingqing gritted her teeth. Alright, you guys go and take action. I also want to break through to the Venerable Realm as soon as possible. Boss, it's not possible to break through in a short period of time using the Spirit Gathering Array. Wang Li said, I know 2 ways that can help you break through in a short period of time. Oh, which 2? Lin Xian asked. The first is the Little Spirit Pill. It can allow warriors below the Venerable Realm to directly increase their cultivation by 1 level. The second is the Flaming Mountain. It contains terrifying spiritual energy and can definitely allow warriors to break through in a short period of time. However, that place is very dangerous. If boss wants to go, you must be well prepared. Little Spirit Pill, Flaming Mountain. Lin Xian whispered. Then, he took out the spirit tablet and found the introduction of the Little Spirit Pill on it. 20,000 spiritual value points. Lin Xian frowned. It was really expensive, however, this method was feasible. He pondered in his heart. He was currently at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. Using the Little Spirit Pill, he could directly reach the half-step Venerable Realm. Then, he would head to the Flaming Mountain to cultivate and break through to the Venerable Realm in one go. This was definitely the fastest way to break through at the moment. Alright, let's do it. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. I'll go and break through. You guys should also hurry up and increase your cultivation. Then, everyone left the Spirit Gathering Tower. How did you get 20,000 spiritual value points? Morong Qingqing asked, do you want me to lend you some? Forget it. If I owe you a debt, I won't be able to refuse your requests in the future. Lin Xian shook his head. Humph, you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Forget it if you don't want it. Morong Qingqing snorted. I want to see how you will obtain 20,000 spiritual value points. 20,000 spiritual value points was not a small amount for the current freshmen. Even if they were to do missions, they would have to do at least a dozen of them. This didn't include the time consumption of the journey, so according to conventional methods, it was impossible to complete it in a short period of time. What Lin Xian lacked the most right now was time. Can I complete it in one go? Lin Xian pondered. Then, he walked towards the mission hall to see if there were any high-difficulty missions. Lin Xian skipped past the ordinary missions and the special missions on the black mission crystal that was 300 meters tall. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows as he discovered something. Operation Beheading, the Hunyuan Hand, Tu Tian, has committed many evil deeds and killed countless innocent people. Now, a kill order has been issued. Whoever obtains Tu Tian's head will be rewarded with 27,000 spiritual value points. So high. Lin Xian's interest was piqued. However, when he saw the information below, he frowned. Below the mission, there were 3 golden stars. Behind them was an introduction. Lin Xian discovered that this Hunyuan Hand, Tu Tian, was actually a second-level venerable. Furthermore, he had a top-grade spirit artifact in his hand. It could be said that he was extremely powerful. After pondering for a long time, Lin Xian decided to accept the mission. What? You want to accept the beheading mission? The deacon of the mission hall was stunned. He stared at Lin Xian intently without stopping. No matter how he looked at it, the other party did not have a powerful cultivation and was a freshman. That's a 3-star mission. Have you read the information on it? Yes. Lin Xian said. The difficulty of a 3-star mission is very high. Furthermore, the Hunyuan Hand is extremely ferocious and has killed more than one disciple of the academy. Even so, you still want to accept it? Accept. Lin Xian said firmly. Since you insist, all right. The deacon sighed. However, he still allowed Lin Xian to accept the mission. The surrounding students were discussing in low voices. Many of them were mocking and ridiculing him. This guy, has he gone crazy from thinking about spiritual value points? That's right. The Hunyuan hand is a second-level venerable. I'm afraid that only those experts on the mysterious venerable leaderboard can deal with it. That guy obviously hasn't entered the mysterious venerable leaderboard yet, he still dares to accept it. Isn't that arrogant freshman? I heard that he hasn't even reached the venerable realm. What? Everyone was shocked. Then, they sneered, he's definitely dead. The Hunyuan hand was in Lion Moon City, which was not far from Heavenly Pool City. There were 5 cities around Heavenly Pool City and Lion Moon City was one of them. Lin Xian sped all the way to Lion Moon City. However, he did not enter directly. Instead, he stopped in the forest outside the city. Then, he summoned the Crimson Dragon and the two of them began to discuss countermeasures. The reason why Lin Xian dared to accept this mission was because the Crimson Dragon had mastered many formations. With his strength and the power of the formation, he should be able to kill the Hunyuan hand. However, this formation needed to be properly set up. Kid, I have a killing formation in my hands called the 10 Directions Remnant Light Formation. If I can set it up, I'll definitely be able to kill that Hunyuan hand. The Crimson Dragon patted its chest and said. Are you sure? Lin Xian stared at the Crimson Dragon and asked. This Rizalong was often unreliable. He had to ask clearly. F*ck, kid, what do you mean? How dare you doubt Ben Huang? The Crimson Dragon was unhappy, just you wait. When Ben Huang sets up the 10 Directions Remnant Light Formation, you'll definitely be scared to death. However, this formation's level is quite high and it requires a large amount of materials to set it up. Take whatever you want. Lin Xian threw out the storage ring. Then, the Crimson Dragon took out a large pile of medium spiritual stones and many strange materials from the storage ring. Fortunately, Lin Xian was rich and had all kinds of strange materials. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone else to set it up. Then, the Crimson Dragon began to set up the formation carefully. This formation was very complicated and needed to be inscribed with formation runes. Moreover, each formation rune was extremely complicated and could not be made a single mistake. Even with Lin Xian's knowledge and cultivation, he felt dizzy after seeing the inscription formation. One day later, the Crimson Dragon finally finished setting up the 10 Directions Remnant Light Formation. Kid, you don't believe me, right? Do you want to come and see? The Crimson Dragon said with a provocative look. Okay, I'll take the opportunity to see the power of this formation. Lin Xian walked over. As soon as he entered the formation, the Crimson Dragon laughed sinisterly and quickly activated the formation. In the next moment, an unusually fierce murderous aura appeared in the surroundings. Rays of terrifying sword chi slashed toward Lin Xian. At that moment, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. The power of wind and thunder surged behind him, and the wind and thunder wings appeared. He moved quickly, leaving behind an afterimage. This formation is so terrifying. Lin Xian came out of the formation with lingering fear. Although he had only been there for a moment, the terrifying power made him fearful. The sword chi formed by the formation was not weaker than his sword chi at all. It could definitely threaten a second-level venerable. This is nothing. The Crimson Dragon was proud. Kid, let me tell you, this is only the simplified version of the 10 Directions Remnant Light Formation. The real one can definitely kill all 10 directions. It's more than enough to deal with that mixed yuan hand. Okay, when the time comes, I'll lure him into the formation. You control the formation, and we'll attack together. Lin Xian said. Then, the Crimson Dragon set up an illusion formation to hide the 10 Directions Remnant Light Formation. A man and a dragon quickly rushed toward Lion Moon City. Wang Shi was a disciple of the Wang family. He got out of bed early in the morning and went to the martial arts field to practice. Not long ago, he obtained the heart of the blood flame rat in the forest. After returning, he stimulated his bloodline and broke through to the half-step honorable realm. As long as he worked hard, he believed that he would soon reach the honorable realm. I must be like my benefactor and become a powerful martial artist. A figure appeared in Wangxi's mind. It was a young man about 18 or 19 years old. He wore a blue robe and held a golden bow in his hand. He looked like a god of war. It was that figure who easily killed several blood flame rats. Not only did he save their lives, but he also left the hearts of the blood flame rats to them. It was because of those hearts that the Wang family was able to create several half-step honorables this time. I must become strong and protect the family. I can't let the Blood Yuan gang bully the family. Clang! 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 Suddenly, a series of urgent bell chimes rang out. Oh no, it's the bell of war. The family is in danger. Is the Blood Yuan gang here? Wangxi's expression changed and he quickly rushed to the central square. Not only him, but countless disciples of the Wang family also gathered quickly. Uncle Wang, what's the matter? Wangxi asked anxiously. The Blood Yuan gang is here. They want us to hand over the elixir pavilion. What? Damn the Blood Yuan gang, they're attacking our family's important business. Wangxi's small face was cold. The disciples of the Wang family nearby were furious. The Wang family was good at alchemy. It turned out that they were a big family in Lion Moon City. However, since the Blood Yuan gang came, the Wang family was targeted and suppressed everywhere. Now, the Blood Yuan gang wanted to swallow the Wang family's property. They tried their best to resist, but many of their elders were killed. They couldn't resist at all. Because the Blood Yuan gang had a powerful and cruel leader, Mixed Yuan Hand, Tu Tian, not only had his cultivation reached the second-level honorable realm, but he also had a top-grade spiritual artifact in his hand. He was very powerful. Humph, even if we die, we can't hand our family over to the Blood Yuan gang. Everyone was furious. Ha ha ha, Wang family, have you thought about it? Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter came from the sky, rolling over like thunder. Then, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a large man with a tall and sturdy figure. He had a full beard and a vicious glint in his eyes. He was like an ancient ferocious beast, staring cruelly at the people of the Wang family below. Behind him were more than a dozen first-rank supremacies who were looking down with mocking expressions. Countless members of the Blood Yuan gang appeared and completely surrounded the Wang family. Old man Wang, have you made up your mind? I don't have much patience. Mixed Yuan Han Tu Tian said coldly. My Wang clan's foundation will never be given to you. Just give up. A white-haired old man appeared. He was the patriarch of the Wang clan. Stubborn. Seeing the other party's resistance, Heaven Slaughter's face immediately sank. Old man, I saw that your Wang clan has some alchemy skills, so I didn't kill you. Do you really think I'm so benevolent? Now, I'll give you a chance. Either you surrender to me and become a subordinate of the Blood Yuan gang. Either all of you die, and the entire Wang family will disappear from Lion Moon City. You better think it through. Heaven Slaughter's eyes shone fiercely, and his body emitted a shocking murderous aura. Old man, you better think it through. Thousands of lives of the Wang clan are in your hands. Humph, make your choice quickly, or your Wang clan will be annihilated. The experts of the Blood Yuan gang threatened coldly. You've gone too far. Do you really think my Wang clan is easy to bully? Below, the people of the Wang clan were furious. The patriarch of the Wang clan was also angry. His robe fluttered, and he quickly rushed into the sky like a meteor. You've gone too far, I'll fight it out with you. The patriarch of the Wang clan quickly rushed out and attacked Heaven Slaughtering. Humph, you're overestimating yourself. Heaven Slaughtering snorted coldly and quickly threw out a punch to meet the patriarch of the Wang clan. Terrifying energy exploded like a demonic cloud, spreading in all directions. The patriarch of the Wang clan and Heaven Slaughtering were fighting. Bang bang, however, not long after, a low sound was heard. The patriarch of the Wang clan flew out and smashed the pavilion below. A terrifying deep pit was formed on the ground. Patriarch. The people of the Wang clan were terrified and rushed over. The patriarch of the Wang clan struggled to get up from the ruins. He was covered in blood, his face was pale, and there was a terrifying palm print on his chest. It almost pierced through him. You don't know what's good for you. You want to fight me with your strength? Heaven Slaughtering sneered, do you believe that I'll annihilate the Wang clan now? Hearing this, the patriarch of the Wang clan trembled and then spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. I'll fight it out with you. A middle-aged warrior couldn't help but rush up quickly. There's really someone who isn't afraid of death. In the sky, a burly man with a long saber stood out and waved his saber. The saber radiance was like a rainbow and instantly cut the middle-aged warrior in half. The corpse fell and blood splattered all over the ground. The horrifying and bloody scene stimulated the people of the Wang clan. No! The people of the Wang clan screamed. Many young disciples cried bitterly, while the middle-aged warriors and elders clenched their fists tightly and stared angrily. They couldn't accept it, at this moment, they were full of regret. If they had strong strength, the other party wouldn't have dared to provoke them. Moreover, as an alchemy family, they had made friends with many forces. But now, no one came to help them, which made them feel cold. Does God want to destroy the Wang clan? The elders shouted to the sky. If there's no other way, we can only agree to join the Blood Yuan gang. Otherwise, I'm afraid our Wang clan will be destroyed. Another elder sighed. No, we can't join the Blood Yuan gang. The patriarch of the Wang clan gasped. The Blood Yuan gang is cruel and greedy. Do you think we'll have a good end if we join them? We'll become their slaves. That's a real life worse than death. Everyone listen, cover the escape of the young disciples and take away the pill patterns. We can't let these things fall into the hands of the Blood Yuan gang. Old thing, since you're courting death, then there's no need for the Wang clan to exist. Heaven Slaughtering 2's face was ferocious. After talking for so long, the other party was still stubborn and wanted to fight to the death. He was disdainful because the other party was not qualified to fight with him. Kill, don't leave a single one alive. Heaven Slaughtering 2 waved his hand and immediately, 10 first-level venerables in the sky moved out. Countless members of the Blood Yuan gang rushed over. These people were like fierce beasts and hungry wolves, quickly pouncing on the people of the Wang clan. Cover the young disciples, run. The elders of the Wang clan rushed to the sky. They must break out, run, puff. Puff, in an instant, countless terrifying attacks fell and the disciples of the Wang clan were killed. Blood and corpses splattered everywhere, and all kinds of screams and cries were heard. This scene had alarmed the entire Lion Moon City, but no one came to help. Many elders roared crazily. At this time, they hoped that a peerless expert would come to the Wang clan and save them. You dare to resist? This will be your fate. A venerable with a long saber blocked the escape route and looked at Wang Shi and the others with a grim smile. Go quickly. I'll stop him. A middle-aged warrior shouted and rushed out quickly. Humph, you're courting death. He waved his long saber and beheaded the middle-aged warrior. Uncle Wang. Wang Shi's eyes instantly turned red and he let out a shocking roar. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Wang Shi's heart was burning with anger. He rushed up quickly. Haha, little brat, watch how I kill you. The venerable grinned. No, Shi, go quickly. The elders of the Wang family shouted. Wang Shi was an outstanding disciple of their family and the hope of the family's future. However, this hope was about to be killed here. The Wang family was desperate. They were furious, but they did not have the power to change anything. They could only watch the tragedy unfold. However, the next moment, before the long saber fell, a golden arrow pierced through the venerable's head and nailed his body to the ground. A golden arrow fell from the sky like a golden thunder. It instantly pierced through the head of the venerable and nailed him to the ground. This turn of events shocked everyone in the prince's mansion. The two sides who were fighting stopped and retreated. The Wang family was puzzled, while the Blood Yuan gang was gloomy. The ordinary gang members were even more shocked as they looked around cautiously. Who dares to kill the elder of the Blood Yuan gang? Come out! Tu Tian roared. His body trembled with murderous intent and covered 100 miles. Buzz, the void fluctuated and a young figure stepped out. This young man was about 18 or 19 years old. He was dressed in blue and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a god of war. He held a golden bow in his hand that emitted light. Benefactor, it's benefactor. Wang Shi was excited. When he saw the figure in the sky, he had the urge to cry. Benefactor? The Wang family was shocked. Then, a ray of hope rose in their hearts. Was this young man here to help them? The members of the Blood Yuan gang, on the other hand, were all glaring at Lin Xian with murderous intent. Kid, who are you? That's right, the blue-cloaked youth in the sky was Lin Xian. After he arrived at the Lion Moon City, he went straight to the Blood Yuan gang's lair, but he did not find the primeval chaos hand Tu Tian. After asking around, he found out that the other party was going to attack the Wang family today. That was why he hurried over. However, he did not expect to meet the young man he had seen in the forest in the Wang family. Seeing that his opponent was in danger, Lin Xian immediately fired an arrow, saving his opponent's life. Looking around, Lin Xian coldly shouted, "Which one of you is the heaven-slaughtering hand?" "I am." Tu Tian stood out and shouted sternly, "Brat, what business do you have with me? Take your head." Lin Xian's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at the burly man in front of him. Ha 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 ha. Tu Tian threw his head back and laughed, his voice shaking the heavens. The elders and members of the Blood Yuan gang also sneered in disdain. Although Lin Xian was very strong and killed an elder with one arrow, it was impossible for him to kill their leader, not to mention a brat. Even a second-level venerable would not be able to kill him. Unless it was an even more powerful third-level venerable. However, that kind of expert would not appear in the Lion Moon City. Want to kill me? Tu Tian sneered in disdain, "Brat, do you know who you are talking to? Do you believe that I will give the order to chop you into minced meat? Boss, let me kill him. He killed old Dao. I want to kill him to avenge old Dao." A skinny man walked out, holding a blood-red spear in his hand and emitting an astonishing murderous aura. "Well, let him know the consequences of provoking the Blood Yuan gang," Tu Tian said coldly. "Brat, I want to use your blood as a sacrifice to old Dao." The skinny middle-aged man's body erupted with a powerful spiritual power, and then he swung his spear and stabbed out quickly. Heaven and Earth Spear. The spear flashed and condensed into a quaint cauldron, which pressed down on Lin Xian. The wind whistled and the air cracked. The Heaven and Earth cauldron formed by the spear was like a demonic mountain with a terrifying momentum. In an instant, it fell mercilessly on Lin Xian. "Benefactor, be careful!" Wang Shi exclaimed. The Wang family members were also trembling, and they were extremely nervous. The people of the Blood Yuan gang sneered. In their opinion, Lin Xian would not be able to block the spear. Lin Xian looked at the Heaven and Earth cauldron and snorted. His right hand formed a seal, and the vermilion bird seal was quickly waved out. A vermilion bird, hundreds of feet tall, was born from the fire, and like a divine bird, it flew into the sky. In an instant, the Heaven and Earth cauldron was blasted away. Then, Lin Xian held the golden bow in his hand, and a golden arrow appeared between his fingers. As his palm fell, the golden arrow flew out, carrying countless wind and thunder, like a golden dragon roaring in the void. Puff, the golden arrow instantly pierced the skinny middle-aged man, and then with a bang, it formed a terrifying sea of lightning and wrapped him up. "Sixth brother!" The elders of the Blood Yuan gang exclaimed and quickly rushed forward. Everyone attacked together, and the terrifying energy split the violent sea of lightning. Then, they saw a charred corpse falling rapidly from the sky. The body was charred black, without a trace of vitality. Everyone was shocked, and their faces were full of horror. To be able to kill two elders with a single arrow, wasn't this strength a little too terrifying? The Wang family members were stunned. They did not expect the young man in the sky to be so powerful that he could kill the powerful enemies in their eyes with just a raise of his hand. "Kid, you killed two of my generals, I will definitely kill you." Tu Tian was completely angry. The elders behind him were the elite forces of the Blood Yuan gang, and one less would be a great loss. But now, Lin Xian killed two of his generals with just a raise of his hand. How could he not be angry? With a roar, Tu Tian slapped out his palm, and the terrifying palm's shadow was thousands of meters wide, like a giant hand that covered the sky, clawing at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his arm and shot out golden arrows to fight against the terrifying palm. At the same time, he quickly retreated and fled into the distance. That palm was too terrifying. Dozens of golden arrows bombarded it, but they did not pierce it. From this point, it could be seen that Tu Tian's strength was definitely far beyond everyone. Want to leave? It's not that simple. Tu Tian shouted angrily, stay here, and don't let anyone from the Wang family go. I'll go and kill that kid. As soon as his voice fell, his figure had already disappeared. Like a flash of lightning, he quickly chased after Lin Xian. Seeing that Tu Tian was chasing after him, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. His purpose was to lure Tu Tian out of the city and into the 10-direction remnant light formation that was already set up. Both of them were very fast, and it did not take long for them to arrive outside the city. Seeing that Lin Xian was only running and not fighting back, Tu Tian was suspicious. He suddenly stopped and looked around cautiously. The reason why he could live freely was not only because of his powerful and cruel means, but also because of his cautious character, which allowed him to avoid danger this time. So, when he saw Lin Xian's abnormal reaction, his first thought was that there was an ambush. However, he did not find any powerful aura within a 1,000-mile radius. Could it be an expert? Tu Tian was puzzled, but he quickly denied it. If it was really a super expert, there was no need for an ambush. He could just enter the city and kill him. He did not care about other people's ambushes. Kid, no matter what tricks you play, you can't escape death today. Tu Tian shouted angrily and chased after him again. This time, he was even faster. It seemed like he wanted to get rid of Lin Xian as soon as possible. However, Lin Xian had an earth-tier movement technique, and his speed was extremely fast among the supremacies. Therefore, Tu Tian could not catch up and could only follow behind him. This kid actually has such a movement technique. Looks like I can't kill him later. I'll torture him for his movement technique first. Tu Tian's eyes were filled with greed. In the next moment, he was surprised because Lin Xian had stopped in front of him. Humph, kid, what tricks are you trying to play now? Tu Tian's mind was filled with Lin Xian's movement technique, so he did not care at all. Moreover, he had checked these places in advance, and there were no traces of any experts. This is the tomb that I chose for you. What do you think? Lin Xian said with a smile. What, a tomb? Tu Tian laughed hysterically. Kid, I don't know where you get your confidence from, but I'll let you know the cruel truth soon enough. Kill. He shouted angrily, and his body turned into an afterimage. He instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian and waved his palms. Terrifying palm shadows merged into one. The palm energy was extremely terrifying. Even a second-level supremacy would find it difficult to withstand it. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt. He instantly felt the terrifying aura, and the aura in his body surged. How terrifying. He's definitely a powerful existence among second-level supremacies. Lin Xian executed the illusory demonic steps to the extreme and dodged quickly. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon, asking him to activate the formation. In the next moment, the surrounding scene changed. Countless golden sword auras appeared and swept across the land, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Tu Tian frowned. Those golden sword auras made him feel a sense of danger. Formation. He sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect Lin Xian to know about array formations. We have to end this quickly. Tu Tian was not willing to take the risk. Furthermore, this array formation was indeed terrifying. Therefore, he immediately unleashed his full strength. There was a pair of purple gold gloves on his palms. Light flowed around them and they emitted a terrifying aura. A top-grade spirit-ranked artifact. With this artifact, Tu Tian's palm wind and fist aura became even more ferocious, causing the void to explode. However, the Crimson Dragon's 10-direction remnant light sword was also unusual. The golden sword chi was extremely sharp and could cut through mountains. Moreover, Lin Xian also quickly used the great dragon sword soul. His whole body was like a divine sword that had been unsheathed. He was extremely powerful. A great battle was about to break out. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions, shattering all the surrounding mountains. Puff, Lin Xian held the blood-red slaughter sword and slashed out, creating a blood-red river that stretched for 1,000 meters. As it descended, a terrifying gash appeared in the ground. A 10-meter-wide gash appeared, and one could not see the end of it. Tu Tian quickly dodged and then struck out with his palm. Terrifying energy condensed into a 100-meter-tall palm shadow that covered the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything was flattened. Die, kid. Tu Tian was furious. He had lost face for not being able to deal with a kid after such a long time. He was like a ferocious beast, crashing through the void. Blood-slaughtering demonic palm. The purple-colored palm blasted out. Divine light bloomed, and purple gas spread out for 3,000 miles as if it came from the demonic realm. Sword of Solitude. Lin Xian held the Sword of Nirvana and used the Sword of Autumn from the Four Seasons sword technique. The pitch-black sword chi was extremely oppressive. It carried an indescribable sense of oppression as if it could take away all life. The two collided and were in a stalemate. At this moment, the 10-direction remnant light formation erupted. Countless golden sword chi surged out. The terrifying energy was extremely powerful and quickly slashed towards Tu Tian. Humph. Tu Tian snorted and quickly retreated. He only had one top-grade spirit-ranked artifact on him, and that was the gloves on his hands. Therefore, his attack was much stronger than martial artists of the same level, but he did not have much of an advantage in defense. Facing the terrifying golden sword chi, he could only retreat. You can't defend? Seeing Tu Tian retreat, Lin Xian seemed to have realized something as a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he used the red lotus armor. A set of bright red armor covered his entire body, making him look like a god of war. He let out a long roar and rushed forward with the demonic sword in hand. Get lost. Seeing Lin Xian coming, Tu Tian was furious. In such a critical moment, he would not let the enemy get close to him. The void trembled as the spiritual energy around him condensed into a blood-red river that surrounded him. At the same time, he condensed a spiritual energy armor that covered his entire body. However, this was not a problem for Lin Xian. His great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique. At this moment, it was fully activated by Lin Xian, and it was extremely violent. The sword chi was resplendent and turned into the shape of a dragon. It was vivid and majestic. The dragon claw grabbed and immediately tore the blood-red river apart. Then, Lin Xian appeared in front of Tu Tian in a flash. The demonic sword stabbed out and attacked quickly. That terrifying power made Tu Tian's face turn ugly. You're courting death. After all, he was a second-level honorable and was powerful. Moreover, he had a spiritual supreme-grade artifact, so his attack was powerful. The palm strike landed on Lin Xian's chest, causing cracks to appear on his red lotus armor. Lin Xian was hit hard. His body trembled as if it was about to split open. He almost fainted. However, his long sword also slashed at Tu Tian's body. In an instant, the armor was torn apart and a terrifying sword mark was left on Tu Tian's body. Moreover, under the control of the Crimson Dragon, the 10 remnant light sword also erupted with powerful power. In the sky, countless golden sword chi surged and merged into a huge golden sword that quickly slashed down. Boom, Tu Tian was hit and flew out. Winter Sword, God-slaying sword. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and attacked again. A dragon-shaped long sword appeared in front of him. It was the materialization of the great dragon sword soul. With a flash of sword light, the entire space was sliced into two halves, creating a dislocation. Tu Tian's body stiffened and an incredulous expression appeared on his face. How can you? He uttered a few words with difficulty. Then, a bloody mark appeared in between his eyebrows and his body collapsed. The powerful mixed yuan Han Tu Tian was killed in a single strike. Until his death, he could not believe that a brat could kill him. Moreover, he still had a lot of trump cards, but they were all useless at this moment. Lin Xian used the art of longevity to heal his injuries. Then, he stepped forward and cut off Tu Tian's head with his sword. This battle seemed to be short, but it was extremely thrilling. If he was not careful, he would have lost his life. Fortunately, he had the help of the 10 remnant light sword. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill Tu Tian in such a short time. Then, he looked at the headless corpse. Although Tu Tian was dead, he still had a lot of good stuff on him. For example, the storage ring, especially the pair of gloves, which were top-grade spiritual artifacts. It was this artifact that allowed Tu Tian to be so powerful and arrogant. After keeping the storage ring and the top-grade spiritual artifacts, Lin Xian left with Tu Tian's body. Lion Moon City, Wang family. At this time, the Wang family was in a chaotic battle. All kinds of lights shot into the sky, blood splattered, angry shouts, and screams were all over the place. Although Tu Tian was not here, the Blood Yuan gang was still very fierce because they had the confidence. The Wang family fought desperately. They had a glimmer of hope in their hearts because Tu Tian was lured away. Tu Tian is not here, they have a chance to fight. Attack with full force, we must rush out before Tu Tian returns. The Wang family head shouted. Hee, you have no chance. The elders of the Blood Yuan gang sneered, and at the same time, they did not forget to attack. Suddenly, a few more Wang family disciples fell to the ground. Go. The Wang family elders' eyes were red. Haha, kill, leave no one alive. The Blood Yuan gang sneered. However, at this time, a black shadow suddenly fell from the sky, like a small mountain, and cracked the ground. Bang, a dull sound was heard, and the whole ground trembled slightly. Everyone was stunned again and stopped attacking. This is? Many people looked at the deep pit on the ground, and were shocked speechless. Tu Tian. Everyone in the Wang family trembled. They were too shocked that someone could kill Tu Tian, and in such a short time. This was simply impossible, but now, it appeared in front of them. Gang leader. How is this possible? The Blood Yuan gang members screamed in horror. Although the corpse on the ground did not have a head, the figure and clothes were exactly the same as their gang leader. They had followed their gang leader for so many years, and even if he turned into ashes, they would still recognize him. However, they could not accept this, especially the elders of the Blood Yuan gang, who were shocked. They knew Tu Tian's strength, even if a martial artist of the same level came, they could not take him down. It could be said that in the entire Lion Moon City, Tu Tian was invincible. Yet now, he was actually killed by someone. Furthermore, his head had been cut off. This was too shocking. The ordinary disciples of the Blood Yuan gang were trembling in fear. Many of them were paralyzed on the ground like wooden chickens. No, it's not the leader. An elder of the Blood Yuan gang raised his head and shouted angrily, "Who is it? Come out. Trying to deceive us with a corpse? It's useless." That's right. Our gang leader's battle prowess is unparalleled. How could he have died? This must be fake. Several elders shouted angrily. They couldn't admit it, otherwise, the entire Blood Yuan gang would be defeated. Fake? Don't deceive yourself. Lin Xian's figure appeared. You still don't know if it's Tu Tian's corpse? If you don't believe me, take a look at this. He flipped his palm, and a bloody head appeared, floating in the void. That was Tu Tian's head. His eyes were wide open, filled with terror and disbelief. Gang leader. Countless members of the Blood Yuan gang saw this scene and suddenly screamed. Those elders also trembled, and fear appeared in their eyes. They knew that the gang leader was really dead, and there was no way to hide this news. But, who killed the gang leader? Could it be this kid in front of them? Everyone couldn't believe it. Don't be impulsive. There may be experts secretly following him. It seems that this operation to kill the Wang family is impossible. Let's retreat. Several elders discussed. Kid, how dare you kill our gang leader? The Blood Yuan gang will not let you go. Just you wait. Sooner or later, you'll die. Threatening me? Lin Xian snorted. Then, he clenched his fist, and the spiritual energy in the sky gathered, condensing into a 100-meter-long light sword. The light sword slashed down, and it was extremely sharp. Suddenly, the two elders who threatened him were cut into blood mist. What? Everyone was stunned. This was too powerful. He could kill a venerable with just a raise of his hand. Who is he? He's so powerful. Everyone in the Wang family was excited. The members of the Blood Yuan gang were terrified as if they were facing a great enemy. Many ordinary disciples sat on the ground paralyzed. The remaining elders were even more horrified and did not dare to move. The two people who died just now were on the same level as them, but they were killed with just one slash. That scene was too horrible. They would never forget it. Could it be that this young man really killed the gang leader? When they thought of this situation, they suddenly felt their scalp tingle and did not want to stay any longer. This is a misunderstanding. Let's go. Several elders waved their hands and took the lead to leave. The ordinary members also quickly left like stray dogs. We won, we survived. We were not killed. The surviving members of the Wang family couldn't believe it. The situation that they were going to die was easily solved by a young man. This made them feel like they were dreaming. Great, we can finally live. Everyone was very excited. Benefactor. Wang Shi looked at the sky and cried excitedly. This cry woke everyone in the Wang family. The next moment, everyone looked at the sky. Because the young man in the sky was their savior. Lin Xian nodded slightly and floated down. Thank you for saving the Wang family. The Wang family will never forget your kindness. The Wang family leader was grateful. Then, everyone in the Wang family said in unison, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives." They were indeed grateful because they had originally been sentenced to death and would have died without a doubt. However, at this moment, they had survived. All of this was because of Lin Xian. Lin Xian rubbed Wang Shi's head and said to everyone, "The dead can't come back to life. My condolences. How should I address you, benefactor? Which sect are you from? In the future, the Wang family can repay your kindness." An elder of the Wang family asked. This is Lin Xian, brother Lin. He's from Senma College. Wang Shi explained. There's no need to repay my kindness. But you guys should be careful in the future. Then, Lin Xian turned around and was about to leave. Benefactor Lin. The Wang family leader suddenly shouted. Hearing that, Lin Xian stopped and turned around. Is there anything else? The Wang family leader looked like he was struggling to make a decision. Then, he sighed and a look of determination appeared in his eyes. The Wang family is willing to pledge allegiance to Benefactor Lin. Please protect our Wang family. Everyone in the Wang family was stunned. Then, one by one, they came to their senses and looked at Lin Xian with hope. Please accept, Benefactor Lin. Everyone said in unison. Although Lin Xian had helped them solve the family crisis, it didn't mean that the Blood Yuan gang wouldn't come back in the future. By then, without Lin Xian's help, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of death. Moreover, the incident this time made their hearts turn cold. Those forces that they were on good terms with didn't help at the critical moment. So, it was better to find a strong backer to save their lives. Lin Xian was from Senma College. His strength, identity, and background were very strong. Moreover, he had saved Wang Shi without knowing him. This showed that he was kind and not evil. Joining this kind of person, the Wang family should be able to develop well. Are you really willing to join me? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Yes. The Wang family head said respectfully, our Wang family is an alchemy family. I think we should be able to help you. Alchemy. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He was building a force and would recruit more and more members. Alchemy was an essential cultivation resource. Although he was also an alchemist, it was impossible for him to refine so many alchemy pills by himself. Moreover, he did not have that kind of free time. Now that there was an alchemy family submitting to him, it could not be better. Since you are willing to join, I have no reason to refuse. Lin Xian said, but there is one thing that I want to make clear in advance. Once you join me, you cannot betray me. This is my bottom line. If you dare to betray me after joining, I guarantee that you will end up worse than the Blood Yuan gang. After saying that, Lin Xian's body soared with a fierce aura, like a peerless killing sword, hanging above everyone's head. The patriarch of the Wang clan and the elders shuddered as their eyes were filled with astonishment. Too strong, so strong that they could not resist. At the same time, they were overjoyed. With such an expert protecting them, their Wang family would definitely be safe in the future. Now, I will give you one last choice. Are you willing to join? Don't worry, benefactor. Our Wang family is not ungrateful. Since we are willing to join, we will never betray you. Good. Lin Xian nodded. From today onwards, your Lion Moon City's Wang family belongs to the Dragon Sword Pavilion. In the future, your safety will be protected by the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Dragon Sword Pavilion. Everyone in the Wang family murmured. Thank you, Pavilion Master. The Wang family head said respectfully. The others also respectfully congratulated him. All right. Lin Xian waved his hand and then released the Crimson Dragon, asking it to set up a defensive array in the Wang family. He then went to Skypool City to pick up Yufei. Originally, he wanted to let Yufei develop in Skypool City. But now, he had a better choice. It was better to develop in Lion Moon City. The next day, Lin Xian brought Yufei back. Boss, is this the clan you just subdued? Yufei looked down at the Wang clan's residence with a face full of surprise. And you will stay here in the future and develop together with the Wang family. Soon, Lin Xian brought Yufei to see the Wang family patriarch and several elders. Lin Xian left behind a few pill recipes for the Wang family to refine. The Wang family head and several elders were shocked when they saw this. Most of the pills recorded in this pill formula were related to cultivation, and their effects were extremely shocking. Compared to the pill formulas in their hands, who knew how many times better, the few of them looked at each other in shock. It seemed that they had underestimated Lin Xian. Not only was he powerful, but he was also able to casually take out such an exquisite pill formula. He was definitely not an ordinary person. It seemed like their Wang family had made the right bet this time. 100 bottles of each of the pills on this list. I will send someone to pick them up in half a month. As for the other pills, you can give them to the family disciples or sell them. Lin Xian said. Hearing this, the Wang family head and several elders were excited. With such pills in hand, their Wang family's strength would definitely rise by a level. Pavilion Master, don't worry. I promise to complete the mission. The Wang family head said. And that's all for now. The Dragon Sword Pavilion is also in the early stages of development. When it matures in the future, I will send people to assist you. I will strive to make you the #1 family in Lion Moon City as soon as possible. #1 family. The Wang family head and the others breathed heavily. They did not even dare to think about this before. After all, although their Wang family was also a large family, they were not even in the top 3. But now, Lin Xian had actually promised them to become the #1 family. How could they not be excited? They did not doubt it at all. After all, Lin Xian had given them too much shock. Also, make good arrangements for Yufei that I brought. Pavilion Master, don't worry. We understand. Following that, after making some arrangements, Lin Xian left with the Crimson Dragon. After flying all the way, Lin Xian finally returned to Senma College. After killing Tu Tian, he would be able to obtain 27,000 spiritual value points and exchange them for the small spirit pill. At that time, he would be able to break through to the half-step venerable realm. Thinking of this, Lin Xian quickened his pace. What? You've completed it. In the mission hall, a cry of surprise sounded, immediately attracting the attention of the surrounding people. Tu Tian's head, it's really Tu Tian. You've completed a 3-star mission. The deacon in charge of the mission was shocked. He did not expect that the youth in front of him would be able to complete such an impossible mission. One had to know that many outstanding disciples had accepted this mission, but none of them had returned. Previously, he had reminded Lin Xian, but the other party insisted on accepting it, so he did not care. However, he did not expect that the other party would really complete it. A 3-star mission. When the surrounding students heard this, their faces were filled with shock. A 3-star mission was extremely difficult. Normally, only those at the 2nd level or above would dare to accept it. However, a new student actually dared to accept such a mission and even succeeded. Under the stunned, shocked, and envious gazes of the group, Lin Xian obtained 27,000 spiritual value points. Following that, he left the mission hall. Next, he would go to the True Spirit Hall. Only there could he exchange for the small spirit pill. Lin Xian had been to the True Spirit Hall once, so he was familiar with the place. However, on the way, he happened to meet Morong Qingqing. You're back? Morong Qingqing was surprised. How was the mission? I've completed it, and I've gained a lot. Lin Xian said with a smile. This decapitation operation was indeed not bad. Not only did he obtain spiritual value points, he had also unexpectedly obtained a pair of top-grade spirit rank gloves. Most importantly, he had subdued an alchemy family. It could be said that Lin Xian was very satisfied. From the looks of it, you must have obtained something good. Morong Qingqing's beautiful eyes turned. You're really surprising. You can complete a 3-star mission so easily. Hee, it's just luck. Lin Xian scratched his head. Are we going to the True Spirit Hall? Let's go together. The two of them walked side by side towards the True Spirit Hall. Although he had said it once, Lin Xian still felt shocked when he saw the True Spirit Hall again. It was magnificent and incomparably mysterious. It was as if an immortal palace had descended into the mortal world. This was a huge hall that was a few hundred feet tall. It was like a giant mountain that people could only look up at. At the entrance of the hall, countless students were entering and exiting. It was extremely busy. Let's go. Lin Xian was excited as he took the lead. Morong Qingqing quickly followed. The two of them quickly walked towards the True Spirit Hall. There were many disciples coming and going from the True Spirit Hall every day. Under normal circumstances, no one would pay attention to anything else. However, it was different this time. The nearby students and disciples all stopped and looked in the same direction. There were two figures there. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. Of course, these gazes were all looking at Morong Qingqing. There was nothing they could do. Morong Qingqing was too beautiful. She was like a peerless fairy, ethereal and elegant. Everyone's gaze was unconsciously attracted by the wine cup. What a peerless beauty. However, this face is very unfamiliar. Could it be that she's a new student? Morong Qingqing's appearance had caused quite a stir. A lot of people's eyes flashed as they were shocked. There's another person next to her? His cultivation is very weak. He hasn't reached the honorable realm yet. How can such a person be worthy of standing next to the fairy? On the spot, a few arrogant fellows sneered and quickly walked over. Beautiful lady, are you a new student? Do you want me to show you around? No need. Morong Qingqing refused. Wu Ming's face stiffened when he was rejected by the beauty. This result made him feel embarrassed. At this moment, Lin Xian, who was next to him, chuckled softly. This sound ignited a fuse, causing everyone around to laugh. Damn it, kid, what are you laughing at? Wu Ming was furious when he saw that a new student who had not even reached the honorable realm dared to laugh at him. I'm laughing at you. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Hearing this, the surrounding students laughed even more cheerfully. Morong Qingqing also chuckled, then rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Wu Ming was stunned for a moment, then he understood. He said that the other party was laughing at him, which meant that he was a fart. When he understood this, Wu Ming's face turned as black as charcoal. Kid, you're courting death. Wu Ming shouted angrily. He stared at Lin Xian with a murderous look in his eyes. This damned brat made him lose face in front of his goddess. Let's go. Lin Xian shook his head and ignored this idiot. Instead, he pulled Morong Qingqing and walked toward the True Spirit Hall. You want to leave? Stay here. Wu Ming sneered. His 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed at Lin Xian. A sharp claw that was 10 feet long appeared in the void. It was like the claw of a ferocious beast and was covered in scales. As soon as the claw appeared, it tore the void apart and quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Get lost. Lin Xian's face darkened. He pointed his finger at the claw in the void like a sword. Crack. Poof, the terrifying beast claw shattered, and Wu Ming let out a blood-curdling scream. He clutched his hand and retreated, his face filled with shock. As for Lin Xian, he left without looking back. Everyone was stunned because they saw blood dripping from Wu Ming's palm, forming a line of blood. Damned brat, just you wait. Wu Ming took a deep look at Lin Xian, memorizing his appearance, and then left angrily. Lin Xian did not care about injuring Wu Ming with a single finger. He and Morong Qingqing quickly arrived at the True Spirit Palace. Let go. Morong Qingqing blushed and pouted. Ah? Lin Xian was stunned for a moment before realizing that he was still holding her hand. It's a special situation. Those flies are too annoying. I'm doing this for your own good. Then, he reluctantly let go of Morong Qingqing's soft hand. Morong Qingqing was a proud daughter of heaven, and her appearance and figure were unparalleled. Lin Xian was a normal man, and it was impossible for him not to be moved. However, he was well aware of the difference in status between them, so there were some things that he did not think about. Humph. Morong Qingqing snorted, but the strange feeling from before still made her blush. In all her life, other than her father, no one of the opposite sex had ever dared to hold her hand. Damn it, what am I thinking? Morong Qingqing shook her head. I just want to win this guy over. That must be it. Her eyes flickered, and she did not dare to look at Lin Xian. Instead, she quickly looked around. What's that? Morong Qingqing exclaimed. She saw a special crystal space above the True Spirit Palace, and there was a fist-sized drop of scarlet blood that was constantly surging. If one were to sense it carefully, they would be able to feel a soul-shaking pressure coming from the blood. That's dragon blood. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He had the great dragon sword spirit, so he could naturally feel the dragon's might contained within the blood. The crimson dragon in the demonic beast pouch was so excited that it almost flew out. Fortunately, Lin Xian caught it and quickly transmitted his voice. Rizalong, are you courting death? There are countless experts here, and there might even be kings. If you jump out now, aren't you afraid of being caught and drained of your blood? Don't worry, since I've seen dragon blood, I'll get it for you sooner or later. Lin Xian comforted. Hearing this, the crimson dragon stopped moving. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and then walked towards the mysterious jade platform. There, an old man was squinting his eyes, enjoying the beautiful afternoon. Elder, I want to exchange for a small spirit pill. Lin Xian said softly. Hearing this, the elder impatiently snorted. With a wave of his sleeve, a green jade box flew out. At the same time, 20,000 spiritual value points were deducted from Lin Xian's spirit tablet. Obviously, the elder was a little impatient with Lin Xian, who had disturbed his afternoon rest. But in the next moment, he seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body stiffened. That blazing gaze almost made his blood boil. He held his breath, and at the same time, the crimson dragon in the demonic beast pouch cast a concealing array, completely isolating its aura. Was it my imagination? Did I feel a trace of dragon's might just now? The elder shook his head and retracted his gaze. Elder, I also want to exchange for something, Morong Qingqing said. Hearing this, the elder opened his eyes again, but when he saw Morong Qingqing, he immediately grinned. So it's the little girl from the Morong family. What do you want to exchange for? Seeing that smile, Lin Xian muttered in his heart, so the old gang's trash isn't anything good after all. Exchange for the heavenly cloud Ganoderma. Soon, Morong Qingqing obtained a palm-sized pure white Ganoderma. At the same time, 30,000 spiritual value points were deducted from her. When Lin Xian saw the heavenly cloud Ganoderma, he also took a deep breath. As expected of Senmu College, 1,000-year-old spirit herbs could be seen everywhere. What do you want the heavenly cloud Ganoderma for? Lin Xian said. I can refine it myself. Morong Qingqing said. You know how to refine pills? No, don't you know how to refine pills? Why wouldn't I use such a good free labor? Morong Qingqing covered her mouth and laughed. Lin Xian, alright, you two little dolls, stop flirting here. This old man still needs to sleep. The elder sighed. Hearing this, Morong Qingqing's beautiful face turned red. Lin Xian wanted to say something and touched his storage ring. Suddenly, he thought of something and put his hand down. Sorry to disturb the elder's cultivation. This junior will take his leave. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing turned around and left. What did you want to say just now? Morong Qingqing asked. Nothing. What kind of pill do you want to refine? Lin Xian shook his head and asked. 3 days origin pill. It's a pill that can raise the cultivation of the venerable realm. Morong Qingqing said, I haven't gathered all the ingredients yet. After I gather them, you have to help me refine the pill. All right. Lin Xian agreed. The two of them chatted as they walked. Soon, they returned to the courtyard. This is a pair of boxing gloves that I got outside. Didn't you choose the Luoying sword palm last time? I think you should be able to use it. Lin Xian took out a pair of boxing gloves that were glowing with purple light and stuffed it into Morong Qingqing's hands. Then, he ran into the courtyard as if he was running away. A top-grade spirit-grade artifact. Morong Qingqing looked at the purple gold fist glove in her hand and was slightly surprised. Then, she snorted, isn't it just giving a glove? Is there a need to be so shy? Although she snorted, there was an unconcealable smile in her eyes. Hugging the purple gold fist glove in her arms, Morong Qingqing happily walked into the courtyard. Lin Xian returned to the courtyard and casually set up a defensive formation. Then, he took out the jade pill box. With a flick of his finger, he opened the pill box. Then, a ball of fragrance rose, forming a pill fragrance that could be seen with the naked eye. Inhale, Lin Xian took a deep breath and inhaled the pill fragrance into his body. He immediately let out a low cry of comfort. That feeling was too good, as if all the fatigue in his body was gone. As expected of a pill worth 20,000 spiritual value points, the effect was extraordinary. Lin Xian praised. According to his estimate, this little spirit pill was at least a 5th-grade pill, and it was a top-grade pill among the 5th-grade pills. Lin Xian did not consume it immediately. Instead, he adjusted his state to its peak. Then, he consumed the little spirit pill. Immediately, a huge wave of spirit energy spread out, as if an endless tide of souls was attacking his body. Longevity art, Lin Xian channeled all his strength to break through to the half-step venerable realm. 2 hours later, there was a sudden change above Lin Xian's courtyard. Wind and cloud surged. Countless spirit energy gathered there, forming a huge vortex of spirit energy that spun rapidly. The nearby students all saw this scene, and many of them raised their heads to look. When Wang Li, the 3 Hao brothers, and the others saw this, they quickly ran towards Lin Xian's courtyard. Did he break through? In the courtyard not far away, Xiaoli looked at the sky, his eyes flickering. I wonder what strength that guy will reach after breaking through. 2nd level venerable realm? Xiaoli whispered. He had fought with Lin Xian before and had witnessed Lin Xian's strange and powerful strength. Back when he was still in the limit realm, his strength was already comparable to a 2nd level venerable. Now that he had broken through to the half-step venerable realm, he was probably even stronger. This guy, I really want to fight with him. Xiaoli's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. On the other side, Shen Yaotian looked at the sky with a gloomy expression. Humph, I'll let you be smug for a while longer. Once I achieve the 2nd layer Martial Highness realm, it will be your death date. Lin Xian's breakthrough attracted the attention of many people, but the process was very short. Soon, the vortex in the sky disappeared. Then, a powerful surge of energy gushed out from the courtyard and swept out in all directions. Whoosh, a figure appeared in the sky. It was Lin Xian. Boss. Wang Li, the 3 Hao brothers, and the others shouted excitedly. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Just as he was about to go down, a shocking saber light slashed down, covering half the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. In the next moment, everyone below trembled, feeling as if their bodies were being split apart. Lin Xian's eyes focused. He let out a long roar and also slashed out a large sword light. The saber and sword collided, causing cracks to appear in the void. The terrifying sound of metal shook the surroundings, causing countless people to turn pale. How terrifying! Everyone's hearts trembled as they kept retreating. Wang Li and the other members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were also shocked. Who exactly was this person who could contend with their boss? Moron Qingqing's white robe fluttered in the wind as she looked up with a smile on her face. Haha, Shaoli, it seems that your strength has improved. Lin Xian's laughter rang out. I still have something to do today. I'll definitely fight with you another day. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and sent a violent energy storm into the sky. Anytime. Shaoli replied. Lin Xian landed in the courtyard and said to Wang Li and the others, come in. Then, Wang Li and the other 11 people entered the courtyard. How are the spiritual herbs I asked you to collect? Lin Xian asked. They're all collected. Wang Li and the others said excitedly. This was related to their pills, so everyone was very enthusiastic. Take them all out. Lin Xian smiled. I'll refine some pills for you and then return to the Blazing Mountain. In 10 days, if I don't return, Wang Li, send 2 people to Lion Moon City's Wang family to get the pills. Say my name and they'll tell you what to do. Alright, you can all go back. Come back in 3 days. Yes, boss. Wang Li and the others left. Lin Xian put away the spiritual herbs on the ground and began to refine pills. Lin Xian's pill refining skills had not fallen behind. Moreover, as his soul power continued to strengthen, he could now easily refine 5th-grade pills. If he could enter the honorable realm, he would be able to refine 6th-grade pills. In 3 days, Lin Xian refined 3 types of pills, all of which were used to improve cultivation. After handing these pills to Wang Li and the others, Lin Xian said, take these pills first and work hard to improve your cultivation. During this period of time, I won't be around, so listen to Wang Li. Wang Li, I'll leave these people to you. You must ensure their safety and don't cause trouble. If there's anything, wait for me to come back. Yes, Brother Xian, don't worry. Wang Li was convinced. After Lin Xian gave these instructions, he immediately left. Not long after Lin Xian left, Moron Qingqing also left. It seemed that he had accepted some mission. Half a day after they left, a figure quickly arrived at the new student area. It was a young man wearing a navy blue robe. His long blue hair fluttered in the wind, and his aura was terrifying like a flood or a beast. Who is Lin Xian? Get out here. The terrifying voice was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. In the next moment, countless new students raised their heads and looked up in horror. Wang Li and the others also came out of seclusion and raised their heads with gloomy expressions. In the sky, the young man stood on a black cloud and looked around coldly like a demon king. Humph, weren't you very arrogant at the spirit tower? You actually dared to beat up the greedy wolf's people. Now you're scared? Why don't you dare to come out? Hearing this, the people below understood that the greedy wolf's people had come looking for them. However, Lin Xian went out in the morning and wasn't here. Many people saw Lin Xian turn into a sword light and disappear into the sky early in the morning. Don't insult Brother Xian. The 3 Hao brothers and the others were jealous and rushed forward. Stop, don't be rash. Wang Li also rushed out and stopped those people. Then, he said in a deep voice, Brother Xian went out and isn't here. If you have anything to say it later. Although the other party's words made them angry, Lin Xian told them before he left that they must be careful and safety first. Moreover, the other party was a senior and a member of the greedy wolf. He must be very powerful. If they attacked now, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. For safety reasons, Wang Li stopped everyone. He left? Humph, I think he ran away. The man in the green robe sneered, I thought there was a genius among the new students. I didn't expect him to be a coward. Kid, as a new student, you must have the awareness of a new student. In this academy, you are the lowest existence. You have no right to be arrogant. Hearing this, the faces of the new students below turned ugly. The man in the green robe was no longer talking about Lin Xian. *CK your ancestors. How dare you scold Brother Xian? I'll fight you. Howda shouted angrily. *CK your ancestors. How dare you scold Brother Xian? I'll kill you. Howda shouted angrily. He pulled out the long saber on his back and slashed down. Buzz, the dazzling saber light was like a silver river, rolling toward the man in green. Humph, you overestimate yourself. The man in green sneered and punched out. This punch was not infused with spiritual energy, but purely the strength of his physical body. It was like a raging dragon that roared out. In the next moment, the dazzling saber light shattered into countless pieces. However, the fist did not stop. It was still rapidly heading toward Howda. Oh no, retreat! Wang Li shouted. The fact that the other party could shatter Howda's attack with one punch meant that their strength was not on the same level. If they continued to fight like this, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. He quickly rose into the air, then waved his hand and threw out a small yellow shield. The small yellow shield was only the size of a palm at first, but it quickly grew in size as it flew. In the end, it was like a house, blocking in front of Howda. It was a mid-grade spiritual artifact, the Earth Armor Shield. Boom, the terrifying fist landed on the ancient yellow shield with a roar. It was like a mountain was ruthlessly smashing down. The terrifying force caused the entire void to boil. Although the Earth Armor Shield was not broken, it flew backward and hit Howda, causing him to retreat. Pfft, Howda was hit. His arms were numb, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he had a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Otherwise, this punch would have seriously injured him. Humph, although you're a senior, don't you think it's too much to bully the freshmen in public? Wang Li supported Howda and put away the Earth Armor Shield as he said coldly. The others also ran over and gathered together, staring at the sky. What, you don't agree? The man in green sneered. Freshmen should act like freshmen. As a senior, I naturally have the obligation to educate you. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. With that, he punched again. The terrifying fist was like a demonic mountain, quickly falling down. This punch enveloped Wang Li and the others. It was extremely arrogant. Humph. You've gone too far. Wang Li and the others' faces became very ugly. Even though they were new students, they were still geniuses. Their hearts were filled with pride. Now that the green-robed man was being so overbearing, they couldn't bear it any longer. Go. Kill him. Howda roared, and Hao Er and Hao San immediately responded. The three brothers attacked together, unleashing terrifying attacks that blasted upwards. Boom, an earth-shattering sound came out, and the rolling spiritual energy was like a wave that slapped in all directions. The three Hao brothers were in a sorry state. They kept retreating, causing the ground to crack. In the sky, the two attacks disappeared and turned into howling gales. To be able to block my punch, you have some ability. The green-robed man sneered. However, I only used 30% of my strength in that punch. Next, I will use 50% of my strength. Let's see how you can block it. What? 30% of his strength. Below them, the new students were shocked. 30% of his strength was enough to make the three Hao brothers retreat. After all, they were first-rank venerables. He was actually no match for the green-robed man's fist. It would appear that the cyan-gowned man's strength had most definitely reached the second heavenly layer of exalted realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so powerful. Is 30% of your strength that awesome? A few people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion shouted. If you have the ability, go fight for the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. What kind of ability is bullying the new students here? That's right. Brother Xian isn't here. Otherwise, I'll kill you with one strike. You only came when Brother Xian wasn't here. Why didn't you come a few days ago? You probably didn't dare. The few of them were extremely angry and mocked. They couldn't beat him, so how could they not beat him? I'm afraid of him? The green-robed man laughed. I think water has entered your brains. You actually believe that Lin Xian so much. Let me tell you, I'm a second-rank venerable. That Lin Xian of yours, I can kill him with one finger. He ran fast this time, but you won't be so lucky. The green-robed man emitted a terrifying aura. You dare to offend the greedy wolf gang. Do you think I'll let you off? What's there to be arrogant about? Isn't it just a few more years of cultivation? Howda sneered. If I were your age, I could kill you with one slap. Although we are new students, the Dragon Sword Pavilion is not to be bullied by anyone. Wang Li said in a deep voice. If you want to fight, we'll accompany you. All members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, prepare to attack. With that order, the 11 of them roared angrily. All of them exploded with a powerful aura. The spiritual energy on their bodies was like divine flames as they danced. Everyone attacked together. The momentum was extremely terrifying. In the sky, the green-robed man frowned. Although he was a second-rank venerable, the other party could not be underestimated. Moreover, the 11 of them joined forces. Among them, 5 were first-rank venerables and 6 were half-step venerables. When these warriors gathered together, they were definitely a powerful force. Even he might not be able to completely take them on. It's not that easy to go all out. I'll let you live in fear for the next few days. The green-robed man sneered, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Looking at the green-robed man who left, Wang Li and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were extremely nervous just now. After all, the other party was a second-rank venerable. Moreover, he was a member of the Greedy Wolf gang. If they really fought, they had no chance of winning. Fortunately, the other party was not confident. Otherwise, he would not have left. Before Brother Xian returns, let's not split up. Wang Li said, otherwise, we'll be defeated one by one. Humph, what greedy wolf. When Brother Xian returns, there'll be nothing. The few of them cursed and then entered the courtyard. Lin Xian naturally did not know about the provocation of the Greedy Wolf gang. He had already arrived near the blazing mountain. A fiery red mountain stood in the distance, exuding a monstrous heat that warped the space around it. Scarlet lava flowed like the blood of a demon god. It was incomparably terrifying. Lin Xian looked at the legendary blazing mountain and exclaimed. Judging from the energy fluctuations, this place was extremely dangerous. Even if a venerable was here, it would not be enough. However, this was really a good place to cultivate. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Then, his body swayed and he flew towards the blazing mountain. The closer he got to the blazing mountain, the hotter the air became. Following that, there was a dense and majestic spiritual energy. There should be a fire attribute spiritual vein below. The Crimson Dragon also flew out and looked down. I didn't expect there to be such a place. I can use this opportunity to break through. It let out a howl of excitement. Then let's go. Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. Then, he increased his speed. A man and a dragon quickly rushed towards the blazing mountain. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Lin Xian landed on the blazing mountain, the heat that filled the sky pounced on him like a ferocious beast. At the same time, the crimson stone under his feet was boiling hot as if it could melt everything. Lin Xian circulated his spiritual energy and formed a sharp halo that enveloped his entire body. The light shield formed by spiritual energy made contact with the ground, making a sizzling sound. What terrifying heat! Lin Xian exclaimed. It could actually melt his spiritual energy. The flaming mountain was filled with terrifying heat waves. Martial artists below the venerable realm could not survive here at all. Boom! The crimson stone under Lin Xian's feet suddenly cracked, and a red pillar of light shot out with countless heat waves. Lin Xian's figure flashed and instantly appeared 100 meters away. In the next moment, the place where he was originally standing was covered by molten lava. Blazing molten lava bubbles rolled and cracked, looking extremely ferocious. How dangerous! Lin Xian still had lingering fears. Even a venerable realm martial artist would suffer if they encountered that molten lava. Bang! In the distance, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Endless flames surged out, forming fire crows that pounced into the sky. Then, a figure rushed up and engaged in a fierce battle. There's someone else. Lin Xian looked at the battle in the distance and was slightly surprised. Looks like it's a disciple of Senma College. There are so many fierce people here. Lin Xian exclaimed. He originally thought that he was the only one who was willing to come to such a damned place. Now, it seemed that there were many powerful martial artists cultivating here. Retracting his gaze, Lin Xian did not delay any longer. Instead, he turned into a ray of light and rushed into the depths of the flaming mountain. Finding a place with dense spiritual energy, Lin Xian set up a defensive formation and then began to cultivate. The flaming mountain was huge. Lin Xian was still at the periphery, but the spiritual energy was already very dense. Moreover, the main reason was that the heat in front of him had doubled. Unless he used the Red Lotus armor, he would not dare to go forward. After some thought, Lin Xian decided to cultivate on the spot. He would set off after his cultivation increased. The Crimson Dragon did not stay with Lin Xian. Instead, it found a place to cultivate by itself. The snow-white little monkey carried the treasure plate and began to search for spiritual fruits in the surroundings. Lin Xian did not cultivate immediately. Instead, he focused on sensing the fire attribute around him. He had already comprehended the concept of fire and had reached the lesser mastery stage. Now, he wanted to use this place to break through to the perfection stage in one fell swoop, as if sensing Lin Xian's concept of fire, the surrounding flames all jumped as if they were activated. Wang, countless flames gathered, forming a flaming demon monkey. It was over a meter tall, and its entire body was covered in crimson flames. Its ferocious eyes stared at Lin Xian. This is... Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect such a thing to appear here. Roar! The flaming demon monkey roared and grabbed at Lin Xian. With a flash of fire, the flaming demon monkey arrived before Lin Xian. It waved its sharp claws and countless flames roared. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His palm was also covered in a layer of flames as he slammed it towards the flaming demon monkey. The two collided with each other, emitting a sizzling sound. In the next moment, the flaming demon monkey melted under Lin Xian's palm, turning into a clump of dark red flames the size of a fingernail. It quickly entered Lin Xian's body. This is... Lin Xian was shocked. He felt that after the flames entered his body, they did not go berserk. Instead, they turned into the purest form of energy. At the same time, he felt that his concept of fire was much stronger than before. He was able to use flames more easily. Could it be a flame essence? Lin Xian knew that in some special places, the energy between heaven and earth would give birth to spirituality. It also contained a pure and mystical power. The flaming demon monkey from before was probably a type of flame essence. Thinking of this, he became even more excited. If he encountered more flame essences, he would be able to quickly cultivate his concept of fire to the great circle. However, flame essences were very rare. Besides the flaming demon monkey that he encountered at the beginning, Lin Xian did not see anything else. In this way, Lin Xian comprehended the concept of fire while cultivating and improving his cultivation. Boom! The surrounding fire attribute was activated, forming countless flames that rushed towards Lin Xian. This was the result of Lin Xian using the longevity art to absorb spiritual energy. Lin Xian opened his defense and resisted with all his strength. Boom boom boom, those violent flames hit Lin Xian's body, causing his body to sway and his face to turn slightly pale. However, he still gritted his teeth and used the longevity art. In an instant, those flames turned into the purest spiritual energy and drilled into Lin Xian's body. Along with the use of the longevity art, the spiritual energy in his body followed a specific path and became his spiritual energy. With the increase of fire spiritual energy, Lin Xian felt that the spiritual energy in his body was more condensed and much stronger than before. As expected of the flaming mountain. It can improve so much in such a short time. Lin Xian was delighted and crazily used the longevity art. At the same time, he took out some ordinary fire attribute spiritual herbs from his storage ring and some spiritual pills and spiritual wine and consumed them together. This time, he must break through to the honorable realm. Soon, Lin Xian took out a crimson fruit. There were dark patterns on the fruit. This was a 1,000-year-old spiritual fire, the flaming fruit. He obtained it in the lost place. In the next moment, he ate the flaming fruit. The flaming fruit melted in his mouth and turned into a ball of pure energy that flowed into his body. At the same time, there was a wave of heat. Boom! The 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit contained a huge amount of energy. At this moment, it was completely activated and spread out in Lin Xian's body like a wave of fire. At the same time, more flames collided with the outside world. Those flames no longer existed alone but formed a cluster like a flaming fork that pierced towards Lin Xian. Countless fire attribute spiritual energy crazily bombarded Lin Xian's body. In an instant, a large amount of spiritual energy flowed into Lin Xian's body. The spiritual energy combined with the energy of the flaming fruit to form an even more powerful energy attack. Not enough. Lin Xian shouted. If he wanted to break through in one go, he needed more energy. Great Dragon Sword Soul, transform. In the next moment, a sword aura appeared above his head and turned into a ferocious dragon head. The dragon opened its mouth and formed a powerful devouring force that began to crazily devour the surrounding fire attribute spiritual energy. The great dragon sword soul was extremely powerful, and the devouring force formed at this moment was even more powerful. Countless flames gathered and formed a sea of fire that filled the sky as it pounced towards Lin Xian. More than half of the sky was dyed red. The sea of fire covered the sky and enveloped an area of 1,000 meters. This terrifying scene attracted the attention of the other cultivators on the flaming mountain. Many people raised their heads to look at the fiery red sky in the distance. Who is it that caused such a huge commotion? Many people's eyes narrowed. This terrifying sea of fire was no longer something they could resist. One had to know that the flaming mountain was extremely dangerous. The flames here were not ordinary flames. They had spirituality, they were much more ferocious than the flames outside. Under normal circumstances, martial artists below the Venerable Realm would not dare to enter at all. Even Venerable Realm powerhouses would not dare to attract so many flames at once. This was obviously playing with fire. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded by thousands of flames. The terrifying heat melted his clothes, revealing his robust body. Strange patterns quickly formed on his skin, forming an enchanting lotus flower. Lin Xian engraved the pattern of the red lotus armor on his body, forming a solid defense to resist the terrifying flames. It was because of this defense that he dared to absorb so much at once. The spiritual fire of the flaming mountain combined with the 1,000-year-old flaming fruit to form a powerful spiritual energy that attacked Lin Xian's meridians. Go all out. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and crazily circulated the longevity art. The process was very slow and lasted for 5 days. After all, it was not that easy to break through to the honorable realm. After 5 days, he had gathered enough spiritual energy and his body overflowed with flames that kept jumping. It's about time. Feeling the spiritual energy in his body, Lin Xian decided to start breaking through to the honorable realm. In the honorable realm, it was no longer the Qi Si but the martial soul. The martial soul was the source of the honorable realm's power. Lin Xian had already condensed his martial soul and gathered a lot of energy. He already had the possibility of breaking through to the honorable realm. In his body, the dragon sword soul coiled up and formed a mini dragon. He roared at the sky and sucked a lot of spiritual energy into his body. Buzz, a low sound was heard like thunder. A huge aura overflowed as if a peerless beast had awakened. The dragon sword soul flickered and kept absorbing the spiritual energy in the surroundings. It became brighter and gradually solidified from its original illusory appearance. Lin Xian knew that the dragon sword soul was awakening. When it fully awakened, it would enter the honorable realm. However, the dragon sword soul was too powerful. It was like a bottomless pit that crazily devoured spiritual energy. Soon, the spiritual energy in Lin Xian's body was depleted. However, Lin Xian was well prepared this time. He could not afford to fail. He swallowed another 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit and quickly absorbed the surrounding fire attribute spiritual energy. Roar! The dragon sword soul trembled and the light on its body became brighter and brighter. Its body was also slowly growing. In the end, it roared and raised its head high. Boom! Lin Xian's body shook. He felt an inexplicable change in his body. It was as if his entire body was sublimated. I broke through. He was pleasantly surprised. This feeling was too wonderful. It was as if his body had endless power. Furthermore, he discovered that his control over the great dragon sword soul had become even more proficient. It was as if the two had merged into one. With a flash, Lin Xian charged into the sky. Endless light bloomed from his body, forming a light dragon that soared into the 9 heavens. This feeling was too wonderful. What is that, a dragon? On the flaming mountain, many people raised their heads in shock. The power just now was too overwhelming, and the entire flaming mountain could feel it. They originally wanted to see what kind of person could actually cause such a big commotion. However, before they could move, a dragon's roar appeared in the sky. Could it really be a dragon? Many people were excited. This kind of thing that only existed in legends, they didn't expect it to really exist. Impossible, that's not a dragon, but some kind of powerful martial skill. An expert looked at the sky and said, "How could a divine beast like a dragon appear here?" Quite a few people shook their heads. They knew that it was impossible for a dragon to appear on the martial heaven continent. However, in the next moment, they were stunned once again. The reason for that was because, not long after that light dragon's silhouette appeared, another dragon roar sounded. Following that, an even larger body appeared in the sky. This time, it was no longer a silhouette, but a real body. Those sinisterly flickering scales bloomed with a cold light in the air, and a powerful pressure enveloped the surroundings. Ha ha ha. An extremely arrogant voice sounded, as if a peerless demon had appeared. Lin Xian felt this aura and was slightly surprised. This was the aura of the Crimson Dragon. He didn't expect that the other party had also broken through to the venerable realm. Hee, Xianxia, let's fight. The Crimson Dragon laughed sinisterly, and a huge dragon claw grabbed at Lin Xian. He had broken through to the venerable realm, and his body was 100 meters long, while Lin Xian's light dragon was only 10 meters long. Therefore, this claw completely enveloped Lin Xian. Just nice, I can test my strength after breaking through. Lin Xian smiled, swung the dragon's head, and won. Whoosh, he turned into a bolt of lightning, quickly dodging the attack, and then went against the wind. The two of them fought fiercely, stirring up the wind and clouds in the flaming mountain, and the martial artists watching were shocked. The two dragons are fighting? Many people rubbed their eyes in disbelief. After a few collisions, Lin Xian had an understanding of his own strength. An ordinary second-level venerable was probably no match for him. If he fought with all his strength, he might be able to fight against a third-level venerable realm martial artist. Ouch, it hurts. As expected of an offensive saint technique. The Crimson Dragon muttered. Alright, don't attract the attention of others. Lin Xian shouted, turned into his human form, and landed on the ground. The Crimson Dragon also roared and turned into a 1-meter-long dragon again. Wooji, the snow-white little monkey found a pile of spirit fruits from God knows where and ate them very happily. This little guy didn't need to cultivate, and could improve just by eating spirit fruits. It was very magical. Lin Xian didn't know what realm the little white monkey had reached, but the other party was an ordinary first-level venerable, so he didn't feel any pressure at all. Now that his cultivation had broken through, the next step was the concept of fire. Lin Xian looked into the depths of the flaming mountain. Now that his strength had increased, he could set off from here. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian was very curious about the depths of the flaming mountain. The man and the two beasts walked into the depths. Lin Xian walked steadily along the winding mountain path. The temperature in front of him rose again, and orange flames appeared. It was very terrifying. Even though Lin Xian had broken through, he didn't dare to be careless. He found that this orange flame could threaten a second-level venerable. At least, if he was careless, he could die. How deep was the flaming mountain? Lin Xian was shocked. He had just entered the mountain and was facing a threat again. He really didn't know what kind of danger there would be. Alright, I can't go any further. Lin Xian stopped. He found that with his strength, he couldn't bear to go any further. The Crimson Dragon also looked around curiously. Its body was tough and didn't fear the flames at all. However, it was indeed very hot. At this moment, it stuck out its tongue and was sweating profusely. Damn, what the hell is this place? It's so hot. The little white monkey was also dispirited. It plucked a leaf and covered its head. Comprehending the concept of fire here, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and carefully comprehended. He had once owned the black dragon flames and had mastered many concepts. Therefore, he was very good at comprehending concepts. When he was in the periphery, he had already achieved greater success in the concept of fire. Now, he was only one step away from achieving perfection. However, this step was more difficult than all the previous steps combined. Just as Lin Xian was comprehending, the other martial artists in the flaming mountain rushed over. They wanted to see where the dragon was. However, they came to nothing because Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had already left their original place and went deeper. This aura, someone has broken through here. An expert said in a deep voice. Could it be related to the two dragons that appeared? Everyone was puzzled. Impossible. Judging from this aura, he's only breaking through to the venerable realm. Someone said disdainfully. Suddenly, that person's expression froze as if he had thought of something. Someone below the venerable realm is actually fine here? How is that possible? Hearing that, many cultivators gasped. They were all venerable realm cultivators and naturally knew how terrifying this place was. Cultivators below the venerable realm had no chance of surviving here. However, someone had broken through here, and his cultivation hadn't even reached the venerable realm before. This was too shocking. Maybe he's not alone. He might have an expert accompanying him. Yes, that must be it. The cultivators became more and more certain of their thoughts. Then, they discussed for a while and finally left. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the belly of the mountain of flames, Lin Xian continued to comprehend the concept of fire. Not long ago, he encountered another flame spirit and obtained a lot of benefits after killing it. Now, he was even closer to the great perfection realm. Perhaps he would succeed with another flame spirit. Lin Xian was excited. It was as if the heavens were helping him. Not long after, the surrounding flames burned brightly and jumped, condensing into a giant lava beast. A scorching and powerful aura surged out and swept in all directions as if the god of fire had appeared. That aura was stronger than that of an ordinary second-level venerable. It's here. Lin Xian focused his gaze and looked ahead. It was a 3-meter-tall stone man with countless cracks on its body. Countless flames emerged from those cracks and enveloped its entire body. In its eye sockets, there were 2 orange-red flames jumping, showing a trace of the aura of a soul. Very strong. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He didn't dare to underestimate it. The strength displayed by the other party was at least that of a second-level venerable. It was definitely extremely powerful. His figure flashed and turned into a ray of light, rushing forward quickly. Whoosh, in an instant, he arrived in front of the lava giant and clenched his fist. The surrounding flames danced and condensed into a flaming sword in his hand. Whoosh, as the sword slashed down, a blazing sword light rushed out. It was dazzling and spread like a sea of fire. This sword was extremely violent. It was like a fire dragon that lowered its head and bit down. Roar! The lava giant roared in anger. It clenched its rock-like palm and suddenly blasted it out. Terrifying energy surged out like a volcanic eruption, causing everything in the surroundings to collapse. Boom, the two collided, and a terrifying energy storm swept out, tearing apart the ground in front of them and causing the surrounding mountains to collapse. Both of them took a step back and quickly removed the force from their bodies. This attack was actually evenly matched. But very quickly, the magma beast attacked again. He pounded the ground with his large hands, shattering it. Then, he roared, and the flames on his body became even more dazzling. His entire person was like a fireball. Lin Xian frowned slightly. The giant lava beast's strength was beyond his expectations. Moreover, its defense was extremely strong. His sword strike just now had actually failed to cut it apart. He snorted coldly and mobilized the great dragon sword soul in his body to form another flaming sword. This time, the fiery light that filled the sky condensed and formed a 3-foot-long crimson divine sword. There were crimson markings on it, and it was extremely mysterious. Sword of Summer, scorching sun in the sky. Lin Xian raised his sword high and chopped down with all his might. In the sky, the crimson sword erupted like a golden sun, incomparably dazzling. The light contained a peerless sharpness that was unstoppable and easily tore apart the void. The giant lava beast sensed danger and roared uneasily. Flames flickered all over his body, and he turned into a volcano and rushed over. Everywhere he passed, the ground cracked. Even a second-level honorable would not dare to easily resist such power. Destroy. In the sky, the golden sun-like sword slashed down, annihilating everything and instantly striking the giant lava beast. Ka! Whoosh, the sword light flashed, and the giant lava beast's body stiffened. The rocks on his body continuously fell off, and finally turned into a pile of rubble. In the pile of rubble, there was a fist-sized orange-red flame that was constantly pulsing. Flame essence. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he sucked the flame essence into his hand and began to absorb it. The flame essence this time was very powerful, more powerful than the previous two combined. In addition to Lin Xian's superb perception and rich experience, his concept of fire had finally reached perfection after a day. This time, Lin Xian's feeling towards the flaming mountain had changed. It was no longer the kind of rejection, but an unusual feeling of closeness. He knew that this was because his concept of fire had reached perfection. If he could condense a fire soul, then his ability to fuse with flames would be even greater. At that time, all the flames in the world would be at his disposal. "Hey, it's you." Suddenly, a soft voice was heard. Lin Xian looked back and saw a fiery red figure floating over from behind. Dongfang Phoenix. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He did not expect to meet her in this place. However, he soon understood that she was a fire attribute genius. It was most suitable for her to cultivate here. "You, what are you doing here?" Dongfang Phoenix stared at Lin Xian with a puzzled expression. "Of course I'm here to cultivate. What else can I do?" Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. "Cultivate?" Dongfang Phoenix sneered. "You have the leisure to do so. Your Dragon Sword Pavilion is about to be torn down, and you're still leisurely cultivating here? I really don't know if there's water in your brain." "What did you say?" Lin Xian's expression changed. "You don't know?" This time, it was Dongfang Phoenix's turn to be surprised. She snorted coldly. "These days, greedy wolf's people have been looking for trouble with you every day. Your friends have been bullied very badly. The outside world said that you didn't dare to fight and ran away. I didn't expect you to not know." Greedy wolf. Lin Xian's face was gloomy, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He did not expect that Dragon Sword Pavilion would be in trouble just a few days after he left. "You'd better go take a look. Otherwise, your friends will be in trouble," Dongfang Phoenix said. "Thank you." Lin Xian cupped his hands, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared. "This guy runs pretty fast." Dongfang Phoenix curled her lips, then looked stunned. "No, this kid's cultivation." Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of surprise. When she saw Lin Xian earlier, although he was strong, his cultivation was at the limit of the spiritual detecting realm. Just now, he had the aura of an honorable. This kid, he broke through? Dongfang Phoenix was shocked. In less than a month, he had broken through from the limit of the spiritual detecting realm to the honorable realm. This was too big a leap, even a peerless genius would not have such a cultivation speed. Did this kid have a fortuitous encounter? Dongfang Phoenix could not understand. She decided to wait until she returned to meet this Lin Xian. Lin Xian flew all the way back to Senma College. Without any pause, Lin Xian ran toward the new students' dormitory area. A cold light bloomed in his eyes. Last time, when he beat up Greedy Wolf, he thought that it would teach him a lesson. He did not expect that he would become even more arrogant. "How dare you touch my people? I will make you regret it." Senma College, freshman area. Wang Li and the others were injured and looked at the sky angrily. There were several figures there. The leader was the green-robed man from before, Yu Gui. The others also had powerful auras and had reached the venerable realm. For the past few days, he had come every day with a group of subordinates, trapping the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion below and making it impossible for them to escape. Since he couldn't catch Lin Xian, it was good to vent his anger on his subordinates. Therefore, he had been teaching Wang Li and the others a lesson every day. Yu Gui and the others looked down with a mocking expression. "Who should we start with today?" Hearing this, the surrounding students shook their heads and silently felt sorry for these people. Wang Li and the others had gloomy eyes and trembled with anger. They didn't expect greed to be so excessive and lead a group of people to block them for 7 or 8 days. Moreover, he beat them up every day. They resisted, but the other party had too many people and a formation. "Curse my ass. Let's fight it out with him." Howda roared furiously, his eyes red. "Yes, let's fight." Hao Er and Hao San agreed. Wait a little longer. Brother Xian should be back soon, Wang Li said in a deep voice. He was also angry, but the gap between the two sides was too big. If they rashly went up, they would be courting death. Okay, let's start with you. Yu Gui pointed at Wang Li below. Hee, Brother Gui, I'll make the first move this time. In the sky, a young warrior laughed sinisterly. I'm the best at teaching this group of freshmen a lesson. Okay, go ahead. Be careful, don't kill them, Yu Gui said. They chatted and laughed, not putting Wang Li and the others in their eyes at all. It was as if they were fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. F***ck, let's fight. The three Hao brothers were furious, and the others roared as well. This was too much of a bully. Oh, you want to resist? Have you forgotten what happened 2 days ago? It seems that I went too easy on you. The warrior from the greedy wolf gang laughed sinisterly, then waved a giant gray hand and grabbed downwards. That giant hand was surrounded by a gray aura, which made people feel uneasy. Damn it! Wang Li shouted angrily and suddenly counterattacked. However, Yu Gui simply pointed out a finger and shattered the fist shadow he condensed. You still want to resist? You're overestimating yourselves. Yu Gui sneered. With him present, these people simply couldn't deal any damage. Whoosh, the gray-white hand whistled and quickly grabbed at Wang Li. The others shouted angrily and wanted to attack, but they were restrained by the surrounding array. I'll beat up whoever I want. You have no choice. Just accept your fate, ha 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 ha. Yu Gui laughed maniacally, this is the consequence of offending greed. Older brother Xian, come back quickly. Hao and the others were furious. Lin Xian? Haha, that trash won't dare to come out. Yu Gui laughed, you bunch of idiots, do you really think that trash will come to save you? He might have already run away. Hee, get over here. The gray-white hand flickered with light like a ghost hand. It was incomparably terrifying and was about to grab Wang Li. At this moment, a sword light flashed and instantly cut the gray-white hand into several pieces. Who is it? The youth was stunned and then became angry. Who dares to stop me? Get out here. Their greed gang actually dared to stop them. They really don't want to live anymore. Older brother Xian, it's older brother Xian. The three Hao brothers shouted excitedly. Wang Li's body also trembled with excitement. Lin Xian? That trash. Before the gray-clothed youth could finish his words, a golden palm descended from the sky and instantly slapped him away. Bang, the gray-clothed youth flew out 100 feet in an extremely sorry state. In the next moment, the golden palm flashed like a huge mountain and quickly grabbed at him again. Block it for me. The gray-clothed youth roared and swung his fist. A gray bat appeared in the air. It was 100 feet long and emitted a murderous aura as if it was really a fierce beast. It let out a shrill cry and quickly rushed into the sky as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. Bang, the golden palm waved and slapped the gray bat to death. Then, it quickly grabbed at the gray-clothed youth. No, that's impossible. The gray-clothed youth was shocked and his eyelids twitched. He once again launched a terrifying attack, but it was completely ineffective. He could not hurt the golden palm at all. Brother Gui, save me. The gray-clothed youth cried out loudly, no longer as arrogant as before. Yu Gui's expression was cold. He pointed a finger and a huge finger light rushed out with a purple-black light. It was as if a demon king was rampaging through the void. However, in the next moment, the golden palm suddenly accelerated and dodged the purple-black light. It slapped the gray-clothed youth to the ground. Bang, the ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. If it were not for the protection of the defensive formation, the surrounding 100 miles would have collapsed. What? The other members of the greed gang changed their expressions. This method was too fierce and beyond their expectations, even Yu Gui was surprised. Then, his face darkened. The other party was actually able to dodge his attack, which surprised him very much. Moreover, what was even more hateful was that the other party had injured his subordinate in front of him without even showing his face. If this were to spread, where would he put his face? Who is it? Get out here. Yu Gui shouted angrily. The other members of the greed gang also shouted coldly, "How dare you interfere with our greed gang's matters? You're dead. How arrogant." A cold voice sounded. "However, in front of me, you have no right to be arrogant. Don't you like to torture people? Today, I'll let you have your fill." Then, the golden palm waved again and grabbed the gray-clothed youth in the deep pit on the ground. It waved in the air and slapped down again. Bang! 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 The ground trembled as if an ancient giant was walking. The gray-clothed youth felt dizzy and his whole body was about to split open. He was going crazy and even had the thought of dying. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. Below, the freshmen were stunned. This method is too terrifying. Who is it that is so powerful? Someone who dares to offend the greed gang and is willing to help the Dragon Sword Pavilion? Could it be Lin Xian? Impossible. Although that guy has some ability, he's not that terrifying. Didn't you see that Yugui's attack was dodged? That's a second-level venerable. No matter how powerful Lin Xian was, it was impossible for him to be stronger than a second-level venerable. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief. Wang Li and the others were abnormally excited. Brother Xian, it's Brother Xian. In Senma College, other than Lin Xian, no expert would save them. Brother Xian has broken through. That's great. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Let go. Yugui was angry. Beating up his subordinate in front of so many people was equivalent to slapping his face. Arrogant? Am I arrogant? Compared to your greed gang, I'm far inferior. The golden palm slapped down and tore open the array that trapped the Dragon Sword Pavilion members. Then, it threw the gray-clothed youth over. I don't need to tell you how to deal with this. Boss. The three Hao brothers and the others were excited. Brothers, let's take revenge. The 11 Dragon Sword Pavilion members pounced forward. No. The gray-clothed youth let out a miserable cry. His voice was filled with endless fear and despair. The gray-clothed youth screamed miserably as he was tortured by the Dragon Sword Pavilion. In the sky, the members of the Ravenous Wolf Gang had gloomy expressions with a hint of fear. No one can save you for offending the Ravenous Wolf Gang. Yugui's voice was filled with killing intent. No one can save you for offending the Dragon Sword Pavilion. The cold voice sounded again. You're courting death. Yugui was furious. He pointed his 5 fingers at the sky and shot out 5 thick finger beams in all directions. Each beam was as thick as a mountain and as sharp as a demonic spear. They pierced through the void. However, when these attacks hit the void and stirred up a violent storm, they were unable to force the other party out. You have to be punished for offending the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Now, atone for your sins. The voice reverberated as countless light swords appeared in the sky. Sword chi flickered and filled the sky. Each light sword shone with a cold light. Although they were condensed from spiritual power, they were extremely terrifying and were not weaker than treasured weapons. When dozens of light swords appeared, the wind and clouds changed color and endless terrifying killing intent filled the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the next moment, these light swords all slashed towards the members of the Ravenous Wolf Gang. Not good, run. The members of the Ravenous Wolf Gang were so scared that their faces turned green and their scalps went numb. That aura was too terrifying and they definitely could not resist it. Yugui was furious and also counterattacked, but there were too many light swords and he could not deal with them at all. Bang bang bang, violent collisions and screams rang out. Every time there was a sound, a member of the Ravenous Wolf Gang would be killed. As for the members of the Ravenous Wolf Gang who fell to the ground, they were surrounded by Wang Li and the others and beaten up. In just an instant, except for Yugui, everyone else in the sky was killed. Everyone below was shocked as if they were dreaming. Yugui's expression was even uglier. He was so angry that he shouted, "Who are you? Come out, you don't even know who I am and you dare to behave atrociously here?" A disdainful voice sounded. Then, a figure appeared. Brat, it's you. Yugui was shocked when he saw it. The people below were even more shocked. Lin Xian? How is that possible? When did he become so strong? He can even fight against a second-stage venerable. Oh my god, is he still a freshman? Countless people exclaimed in admiration. Yugui was also shocked. He stared at Lin Xian and suddenly said, "You broke through. Exalt realm. That's impossible." He screamed, his face full of shock. A few days ago, he was still an extreme martial artist, yet he had broken through to the venerable realm in just over 10 days. This cultivation speed had overturned his understanding. That's impossible. Even a peerless genius wouldn't be able to do that. Yugui didn't believe it. "Don't use your useless brain to guess my affairs," Lin Xian said disdainfully. "Aren't you looking for me? I'm here." This voice was very calm, but it was incomparably domineering. But Yugui was stunned and didn't make a move. "What? You don't dare?" Lin Xian sneered. "You've been scheming for so long. You've been squatting in the freshman area for more than 10 days. Wasn't it all because you wanted to make a move on me? Are you scared now? A person like you is no different from a cowardly piece of trash. Kid, don't be complacent." Yugui's face was gloomy. "Although you've broken through, you're not a threat to me at all. I'll let you know the difference between a first-level venerable and a second-level venerable." "Difference?" Lin Xian laughed. "I'll also let you know how ignorant you are. Impudent, die for me." Yugui shouted angrily and raised his hand to attack. A huge purple-black skeleton appeared in the sky, surrounded by purple-black demonic chi. It was like a demon from hell, and its body was full of killing intent. Its two cold eyes flickered with a purple light, causing people to feel fear. Whoosh, following Yugui's movements, the huge purple-black skeleton also moved quickly. Its ghost claws could shatter heaven and earth as it grabbed at Lin Xian. Vermilion bird seal. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm and quickly blasted it out. Countless fiery red auras surrounded his fingertips and rushed out quickly. Then, a huge vermilion bird flew out from Lin Xian's fingertips. It spread its wings and soared into the sky. When it spread its wings, it was hundreds of feet long. Its body was bathed in flames, and its feathers were crystal clear. After reaching the perfection stage of the fire concept, the vermilion bird seal's power was even stronger, as if it could burn everything in the world. The fiery red vermilion bird was as tall as a mountain, and its body was covered in a blazing light. It rushed upwards, its sharp claws and wings flapping as if it could split the world apart. Boom! Pooh! With a claw, the vermilion bird tore the huge purple-black skeleton apart, then turned into a ball of divine fire and burned it out. A strong wind blew, and only powder floated down. Yugui's pupils constricted. His ultimate technique was broken just like that. He felt fear in his heart. Yugui wanted to retreat because the other party was too strange. However, Lin Xian did not give him a chance at all. The vermilion bird seal was used again, and it quickly blasted over. The flames were blazing, and it was as if a sun was rampaging through the void. Yugui could not dodge, so he could only resist. Boom! The vermilion bird slammed into Yugui's body, and then a powerful energy wave exploded. Yugui only lasted for a moment before he was sent flying. Blood was left behind in the air. A second-level venerable had been defeated in one strike. Everyone below was stunned. Lin Xian's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. Especially those from the ravenous wolf gang, they were in despair. Impossible. Yugui stood up in the void with difficulty, his eyes filled with shock and fear. "Brat, I won't let you off," he said hatefully. Then, countless purple-black chi rose from his body as he tried to escape. "Don't you think it's too late to leave?" Lin Xian sneered. "You injured my dragon sword pavilion's people, and you want to leave just like that?" He snorted coldly and pulled out his sword. Autumn sword, prairie fire, countless flames rushed out from the tip of the sword, jumping and quickly spreading in all directions. Soon, the entire sky was a sea of fire. Terrifying heat waves spread out in all directions, melting the void. One sword had sealed the world in all directions. Now, it was time to settle the score. Lin Xian took a step forward and instantly appeared beside Yugui. His 5 fingers were like swords, piercing into the purple-black demonic chi. Ah! In the next moment, Yugui screamed. "I've already transformed into an illusory body. How can you hurt me?" He screamed in horror. "I've said it before. Don't use your useless brain to think about my matters. Lin Xian said disdainfully. With your strength, you dare to touch the Dragon Sword Pavilion? You're courting death. He clenched his 5 fingers, causing Yugui to scream even more miserably. Soon, Yugui transformed into his human form again. Brat, if you dare to touch me, the ravenous wolf gang won't let you off. Fool. Lin Xian snorted. No need to say such harsh words. I don't intend to let the ravenous wolf gang off either. He flicked his finger, and a sharp sword light condensed on his fingertip. If you dare to touch my brother, you will pay the price in blood. Pooh, the sword light pierced into Yugui's body. This sword is for Wang Li. Pooh. This sword is for Liang Wei. Pooh. Pooh. These 3 swords are for the 3 Hao brothers. Lin Xian stabbed each name. Soon, 11 light swords appeared on Yugui's body and pierced through his body. In an instant, 11 light swords appeared on Yugui's body and pierced through his body. Wang Li and the other members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion clenched their fists in excitement. They had been tortured by Yugui and the others for more than 10 days, and now they could finally spit out their anger. Even the spectating freshmen were excited as they felt their blood boil. Scram! If you dare to provoke the Dragon Sword Pavilion again, your fates will be even more miserable. Lin Xian coldly snorted, then turned around and flew down. Brother Xian. Wang Li and the others shouted respectfully. Are you guys alright? Lin Xian asked. It's fine, we can still withstand this kind of injury. The main thing is that the other party is too much of a bully. Yeah, being trapped for 7 or 8 days is really too sullen. But now it's good, Brother Xian has helped us vent our anger. The group of people said excitedly. Don't worry, this matter won't end so easily. Even if the greed gang agrees, I won't. Brother Xian, could it be that you want to? A few of them were uncertain. You guys recuperate first, then go to Lion Moon City to get the pills. When your cultivation has increased, I'll take you guys to take revenge. There's no need for the greed gang to exist. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as a domineering aura rose from his body. Yes, sir. Everyone was excited. They knew that the Dragon Sword Pavilion was about to rise. Lin Xian, I wonder if your Dragon Sword Pavilion is still recruiting. A few freshmen surrounded him. When they saw Lin Xian's powerful methods and terrifying battle prowess, they yearned for it in their hearts. Furthermore, after staying in the academy for a period of time, they would usually join an organization. Instead of going to those big clubs to be a lackey, it would be better to follow a new club like the Dragon Sword Pavilion. The Dragon Sword Pavilion has just been established, so we do need a lot of manpower. However, we only accept brave warriors. We don't need cowards. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. If you are willing to take risks, willing to fight, and like challenges, then you are welcome to join the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Lin Xian said, I have the confidence to lead you to the peak and let you feel the feeling of looking down at the world from the clouds. This process will definitely be filled with difficulties. For example, once you join, you will face the threat of the greed gang. Please consider it carefully. Of course, as long as I'm here, I won't let anyone from the Dragon Sword Pavilion be bullied. Lin Xian's words were very truthful, without any exaggeration. He spoke of the advantages and disadvantages of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. This would scare off a portion of the people, but it would also eliminate the unsuitable weaklings for the Dragon Sword Pavilion. I'm in. I'll join too. After some consideration, many people decided to join the Dragon Sword Pavilion. It was for no other reason than Lin Xian's monstrous strength and talent. It was worth it for them to take a risk. These people were not weaklings. To be able to enter Senma College, they were all extremely talented and strong. They had a feeling that Lin Xian could soar into the sky. At that time, Dragon Sword Pavilion might even become a colossus like Senma College. Alright. Since we've joined, we're all brothers. Lin Xian said with a smile. Wang Li, make the arrangements. After that, Lin Xian left these matters to Wang Li and the others. He himself set a set of rules for the Dragon Sword Pavilion. A total of more than 20 people joined, and the Dragon Sword Pavilion's members increased to 32. Of these 32 people, 13 had reached the Venerable Realm, and the rest were half-step venerable realm. Although they were nothing in Senma College, they were definitely a terrifying force in the outside world. After entering the Dragon Sword Pavilion, we're all brothers. If there's something for me, there's also something for you. Lin Xian said loudly, I guarantee that you'll have a lot of cultivation techniques, pills, and artifacts in the future, and they'll all be the best. Of course, the Dragon Sword Pavilion also has its rules. First, no betrayal. Second, no killing among your fellow disciples. You're not allowed to bully the weak. No. Lin Xian said a total of 10 rules. These 10 rules became the iron rules of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. No one was allowed to challenge them. The 32 youths looked at Lin Xian excitedly. Every time Lin Xian said a rule, they would shout loudly. This was a group of hot-blooded youths. They had joined the Dragon Sword Pavilion with their hot-bloodedness and trust in Lin Xian. However, they had never expected that Lin Xian would be so powerful, allowing the Dragon Sword Pavilion to soar into the sky. Many years later, when they stood at the peak of Senma College and even the peak of the Blood Realm, they would still be able to recall this scene. This life was worth it. After settling down the 32 people, Lin Xian returned to the courtyard. He had already broken through to the Venerable Realm and his strength had greatly increased. He had to consider what to do next. It was impossible to raise his cultivation in a short period of time because it was too difficult to raise his cultivation in the Venerable Realm. Every step was like ascending to the heavens. One had to have sufficient accumulation and luck in order to break through. Therefore, if he wanted to break through, he had to have enough heavenly treasures. And in the academy, all of this was spiritual value points. Other than that, there was also the matter of dragon blood and investigating the heavenly netherbird. Of course, these things could not be rushed. The most important thing at the moment was to deal with the counterattack of the greedy wolf gang and the freshman assembly. There was still half a month before the freshman assembly. If he could get first place, he would be rewarded with a generous amount of spiritual value points. Therefore, Lin Xian would not miss it. As for dealing with the greedy wolf gang, firstly, there was a conflict between them that would be difficult to resolve. Furthermore, according to his understanding, the boss of the greedy wolf gang was an expert on the mysterious venerable ranking. Now that he had broken through to the venerable realm, his strength had improved even more. Ordinary second-level venerables were no match for him. He felt that he had the possibility of breaking through to the mysterious venerable ranking. And the boss of the greedy wolf gang had become his first target. He had a lot of things to do, and this was only the beginning. Tidy up and recuperate. The next day, Lin Xian asked the 3 Hao brothers to go to Lion Moon City to retrieve the pills. When the 500 bottles of pills were brought back, everyone was stunned. These were all pills that could increase one's cultivation. The members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were excited. It wasn't that they hadn't seen many 4th-grade pills before, but this was the first time they had seen so many 4th-grade pills. These 2 are for the Venerable Realm, and these 3 are for those below the Venerable Realm. Everyone gets 3 bottles. Give them out first. Whoever increases their cultivation the fastest will get the remaining rewards. Lin Xian said, this is only the beginning. Soon, you will realize that 5th and 6th grade pills are not a problem. Yes, thank you, Brother Xian. Everyone was excited. After receiving the pills, everyone left and hurriedly went to cultivate. Liang Wei, go to the mission hall and record down some of the large-scale missions. Wang Li, go and pay attention to the recent movements of the greedy wolf gang and collect information on their missions. Lin Xian instructed again. Yes. Brother Xian, are we going to make a move? Wang Li asked. There's no rush. Let's wait until everything is clear. Lin Xian said, don't they like to rob the weak? This time, we'll let them have a taste of what it's like to be robbed. Everything was being carried out smoothly. As the leader of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, Lin Xian only needed to grasp the big picture. After everyone left, Lin Xian released the Crimson Dragon. He was going to start setting up the array. Lin Xian released the Crimson Dragon and began to set up the array. Is there a combined array that can be moved and dismantled at any time? Lin Xian asked. You brat, you really have a lot of requests. The Crimson Dragon curled its lips. What, you can't do it? Who was the one who bragged about being number one in array formation? Brat, don't provoke me. Who is Ben Huang? What kind of array formation doesn't he know? The Crimson Dragon said disdainfully. Of course I have this kind of array formation, but it's very troublesome. I'm not afraid of trouble. I have time. Lin Xian said, as for the materials, just say it. Next, the Crimson Dragon asked for a lot of things. Fortunately, Lin Xian killed a lot of sovereigns, especially 2 Tian's storage ring. It's very rich. Therefore, he quickly gathered the things that the Crimson Dragon needed. Next, the Crimson Dragon began to inscribe the array formation while Lin Xian cultivated silently. During this time, Morong Qingqing came once. She stared at Lin Xian with a smile. I heard that you've made a big splash again? No way, I just taught a few despicable fellows a lesson. How's your mission? Lin Xian asked. It's very smooth. I've obtained a lot of spiritual value points. Soon, I'll be able to gather all the spiritual herbs. When the time comes, you have to refine pills for me. Don't worry, no problem. Morong Qingqing left in satisfaction. She did not forget her agreement with Lin Xian, so she worked hard to cultivate and strive to enter the mysterious sovereign ranking. 2 days later, Wang Li and Liang Wei had investigated thoroughly. Brother Xian, there are quite a few large-scale missions. I've chosen a few from them, and there are 3 that are below 3 stars. Brother Xian, I've heard about most of the Greedy Wolf Society's recent actions. Are there any missions that the Greedy Wolf Society is going to do soon? Lin Xian asked. They've recently occupied a place in the Blood Forest. It seems like they're plotting something. Wang Li said. Oh? There's such a thing? Lin Xian's interest was piqued. He decided to take a look. At this time, the Crimson Dragon had also finished inscribing the array. It was a combination-type array called the 12 Azure Cloud Arrays. It was formed by 12 individual small formations. It could be combined to form a super defensive formation, but it could also be used as a defensive formation on its own. Lin Xian set up the 12 formations of green cloud around the courtyard. Together with the courtyards of the other disciples of Dragon Sword Pavilion, they formed a super defensive formation. Within this range, they were extremely safe. Even a second Heaven Venerable would not be able to break through. This freshman area became their temporary stronghold. When they moved away in the future, they could leave the Clear Sky Array at any time, and it would be very convenient. How is it, kid? Ben Huang is amazing, right? Don't you admire me a lot? The Crimson Dragon said proudly. Not bad, you deserve a reward. Lin Xian laughed. I'll take you to have some fun. Have fun? The Crimson Dragon was interested. Then, the man and dragon left the academy and flew towards the Crimson Forest. According to the directions given by Wang Li, Lin Xian searched carefully. Soon, he found the members of the Greedy Wolf Gang. It was hard not to find them. This time, the Greedy Wolf Gang had sent out more than 50 people, and they had surrounded a part of the forest. Lin Xian landed and concealed himself. He and the Crimson Dragon hid in the distance and observed. There seems to be the aura of a demonic beast ahead. The Crimson Dragon suddenly frowned. It was very powerful. Demonic beast? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He sensed carefully and could sense some residual aura in the air. It was very powerful and carried a violent and fierce aura. It's so powerful. I'm afraid it's a powerful existence even among the demon generals. Lin Xian said in a low voice. What kind of demonic beast is it? Can you tell? It's too far, and its aura is very weak. I can't tell for now. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and began to check the surroundings. He found that there were many natural treasures in the valley ahead, which made people jealous. Could it be that the Greedy Wolf Gang is eyeing those natural treasures? Lin Xian frowned and watched silently. In front, a group of people from the Greedy Wolf Gang formed a fan shape. Each of them had a powerful aura, and the weakest was a half-step honorable realm. The 3 people at the front were the strongest, and they were all at the second sky of the honorable realm. Especially the person in the middle, he was burly and had dark red skin. He had a bloodthirsty aura. Brother Hua, shall we take action? A young martial artist looked at the various rare spiritual herbs in the valley excitedly. Send some brothers. Be careful, the burly young man said. Next to him were two young men in black and white robes, each with a black gauntlet. They stood on both sides. They were the black and white generals of the Greedy Wolf Gang. The burly young man in the middle was the vice president of the Greedy Wolf Gang, Hua Tianyi. Hua Tianyi waved his hand. Immediately, the black and white generals led 10 martial artists and ran carefully toward the valley. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streaks of black shadows dashed out like lightning. They were extremely fast and arrived in the valley in an instant. Heaven crystal fruit. F*ck, Fu Luo flower. The group of people looked around excitedly. Those spiritual herbs that were extremely rare in the outside world were actually everywhere at this moment. Attack! These people had greedy looks on their faces as they quickly pounced forward. At this time, a strong wind suddenly blew in the valley. Snowflakes began to float in the sky, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. In an instant, the entire valley turned into a world of ice and snow. The cold wind was so cold that even first-rank venerables felt a bone-piercing chill as their bodies shivered. What's the situation? It's cold. F*ck, what the hell? Where did the ice and snow come from? These people's expressions changed drastically. They stopped and looked around cautiously. Hurry up. I don't want to stay here any longer. Black General said in a low voice, somewhat nervous. He felt uneasy, as if something was about to happen. Those warriors moved again, but just as they moved, a huge figure appeared in the snowstorm. It was like an iceberg, moving slowly. The ground trembled and swayed uncontrollably. The sky was filled with a terrifying pressure that made people feel despair. What's that? Not only were the people in the valley shocked, but even those outside the valley were stunned. They all looked ahead in horror. This is? Lin Xian's pupils constricted. The pressure made him fearful as well. However, in the next moment, he activated the great dragon sword soul and destroyed the terrifying pressure. At this time, miserable cries could be heard from the valley. The iceberg-like figure let out an angry roar, and then it spat out a stream of air. Like an ice river, it swept across heaven and earth and rushed toward the Greedy Wolf Gang. Oh no, retreat! Black General and White General were shocked. They turned into two streaks of light and fled out of the valley. The rest of the warriors also wanted to escape, but they were one step too late. The terrifying ice river covered them. In the next moment, everything was frozen. 10 members of the Greedy Wolf Gang turned into ice sculptures and stayed in the valley forever. Phew, Black General and White General escaped from the valley and heaved a sigh of relief. They had almost turned into ice sculptures. The others looked at everything in the valley, their faces filled with fear. Hua Tianyi also looked at the valley with a gloomy face. The icy river froze the 10 members of the ravenous wolf gang in an instant. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Lin Xian frowned. He circulated his soul power and looked carefully. In his valley, there was a huge figure moving slowly. From time to time, it would let out a low roar that sounded like muffled thunder. Brother Hua, what's that? The members of the ravenous wolf gang trembled in fear. The pressure was too terrifying. They couldn't resist at all. The black and white generals also returned. Their faces were pale. So many people went out, but only the 2 of them returned. If I'm not wrong, it should be a demonic beast on the earth list. Hua Tianyi took a deep breath. He stared at the huge figure in the valley, his eyes full of greed and fear. There were spiritual herbs everywhere in the valley. If they could get their hands on them, it would be a great harvest. Moreover, demonic beasts on the earth list were full of treasures. It was extremely rare. However, he also knew that demonic beasts on the earth list were terrifying. They weren't something they could fight against. However, they could try to get their hands on the spiritual herbs in the valley. Let's go. They had to go back and discuss countermeasures. Hua Tianyi said in a deep voice, seal the news. Don't let anyone know. Then, he took out a purple disc array and poured his spiritual energy into it. It formed an illusion array and covered up the scene. If an ordinary person didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to find anything unusual. After doing this, he left with a group of people. After they left, Lin Xian walked out of the forest. He looked at the valley with flickering eyes. Are you sure it's the frost snow beast that's ranked 178 on the Earth list? Yes, it should be it. The Crimson Dragon said, moreover, this frost snow beast seems to be very weak. It's a good opportunity to make a move. You want to kill it? Lin Xian asked. You're thinking too much. The Crimson Dragon rolled his eyes. This is a demonic beast on the Earth list. How can it be so easy to kill? With your strength, you won't be able to do anything to it. Then what do you mean? This frost snowman is very special. Wherever it is, there will be a snow lantern. Snow lantern? Lin Xian was confused. It's a strange spiritual fruit. It looks like a lantern, so it's called a snow lantern. If you obtain it, it will greatly increase your cultivation. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Let's go back and discuss this. This time, not only do we have to get the snow lantern, we also have to give the greedy wolf gang a big present. Lin Xian's figure flickered, turning into a sword ray and leaving. Academy, freshman area. Lin Xian called the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion over. After those people took the pills, their cultivation improved, and some of them even broke through. All of this was given to them by Lin Xian, so they were very excited when Lin Xian called them over. Older brother Xian, is there a mission? Yeah, boss, I can't wait. Lin Xian smiled. There is indeed a mission, and it is related to the Greedy Wolf Gang. Greedy Wolf Society? It's those damned bastards again. Many people snorted when they heard about the Greedy Wolf Gang. This is a good opportunity for revenge, Lin Xian said. Then, he told everyone about Frost Valley. When everyone heard that there were countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the valley, they were all excited. Older brother Xian, should we make a move first? Wang Li asked. Hearing this, the group looked at Lin Xian with burning eyes. No, that frost snow beast is too powerful. It's too dangerous to attack rashly. Why don't we let the Greedy Wolf Gang take the front and attack at the right time? Good idea. I've long disliked them. This time, we must trick them to death. Everyone was looking forward to it. While Lin Xian was discussing, the Greedy Wolf Gang was also moving quickly. They gathered their men and prepared to attack. The president of the Greedy Wolf Gang was out on a mission, so this time, the vice president, Hua Tianyi, led the team. Soon, they set off once again. When Lin Xian received the news, he also left with his men. Morong Qingqing was also with him. This mission was special, so he needed a strong helper. Although Morong Qingqing was a woman, she was very powerful, so Lin Xian decided to bring her along. Moreover, after hearing about the snow lantern, Morong Qingqing was also moved. That thing was equally important to her. The group of people did not immediately follow. Instead, they set off after the Greedy Wolf Gang had left. Lin Xian already knew the location of Frost Valley, so there was no need to rush. They were careful along the way and finally arrived at the periphery of Frost Valley. From afar, they could see that the valley was filled with vegetation, birds, and flowers. There was no sign of frost at all. While everyone was puzzled, the Greedy Wolf Gang in front of them suddenly tried to enter the valley. The next moment, a low voice sounded. Then, wind and snow fell from the sky, instantly turning the entire valley into a world of ice and snow. Everyone was stunned. It was the first time they had seen such a magical thing. Is this Frost Valley? It's indeed magical. Morong Qingqing's beautiful eyes turned. Suddenly, she exclaimed and covered her mouth with her small hand. The reason for that was because an overlord had appeared in the ravine. Accompanying that overlord was a terrifying oppressive might. That aura made people's hearts tremble. I've already prepared it. The Crimson Dragon jumped out and threw a circular crystal plate with inscriptions on it. Wear this. The pressure will be reduced a lot. Everyone put it on and felt much more comfortable. Brother Dragon, you're too amazing. The students complimented. They had already accepted the existence of the Crimson Dragon. Moreover, the other party's methods were too magical. The Crimson Dragon looked satisfied. This is nothing. Following Benhuan will bring great benefits. The snow-white monkey rolled its eyes at the side with a look of disdain. Alright, stop fooling around. Lin Xian glared at it, then said in a low voice, focus. We'll move at any time. In front, the greedy wolf gang had already moved. Hua Tianyi and two other experts ran toward the frost snow beast, while the others were led by the black and white generals. They quickly rushed toward the valley. They wanted to attract the frost snow beast's attention so that the others could snatch the treasure. Together with Hua Tianyi was a woman in green clothes, and there was also a muscular man with dark skin. The three of them ran toward the frost snow beast in an attempt to attract its attention. Whoosh, Hua Tianyi was the first to attack. A saber aura tore through the sky and slashed at the beast. There was a grayish-white flame on the saber aura. It was like a ghostly flame of the netherworld. Bang! Sizzle, soon, the saber aura landed on the frost snow beast's body. The terrifying saber aura could tear through the sky, but it did not cause any damage to the beast. When the grayish-white flame touched the frost snow beast's blue ice armor, it emitted a sizzling sound and was quickly extinguished. Although the saber aura did not cause any damage, it angered the frost snow beast. It turned around angrily and stared at Hua Tianyi and the others with its huge eyes. The blue light in its eyes danced, causing the temperature to drop again. It was as if the world had turned into an ice cave. Roar, it roared and spat out an icicle. The icicle shot forward with a snowstorm. A blue icicle charged towards them, carrying with it a terrifying icy energy. Hua Tianyi and the other two's expressions changed. They didn't dare to face it head-on, so they could only dodge. The three of them turned into streaks of lightning and dashed through the valley, narrowly avoiding the frost snow beast's attack. Then, the three of them waved their hands and threw out 6 pitch-black iron chains that wrapped around the frost snow beast. Swoosh, the black chain was like a spirit snake. It was extremely nimble and quickly wrapped around the frost snow beast. Hurry up! Hua Tianyi shouted. Hearing this, the members of the greedy wolf gang moved quickly and ran towards the treasures. In the distance, Lin Xian frowned when he saw this scene. Let's go too. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Let's sneak into the valley first. Be careful, don't attack first. Yes. The group responded and quickly followed Lin Xian. They had the crystal inscriptions given to them by the Crimson Dragon, which could resist the pressure of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was much easier for them to move. The scene was very chaotic. Lin Xian and the others were moving very quickly, and the members of the greedy wolf gang were fighting for the treasures. Therefore, no one noticed the situation at the entrance of the valley. Lin Xian and the others quickly flew in. As soon as they entered the valley, the temperature dropped. The cold wind was bone-chilling and made them tremble. Looking at the treasures and spiritual herbs in the distance, everyone's eyes were burning with passion. However, they didn't act rashly. As they went deeper, the wind and snow between heaven and earth became even colder, as if it was going to freeze everything. Angry roars could be heard in the air, causing people's blood to churn. Waves of terrifying air waves erupted and swept across heaven and earth, causing people's hearts to tremble. These people's hearts trembled. The demonic beasts on the earth ranking were too terrifying. They weren't something they could fight against. Lin Xian was very calm. He had seen many big scenes. Moreover, this was a far cry from the Crimson Dragon when he first saw it. At that time, the Crimson Dragon had just been born. Its huge body was tens of millions of meters long and filled the entire sky. Its terrifying aura was vast and mighty, and even the kings were no match for it. Compared to the Crimson Dragon, this frost snow beast was far inferior. However, it was not something that ordinary people could contend against. However, Lin Xian was extremely astonished by Hua Tianyi and the others. The 6 black chains in their hands were extremely strange. They were actually able to restrain the frost snow beasts for a short period of time. Are they chains made of millennium cold iron? The Crimson Dragon was also surprised. Alright, now hide here and wait for the next move. Lin Xian waved his hand, his expression solemn. He had a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, in the next moment, the frost snow beast exploded. It roared angrily, and a cold light blossomed from its body, spreading in all directions. Wherever the cold wind passed, everything would turn into ice. It was extremely terrifying. Those who went to snatch the heavenly treasures were even more unlucky. Icicles rose from the ground one after another. They were incomparably sharp and pierced towards everyone. If they were not careful, they would be injured. There was even one person who was directly pierced through. For a moment, all kinds of screams rang out. The people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion who were hiding in the dark were shocked. Fortunately, they did not act rashly. Otherwise, they would have ended up in a miserable state. "Brother Xian, what should we do now?" Wang Li asked. "Do you remember the formation that I gave you before? Later, you guys will form the formation and trap the people from the greedy wolf gang. As for collecting the heavenly treasures, leave it to Little White." Hearing this, the snow-white little monkey hugged the small bull, and its big eyes narrowed into crescents. "Morong and I will go to another place. You guys have to be careful later," Lin Xian said. Everyone nodded, indicating that they understood. After being bullied by the greedy wolf gang for so long, they could finally take revenge. In front of them, the frost snow beast roared angrily again. Hua Tianyi and the other two attacked again. The black chains in their hands rattled and emitted a cold light. Like an angry dragon, they entangled the frost snow beast again. "This frost snow beast is very weak. Let's attack with all our strength and trap it again," Hua Tianyi shouted. The green-clothed lady and the tanned man nodded. The three of them attacked and formed a terrifying energy. With the help of the 1,000-year cold iron chain, they fought with the frost snow beast. The frost snow beast was restrained again. Lin Xian saw that it was about time and ordered the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion to prepare the formation. As for him, Morong Qingqing and the Crimson Dragon, he set off deeper into the forest. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, dozens of figures moved quickly and ran along the edge of the forest, forming a large formation. Then, these people released their spiritual energy and activated the formation, surrounding the people from the greedy wolf gang. What's going on? The people from the greedy wolf gang had a good opportunity to snatch the heavenly treasures. However, the scene around them changed drastically. "Is this an illusion formation?" Someone exclaimed, "Damn it, we're surrounded. What should we do?" Everyone looked at the black and white generals. Split into two teams. One team will continue to snatch the spiritual herbs while the other team will attack the formation. The black and white generals shouted. Then, the two of them split up. Buzz, whoosh whoosh, however, something even stranger happened. The spiritual herbs and fruits in front of them mysteriously disappeared. "Damn it, who is it? Damn it, how dare you provoke the greedy wolf gang? You're dead meat." Everyone roared and looked around. However, they did not see anyone. On the other side, the people who were attacking the array formation also returned without any success. They couldn't break it at all. "Damn it, we've been tricked." The black and white generals' faces darkened. It had always been the greedy wolf gang who tricked others. No one dared to do anything to them. "Attack with all your might. We can't be trapped here." The two of them roared. The current situation was very dangerous. If the frost snow beast went crazy and attacked them, they would be dead meat. The black general attacked while the white general collected the spiritual herbs. Both of them were second-level venerables and were much stronger than the others. Therefore, they were able to achieve great results. In a short time, the white general managed to snatch 3 spiritual herbs. However, the 4th spiritual herb was snatched away by a white light. "Humph." The white general snorted and attacked mercilessly. However, the other party was too fast and he could not hit him. The black general took out 2 terrifying black palms and held them up to the sky. The palms were pitch black and terrifying. They were like demonic mountains as they blasted towards the sky. However, the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion did not fight back. They all hid to the side. All they needed to do was to trap these people. In the outside world, the little white monkey hugged the small bull. The spiritual herbs around it kept increasing. The little thing squinted its eyes and looked intoxicated. In a short time, everyone used the illusion formation to trap the people of the greedy wolf gang. "What's going on?" In the distance, Hua Tianyi and the other two also noticed something strange. Damn it, there are still people. Who are they? How did they get in? The three of them looked gloomy. Let's not care so much. Just kill them. Hua Tianyi's face was gloomy. Then, he waved his hand and a huge palm appeared. There was a grayish-white flame on the palm. It was extremely demonic and quickly blasted downwards. In an instant, it enveloped the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Hua Tianyi's terrifying palm attack enveloped the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Disperse! Wang Li shouted. Immediately, the group of people retreated. Boom, the terrifying palm attack missed, and the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion gathered again. Damn it, how dare you fight back? The three Hao brothers were furious. Brothers, beat him up. Immediately, the disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion attacked the people of the Ravenous Wolf Gang. With the absolute advantage, the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were having a great time. On the other side, Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the Crimson Dragon sneaked into the depths of the valley. They did not alert anyone. With the help of the Crimson Dragon's formation, even the Frost Snow Beasts were fooled. Haha, snow lanterns, Ben Huang is here. The Crimson Dragon was excited. The nest of the Frost Snow Beasts was right in front of him. The three of them entered and searched quickly. Finally, they found the snow lanterns that the Crimson Dragon had mentioned. They were snow-white and shaped like lanterns. They were the size of fists. There were 5 of them, and Lin Xian had taken all of them. However, he only took the fruits and did not touch the plants. With the snow lanterns in hand, Lin Xian gave 1 each to Morong Qingqing and the Crimson Dragon. Then, he put the remaining 3 into his storage ring. There's something inside? Suddenly, he frowned and walked in. In the next moment, he was stunned. In the depths of the cave, there were 3 azure blue eggs as big as millstones. Damn, good stuff. You can recover your origin if you eat it. The Crimson Dragon cried out in surprise, drooling. As if sensing the threat of the Crimson Dragon, the 3 eggs trembled slightly. In the next moment, an angry roar was heard. It was as terrifying as the thunder from the 9 heavens. Oh no, the Frost Snow Beasts have discovered us. Let's go. Lin Xian's expression changed greatly. He could no longer care about anything else. He pulled Morong Qingqing and ran. The Crimson Dragon cursed in a low voice. It looked at the 3 azure blue pills unwillingly and left quickly. These 3 eggs had already gained sentience. He had no chance to steal them. If he tried to steal them by force, he might be targeted by the Frost Snow Beast. With his current strength, he was completely unable to defeat that ice beast. Damn it, you 3 little things are lucky. The Crimson Dragon turned into a red light and quickly fled the cave. On the other side, the Frost Snow Beast sensed its child's cry for help. It was enraged. As if it had gone mad, its aura surged, and it broke the 6,000-year cold iron chains. Bang, a powerful force of wind and snow gushed out, blowing Hua Tianyi and the other 2 away. Damn it, why did this guy suddenly go crazy? The green-clothed woman's face turned pale. Hua Tianyi's expression didn't look good either. They didn't manage to snatch many spiritual herbs, and the frost beast here went crazy again. They were really unlucky. Bang! Bang, bang! Huge icicles pierced out from the ground. There were at least 1,000 icicles densely packed together. It was a terrifying sight. In the sky, the river of ice flowed backward. The cold air was oppressive and enveloped the surroundings. Roar! The Frost Snow Beast roared angrily and spat out countless frost, causing the entire valley to freeze. Oh no, this beast has really gone crazy. Hua Tianyi and the other 2's expressions changed drastically. They turned around and left. However, in the next moment, the void rippled, and a terrifying sword chi slashed toward them. It was extremely stunning. The sword chi flashed like a waterfall. It had a sharp aura that caused people's hearts to tremble. In an instant, it slashed at Hua Tianyi. Hua Tianyi didn't expect a sneak attack at this time. Therefore, when he reacted, the sword chi had already slashed his body. He could only face it head-on. However, the sword chi was too powerful and sent him flying. Bang! Bang! Not only Hua Tianyi, but the other two members of the greedy wolf gang were also sent flying. Moreover, they were sent flying in the direction of the frost snow beast. Damn it, who is it? Hua Tianyi went crazy. He used all his strength to stop his body and dodged the frost snow beast's attack with difficulty. He looked around angrily, but he only saw 3 afterimages disappearing in the sky. The ones who launched the sneak attack were Lin Xian and the others. They didn't stop and directly met up with the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Brother Xian. Wang Li and the others saw Lin Xian and cheered in surprise. Let's go, leave the valley. Lin Xian said. Yes. No one delayed and all of them moved quickly. They had all heard the terrifying sound just now. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Xian hadn't returned yet, they would have left long ago. At this moment, Lin Xian had returned. They had almost picked all the spiritual herbs. Moreover, they had beaten up the people from the greedy wolf gang. There was no reason for them to stay any longer. Let's go. More than 30 people rushed into the sky, turned into rays of light, and left the valley. Not long after Lin Xian left, Hua Tianyi and the other two arrived. Brother Hua. The people from the greedy wolf gang wailed. They were all covered in wounds and looked very miserable. What was even more unfortunate was that they didn't manage to snatch many spiritual herbs. This time, it could be said that they had lost. Brother Hua, it's Lin Xian, that kid. Yes, it's the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion. We've been tricked. The people from the greedy wolf gang turned green. Let's leave here first. Hua Tianyi's eyes were gloomy. His heart was filled with killing intent, but he had to leave first. Roar. Behind them, the frost snow beast ran over. Balls of ice fell and filled the entire sky. Let's go. The people from the greedy wolf gang were terrified and ran for their lives. Like stray dogs, they screamed and ran away from the valley. Lin Xian and the others came out of the valley and ran back to the academy. Then, they gathered together and activated the 12 formations of green cloud to form a solid defense. Then, they began to distribute the spiritual herbs. First, there were the snow lanterns. They were given to Murong Qingqing and the Crimson Dragon. Lin Xian still had 3 left. He kept one for himself and gave one to the Snow White Monkey. He planned to make the remaining one into spiritual wine and distribute it to the others from the Dragon Sword Pavilion. As for the spiritual herbs, the Snow White Monkey had snatched more than 50 stalks, which was enough for everyone. This was a great harvest. Wang Li and the others were in a good mood. Hee, not only are there spiritual herbs and spiritual wine, but more importantly, we taught the greedy wolf gang a lesson. Those guys are probably miserable now. How can they not be miserable? If it were me, I would definitely be sullen. But the more miserable they are, the happier I am. Everyone laughed. At this moment, angry voices suddenly came from the sky. Lin Xian, get out here. Dragon Sword Pavilion, come out and die. The voice was like thunder, shaking the surroundings and attracting the attention of the other students. Hua Tianyi led more than 30 people and stood in the sky. His body was surging with killing intent as if he wanted to eat people. Not only that, these people were all injured and looked to be in a sorry state. What's going on? Aren't these people from the greedy wolf gang? Why are they here again? I heard that they're here to find Lin Xian. Could it be that they're here for revenge? That shouldn't be the case. Even if they're taking revenge, they can't be in such a sorry state. Could it be that it's not because of last time, but because something happened? Everyone guessed and were shocked. Below, Lin Xian and the others sneered when they heard the voice of the greedy wolf gang. These bastards came quite quickly. Brother Xian, what should we do? Everyone asked. Since they're here, how can we not meet them? Come, follow me out and see if we can anger them to death. Lin Xian walked out with the Dragon Sword Pavilion and quickly attracted the attention of the crowd. No way, he still dares to come out. Isn't he courting death? Yeah, the greedy wolf gang has more than 30 people this time. I'm afraid no one can fight against them, right? Everyone shook their heads. In the sky, Hua Tianyi and the rest saw Lin Xian come out, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Humph, kid, no one can save you if you dare to have ideas about the greedy wolf gang. Believe it or not, today will be the day you die. Hua Tiany's eyes were also cold. He said sternly, hand over those things, then kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Perhaps this matter can be resolved. Otherwise, just wait to be tortured. I dare guarantee that from today onwards, there will be no place for you in Senma College. Who is this? So arrogant? Hada sneered. I don't know, looks like a beggar. Lying through your teeth. Is that a beggar? Beggars are much cleaner than them. I think it's a stray dog. Ha 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 ha. The Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples roared with laughter. Lin Xian also looked at the sky with a smile. Apologize? What a joke. He didn't think that the other party would be so kind as to solve the problem with an apology. Moreover, only one of them could exist between him and the greedy wolf gang. Hearing the words of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, the surrounding students were shocked. This was a naked provocation. No, this was a slap in the face in front of everyone. How could the greedy wolf gang tolerate this? Sure enough, before the laughter of the Dragon Sword Pavilion faded, the greedy wolf gang was already furious. You're courting death. The greedy wolf gang was furious. They waved their palms and slapped downward. Boom, the huge light palm was blocked in midair and collided with a light screen, producing a loud boom. Then, the light palm was reflected back. It was blocked? The greedy wolf gang was stunned. Then, their faces became even gloomier. Boom, 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 another person attacked. Terrifying light beams fell and rushed toward Lin Xian and the rest. However, no one could pass through the light screen. They were all blocked. What? How is this possible? What kind of formation is this? Why is it so powerful? Everyone was dumbstruck. That was the attack of more than 10 experts, yet it actually didn't break through. This defense was too terrifying. Humph, what do a bunch of country bumpkins know? Below, the Crimson Dragon was disdainful. The 12 formations of Azure Cloud was a famous ancient formation. Added with the fact that he had personally set it up, it was extremely powerful. This was something that Lin Xian had specifically requested. It was impossible for these people to break it. Damn it. What kind of formation is this? Why is it so evil? The greedy wolf gang members' expressions turned ugly when they saw that the light screen was still intact. Brat, come out if you dare. The members of the greedy wolf gang shouted angrily. Humph, trash. Come in if you have the ability. This young master will crush you to death with one hand. The people from Dragon Sword Pavilion sneered. They would not lose in a war of words. Humph, what Dragon Sword Pavilion? So it's just a bunch of useless cowards who don't even dare to step out of their doors. Io, how are the greedy wolves doing? Isn't it just that you came to the academy a few years earlier? You can't beat the established factions and can only bully the freshmen. If I were you, I would have killed myself long ago. That's right. What kind of ability is bullying the freshmen? If you have the ability, this young master will also cultivate for a few years and destroy you in a matter of minutes. Wang Li and the others sneered. Lin Xian, this is your Dragon Sword Pavilion? You don't even have the courage to fight. What kind of club are you forming? Hua Tiany said coldly. I think you're mistaken. Lin Xian laughed. We're not hiding. We're standing here openly. It's your own fault for not being able to enter. How can you blame others? Senior, I only want to ask one thing. Have you wasted so many years of cultivation on dogs? Hearing Lin Xian's arrogant and domineering words, the surrounding students could not help but laugh. This guy really knew how to insult others. You're courting death. Hua Tiany's pupils shrank as he quickly threw out a punch. Bang, an earth-shattering sound rang out as ripples appeared on the defensive light screen. However, it gradually calmed down and did not shatter. He blocked it. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Hua Tiany's face turned ugly. No one dared to underestimate him. Anyone who dared to underestimate him had already been trampled under his feet. Now, Lin Xian actually slapped him in the face in front of everyone. This was something he could not tolerate. If it was any other time, he would have already trampled Lin Xian under his feet. However, that damned formation had stopped everything, and he could only watch helplessly. "Young Master Hua, let us help you." The girl in green and the dark-skinned man also walked forward and stood side by side with Hua Tianyi. The three experts attacked together. Immediately, the surrounding people exclaimed. They all thought that Lin Xian was dead meat this time. Even the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion were worried. However, Lin Xian was still smiling as he looked at the sky. He was not nervous at all. This was a formation set up by the Crimson Dragon. Others might not know how powerful it was, but he knew. Not to mention Hua Tianyi and the other two, even a third Heaven Venerable might not be able to break it, therefore, he was not nervous at all. Smiling? "I'll make you lie at my feet like a dog in a while." Hua Tianyi's eyes were filled with killing intent. Attack! With a low shout, the three of them attacked together. Their terrifying attack shook the surroundings, shocking everyone. However, the defensive light screen was still intact. How is this possible? Hua Tianyi was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The three of them were second Heaven Venerables. When the three of them joined forces, their power was absolutely terrifying. However, they could not break the defensive light screen. What kind of formation was this? It was not only Hua Tianyi. Everyone was puzzled. In particular, the other freshmen were very envious. This was the safest defense base. Looks like your strength is not as good as your mouth. Lin Xian shrugged. Take your time. I'm going to cultivate. With that, he turned and left. The people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion also looked at the sky mockingly. Then, they all raised their middle fingers. You want to break the formation? In your next life. Go back. The group of people mocked and left as well. Damn it, damn it. Hua Tianyi was so angry that he went crazy. He had a lot of skills, but he could not use them. I don't believe that you will hide in there for the rest of your lives. All of you, listen up. Send people to take turns to monitor them. As long as they dare to come out, report to me immediately. Hua Tianyi said hatefully. Then, he waved his sleeve and quickly left. The other members of the Greedy Wolf Gang also left. They did not have the face to stay here. Only 2 disciples were left to monitor the movements of Lin Xian and the others. Brother Xian, we are being monitored. It looks like the other party is not willing to give up. Wang Li was a little worried. Monitoring? Then let them monitor us. Lin Xian sneered. Then what should we do? Cultivate, all of you go back and cultivate. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. From now on, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Stay here and cultivate until the freshman assembly begins. Freshman assembly? Everyone's eyes lit up. Then, they all laughed. It seemed that the members of the Greedy Wolf Gang outside had waited in vain. In the following days, Lin Xian and the rest did not go out. Instead, they focused on cultivating and preparing for the freshman assembly. A single snow lantern allowed Lin Xian's cultivation to advance and consolidate. Now, the blood and qi in his body were like an ocean, surging and roaring with boundless power. Other than that, he mainly comprehended the 4 seasons sword technique and refined some pills in his spare time. His days were full. Soon, more than 10 days had passed, and the freshman assembly was approaching. Lin Xian gathered everyone and said in a deep voice, "Tomorrow is the freshman assembly. I don't expect you to get first place, but I want you to do your best to get a satisfactory ranking. Now, you are not only representing yourselves, but also the Dragon Sword Pavilion. This time, let them see the glory of the Dragon Sword Pavilion." Yes. The members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion shouted excitedly. Alright, go back and relax. Prepare for tomorrow's assembly. The next day, at dawn, the whole of Senma College was boiling with excitement. Countless freshmen were excited, eager to show off their abilities. They had gone through countless difficulties and finally entered Senma College, winning the envy of the outside world. However, after coming to Senma College, everything had to start from scratch. They were the lowest level of freshmen and needed a competition to prove themselves. And the freshman assembly was undoubtedly the best stage. Every year's freshman assembly received special attention because these new blood were likely to soar to the sky in the future. They wanted to use this competition to distinguish who was the real dragon. Lin Xian opened the door and walked out of the courtyard. He saw Morong Qingqing, and the two of them smiled and gathered together. Then, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion gathered together. This time, they were dressed in black with a dragon-shaped sword embroidered on their sleeves. Each of them was high-spirited and extraordinary. Not only them, but all the students in the first area were excited. They could not wait to start the competition. Alright, we can temporarily remove the defensive formation. At this time, the ravenous wolf gang will not dare to cause trouble, Lin Xian said with a smile. Whoosh, soon, a cloud flew over from the distance. It was like a purple mist from the east, carrying a trace of mystery and dominance. Whoosh, in an instant, the purple mist was above the freshman area. The mist rolled and condensed into a figure. It was the middle-aged instructor from before, the square-faced middle-aged man, Instructor Gua. Little guys, are you ready? If you're ready, follow me. After saying that, he turned around and flew into the distance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless new students followed behind the middle-aged man. Go! Lin Xian took a deep breath and waved his hand. Then, he led the Dragon Sword Pavilion's people into the air as well. Their bodies were like divine rainbows, flying through the sky like a meteor shower. It was very beautiful. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, they flew north of Senma College. At the same time, countless figures rose up from the other freshman areas, transforming into streams of light and flying away. The scene was spectacular and shocking. All the way to the north, everyone's speed was very fast, but they still flew for half an incense stick's worth of time before gradually slowing down. In front of them, there were mountains and a vast forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Not far away, there was a 10,000 feet tall mountain with steep cliffs, giving off a sharp feeling. However, the peak of the mountain was flat, as if it had been cut off by a sword, and a super-large platform had appeared. Everyone's foothold was the vast platform. Not long after Lin Xian and the others landed, there was another fluctuation in the sky. Two rays of light quickly flew over like thunder. At first, they were the furthest away, but in the blink of an eye, they were above everyone's heads. Along with them was surging spiritual energy, as well as the pressure that was inadvertently released. Every trace of aura was shocking. Lin Xian raised his head and saw the two people in the sky. The person on the left was an old man with a sage-like demeanor, and the person on the right was a young lady in her 20s. However, her eyes revealed a sense of vicissitudes. The combination of a young appearance and the vicissitudes of life could be said to be very strange. However, Lin Xian knew that she should be a powerhouse with a technique to retain her youthful appearance. Although she looked young, her actual age was unknown. She had lived for hundreds of years. The young lady elder swept her gaze below and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. There are a few good seedlings this time. Looks like there will be a big change in the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard soon. Then, she lowered her head again and said slowly, the two of us will be hosting this competition. You can call me Elder Hua, and this is Elder Yang. Greetings to the two elders. The freshmen below shouted in unison. That's enough. The young lady elder gestured with her hands, and the freshmen below immediately quieted down. Next, I will talk about the freshman competition. Do you see the mountain peak opposite? There is a golden bell on that mountain peak. The first person to ring it will be first place. Mountain peak, golden bell? The crowd was stunned. This was a little different from what they had imagined. They had originally thought that it would be a single elimination competition, but they had not expected it to be such a competition. However, it seemed that this competition would not be too difficult. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge mountain in front of him. To be honest, the mountain peak was not close to where they were, but they could see it clearly because it was too big. The Black Mountain Peak was 10,000 feet tall and pierced through the clouds. It was like a peerless divine sword that pierced through heaven and earth. Not only that, but the mountain also emitted a different kind of aura. It was like a dormant ancient beast, bringing with it a sense of oppression. Seeing everyone's expressions, the young lady elder chuckled. Let's talk about the rewards. The first place will be 1 million spiritual value points, the second place will be 500,000 spiritual value points, and the third place will be 200,000 spiritual value points. The rest will be calculated in this manner. Not only that, the top 3 will also have a chance to enter the Hall of Divine Statues. That is something left behind by a king. If you are lucky, you might be able to obtain the inheritance. Hall of Divine Statues? The king's inheritance. Hearing this, the crowd below was shocked. Then, they were ecstatic. Many people's eyes turned red like rabbits. This news was too shocking. One had to know that a king was the pinnacle existence on this mainland. He was the true ruler. The number of kings on this mainland could be counted with one hand. Now, they had a chance to comprehend the king's stone statue and obtain the king's inheritance. This was too rare, countless people would go crazy. As expected of Xianxia College. They even have a king's stone statue. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. At the same time, he became even more determined. He had to take first place this time, however, he soon frowned. Such a generous and attractive reward, but the competition was so simple. It seemed impossible. He looked at the dense forest below. His eyes flickered, and he became vigilant. At this moment, in the sky, Elder Hua also smiled and said, "Seeing that you are so excited, I will remind you that there are many demon beasts in the mountain range. You have to be careful." Demonic beasts? Everyone was stunned, but they didn't take it to heart. They were proud sons of the heavens and did missions all day long. Why would they care about demonic beasts? Most likely, his greatest enemy would still be these fellow disciples beside him. Lin Xian frowned again. Elder Hua wouldn't have said anything if there wasn't a reason. Could there be some special demonic beasts here? His eyes flickered, and he decided to pay attention when the time came. "The freshman assembly begins now," Elder Hua said in a clear voice. Then, countless freshmen were excited. They quickly turned into streams of light and flew toward the mountain range in the distance. This scene was very spectacular. Perhaps only Xianxia College could see it. Seeing the backs of the freshmen leaving, the sage-like old man stroked his beard and said, "It seems that not many of them paid attention to your reminder. What does it matter? I've already reminded them. If they don't take it to heart, they can't blame me." Elder Hua curled his lips. "But I'm looking forward to seeing these freshmen in a sorry state." The mentors beside him smiled bitterly. If he didn't make it clear, how would the freshmen know? Of course, they only thought about it in their hearts. They wouldn't say it out loud. Countless freshmen rushed into the forest as fast as lightning, causing a huge commotion. Roar, roar. Roar, roar. With the invasion of these freshmen, angry roars came from the forest. The demonic beasts that lived in the forest were furious. They were very dissatisfied with these invaders. Humph. Many people snorted and attacked ruthlessly. Terrifying and gorgeous energy surged out, sending the nearby demonic beasts flying. They were like fierce dragons crossing the river. They were very powerful. However, this angered the demonic beasts in the forest even more. Groups of demonic beasts formed into groups and pounced toward the freshmen. In an instant, a great battle broke out. Blade light and sword shadows, vast spiritual power surged and surged. On the opposite side, the demonic beasts were furious. Their roars shook the sky as they pounced crazily. It was as if two torrents had collided with each other. Shocking energy fluctuations surged out in all directions like tidewater. The entire forest became restless and uneasy. The situation was very chaotic. Not only did the freshmen have to fight with the demonic beasts, but they also had to be wary of the students around them. After all, everyone was an opponent. At this time, the role of the society was displayed. Lin Xian led the dragon sword pavilion and charged quickly. Like a sharp knife, he pierced into the demonic beast army. Wherever he passed, no one could stop him. These people were originally experts, and they were all from the same organization. When they worked together, the power they produced was very strong. Lin Xian did not even draw his sword. Instead, he clasped his fingers together and a stream of sword chi flew out from between his fingers, slashing forward. With a single slash, dozens of demonic beasts in front of him were sliced in half. Their corpses fell to the ground and were instantly trampled into meat paste by the demonic beasts behind. Morong Qingqing's white robes fluttered in the wind like a fairy descending from the heavens. Every time she struck out with her palms, the wind from her palms was so sharp that it created a vacuum in front of her. With the two of them taking the lead, the other party's speed increased greatly. The demonic beasts on both sides were cleaned up by the other members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. They had consumed quite a number of medicinal pills. In addition, they had been cultivating diligently during this period of time. Their strength had greatly increased compared to when they had entered the academy. These demonic beasts were nothing to worry about. Seeing that Lin Xian's Dragon Sword Pavilion had taken the lead, the scattered students also began to gather together to fight against the demonic beasts. Among them, there were a few groups that were very powerful. They did not seem to be weaker than Lin Xian. Lin Xian spread out his soul force and discovered that those groups were led by some experts. It seemed that he was not the only one who had formed a club. The others had also made preparations. "Follow closely, I'm going to speed up," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, the spiritual energy in his body surged and his speed increased once again. The sword light at his fingertips became even sharper. Spring rain silk. Countless sword chi surged like spring rain, penetrating all openings. They quickly shot forward and pierced through the demonic beasts in front of him. The other groups were not to be outdone. They quickly charged forward, trying to shake off the others. For a moment, a tense atmosphere filled the forest. Not long after, they arrived at the depths of the forest. The demonic beasts here were even more powerful. There were even demonic generals, they were demonic beasts comparable to martial supremacies. Moreover, they had gained intelligence and could control demonic beasts. They brought great trouble to the new students. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others were powerful and were not affected much. However, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion behind them could not keep up. After all, they were only ordinary geniuses. The stronger ones had only reached the first level of martial supremacy. Compared to Lin Xian, there was still a huge gap. "Brother Xian, don't worry about us. You guys go first. You must get first place. The Dragon Sword Pavilion is mighty." Those people looked at Lin Xian excitedly. "All right, be careful," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, he turned around and his eyes bloomed. The aura on his body became even more fierce, like a peerless divine sword that was quickly awakening. Boom, with a stomp of his foot, he was like a divine sword that had been unsheathed. He rushed forward quickly, and wherever he passed, the void trembled. Any demonic beast that was touched by the sword light instantly turned into a bloody mist. Not a single one was spared. It was too spiritual. Nothing could stop it. There was even a demonic general who tried to stop it, but it was pierced through the chest. Wherever Lin Xian passed, a vacuum appeared. Beside him, Morong Qingqing had a smile on her face. She was like a fairy beside him. They were not the only ones. The other teams also adopted the same method. Those powerful warriors left the team and began to go on their own. Lin Xian saw several powerful figures rushing out towards the huge mountain. He no longer held back and moved out with Morong Qingqing. The two of them were like shocking rainbows. After killing along the way, they finally rushed out of the horde of demonic beasts and arrived at the foot of the huge mountain. From afar, they only felt that the black mountain was so tall that they could not see the top. Now that they were at the foot of the mountain, they were even more shocked by the aura. That sentence was like a primordial beast that made him tremble. Compared to him, those new students were not even comparable to ants. However, these insignificant new students wanted to conquer this mountain. "Let's go." Lin Xian took the lead and rushed in. Roar, a purple python with a pair of wings on its back pounced on Lin Xian when it saw him in the air. A black shadow flashed and pounced on Lin Xian. "Get lost." Lin Xian roared and punched out with his right fist. On his golden fist, electric arcs flashed and intertwined to form a dragon head that exploded the purple python. A bloody mist sprayed out as the huge corpse fell, smashing a deep hole in the ground. Those who rushed over from behind were shocked when they saw that. It was too powerful. It was like a humanoid beast, however, just as the giant python fell to the ground and died, several cold glints suddenly lit up and quickly pierced towards Lin Xian. Their speed and timing were good. It was obvious that they were experts. Lin Xian frowned. He did not expect that someone would dare to assassinate him. Spirit energy surged from his body and turned into countless sword shadows that swept in all directions. Ding! Ding, ding! Ding! A series of hurried sounds rang out. Countless cracks appeared in the void and sparks flew. Several figures appeared in the void and retreated continuously. Several figures retreated from the void and landed on the mountain path. At the same time, more than 10 martial artists surrounded Lin Xian. These people had cold expressions and powerful auras. They were all in the honorable realm. There was a red sun on their chests that seemed to be rising. They are Zhou Su's men. They are from the Rising Sun Hall. Morong Qingqing said. Zhou Su? Lin Xian frowned slightly. He remembered that there was a fierce young man who had confronted him in the True Spirit Hall. He had almost forgotten about it. He did not expect the other party to make a move at this time. Kid, if you know what's good for you, stay where you are. The 10 figures around him snorted and stepped out at the same time. Their auras erupted and swept out in all directions like waves. These people were all in the honorable realm. This was too terrifying. Even a level 2 honorable realm would not be able to withstand the combined forces of 10 level 1 honorables, and now, these people had joined forces to stop Lin Xian. The freshmen who had rushed over were also shocked. They did not stay and left quickly. They did not want to be implicated and did not want to stand out, so they left very quickly. Kid, the first place of the freshman competition is Brother Su's. Don't even think about it. One of the young martial artists snorted. Brother Su? Lin Xian sneered. If he was so confident, he wouldn't have stopped me. Brother Su doesn't take you seriously. This time, he just wants to teach you a lesson. Attack! The young man shouted coldly. Then, the surrounding figures rushed out quickly. Attack! Lin Xian said to Morong Qingqing beside him. Then, their auras erupted and blasted out in all directions. Morong Qingqing waved his hands and surrounded the 5 people nearby. Lin Xian also pulled out the wind shadow sword and a terrifying sword radiance swept out in all directions. A great battle broke out and terrifying spiritual energy surged. 1,000 miles away, a special place was formed. The freshmen and demonic beasts did not dare to come close. The sword radiance was like the wind and the swift spiritual energy arrived in front of a martial artist in an instant. Condense, the martial artist condensed in armor and punched out with both fists. Crack crack, however, he had underestimated Lin Xian's sword light. In an instant, it had cut through his defense and left a sword mark on his body. If he hadn't shown mercy, this sword strike would have been enough to take his life. Lin Xian had already entered the honorable realm and become a true honorable realm. His strength had already reached the 2nd level of the honorable realm. Therefore, he did not feel any pressure when facing these first-rank venerables. As the 4 swords pierced out, the 4 first-level venerables were injured and retreated. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they did not dare to continue fighting. Only the young man who spoke earlier was left in the field. That young man was called Yin Feng. He was very powerful and had already reached the peak of the 1st level of the venerable realm. This time, he had received Zhou Su's orders to stop Lin Xian. He had a life-saving 1st-level venerable in his hands, so he did not put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. In his opinion, no matter how powerful the other party was, it was impossible for him to be a match for them. But now, in just an instant, the 4 warriors had already fallen, leaving only him. Kid, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Yin Feng roared and waved his fists. He immediately used his martial soul, 2 balls of light condensed on his fists. One ball of green light formed a terrifying storm, while the other ball of brown light was like a rock on the earth. Yin Feng had actually comprehended 2 elements. Taste my double-kill fist. Terrifying spiritual energy surged. The 2 elements carried a terrifying attack and began to surge towards Lin Xian. Double element? Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. If the other party was someone else, it might be effective. but against him, there was no chance at all. In his hands, he had more than just 2 elements, therefore, facing Yin Feng's attack, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. In the next moment, he waved the wind shadow sword and a fiery red sword aura surged out. Flames shot out in all directions and a heatwave surged into the sky. There were even golden arcs of lightning circling around the flames. The lightning and fire intersected, and it was terrifying. What? The lightning and fire elements? Yin Feng's pupils shrank. He did not expect Lin Xian to also have 2 elements. The funny thing was that he did not know that the lightning and fire elements were only 2 of Lin Xian's many elements. If he were to reveal the truth, he would probably faint from shock. The lightning and fire sword aura surged and slashed Yin Feng's attack away. Then, it quickly slammed into Yin Feng's body. Puff, Yin Feng spat out blood and fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with fear. He did not expect that he would be defeated in one move. At the same time, Morong Qingqing also stopped attacking. Under her feet, 5 first-level Honorable Realm experts were wailing. 10 first-level Honorable Realm experts were defeated in an instant. The eyelids of the passing freshmen twitched when they saw the scene. Zhou Su, right? Since you provoked me, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He ignored the 10 fellows on the ground and looked at the mountain peak in the distance. Whoosh, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing left once again. Just as Lin Xian was charging toward the mountain peak, there were also a few powerful figures in other directions. They led the crowd and rushed toward the mountain peak. One of them was tall and straight. His aura was sharp like a sword that could kill. What, Lin Xian? He's just a clown. The first place of the freshmen this time is mine. Zhou Su's eyes shone brightly. He was full of confidence. Whoosh, in the distance, a shocking saber light lit up and split a beast in half. Xiao Li's expression was cold as he rushed toward the mountain peak. Lin Xian, I look forward to fighting with you. On the other side, Dongfang Fenghuang, Lan Bai, Xinyao Tian, and the others were charging with all their might. The mountain peak was very tall and dangerous. After climbing the mountain path, Lin Xian realized that he could not fly because it was too dangerous. Therefore, he and Morong Qingqing chose to go on the ground. In the forest, a pair of sharp claws appeared and grabbed at the 2 of them. The sword light flashed and destroyed the claws. At this moment, dozens of dark green vines quietly approached Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing like poisonous snakes, waiting for the right time. Whoosh, suddenly, the vines burst out and quickly wrapped around Lin Xian. The vines had poisonous thorns that could easily kill an honorable martial artist. In an instant, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were entangled and quickly pulled backward. Gulp, 2 huge brown petals suddenly opened like 2 terrifying mouths with sharp saw teeth on them. They bit toward the 2 of them. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. The armor on his body flashed and shattered the vines. At the same time, he threw a punch. Terrifying flames intertwined and formed a fire beast that burned the man-eating demonic flower. On the other side, a crystal lotus appeared on Morong Qingqing's body. It was very dreamy and cut the other party in an instant. Then, the 9-petaled lotus danced in the air and formed a terrifying rotating force that shredded all the plants within 100 meters. What a terrifying woman. Lin Xian wiped the sweat off his face and quickly walked up. We're almost halfway there. Most of the beasts here are at the demon general level, Lin Xian said in a low voice. I wonder what terrifying things there will be at the top. I have a feeling that Elder Hua's reminder is hinting at something, Morong Qingqing said. Morong Qingqing was a little worried about Elder Hua's warning. Lin Xian nodded as well. Let's be careful. There might be some powerful beasts up there. The 2 of them were on high alert as they headed up the mountain. Their journey was smooth. Are we worrying too much? Lin Xian shook his head and smiled. Maybe. Morong Qingqing furrowed his brows. However, in the next moment, an earth-shattering roar came from afar. It turned into rolling thunder and shook the surroundings. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye quickly spread out in all directions. Wherever the ripples passed, rocks and trees would be destroyed. This is... Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were shocked as they looked up in disbelief. They were just starting to doubt Elder Hua's warning when something happened. Help! Countless screams could be heard as many martial artists escaped from above. Their faces were filled with shock. Boom! 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 The ground trembled as rows of trees fell. A huge black shadow walked in the forest with a terrifying aura. Below, countless martial artists were fleeing in a sorry state. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also retreated to a safe place and looked up. In the forest above, 100-meter-tall giant ape walked upright. Its body was covered in fur and there was a vertical eye in the middle of its head. There were 8 arms on both sides of its body that were constantly waving. Every time it waved, it would bring about a shocking aura. Bang! The 8 arms waved and sent the martial artists in front flying. It even created a vacuum in the forest. This is... Lin Xian was shocked. The 8-armed demon ape. It was ranked 197th on the Earth board. Murong Qingqing said in a deep voice. No wonder Elder Hua warned us. There is a hidden Earthboard demonic beast here. Lin Xian's face darkened. An adult 8-armed demon ape was extremely powerful. It was probably at least a 5th-layer martial honor. Fortunately, the 8-armed demon ape in front of them did not have a member. It was only in its infancy and its strength was equivalent to a 3rd-layer martial honor. Although it could not fight back, it could still escape. Boom! The 8-armed demon ape waved its arms and they were like 8 heavenly pillars that shot out in all directions. One of the palms just so happened to be aimed at Lin Xian and Li Qia. Everything near the palm was shattered, and a powerful aura enveloped Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, as if it was going to crush them. As expected of a demonic beast ranked on the Earth rankings. It's already so strong in its infancy. Lin Xian could feel the pressure. Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. He took a step back and retreated. Before the palm arrived, the terrifying palm wind had already destroyed everything in the vicinity. Murong Qingqing retreated as well. As soon as the two of them left, the Vajra palm slammed down and cracked the ground. A bottomless black hole appeared in the center. The strength of the 8-armed demonic ape shocked everyone. Those freshmen who wanted to go over were all blasted down. Many people looked forward with ugly expressions. The road up the mountain had been blocked, so they could only break through. However, when faced with this terrifying 8-armed demon ape, no one had any information. Let's go to the sky. Many people looked at the sky and had a new idea. Suddenly, someone gave it a try. His body flashed, and he turned into a shocking rainbow and rushed into the sky. The 8-armed demon ape was only 100 meters tall. They just had to cross this line of defense. Many people had the same idea, but in the next moment, their expressions changed again. This was because a huge black shadow had appeared in the sky. It was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. Within the dark cloud, there was a pair of scarlet rays of light. They were like 2 suns hanging in the sky. Accompanying them was a terrifying aura. The aura was even stronger than the 8-armed demon apes. This is a demonic beast. Everyone was shocked, and the martial artists in the sky ran for their lives. Boom! A gray aura gushed out and filled the sky, surrounding the few people in the sky. One of them threw out a middle-grade spiritual rank shield, and it turned into a 10-meter defensive barrier in the sky. However, it was corroded by the gray mist in an instant. Chi-chi, a black hole appeared in the middle of the shield and gradually expanded. In the end, the entire shield turned into a pool of molten iron. What? How can this be? Countless people were shocked. The gray mist was too terrifying. Even a middle-grade spiritual rank artifact could not withstand it. At this moment, no one dared to think about escaping in the sky. Roar! The few people in the sky ran away, but the 8-armed demon ape on the mountain road roared angrily. It waved its 8 arms and roared towards the sky. Roar! In the sky, the demonic beast in the shape of a black cloud roared as well. It let out a low roar, and its aura was boiling. The confrontation between the 2 powerful demonic beasts made the atmosphere tense to the extreme. The hearts of many of the freshmen were also in their mouths as they watched nervously. It was not impossible to let the 2 demonic beasts fight. This way, they would have a chance to escape. Lin Xian thought in his heart. In the next moment, he had an idea. After reminding Murong Qingqing in a low voice, Lin Xian activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul. He controlled the spiritual chi between heaven and earth and condensed an arm near the eight-armed demon ape. It looked almost the same as the eight-armed demon ape's arm. At the same time, he used the concept of wind, causing a violent wind to blow in the sky. Their vision became dark. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xian used the arm condensed from spiritual chi to grab a small mountain and threw it into the sky. Boom, like a meteorite, it flew up into the sky. Roar, in the sky, the demonic beast in the shape of a black cloud was enraged. It spat out even more gray mist towards the eight-armed demon ape. When the eight-armed demon ape saw the other party attack, it roared as well. It waved its 8 arms and threw the nearby boulders and trees into the sky. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide and revealed its blood-red fangs. Countless amounts of spiritual chi condensed in front of it. Together with the powerful demonic energy, it formed a yellow energy ball. The energy that overflowed from it was enough to kill any martial artist below the third heaven venerable realm. Let's go! Lin Xian shouted and left with Murong Qingqing. The two of them were very fast. They turned into rays of light and rushed towards the mountain top. The others also reacted and fled. The battle between the two demonic beasts was definitely not something they could contend with. They might as well take the opportunity to leave. Lin Xian took the lead and quickly ran forward. Fortunately, the two demonic beasts appeared at the same time and started fighting. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with them. If that was the case, with Lin Xian's means, he would have to put in some effort. The higher they went, the stronger the demonic beasts. Moreover, they appeared more frequently. Many people complained in their hearts. They originally thought that the competition would be easy, but they did not expect it to be so dangerous. It's not even as good as the arena competition. Damn, it's another demonic beast from the Earth list. Many people screamed and already had thoughts of retreating. This time, the demonic beast from the Earth list was equally terrifying. It was a demonic wolf that controlled a pack of wolves. 10,000 wolves galloped with a terrifying momentum and chased after the crowd. Run for your life! Everyone screamed and used all their strength to escape. Lin Xian also dodged quickly. At this time, the advantage of an Earth-rank martial art was displayed. Countless afterimages covered the mountain stream, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Roars could be heard from time to time in the dense forest, and countless flashes of light could be seen. Along with them were terrifying energy waves. With the appearance of the Earth leaderboard monsters, the freshman assessment was divided into 2 groups. The weaker martial artists could not pass at all, while the stronger martial artists could only run all the way to the mountain peak. Above the clouds, the elders of Senmu College were watching the scene below. Interesting. These little guys are stronger than we expected, the sage-like elder said with a smile. Elder Hua narrowed his eyes. I think they should know my warning by now. But there are still surprises waiting for us. The group of people looked at the mountain range below and kept talking. In the mountain range below, Lin Xian used his Earth rank status and increased his speed to the maximum. He quickly avoided the monster's attacks and left with Murong Qingqing. Gradually, they approached the mountain peak. However, the environment there was even more dangerous. Almost all the monsters were demon generals. Fortunately, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing had extraordinary skills. Otherwise, they would not have been able to deal with them. Whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A terrifying and sharp force pierced toward Lin Xian's back. Clang, Murong Qingqing waved his hand and cast a lotus flower to block the attack. Then, the two of them looked behind them cautiously. There was a monster there. Its body was covered in scales, and there was a sharp spike on its head that flickered with a cold light. Around it, there was a flash of light. It was like a rapidly dancing light, flickering and flickering. The monster stared at Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. The light on its body flickered even more intensely. Finally, it gradually became translucent and rushed toward them. What is that? Lin Xian was shocked. He had never seen such a monster before. The floating light beast was good at hiding and assassinating. It was very difficult to deal with. Murong Qingqing said in a low voice. As he spoke, the floating light beast had already rushed up. Its figure flashed and disappeared in the air. Buzz, Lin Xian frowned and quickly moved to the side. Poof, in the next moment, a sharp spike appeared where he was originally standing, piercing through the void. Lin Xian's pupil shrank. This attack was truly strange. Fortunately, his soul force was outstanding and he was able to sense it in advance. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they would have already been injured. However, even though the floating light beast was strange, it was still not enough to injure it. The sword chi in his body surged, forming a sword chi field with a diameter of 10 meters around Lin Xian, spinning rapidly. Streaks of sword chi were as fast as lightning as they intertwined with one another, seemingly capable of destroying everything. With this sword chi domain, Lin Xian was not afraid of the floating light beast's sudden attack. On the other side, Morong Qingqing was surrounded by 9-petaled lotuses, forming a screen of light that was equally powerful. Clang! Clang! The floating light beast's attacks were all blocked by the two of them. Damn, you're addicted? Lin Xian was a little angry when he saw that the floating light beast refused to give up. Then, he pulled out the wind shadow sword and swung it. Red storm. Countless sword chi surged, forming a huge and terrifying storm that swept out in all directions. The terrifying sword chi swept out, destroying everything. Roar, puff. Puff, no matter how strange the floating light beast was, it was only a 1-star demon general. In terms of attack power, it was no match for Lin Xian. Therefore, when it was surrounded by the sword chi, it was quickly pierced through. Gulp, its illusory body appeared, and it fell to the ground with countless light swords stabbed into it. Humph, Lin Xian withdrew his long sword and snorted coldly. At this moment, Morong Qingqing's expression changed slightly. She quickly reminded Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned his head and saw the void ripple beside him, and a few more figures appeared. There were 4 floating light beasts. 3 of them were 1-star demon generals, and the larger one in the middle was a 2-star demon general. With such a lineup and that strange attack, it was really terrifying. When Lin Xian saw this, he pursed his lips and muttered, "There's more." Morong Qingqing sighed. "Let's go. Our target is not them, but the mountaintop." Lin Xian nodded. He could use his trump card to kill these floating light beasts, but this was not a hunting competition. It was a competition of speed and time. Therefore, the two of them looked at each other and quickly left. Their figures flashed and disappeared like 2 rainbows. Roar! When the 4 floating light beasts saw Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing escaping, they roared angrily. Their bodies turned transparent, and they quickly chased after them. Fortunately, the two of them had exquisite movement techniques and managed to shake off the floating light beasts. In the end, the two of them finally left the belly of the mountain and arrived at the mountaintop. Seeing the mountaintop in front of them, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, an earth-shattering roar came from behind them, followed by several powerful auras. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing turned around and saw Shaoli, Lan Bai, Dongfang Fenghuang, and the others rushing out of the forest. Behind them were several powerful demon generals. It seemed that they had all been attacked by the demon generals. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Soon, he frowned again because the demon generals behind them did not stop attacking. Instead, they continued to chase after them. In this way, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing would also be surrounded. When Dongfang Fenghuang saw Lin Xian, her face lit up. She revealed a sly smile and flew directly toward them. Damn it! That crazy woman! Lin Xian's scalp went numb, and he quickly left. It was no joke to be surrounded by so many demon generals. These prodigies did not fight head-on. Instead, they chose to retreat and set off toward the mountaintop. Rays of light lit up like countless shooting stars across the sky. Finally, the group arrived at the mountaintop, but they did not see the golden bell. It seemed that they still had to look for it. Buzz, Lin Xian looked around, trying to find the golden bell. Suddenly, an ear-piercing demonic sound came from behind, accompanied by a terrifying force that pierced toward him. Be careful! Morong Qingqing shouted. Lin Xian's heart sank. He quickly turned around, drew the wind shadow sword, and swept it out. Boom! The terrifying attack from behind collided with the wind shadow sword, creating a terrifying sound of impact. It was as if 100,000 mountains had crashed into him. The force made Lin Xian's expression change. He snorted coldly, and an even more powerful spiritual force erupted from his body. At the same time, his body fluttered and dissipated the force. With 9 transformations, Lin Xian dissipated the terrifying force and landed lightly on the ground like a feather. Then, he stared coldly in front of him like a sword. "If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish." Lin Xian's voice was cold. His opponent was too vicious. Not only did he launch a sneak attack, but he also wanted to knock him off the mountaintop. He stared at Zhou Su, and a murderous aura gathered in his eyes. It was fierce and terrifying. "Want to die? Let's see if you have the right to do so." Zhou Su sneered. His body swayed, and he stepped on Lin Xian's head. A powerful force fell from the sky and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian punched out. His golden fist carried the light of lightning, and it rushed into the sky like an angry dragon. The two collided, and a terrifying force exploded, causing the ground to crack. "Not good, he's crazy." The surrounding martial artists' expressions changed drastically. They left the cliff and ran toward the center. The violent tremors caused many martial artists to run towards the center of the mountain. Only there could they safely avoid the attacks of the demonic beasts. However, Lin Xian did not retreat. He punched towards the sky to confront Zhou Su. Boom, terrifying energy surged. The two exchanged a few blows and then distanced themselves. Neither of them left. Instead, they faced each other. At this moment, the demon generals in the distance also caught up. 3 huge creatures surrounded Lin Xian and Zhou Su. Zhou Su did not care about being surrounded by the demon generals. He stared at Lin Xian with a sinister smile. "Today, I will let you know my power." Lin Xian's eyes were cold. Sword chi surged on his body as he prepared to attack with all his might. However, at this moment, the Crimson Dragon suddenly said, "Kid, hurry up and leave. There is a big guy below. You can't handle it." Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. The Crimson Dragon was an old monster. For it to issue a warning at this time, it was enough to show how dangerous the situation was. Without any hesitation, Lin Xian rushed into the sky and flew into the distance. Roar! Roar, roar! Lin Xian dodged all the attacks of the 3 demon generals. "Ha ha ha, how dare you run away without a fight?" Zhou Su laughed disdainfully. Boom, before his voice could fade away, the ground beside him suddenly split open. A gigantic tail swept out and killed a demonic general. "What?" Zhou Su's expression changed. He did not expect such a shocking change. That was a 2-star demon general. How could it be killed just like that? What kind of monster is below? At this moment, he could no longer care about mocking Lin Xian. He also fled quickly. Boom! Boom, boom! The black tail swept across like a sharp heavenly blade and instantly killed the 3 demon generals. Then, the entire ground began to tremble as if a peerless demon was about to appear. Demonic chi condensed together like smoke and rushed into the sky. The ground cracked open and another black tail, accompanied by a smoky demonic chi, rushed out of the ground. Boom, the tails danced and slapped the ground nearby as if they were about to shatter the entire mountain. Lin Xian and the others had ugly expressions on their faces as they watched this scene nervously. They didn't think that there would be such a terrifying thing at the top of the mountain that could easily kill a 2-star demon general. This was not something they could contend against. Whoosh, in the next moment, a tail as thick as a mountain pressed down on the crowd. "Disperse!" It was unknown who shouted, but the people in the center immediately scattered. Boom, the black tail fell, bringing with it a thick demonic aura. It smashed the ground, an endless demonic aura spread out in all directions. Even more black tails appeared, a total of 9, dancing in the sky, incomparably terrifying. Above the tail, the demonic aura condensed into large black hands that grabbed at the crowd. One of them was aiming for Lin Xian. Wang, a shocking sword radiance lit up. The sword radiance was like a long rainbow as it instantly slashed at the black demonic aura hand. As the sword chi collided with the palm trembled slightly, and cracks began to appear on its surface. However, in the next instant, boundless demonic chi wrapped around it, and the palm was completely unharmed. "Let's go." Lin Xian's pupils constricted. His previous attack was enough to kill a 2-star demon general, but against this monster, it didn't cause any damage. This was simply too inconceivable, therefore, he didn't fight it head-on. Instead, he met up with Morong Qingqing. "Are you alright?" Morong Qingqing asked with concern. "I'm fine." Lin Xian shook his head. "Let's go find the golden bell first." Morong Qingqing nodded. "This isn't the real top of the mountain. I don't think the golden bell is here." Indeed, Lin Xian and the others were already at the top of the mountain, but it wasn't the highest place. The highest place was the mountain in the distance. That was the highest peak of the mountain. Not only Lin Xian, but the others also thought of this point. Therefore, many of them quickly moved and ran toward the highest peak. Boom, the palm formed by the black demonic aura slammed down, blocking everyone's path. It seemed that this mountain was not easy to reach. Everyone was anxious. The mountain peak was right in front of them. Whoever could reach it first would be the champion of this conference. Not only could they obtain 1,000,000 spiritual value points, but they could also obtain a chance to comprehend the Kingstone statue. This kind of opportunity was very rare. It might only come once in a lifetime, therefore, no one wanted to give up. "We can only give it a try." Lin Xian took a deep breath. His gaze gradually focused, and his body emitted a sharp aura. Morong Qingqing, Zhou Su, Dongfang Fenghuang, and the others also used their full strength, preparing to attack. These people were powerful. They could be said to be the peak of the freshmen. Perhaps only they could break through. In the sky, the elders of Senma College were paying close attention to everything. Some of the other mountains and Senma College's senior students were also paying attention. After all, the strength of the freshmen was also related to their future. If a powerful freshman appeared, they would either subdue him or become one of them. If that didn't work, then they could only suppress him. After all, no one would ignore a threat. Lin Xian and the others stood out from the crowd and flew toward the highest mountain peak. The terrifying demon beast underground seemed to have noticed this as well. The palm formed from demon chi attacked together with the black tail. Not only that, but there was also a low roar coming from the ground as if a peerless demon had awakened. The sound was low and contained terrifying energy. It caused the surrounding mountains to collapse and turn into powder. Then, the ground cracked open. Countless demon chi condensed and formed a huge black waterfall. It hung upside down from the sky and blocked Lin Xian and the others' path. The demon chi surged like a black demon wall. It stood in front of them and connected the heavens and the earth. Lin Xian and the others' faces were gloomy as they stopped. They were not the only ones. Even the senior students who were watching gasped. They did not expect such a terrifying demon beast to appear. Judging from its aura, it's at least a 3-star demon general. Not to mention these freshmen, even those on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard might not be able to fight against it. Many people shook their heads and could only mourn for the freshmen. Above the black demon wall, the demon chi surged and formed countless black tentacles again. They grabbed at Lin Xian and the others. The tentacles turned into ferocious heads and let out ear-piercing screams. Lin Xian and the others' faces were ugly. The situation had gone beyond their control. The power was too terrifying. They would be injured if they touched it. However, if they could not pass through it, they would not be able to reach the peak, let alone ring the golden bell. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to risk it all. His expression was solemn and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Sharp sword chi surged out of his body as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. He stomped his foot and turned into a light sword, charging out quickly. What? Is this kid crazy? Zhou Su and the others were not the only ones who were shocked. The senior students were also shocked. Charging out at this time was no different from courting death. Above the clouds, Elder Hua and the sage-like elder nodded slightly when they saw this. "Kid, you're quite brave," the sage-like elder said with a smile. "Not bad, but I wonder how strong you are." Elder Hua narrowed his eyes. Lin Xian turned into a sword aura and rushed towards the demonic wall in front of him. This action made everyone exclaim. At the same time, they shook their heads and lamented that Lin Xian was too stupid. Zhou Su snorted coldly with disdain in his eyes. In his opinion, Lin Xian was courting death. Boom, the sword aura soared into the sky and turned into the shape of a dragon. It roared ferociously and plunged into the demonic wall. The demonic aura shook violently, then it began to calm down as if nothing had happened. This is... Everyone was puzzled. They did not know what this meant. Did Lin Xian pass or not? Morong Qingqing's expression changed slightly. 9 lotus flowers surrounded her like a fairy. She stepped on the lotus platform and flew out as well. When the others saw this, they were silent for a moment, then gritted their teeth and followed behind. When Zhou Su saw this, he snorted coldly and turned into a sword aura. He would not let these people succeed, especially Lin Xian, because the first place was his. The sword aura flashed and an ancient giant sword appeared in the air. It was 100 meters long and quickly slashed forward. Dongfang Fenghuang's palm danced and a strong spiritual force surged out, condensing into a flaming phoenix. It screeched to the sky and plunged into the demonic wall. Morong Qingqing stepped on the lotus platform, her white robe fluttering. She controlled the 9-petaled lotus to form a blade and slashed down. These people all used their methods, entering the demonic wall, wanting to break out of the encirclement. Everyone looked up to see if these new geniuses could successfully break through. In particular, the people from Dragon Sword Pavilion who arrived later clenched their fists and prayed in their hearts. On the entire mountain top, there were only the low roars of peerless demonic beasts and the whistling of demonic tails. The others watched in silence. The silence lasted for a while before it was broken. That was because the tall demonic wall had changed again. Demonic aura surged and a black vortex appeared on the other side of the demonic wall. It spun faster and faster as if something was about to come out. Poof! Buzz! In the next moment, a sword aura soared into the sky and flew out of the demonic wall towards the highest mountain. It's out, it's really out! Everyone exclaimed, it's a sword aura. Could it be Zhou Su? No, it's Lin Xian. Everyone looked carefully and discovered that the first person to come out was Lin Xian. Originally, everyone thought that it would be the powerful Zhou Su, but they didn't expect that the first to come out would be Lin Xian. Soon, the demonic wall rolled and another figure flew out. This time, it was Morong Qingqing, whose white robes were whiter than snow. Like an otherworldly fairy, he stepped on a 5-colored lotus platform and floated towards the peak of the mountain. Soon, she was standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Xian. Puff! Puff! The demonic wall behind him surged, and those figures all came out, flying towards the mountain peak. Dongfang Fenghuang was clad in a fiery red armor that accentuated her exquisite figure. She was like a goddess of fire, causing people to gasp in admiration. Shaoli's saber aura soared into the sky, and a terrifying crack appeared on the demonic wall. Zhou Su's expression was ice cold. The sword energy on his body soared into the sky. A huge sword of light condensed under his feet, as if a sword god had appeared. These people used their methods to rush out of the demonic wall. They all landed on the peak of the mountain. Behind them, the demonic aura rolled and condensed again, but it didn't chase after them. Instead, it stood there. After Lin Xian and the others arrived, some people in the crowd tried to break through and succeeded. Among them were Xinyao Tian, Lan Bai, and the others. A total of 7 people stood on the peak of the mountain, looking at each other with hostility. Below, everyone held their breaths. They knew that the number 1 new student would emerge from these people. I didn't expect 7 people to be able to break through the demonic wall. This year's new students are really interesting. Elder Hua was very surprised. In the distance, the senior students who were watching the battle also looked solemn. The strength of these new students was beyond their expectations. It seemed that this year's new students were even more terrifying than they had imagined. On the peak of the mountain, the 7 figures stood in 4 different directions, maintaining a certain distance from each other. The 7 of them were able to come here, which was enough to prove their strength. However, only one person could be number 1, and only one person could comprehend the Kingstone statue. Therefore, they had to use all their strength to defeat the other 6. Among them, Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian stood together, which was considered an alliance. The others stood alone and didn't intend to form an alliance. After all, at this time, they were all worried and didn't dare to form an alliance with others. However, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing, who had formed an alliance, became the target of everyone's attention. 5 pairs of eyes looked at the two of them with a trace of vigilance. Everyone, I think we have to get rid of someone first. Otherwise, the two of them forming an alliance will be too big a threat to us. Zhou Su smiled evilly and stared at Lin Xian. After hearing this, the others frowned even more. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He stared at Zhou Su, and suddenly, his body swayed and rushed out quickly. This attack was very sudden. In an instant, Lin Xian was in front of Zhou Su, and the wind shadow sword in his hand slashed down quickly. The sword light was like a sudden clap of thunder, extremely powerful. Boom, Zhou Su also unsheathed his sword. The simple blue longsword turned into a stream of light and met the attack. The sword chi circled around and collided continuously, forming rays of light that shook continuously. Both of them were experts in the sword, and at this moment, they were evenly matched. Boom boom. Boom boom, in an instant, the two longswords clashed more than 100 times. The terrifying sound of metal clashing shook the surroundings, and a large amount of sword chi flew in all directions. The surrounding mountains and rocks were shattered, and the ground was filled with countless sword holes. Kid, today I'll show you what a real expert in the way of the sword is. Zhou Su laughed wildly. You don't have the right to say that. Lin Xian counterattacked with his sword and rushed forward again. Bang, Zhou Su slashed down with his blue longsword. The brilliant sword light was like a vast ocean, and like the vast stars, it enveloped Lin Xian. His first attack was a consummate skill, sea of stars connecting heaven. Boom boom boom, this attack forced Lin Xian to retreat. Ha ha ha, you're really pitifully weak. Zhou Su laughed. Do you want to call your companions and attack together? It's not so troublesome to deal with you. Lin Xian was forced to retreat, but he was not angry. On the contrary, his expression was calm, but the aura on his body was even more fierce. Humph, then you won't have a chance. Zhou Su sneered. Guys, I'll hold this kid back. You can go and ring the golden bell. Hearing this, the others frowned. I don't like to take advantage of others. Go ahead and fight. If you lose, I'll defeat Lin Xian. If you win, I'll defeat you. I'll ring the golden bell after I've defeated everyone. Xiao Li said coldly. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. To him, it was not important whether he rang the bell or not. Defeating everyone was the most important thing. The eyes of Xianxia and the rest flickered as they looked at the golden bell in the distance. Hee, if you don't want it, then I'll take it. A fiery red figure dashed out and flew into the distance. If you don't want it, then the golden bell is mine. A fiery red figure flew out. It was Dongfang Phoenix. She did not care about the battle between Lin Xian and Zhou Su. In her opinion, getting the golden bell was the most important thing. However, as soon as she moved, a 5-colored light blocked her way like a meteor. The next moment, a beautiful woman in white appeared and blocked her way. What do you mean by this? Dongfang Phoenix had a fiery temper. When she saw someone blocking her way, she immediately shouted. It's very simple. You can't go over. Morong Qingqing said calmly. Are you trying to stop me? Dongfang Phoenix glared. Flames surged out of her body and jumped. A fiery red whip condensed in her hand. It coiled around her like a snake. If you think so, then there's nothing I can do. Morong Qingqing said in a low voice, I'm not targeting you. It's just that before the battle between the two of them is over, no one can go over. Morong Qingqing did not have much interest in this conference. To be honest, although the King Stone statue was tempting, it was not a fatal temptation for her. She came from the House of Kings. However, unlike Xianxia, she was not an ordinary disciple. She was like a princess in her family. Therefore, although she was young, her identity was special. She could come into contact with the core of her family, including some of the king's inheritances. Moreover, due to her bloodline, she could not cultivate other inheritances. In other words, Morong Qingqing did not care much about this freshman conference. The only person she cared about was Lin Xian. Since Lin Xian wanted the King Stone statue, she would do her best to help him. Hearing Morong Qingqing's firm words, Dongfang Phoenix's face turned cold. The flames on her body jumped as if she was going to attack at any time. How dare this person block her? How hateful. Moreover, what made her even angrier was that this person was not as good as her in terms of appearance, figure, or strength. As a woman, she was naturally repelled. Therefore, the atmosphere between the two was very tense. A fight could break out at any time. Seeing Morong Qingqing block Dongfang Phoenix, the others were also surprised. However, their eyes soon became fiery. Now that the strongest few of them had been pinned down, their chance had come, especially Xianxia. Although he was a disciple of the House of Kings, he was only a branch disciple and did not have access to the core things. This was his chance to obtain the king's inheritance. With a flicker of his body, he dashed out with 108 rings like a god of war in space. Haha, then I'll go first. Boom, shocking saber light flashed, like a divine chain, cutting through the sky, slashing toward Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed greatly. His body kept moving, and only then did he manage to dodge this attack. Then, his face darkened as he stared at Xiaoli. What do you mean? Stay. Xiaoli SSS'd, you want to die? Xianxia was infuriated. This was a great opportunity. Whoever blocked him would be his enemy. Thus, he roared angrily and threw out a punch. Furthermore, his figure quickly rushed out. Humph. Xiaoli snorted. He raised his sword Qi and fought with Xianxia. The people below were stunned. They did not expect the two of them to fight first. Morong Qingqing stared at the last person. However, to her surprise, the young man named Lan Bai did not make a move. Instead, he sat aside and watched the show. Zhou Su looked around and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that no one was running toward the golden bell. In this way, he could deal with Lin Xian with all his strength. Kid, let me have some fun with you. Zhou Su sneered. Then, he took a step forward. Spiritual power gushed out of his body like an erupting volcano. He held the blue sword and slashed it down. The sword Qi was sharp and cold. It was like a peerless divine weapon that made people's hearts tremble. The sword Qi slashed directly at Lin Xian. Buzz, Lin Xian also drew his sword to counterattack. The sword Qi was like a rainbow. It carried a scorching heat like a fire dragon. It was extremely violent and rushed forward. Bang, the two swords collided. The sound of the collision split the air and the terrifying energy swept in all directions. This time, the two of them were evenly matched. They both took a step back. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Zhou Su looked down at Lin Xian with a cold expression. However, you're not strong enough to fight me. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a look of disdain. The next moment, a shocking aura burst out from his body. It was as if a peerless beast had awakened. The majestic spiritual power formed a shocking light beam that shattered the clouds in the sky. This is a second heaven venerable. Below, the people around were shocked. Even the seniors were surprised. They did not expect a freshman to reach the second heaven venerable. Even the seniors would need a few years to do so. Above the clouds, the two elders and tutors were also slightly surprised when they saw this scene. Not bad. He's already at the second heaven venerable. His future achievements will be limitless. I wonder how the first kid who rushed out will fare. If he doesn't have any special means, he'll probably lose. The two elders whispered to each other. Do you really think that I'm the same as you? Zhou Su laughed disdainfully. I've already reached the second heaven venerable. In front of me, you're just a useless ant. Zhou Su was like a high and mighty god looking down at Lin Xian. Materialized sword Qi surged from his body, forming a sword Qi domain that enveloped the surroundings. What trump cards do you have? You'd better use them quickly. Otherwise, you won't have a chance when I attack. Zhou Su strolled in the air as if he did not care about Lin Xian at all. Second heaven venerable. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He did not expect Zhou Su to have such a cultivation. To be honest, he was a little surprised, but it was still within his acceptable range. Moreover, it would be abnormal if Zhou Su did not have any trump cards. Second heaven venerable? Lin Xian's lips curled up. Ever since he broke through, he had not really fought. This was a good opportunity. Let me see how strong you are as a second heaven venerable. Lin Xian looked ahead, his battle intent rising. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Zhou Su sneered disdainfully, then slashed out with his sword. This sword was several times more powerful than the previous one. There were 9 venerable realms, and the gap between each venerable realm was huge. Without special means, it was impossible to fight against someone of a higher level. Everyone was paying attention, especially those from the Dragon Sword Pavilion. They were extremely nervous. Brother Xian will definitely win. Wang Li and the others clenched their fists and said. The freshmen at the side sneered and shook their heads. Could he win? What a joke, his opponent was a second heaven venerable. Even if you have a trump card, does it mean that your opponent doesn't? This battle would definitely be one-sided. Apart from the Dragon Sword Pavilion and Murong Qingqing, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. In the void, Sword Qi whistled, shattering everything. It tore the void apart and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he did not dodge. Instead, he charged forward with his sword in hand. In the face of Zhou Su's powerful attack, Lin Xian charged forward with his sword. You overestimate yourself. Zhou Su sneered. Everyone below was also shocked and secretly sighed at Lin Xian's unwise decision. At this time, the best way was to dodge and use his movement technique to fight with his opponent. After all, there was a difference of a small realm between them. Moreover, it was a small realm in the venerable realm. The gap between them was not small. However, Lin Xian's decision was beyond everyone's expectations. Buzz, the wind shadow sword slashed upwards, turning into a flaming sword that burnt fiercely. The terrifying aura caused the void to distort. Clang, the 2 swords collided like water and fire, emitting a sizzling sound. Countless white mist rose and surged in all directions. Energy overflowed and cut terrifying cracks in the ground. What, he blocked it? Everyone was shocked because Lin Xian was not sent flying as they had imagined. Instead, he blocked Zhou Su's sword. Damn brat. Zhou Su's expression was ugly. Although he did not use his full strength, it was not something a first-level venerable could block. It seemed that his opponent's strength was above his expectations. However, this was more interesting. Very good, it seems that I underestimated you. Zhou Su smiled evilly. However, I only used 70% of my strength just now. Next, I will use 90% of my strength. What, Zhou Su only used 70% of his strength? Everyone was shocked. No wonder Lin Xian could block it. It turned out that he did not use his full strength. I knew it, how could a first-level venerable fight against a second-level venerable? Hearing Zhou Su's words, Lin Xian also smiled. He stared at his opponent and said slowly, is that so? But, I only used half of my strength. It seems that you're really weak. What, half of his strength? Everyone exclaimed. That's impossible. Bragging, he must be bragging. No matter how powerful a first-level venerable is, it's impossible for him to block a second-level venerable with half of his strength. That's right, it's too fake. No one will believe it. No one believed it, but the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion all cheered. Originally, they were still worried, but now that they heard Lin Xian's words, they were relieved again. Lin Xian's words couldn't be wrong. Half? Zhou Su stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. His voice was filled with disdain. Brat, you really dare to say that? Half? I think you've been overwhelmed by your inferiority complex. Let me help you clear your head. Flying waterfall slash. With a thrust of his sword, the azure waterfall surged and rolled towards Lin Xian. The sky was covered, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Die. Zhou Su laughed nastily. He had used 90% of his strength in this strike. Sword of Summer, Raging Inferno. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he stabbed his sword into the sky. Wang, countless flames flickered, condensing into a flame sword that slashed out. Immediately, the sea of fire spread out and covered the entire sky. It dyed the entire area red. In the sky, the 2 forces of opposite attributes collided, and a terrifying shockwave burst forth, tearing the sky apart. Boom, the sound of thunder surged and energy spread out. The sky was a terrifying scene. The freshmen below were scared and all of them retreated. Tempest wings. A pair of tempest wings appeared on Lin Xian's back. His figure flashed and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhou Su. The long sword in his hand was like a gust of wind, piercing out countless rays of sword light that enveloped Zhou Su. The sword light carried a chilling murderous aura that condensed the air between heaven and earth. "You're courting death." Zhou Su was furious. He no longer had his previous calmness. He had used 90% of his strength, but he still could not take down his opponent. Instead, his opponent had attacked him. This was a disgrace to him. His body swayed, and Zhou Su drew out a brilliant afterimage in the air, dodging Lin Xian's sword light attack. Then, he slashed out with his sword. A white ray of sword light flew out, emitting a terrifying aura. 100-meter-long white tiger shadow condensed around it. Boom, this strike was even more powerful and terrifying. Before the sword arrived, its aura was already enough to make countless people tremble. What is that? It's so terrifying. The crowd below was shocked. The seniors in the distance also frowned. The white tiger is used for killing. That's a killing sword. What a strong killing intent. Above the clouds, a few elders and mentors were also paying close attention. "Humph, you should be proud to die under my white tiger killing sword." Zhou Su's expression was cold. Killing intent surged from his body, forming a materialized white tiger shadow. Killing intent? Lin Xian looked at the white tiger sword that was pouncing toward him, and the smile on his face became even wider. "You want to compete with me in killing intent?" In the next moment, he sheathed the wind shadow sword. He clenched his hand, and a blood-red long sword quickly appeared. Killing sword. As soon as the blood-red long sword appeared, a terrifying killing intent immediately spread out, accompanied by a bloody smell. The terrifying killing intent seemed to have come from hell and was about to tear the 9 heavens apart. What? This killing intent? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a killing attack, and his aura seemed to be even stronger. These two guys should be the two strongest among this batch of freshmen. The seniors' eyes flickered. However, the elders above the clouds narrowed their eyes. Interesting. These two guys are not bad. Your killing intent is too weak, Lin Xian said in a low voice, then slashed out with his sword. Whoosh, the sword of slaughter whistled as it slashed out. Blood-colored sword chi shot out. Countless blood seas and stone mountains appeared around the sword chi, like azure from hell. It was extremely terrifying. Boom, the killing sword and the white tiger sword collided, producing a sonorous sound. The tiger roared, and a sea of blood filled the sky. The two forces collided, causing the entire sky to tremble. Kill! Lin Xian shouted angrily again. He raised his sword, and blood-red sword light surrounded his body, making him look like a killing god from hell. Boom, boom. Boom, Lin Xian slashed out dozens of times at once. The terrifying sword chi was like a blood-red river, surrounding Zhou Su and drowning him. Zhou Su shouted angrily, and his aura rose again. At the same time, a white tiger appeared behind him, roaring at the sky. The terrifying sound was like a wave, shattering the surrounding blood-red sword chi. Brat, you've angered me. The white tiger behind Zhou Su blasted away all the blood-red sword chi, and then stared coldly at Lin Xian. This time, I'll go all out. White tiger martial soul, I didn't expect it to be the white tiger martial soul. Everyone exclaimed. No wonder his killing intent was so strong. Zhou Su had already used his martial soul, and it seemed like he was going to go all out. They wondered what Lin Xian's martial soul was. Many people were curious. They knew that Lin Xian was strong, but they had never seen Lin Xian condense his martial soul. White tiger, kill. Zhou Su raised his hand and slashed out with the white tiger around him. The sword chi was 1,000 meters long, and it pressed down in all directions. This slash was too powerful, as if a white tiger was galloping in the void. Even a martial artist of the same level would not be able to withstand it. There was no other way. Condensing one's martial soul would allow one's combat strength to reach its peak, and Zhou Su was currently in this state. Lin Xian did not condense his martial soul. He only held the killing sword tightly and slashed out 18 times in a row. Lin Xian held the sword of slaughter in his hand and slashed out 18 times in a row. The 18 streaks of sword chi formed a blood-red sword diagram that enveloped the surroundings. Boom, the white tiger sword chi collided with the blood-red sword diagram, creating a shocking collision. Both of their attacks were extremely powerful, and the impact of the collision was even more terrifying. Many people below could not withstand the killing intent and retreated with pale faces. How terrifying. The new students were shocked. The aura just now had almost killed them, but that was only the aftermath. One could imagine what kind of impact the two people in the middle of the battlefield had to endure. Blood-red sword chi surged around Lin Xian like 18 heavenly pillars that surrounded him and protected him. Zhou Su had the white tiger beside him and was filled with killing intent. What? He blocked it. Zhou Su's pupils constricted. He realized that Lin Xian's blood-red sword diagram had blocked his white tiger sword chi. That was unbelievable. Could it be that Lin Xian could really contend with him? Zhou Su's face darkened and became very ugly. If they were in the same realm, it would be fine, but Lin Xian was only a first-level venerable, one realm lower than him. However, the two of them were tied. Didn't that mean that he was inferior to Lin Xian? Zhou Su's face darkened at that thought. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his body was filled with killing intent. Beside him, the white tiger martial soul became more condensed, as if it was really a ferocious beast. Looks like I can only use that move. Zhou Su's expression was solemn as if he had made a decision. In the next moment, he took a step forward and merged with the white tiger martial soul beside him. A dazzling light exploded in the sky. The light was even stronger than the sun, and it was so blinding that everyone could not open their eyes. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. His gaze was like a sword that pierced through the void as he looked ahead. Then, he frowned slightly. The white light in front of him gradually disappeared, and a powerful force erupted like a tsunami, sweeping through the world. Everyone was shocked. Zhou Su's aura seemed to have become stronger. In the distance, the senior students also had solemn expressions. This kid has so many trump cards. He actually merged with his martial soul. That Lin Xian is even more powerful. It seems that he hasn't condensed his martial soul yet. A few senior students discussed in low voices, and there was even a trace of fear in their expressions. This was because the strength displayed by Lin Xian and Yi Zichen was not weaker than theirs. In fact, they had even surpassed many of the older students. In the sky, the white light dissipated, and Zhou Su's figure appeared. He had a head of black hair and stood in the void. His body was covered in a layer of white tiger armor. It was dazzling and radiated a sharp aura. Not only that, but the azure longsword in his hand also changed its appearance. It turned into the white tiger killing sword, emitting a cold light. This time, let's see how you block it. Zhou Su let out a ferocious roar. His body flickered and he instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. So fast. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The wind and thunder wings on his back turned into a streak of wind and thunder as he dodged quickly. However, Zhou Su, who had fused with the white tiger martial soul, was too powerful. His speed was extremely fast, and he was practically flying right next to Lin Xian. Die! He slashed out with his sword, and the white tiger's roar shook the forest, causing the demonic beasts in the distance to tremble. This sword was powerful and heavy, and it was filled with murderous intent as it slashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his sword to block, but there was a loud bang as he was forced back. Whoosh, he slid a few hundred meters in the air before he stopped. The killing sword in his hand had also become a little dim. Your strength has increased by a lot. Lin Xian looked at Zhou Su and frowned slightly. The crowd below exclaimed, he's been forced back. Lin Xian's strength was obvious to all, but he was forced back now. This was enough to show how terrifying Zhou Su was. Brat, this time, I won't give you any chance. Zhou Su let out a sinister laugh and charged out again. Boom. Boom, boom. He was like a ghost as he flew quickly in the air. The white tiger killing sword in his hand was even more frenzied, forcing Lin Xian to retreat every time. Ha ha ha, brat, how are you going to fight me? Boom, it was another terrifying attack. The white tiger killing sword emitted a dazzling white light as if it had been possessed by a ferocious white tiger. It directly bit the killing sword in Lin Xian's hand into pieces. Lin Xian was also forced back by this huge force. His entire arm was buzzing and numb. "Brat, use your martial soul. Otherwise, you won't have any chance." Zhou Su held the white tiger killing sword in his hand and pointed it at Lin Xian. "To deal with you, I have to use my martial soul." Lin Xian shook his head slightly and formed the killing sword again. "It's useless. Don't overestimate yourself." Zhou Su sneered when he saw Lin Xian forming the killing sword again. "If I can break it once, I can break it a second time. If you don't use your martial soul, you won't have any chance to fight back." "Is that so?" Lin Xian sneered. He held the killing sword in his right hand and formed it again. Black gas surged and quickly formed a pitch-black sword. The sword of Nirvana, the pitch-black sword was like a sword of death, exuding an aura of death. With both swords in his hands, Lin Xian looked like the Grim Reaper. The red and black swords flashed in his hands, and two forces surrounded him. "What's that?" Seeing the pitch-black sword, the people below were shocked again. The aura of death made them feel very uncomfortable, as if the vitality in their bodies was disappearing. What a strange power. Even the seniors were shocked. This brat has so many trump cards. Above the clouds, the sage-like elder stroked his beard. This brat is not simple. Elder Huan narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Xian curiously. In the sky, Zhou Su frowned. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such a deathly power. That strange aura made him feel uncomfortable. "I can't wait any longer. Otherwise, who knows what other strange things that brat has." Zhou Su's face darkened. His body swayed, and he attacked again. "I've had enough. Let's end this." The white tiger killing sword surged, and a terrifying sword chi slashed down. The brilliant light shattered part of the sky. "Sword of Solitude." Lin Xian snorted coldly and stabbed out with the Sword of Solitude. The black sword chi surged into the sky like the river Styx. Sizzle, there was no earth-shattering explosion. The black sword chi hit the white tiger killing sword and kept rolling, releasing a deathly power to wear down the white tiger killing sword. In an instant, the white tiger sword chi dimmed as if its power had been drained. How strange. Zhou Su was shocked. His opponent's sword chi could wear down and weaken his power. It was impossible to guard against. Destroy. He snorted coldly. His spiritual power surged and poured into the white tiger killing sword. Suddenly, the dimmed white tiger killing sword shone again and broke the black sword chi. "It's useless. No matter how strange your techniques are, everything is futile in front of absolute power." Zhou Su's expression was cold, like the Grim Reaper. "Absolute power is terrifying, but in front of me, you're not absolute power." Lin Xian sneered. "So, killing you is like slaughtering a dog." The next moment, he raised his arms and merged the red and black swords. Lin Xian held the two swords in his hands and quickly merged them. The pitch-black sword of Nirvana merged with the blood-red sword of Massacre to form a demonic sword. The sword was slender and surrounded by red and black sword inscriptions. It emitted a murderous aura. With the sword in hand, Lin Xian's aura became stronger. He was not afraid of Zhou Su, who had merged with the white tiger martial soul. "Merge." Zhou Su furrowed his brows as well. Lin Xian had once again displayed a strange technique. He was actually able to fuse two different types of sword auras. This was simply too unbelievable. This brat must be dealt with quickly. Zhou Su felt uneasy. Sword chi gathered on the white tiger killing sword and formed a ferocious tiger head. It was ferocious and terrifying as it looked down on the world. Then, the tiger head spat out a ray of sword light. It was like a heavenly pillar that swept in all directions. Tiger roar golden annihilation. Boom, the sky-piercing sword chi fell, as if it was tearing the sky apart. It was strong and powerful, and it carried a terrifying aura as it fell toward Lin Xian. The sword chi surged, and the aura made the eyelids of the seniors in the distance twitch. It was too terrifying. Even a second-rank venerable could not withstand it. In fact, they would die if they touched it. The sky-piercing white tiger sword chi was so heavy that it crushed the surrounding mountains. Clang, Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand and slashed at the white tiger sword chi. Sparks flew in all directions as if countless shooting stars were flying. Sparks fell and pierced the ground, forming a terrifying black hole. The surrounding martial artists were so frightened that they fled. This sword was too terrifying. Murderous aura flowed, and the white tiger's aura surged. It was as if it was going to cut the mountain in half. Lin Xian resisted it and immediately felt a huge force surge toward him, causing his arm to go numb. He knew that this should be one of Zhou Su's killing moves. Feeling the danger, Lin Xian let out a long roar and used the earth-grade martial art, Gale Lightning Sword. The void trembled, and a huge sword appeared. It was simple and majestic, as if it had traveled from the ancient times. It suppressed the surroundings. In the next moment, he slashed at the white tiger sword chi. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the two giant swords clashed in the air, almost destroying the 10,000 zhang tall mountain. This attack was too terrifying. The energy that scattered in all directions caused Shaoli, Xinyao Tian, and the others, who were fighting nearby, to stop and retreat. Furthermore, every single one of them had a look of shock on their faces. Even the elders on the clouds had grave expressions on their faces. This is an earth-tier martial art. Elder Hua narrowed his eyes. Both of them were using earth-tier martial arts. In the sky, Zhou Su's expression was unsightly. He actually failed to take down the other party. This was already his greatest trump card. Not only did it fuse with the White Tiger martial spirit, but it was also an earth-ranked martial art, White Tiger Golden Light Annihilation. Most likely, no one in the second level of the Venerate realm could compare to him. Even if it was a third-level Venerate, he was confident that he could put up a fight. However, Lin Xian was able to withstand it. Furthermore, the terrifying aura emanating from the martial arts that the other party used was not any weaker than his. An earth-tier martial art. This fellow also knows an earth-tier martial art. Zhou Su's face was gloomy. His eyes were burning with rage. He could not wait to tear Lin Xian apart. Then let's see whose earth-tier martial art is stronger. Zhou Su shouted angrily. He roared into the sky as if he had gone mad. He activated all the spiritual energy in his body and waved the white tiger killing sword in his hand. Roar, a terrifying tiger roar reverberated through the air, shaking heaven and earth. Then, another shocking sword ray slashed toward Zhou Su. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his sleeves and removed the demon sword in his hand. In its place, a wind sword and a lightning sword appeared. Although the demon sword was powerful, it did not match the attributes of the Gale Lightning Sword and could not unleash its full power. Only the power of wind and lightning could display the power of this earth-tier martial art. In an instant, a green jade-like longsword appeared. Green air flowed around it and contained a powerful wind concept. On the other side, golden electric arcs danced and formed a golden lightning sword. When the two swords appeared, the power of wind and lightning filled the sky. What? Wind and lightning attributes. Everyone was stunned. How many attributes did Lin Xian have? The older students' mouths twitched. This guy was too monstrous. They could not help but think of the few fellows in the academy. They had the same experience back then and were now giants in Senma College. Lin Xian had a bright future. Zhou Su's face darkened. He roared angrily and sped up the attack of the white tiger sword aura. Gale Lightning Sword, Double Sword Star Destruction. Boom, boom. Two gigantic swords appeared in the sky. Green light and lightning surrounded them. It was terrifying. A gale sword and a lightning sword intertwined and slashed toward the white tiger killing sword. Boom, boom. Boom, the entire sky exploded, and the swords violently destroyed everything in their path. Crack. Crack, crack. The white tiger killing sword trembled slightly and became more and more intense. No, block it. Zhou Su was furious. He activated his spiritual energy without any regard for his life. At this moment, Lin Xian took a deep breath and shouted, Gale Lightning Sword, 3 swords frighten ghosts and gods. Boom, another gigantic sword descended from the heavens. What? There's more. Everyone was stunned. Was he still human? Elder Hua was also shocked. Earth-rank martial arts consumes a lot of energy. With their cultivation, they can only use it twice. How can they use it again? Could it be that this kid has some trump card that we don't know about? Zhou Su was even more shocked. The spiritual energy in his body was almost depleted. Even the speed at which he mobilized the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much slower. He could not use it a third time. However, Lin Xian could still use it. It was unbelievable. Impossible. He roared in horror. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. Humph, ignorant. Lin Xian sneered. He practiced the art of longevity. The spiritual energy in his body was endless. His ability to mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much better than ordinary people. Therefore, it was easy for him to use an earth-rank martial arts. Moreover, this was not his limit. He could still use it one more time. However, he would not do that. This was because he wanted to use it as his last trump card. Moreover, his opponent could not hold on any longer. Indeed, Zhou Su could not hold on any longer. The three gigantic swords put a lot of pressure on him. His white tiger killing sword would soon shatter. At that time, he would be doomed. Retreat, Zhou Su did not hesitate. If he did not leave now, he would not be able to leave anymore. Whoosh, Zhou Su turned into a bolt of lightning and fled into the distance. The white tiger killing sword did not have any energy to support it. It was instantly destroyed by the gale lightning sword. Then, a huge sword energy slashed toward Zhou Su. Tantric blood escape. Seeing the terrifying sword energy, Zhou Su spat out a mouthful of blood essence. It formed a pair of blood wings and brought him away from the attack range of the light sword. Huff, 1,000 meters away, Zhou Su could not stop panting. His face was pale without a trace of blood. Lin Xian, I won't let you go. Zhou Su stared at the voice in the distance with a ferocious expression. Do you think I'll let you go? Lin Xian took a step forward and arrived in front of Zhou Su in an instant. The golden lightning sword in his hand stabbed down quickly. In an instant, Lin Xian appeared in front of Zhou Su, the golden lightning sword in his hand stabbing down quickly. What? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so decisive. Zhou Su's pupils constricted. At the critical moment, he once again used his life-saving technique, his body instantly moving 10 feet away. You still have a trump card? Lin Xian's sword missed and he frowned. His opponent was indeed difficult to deal with. Even at this time, he still had a life-saving trump card. However, he still could not escape from his hands. In the next moment, he stepped out again, the golden lightning sword hanging above his opponent's head. In an instant, Zhou Su's face became very ugly. He had used up all his trump cards. He was extremely sullen. This was completely different from what he had expected. In his imagination, the one kneeling and begging for mercy should be Lin Xian, but now, he was the one who had lost. I'm very curious. We don't know each other. Why are you so angry that you have to target me? Lin Xian asked. He was very puzzled, so he wanted to clarify it now. Humph, it is true that we have never met before. In fact, I only found out about you from my younger sister. She said that you're a sword genius that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. I'm not convinced because I'm the #1 sword genius. Zhou Su gritted his teeth and said. Your sister? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Zhou Jianying, you shouldn't have forgotten. Zhou Su snorted coldly. It's her. Lin Xian was surprised. A figure appeared in his mind. Dressed in green, holding a 3-foot sword, looking down on the heroes. Lin Xian naturally would not forget this girl who fought with him at the Azure Dragon Assembly in the Nantian region. However, he did not expect that a few words of praise from her would attract such trouble. Compared to your sister, you're even worse than trash. Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he swung his sword and cut off a strand of Zhou Su's black hair. If this wasn't a competition, you would already be dead. After saying that, he turned around and ignored Zhou Su. Damn it. Zhou Su's face was gloomy and his body trembled. Today was a great humiliation to him. He would definitely take revenge for this. Standing up with difficulty, Zhou Su's figure flashed as he rushed down the mountain. If he couldn't get first place, he wouldn't want any ranking. Looking at the disappearing figure, everyone's hearts trembled. Lin Xian was too strong. Even Zhou Su was no match for him. Perhaps no one here was his match. I'm going to take first place in this competition. Anyone who isn't convinced can come over now. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Domineering, too domineering. This was equivalent to declaring war against the other 5. Brother Xian is mighty. The people from Dragon Sword Pavilion roared excitedly. This domineering and powerful young man was their boss. Humph. Xinyao Tian stared at Lin Xian and snorted, but he didn't make a move. The battle just now had shocked him. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he was no match for Lin Xian. Xinyao Tian said coldly, although we are no match for you, if you want to be number 1, you can't just say a few harsh words. Humph, I'll fight you. Dongfang Phoenix was hot-tempered. She couldn't bear it any longer. She shook the flame spirit whip in her hand, and the divine flames on her body burned fiercely. On the other side, Shaoli also stepped forward. His eyes were full of fighting spirit, and his body was surrounded by blade qi. The battle just now consumed a lot of your spiritual power. I won't take advantage of you. You should recover first. Although Lin Xian's performance was very strong, he was very confident in himself. Lin Xian smiled. This guy was still the same as before. He looked around and suddenly saw Lan Bai, who had been sitting silently, stand up with a faint smile. Sorry, the number 1 freshman this time is mine. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears. You're the number 1? Xinyao Tian snorted. Who do you think you are? Don't you think you're too arrogant? The others frowned and stared at Lan Bai with unfriendly expressions. Even Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect this quiet young man to say such words at this time. Whether I'm arrogant or not, you'll know soon enough. Lan Bai chuckled and walked toward the crowd with a calm expression. He didn't take them seriously at all. Let me see what kind of strength you have. How dare you say such words? Xinyao Tian looked ferocious and waved his palm. Terrifying spiritual power quickly condensed, and a huge light palm formed in the air. However, Lan Bai didn't dodge. He didn't even look at it. He seemed to be more arrogant than Lin Xian. You're courting death. Xinyao Tian was furious when he saw that he was ignored. He sped up and waved his palm. Disperse. Lan Bai smiled faintly and spat out a word softly. The next moment, the terrifying light palm in the sky disappeared and turned into a rain of light, falling to the ground. What? How is this possible? Xinyao Tian was stunned. The crowd below was also stunned. What's going on? No matter if it was them, everyone was stunned. Even the elders on the clouds were slightly surprised. The mentors were stunned, but the 2 elders frowned slightly. Elder Hua sensed carefully. She stretched out her slender hand and waved it in the air. Then, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She turned her head and looked at the sage-like elder. Then, she nodded slightly. It seemed that the 2 elders had understood. However, Lin Xian and the others didn't understand. Xinyao Tian, especially, was astonished. His attack was actually neutralized by a single sentence? This was unbelievable. Besides, impossible. I don't believe it. Xinyao Tian's face darkened. He quickly raised his hand and was ready to attack again. However, he was stunned the next moment. What? That's impossible. He screamed in horror. His expression was one of utter terror. My spiritual power? What did you do? Why can't I use my spiritual power? Xinyao Tian was panicking. He tried several times, but it didn't work. He couldn't even use the spiritual power in the air. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others were shocked. They began to check their bodies. Then, they all looked pale. That was because they couldn't use their spiritual power either. What's going on? Dongfang Fenghuang stomped her feet in anger. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and remained silent. Poison, it's poison. Morong Qingqing sighed. We seem to have forgotten that he's a poisoner. Poison, everyone was in a trance. They were shocked. As expected of Goddess Morong. You're so knowledgeable. You noticed the problem so quickly. Lanbai chuckled. That's right. It's poison. But he didn't touch us. How could he poison us? Xianxia looked pale. If I wanted to poison you, why would I need to touch you? Lanbai put his hands behind his back and looked arrogant. As long as I want to, I can use anything in the world to poison you. For example, this time, I only need to put the poison in the air and let you breathe it in slowly. And this poison is colorless and tasteless? Xiaoli asked in a low voice. Yes. It's colorless and tasteless. No one below the third level of the Venerable Realm can detect it. Lanbai said, without my antidote, you're no different from trash. Well, wait until I ring the golden bell. Then I'll play with you. Lanbai laughed and walked toward the top of the mountain. Lanbai controlled the crowd with poison and walked toward the golden bell. I see. It's poison. Lin Xian's brows relaxed. He channeled the dragon sword soul to eliminate the invisible poison in his body. Then, he drew his sword and blocked Lanbai's way. Take your sword away. Stop struggling. Lanbai smiled. You're no match for me now. He glanced at Lin Xian indifferently. If you don't want to lose too badly, I advise you not to fight. Is that so? Lin Xian smiled. What if I insist on making a move? Then don't blame me. Lanbai raised his palm. A layer of green light gathered above it, and he waved it quickly. 5 poisons palm. The wind from the palm carried deadly poison. Anyone who touched it would die. It was terrifying. Oh no. Lin Xian is in trouble. Get out of the way. Many people exclaimed. They were very anxious. Whoosh, a beam of sword light flashed and cut through the void, cutting the poisonous palm of light in half. What? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to mobilize spiritual power. Lanbai was also shocked. He stammered, I told you that it's not easy to get first place, Lin Xian said. Now, do you still want to fight? Forget it. You win. First place is yours. Lanbai shrugged. I can only take second place. Not necessarily. Morong Qingqing suddenly smiled. Then, a colorful stream of light flowed around her body. The 9-petaled lotus danced quickly and destroyed the invisible poison. Lanbai's expression changed again when he saw this. His face was filled with bitterness. You city people are really strong. You can detoxify the poison so quickly. Lanbai was depressed. I'm the #1 poison master in my hometown. No one can detoxify my poison. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a green light and rushed toward the top of the mountain. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing also used their movement techniques and rushed up. The others quickly detoxified the poison. Their movement techniques were better than Lanbai's, so they quickly overtook him. Whoosh, 2 figures landed in front of the golden bell. They were indeed Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. Who wants to go first? Lin Xian rubbed his chin and said, Want to go together? Morong Qingqing rolled his eyes. I have my family's inheritance, so the king statue is not very useful to me. You go first. However, after this, you have to help me refine pills. All right. Lin Xian didn't refuse. He was different from Morong Qingqing. Without the support of a powerful family, he could only rely on himself. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he punched the golden bell. Immediately, the bell rang, letting out a deep sound that echoed throughout the entire forest. This also indicated that Lin Xian would be the champion of the freshman assembly. Lin Xian. In the distance, many senior students silently muttered this name with solemn expressions. The elders of Senma College also nodded slightly. Not bad. Although he doesn't have the power of bloodline, his strength is very strong. After Lin Xian rang the golden bell, everyone began to madly charge towards the top of the mountain. After all, the ranking was related to the amount of spiritual value points. At this time, Xiaoli and the others also expelled the invisible poison in their bodies and quickly rushed over. Soon, the freshman assembly came to an end. In the sky, auspicious clouds floated, and the two elders appeared once again. This competition is very exciting, and the first place is well-deserved. The others' performance is also very outstanding. Elder Hua said, "It can be said that you are very talented. However, I also want to say that this is only the beginning of Senma College. I hope that you will work hard and step into a higher realm of martial arts." "Thank you for your teachings, Elder," Lin Xian and the others said respectfully. "Alright, the rewards will be given to you later. Go back and rest now." Elder Hua waved his hand and left with everyone. "Brother Xian." After the elder left, the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion all surrounded him with excited expressions. "Too cool. Idol. Brother Xian, how did you cure that poison?" Many people were puzzled. However, Lin Xian could not tell them. He only smiled and said, "Relax in a while. Tonight, I will prepare spirit wine. Everyone will not return until they are drunk." "Alright." Everyone was excited. Lin Xian's spirit wine was extremely effective. At this time, even more freshmen ran over, wanting to join the Dragon Sword Pavilion. There was nothing they could do. Lin Xian's previous performance was too shocking. Furthermore, this result meant that he was the number one amongst the freshmen. With this kind of strength, his future achievements would be great. Therefore, countless people wanted to join. On the distant mountain peak, when the older students saw this scene, they all frowned. "It seems that this kid won't join us? What should we do? Should we suppress them?" It's not that easy to create a club. It's not enough for just one person to be powerful. I don't think the other experts among the freshmen will join him. Someone shook his head. "Send an invitation to the others. As for him, we can try to subdue him. If we recruit the entire club, our strength will increase by a lot." A few older students discussed in low voices, preparing for the next step. As for Lin Xian and the others, they returned to the freshman courtyard and began to celebrate. A night of revelry. The next day, everyone once again entered a state of intense cultivation. Lin Xian handed the matter of recruiting to Wang Li and the others. He told them to strictly check. As long as they met the requirements, they could join. As for him, he went to the True Spirit Palace to get his reward. Soon, he arrived at the True Spirit Palace. He found the Guardian Elder and explained his purpose. "Oh, you are this time's number one freshman?" When the Guardian Elder heard this, he looked at Lin Xian. "Yes, that's right." With a flick of his finger, he inserted 1,000,000 spiritual value points into Lin Xian's spiritual value points card. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Follow me." Lin Xian took a deep breath and followed behind. He knew that this should be the way to bring him to the Kingstone statue. However, what surprised Lin Xian was that he did not come to a secret room as he had imagined. Instead, he came to a formation. Stand on it and you will be teleported to the king's palace. There, you have 3 days to comprehend it. As for what you can comprehend, it will depend on your luck. After the Guardian Elder finished speaking, he took out a piece of jade from his storage ring and placed it in a gap in the formation. Then, he injected spiritual energy into the formation. Immediately, the entire formation bloomed with light and was activated. With a flash of white light, Lin Xian disappeared from the True Spirit Palace. I wonder if the newcomer this time will be able to comprehend the king's inheritance? The Guardian Elder had a trace of anticipation. With a flash of light, Lin Xian's figure appeared. He stabilized his body and quickly dispelled the dizziness from the teleportation. Then, he looked around cautiously. The space was a little dim. Only a few luminous pearls on the wall were shining. Lin Xian looked around and found that he was in an ancient palace. The mottled ruins on the wall showed the vicissitudes of life of this place. It was the smell of time. In front of him, there were 5 doors. They were completely black and dozens of feet tall. They were like iron walls. The doors were tightly shut, without a trace of light. On both sides of the huge doors, there were 2 human-shaped statues holding swords and sabers. They looked like guardians. The 5 dark red doors were like 5 passageways that connected different worlds. These are the doors to the king's statues. Lin Xian was shocked. He had thought that there would only be one statue, but there were actually 5 of them. He walked forward and examined them carefully. However, when he approached the doors, he found that there was a strange force that prevented him from moving forward. What the hell? Lin Xian frowned. Kid, this is the door of soul martial arts, the Crimson Dragon said. Door of soul martial arts? Lin Xian was surprised. Yes, the door of soul martial arts. If you want to enter the stone door, you have to withstand the impact of the martial spirits from the statues on both sides. If you can't, you won't be able to enter. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. As expected of the king statues, even entering the door was so troublesome. However, he was not afraid of the martial spirits test at all. One had to know that his martial spirit was the great dragon sword soul, which was an offensive saint technique, therefore, he found a stone door and stepped through. Boom, as Lin Xian approached, the human-shaped stone statues on both sides seemed to come alive. 2 balls of dark green flames appeared in their eye sockets, and a powerful aura was released from their bodies, forming a special field that enveloped Lin Xian. This was the power of a martial spirit, and it was extremely powerful. It was enough to make a second-rank venerable realm cultivator pale. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He used the great dragon sword soul and stood in the field to resist. In the next moment, he took another step forward. Boom, this time, the impact of the martial spirit domain was even more powerful. It was as if it wanted to crush Lin Xian, and the terrifying power caused the entire space to distort. Lin Xian's expression changed. He let out a low roar, and his body was filled with the power of the great dragon sword soul. He was like a peerless divine sword. He took another step forward, and the impact of the martial spirit was even more powerful. This time, Lin Xian directly used the great dragon sword soul. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. It was like a real dragon soaring through the sky, and it let out a low dragon's roar. As soon as the great dragon sword soul appeared, it directly attacked the stone statue martial souls on both sides, causing the impact of the martial souls in the entire space to weaken. In front of the great dragon sword soul, it was difficult for other martial souls to display their power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian took another step forward and walked toward the stone door. Finally, he pushed open the stone door. After entering through the stone door, there was a spacious space inside. It was like a large hall, and there were all kinds of artifacts. In the center, there was a huge statue standing there. It was unknown what material the statue was made of, but it was emitting an indescribable power that made one's heart tremble. The venerable one seemed very small in front of him, as if he was looking up at the sky. So powerful. So this is a king statue. Lin Xian was shocked. He was deeply shaken. With reverence in his heart, Lin Xian walked forward and found that there was a square stone platform in front of the statue. It was about 1 meter tall. Lin Xian stood in front of the stone platform and carefully looked at the statue of the king in front of him. Suddenly, he found words engraved on a part of the statue, "Open the Heavenly King." This was the statue of Open the Heavenly King, Lin Xian concluded, his heart trembling. This was indeed a statue of a king. In the next moment, he seemed to be hit by a wave of power, and his whole body seemed to have fallen into an illusion. There, a majestic figure stood indomitable and tore the sky apart with a palm. Whoosh, Lin Xian suddenly woke up, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He took a deep breath and felt a pain in his forehead. At that moment, he felt like he was being torn apart. If it wasn't for the great dragon sword soul, he would have felt even worse. What kind of power is this? It seems different from martial souls. Lin Xian was puzzled. Kid, this is the power of will. The Crimson Dragon transmitted. Power of will? Yes, when you reach the king realm, you will develop a kind of will. This kind of will is even stronger than martial souls. I think this king statue contains a trace of a king's will. That's why it's so mysterious. The Crimson Dragon explained. No wonder. Lin Xian nodded. So above martial souls was will. It seemed that he still had a long way to go. There were 5 doors here, which meant that there should be 5 king statues. Should he take a look first before making a decision? Lin Xian had an idea. He wanted to see if there were any inheritances of Sword Dao kings. Soon, he retreated and began to walk towards the stone door at the side. If the elders of Senma College were here, they would definitely be shocked and go crazy. One had to know that it was very difficult to enter the stone door, and almost no one could refuse a king statue. To be able to enter a stone door and comprehend a stone statue in 3 days was already a very difficult task. No one was like Lin Xian, who wanted to see all 5 king statues before making a decision. Perhaps only he had the great dragon sword soul and could quickly enter the stone door. Others could forget about it. Boom, not long after, the second stone door opened. Golden Spear King, Lin Xian stood in front of the king statue and tried to comprehend it. A golden spear pierced through heaven and earth like a golden dragon, stirring up the wind and clouds. It was extremely terrifying. Soon, Lin Xian retreated from the illusion and headed towards another king statue. Tyrant Sword King, Fire Spirit King, Blood Sword King. Finally, Lin Xian saw a Sword Dao King in the last stone door. This statue was 10 feet tall and was carved out of blood jade. Lin Xian looked carefully and found that it was a middle-aged man with a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. Looking at it, one would feel like being sucked in by an endless sea of blood. There was only one Sword Dao King statue, so Lin Xian had no choice but to comprehend the Blood Sword King's inheritance. He spread out his soul power and pounced towards the blood jade statue in front of him. Buzz, in the next moment, the scene changed. A sea of blood covered the sky, and if one looked carefully, they would find that it was all blood sword chi. The air was filled with killing intent, as if it could tear people apart at any time. Kill, a low and terrifying voice rang out, directly tearing through the void. A figure appeared, and it was the middle-aged man that looked like a statue. At this moment, he was wearing black gold battle armor and holding a blood sword. With a swing of his sword, the sea of blood spread out for 3,000 miles, and the entire sky was dyed red. In front of him, countless enemies fell and turned into white bones. This was the aura of slaughter, the will of slaughter. Under the effect of this will, no one could survive. Although Lin Xian saw an illusion, he did not feel good either. That will of slaughter seemed to want to tear him apart. He circulated the great dragon sword's soul and resisted with all his strength. Only then could he continue watching. No matter how strong you are just an illusion, an illusion. Lin Xian shouted, "This little illusion can't stump me." Lin Xian's figure stood straight, and the great dragon sword soul in his body surged, letting out the loudest sound. At this moment, the Blood Sword King in the illusion suddenly turned around and stared at Lin Xian. A pair of blood-red eyes with boundless will enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian's body trembled. That will made it hard for him to move, and his body felt like it was pierced by thousands of blood swords. In an instant, Lin Xian received an unimaginable attack. The willpower was too strong. Although it was only a trace, it was still extremely powerful, making it hard for Lin Xian to contend against. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body surged and transformed into a dragon-shaped sword image. It quickly pierced into the illusion and resisted the willpower. Ka, the space shattered and the illusion disappeared. Lin Xian's body relaxed as he gasped for breath. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded, "Eh? What a powerful attack. This power seems to be that thing. Could it really have appeared again?" This voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. It sounded like a question, but also like it was talking to itself. "Forget it, there's no point in thinking about this." That voice sighed and said, "Brat, you're not bad. You have the qualifications to comprehend the stone statue I left behind." After that, the voice gradually disappeared. Lin Xian felt that the monstrous killing intent around him had gradually disappeared and was no longer attacking him. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lin Xian sat on the stone platform in front of the Blood Sword King statue and closed his eyes to comprehend. He had the Sword of Slaughter and had a certain understanding of the Tao of Slaughter. Therefore, it was easier for him to comprehend. Furthermore, he had obtained the Blood Sword King's recognition. Therefore, it did not take long for him to feel the blood sword inheritance within. The information in the sky formed a blood sword and entered Lin Xian's body. In an instant, Lin Xian felt countless information crazily surging in his mind. If it was not for his firm will and powerful soul power, he would have fainted long ago. After a period of difficult time, he finally received all the information. The king's inheritance was extraordinary. Therefore, he could only receive it now. If he wanted to comprehend it, he would have to cultivate bitterly in the future. Standing up, Lin Xian respectfully bowed 3 times to the Blood-Sword King's statue. Afterward, he turned and left. Until now, 2 days had passed and there was only 1 day left. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to take a look at the other statues. Among them, the Golden Spear King and Tyrant Sword King's inheritances were different from his Tao of Sword. Therefore, he gave up on them. He set his sights on the Split Sky King and the Fire Spirit King, the 2 King Stone statues. This time, what he wanted was not the inheritance, but to comprehend 1 or 2 martial techniques. Lin Xian didn't waste any time. He first went to the front of the Sky-Splitting King statue and sat down to comprehend. In the illusory realm, a tall figure appeared beside him. Every punch and every palm could tear apart the sky, causing terrifying attacks. From those moves, Lin Xian comprehended a fist technique, the heaven-opening fist. Strong and brave, pressing forward courageously. In the remaining half of the day, he went to the Fire Spirit King to carefully comprehend. This time, his comprehension of the concept of fire had deepened. Especially that trace of the will of fire, it had a deep influence on him. This allowed his perfection fire concept to advance, and he even had a trace of a fire soul embryonic form. Of course, it would still take some time to become a true fire soul. The other reward was the Vermilion Bird Seal. Lin Xian comprehended the Fire Spirit King's stone statue, and created the second form of the Vermilion Bird Seal, Vermilion Bird's celestial pull, with extraordinary power. After comprehending all this, Lin Xian stood up and prepared to leave. This time, the rewards were huge, far beyond his imagination. Especially the Blood-Sword King's inheritance, which benefited him greatly. As long as he focused on comprehending, he would definitely be incomparably powerful on the Slaughter Dao. Not long after, the 3 days were up, and Lin Xian was transported out. Shua, with a flash of white light, he returned to the True Spirit Palace. How was it? Did you get any inheritance? The Guardian Elder asked. Facing the Guardian Elder's urgent question, Lin Xian didn't hide anything. After all, he would have to use these martial arts inheritances in the future. Disciple obtained the Blood Sword Slaughter inheritance from the Blood Sword King. Lin Xian said. You really got it. The Guardian Elder was shocked. He was just asking normally and didn't have much hope. However, he didn't expect that this young man in front of him actually obtained the king's inheritance. Good, good. The Guardian Elder clapped and laughed. Lin Xian, right? You're really not bad. To be able to obtain the king's inheritance is your fortune and fate. You have to cherish it. Disciple understands. Lin Xian said respectfully. Then, he left the True Spirit Palace and returned to the freshman courtyard. Brother Xian. Wang Li and the others were waiting in the courtyard. What's the matter? Lin Xian asked. This time, we've recruited another 50 people. Up until now, our Dragon Sword Pavilion already has more than 80 people. Wang Li said. Very good. Lin Xian nodded. In recruiting members, strength is one aspect, but the most important thing is one's temperament. Don't worry, Brother Xian, I understand. Wang Li said. Brother Xian, there's one more thing. In the past 3 days, many old societies have come to recruit people. A few of them even wanted to incorporate our Dragon Sword Pavilion, but I firmly rejected them. Incorporate? Lin Xian frowned. These people are really whimsical. In the future, directly reject such things. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, the Dragon Sword Pavilion will not belong to any power. Yes, sir. Everyone said in unison. Right, who came? Lin Xian asked again. Blue Star Pavilion, Red Maple Society. Wang Li said. The Red Maple Society had come twice, and their attitude was very domineering. Red Maple Society? Lin Xian frowned. Yes, I heard that the boss of the Red Maple Society is from the Red Leaf Valley, and many of their members are also from the Red Leaf Valley. They are very domineering. Red Leaf Valley. Lin Xian sneered. He remembered the few overbearing disciples of the Red Leaf Valley during the Academy's assessment. He originally thought that he wouldn't have any interactions with them in the future, but he didn't expect the other party to jump out again. He could forget about it this time, but if the other party dared to talk about incorporating him again, then don't blame him for being impolite. After understanding what had happened in the past 3 days, Lin Xian let Wang Li and the others leave. He needed to properly digest his gains this time. Returning to his room, Lin Xian released the Crimson Dragon and the snow-white little monkey, then went into seclusion to cultivate. This seclusion lasted for half a month. During this period of time, Lin Xian comprehended the blood sword slaughter inheritance, heaven opening fist, and the second form of the vermilion bird seal, and made some progress. Among them, he had cultivated heaven opening fist and the second form of the vermilion bird seal to the initial stage. As for the blood sword slaughter inheritance, he had only comprehended the first stage. A king's inheritance was different from other martial arts. It was even more difficult than an earth-rank martial arts, so this matter couldn't be rushed. Moreover, his comprehension of these martial arts had reached a bottleneck, and he needed to fight to improve. On this day, he opened the door and came to the courtyard to breathe in the fresh air. In the courtyard beside, Morong Qingqing saw Lin Xian come out and snorted. "You brat, you still know to come out." Morong Qingqing said coquettishly. You didn't keep your word. Didn't you say that you would help me refine pills?" "Oh." Lin Xian slapped his head. He had almost forgotten about this matter. "Are the spirit herbs ready?" "They were ready long ago. I was just waiting for you." "Okay, let me see." Lin Xian's figure flashed and came to Morong Qingqing's courtyard. "Come in." Morong Qingqing snorted, then turned and walked into the house. Lin Xian followed in. Unlike his room, Morong Qingqing's room was very exquisite. There was still a lingering fragrance in the air that was intoxicating. "These are the spirit herbs." Morong Qingqing flicked a storage ring, then took out a jade slip. "The pill formula and pill patterns are all here." The news of Lin Xian ringing the golden bell and becoming the top freshman had long spread. Now, his name was often mentioned among the older students. Coupled with the fact that he had gained the upper hand in his fight with the greedy wolf gang, all of these made him famous among the older students. Many people were amazed and thought that he was a peerless genius who would become the overlord of the academy in the future. However, there were also some who were dissatisfied and even secretly hated him. Among them, 3 forces were the most prominent. Among them, the greedy wolf society had the most murderous intent. As a veteran force, they had lost to a freshman. This was undoubtedly very embarrassing. Therefore, they had to defeat Lin Xian to remove the reputation of their previous failure. These days, the greedy wolf society had been discussing how to deal with Lin Xian. In addition, Yan Qingyang was also gnashing his teeth in hatred. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were together all day and seemed to be very close. It was obvious that he did not take his warning to heart. As the vice president of the Tao Spirit Association, his status and strength were stronger than Lin Xian. Of course, he was not willing to let his beloved woman be snatched away by Lin Xian. Therefore, he planned to send the experts in the association to teach Lin Xian a lesson. In addition, there was another society that was also very angry. That was the Red Maple Society. Lin Xian dared to refuse their invitation. This was not giving them face at all. As a veteran force, they needed to show their powerful means. The 3 organizations were secretly accumulating strength to get rid of Lin Xian. At this time, Lin Xian was refining pills in Morong Qingqing's boudoir. He was refining a 6th-grade pill. The process was very difficult, but in the end, he succeeded. After receiving the pill, Morong Qingqing was as excited as a child. She was very happy. "That's great. Lin Xian, thank you. You don't have to be so polite with me." Lin Xian smiled. "You didn't fight with me at the freshman assembly. This is the greatest help you have given me." "Is that so?" "Don't be happy too early. With this pill, I might break through again." Morong Qingqing said with a smile. "When the time comes, I'll be on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard before you." "Mystic Sovereign ranking?" Lin Xian nodded. He had already obtained the legacy of a king, so it was time for him to enter the rankings. The leader of the greedy wolf gang, Wang Xiao, was ranked 88th on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. He was also Lin Xian's target. Looks like I need to go back and prepare. Lin Xian thought. At this moment, he suddenly frowned because he noticed that a jade pendant in his new storage ring was glowing. Yu Fei. This jade pendant was really the jade pendant that Yu Fei used to transmit danger to him. Normally, there would be no movement from it, and it would only appear in times of danger. It seemed that Yu Fei was in trouble. Lin Xian's expression was grave. Yu Fei was currently in Lion Moon City with the Wang family behind him. Ordinary people would not be able to threaten him. Unless the Wang family was also under threat. What's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Morong Qingqing asked. Why do you look so serious? Nothing, I have something to take care of. Lin Xian said. Then, he left Morong Qingqing's courtyard and began to gather people. No matter what the situation was, he had to make a trip there. Of course, he would not go alone. Instead, he would bring the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. There were about 80 people in the Dragon Sword Pavilion, so he could bring 30 people. After gathering everyone, Lin Xian said with a grave expression, although the Dragon Sword Pavilion has been developing for a long time, the situation is good. But now, someone is looking for trouble. What do you think we should do? F*CK, who is so blind to provoke us? Kill him. Kill him. The group of people shouted angrily. Alright, now I want to choose 30 people to fight with me. Lin Xian asked. Who wants to go? Me. Brother Xian, let me go. The people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were very active. They all responded, wanting to go with Lin Xian. Lin Xian chose 30 people and said to Wang Li, I'll leave the rest to you. Take them to do the mission. Don't worry, Brother Xian. Wang Li said. After that, Lin Xian led the 30 people into the air and flew towards Lion Moon City. The group of people flew across the sky like meteors. Lion Moon City, Wang family. The Wang family patriarch's face was pale, as if he had aged 10 years. Around him, the Wang family elders also had worried expressions. Yu Fei, is the pavilion master not here yet? The Wang family patriarch asked. Wait a little longer. I've already sent a message to Brother Xian. I think he'll be here soon. Yu Fei sighed. There were still some injuries on his body. Not only him, but the Wang family disciples were also injured, as if they had gone through a great battle. With our current situation, we can't hold on for 3 days. The Wang family patriarch sighed. After 3 days, the defensive array will be broken. At that time, the people from the Blood Fiend gang will come in. Don't worry, Brother Xian will definitely be here within 3 days. Yu Fei clenched his fists. Outside the Wang family, the people from the Blood Fiend gang formed a circle and surrounded them. They had sinister smiles on their faces as they faced the Wang family. Among them, there were a few elders who were first-level venerables. Other than that, there was also a second-level venerables. Judging from their strength, they didn't seem to be weaker than Tu Tian. How dare you kill my junior brother? This time, we must exterminate the Wang family. The second-level venerable said coldly. His name was Su He, Tu Tian's senior brother. After knowing that Tu Tian had been killed, he rushed to Lion Moon City to take revenge on the Wang family. Boss Su, this barrier should be set up by that brat. He's the one who killed Gang Master Tuesday. His strength can't be underestimated. He must have used some despicable means. Su He sneered. He didn't believe that a brat could kill his junior brother. Don't worry, even if I can't beat him, there's still the gang master. The gang master that he was talking about was the new gang master of the Blood Fiend gang. He was very powerful and was even stronger than Tu Tian. The Blood Fiend gang wasn't an independent existence. They also had a force behind them. This time, after Tu Tian was killed, the force behind them sent experts to take over. Therefore, the Blood Fiend gang was very aggressive and very powerful this time. 3 days, this barrier can still last for 3 days. After 3 days, I'll kill everyone in the Wang family. And that despicable brat, I must use his head as a sacrifice. The group of people's eyes were filled with killing intent. They surrounded the Wang family like fierce wolves. On the other side, Lin Xian led his men and rushed all the way. Finally, on the second day, they arrived at Lion Tiger City. Lin Xian's arrival caused the martial artists in the city to panic. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the sky. It couldn't be helped. The scene was too spectacular. More than 30 people stood in the sky. Each of them had a powerful aura and the pressure of a venerable. This time, Lin Xian picked all the powerful martial artists. All 30 of them were venerables. What he wanted was to intimidate the enemy so that they would never dare to provoke them again. F***ck, what kind of force is that? All 30 of them are venerables. Isn't that too scary? They look very young. How is that possible? The martial artists in the city exclaimed, their faces full of fear. This strength had completely surpassed the number one gang in the city, the Blood Fiend gang. The appearance of Lin Xian and the rest caused a huge commotion. Countless martial artists in Lion Moon City raised their heads and looked at the scene in horror. Let's go. Lin Xian ignored the people below. Instead, he waved his hand and led the group toward the Wang family mansion. Whoosh! Whoosh! The group of people flew into the distance in a grandiose manner with extraordinary momentum. Wherever they passed, the weather changed. Look, they're leaving. That direction seems to be the Wang family mansion. Wang family? Aren't they surrounded by the noxious blood gang? Are these people here to help the Wang family? Many people exclaimed. Suddenly, someone recalled what had happened previously. Oh right, when the Wang family was surrounded by the noxious blood gang, someone came to save them and even killed Tu Tian. Is that young man back? Let's go and take a look. The group of people was shocked and quickly ran toward the Wang family mansion. Soon, they arrived at the periphery of the Wang family mansion and waited quietly. Damn it, when did the noxious blood gang do something that you can see? Get lost, or don't blame me for starting a massacre. The noxious blood gang members shouted angrily. Those martial artists did not dare to provoke them and could only distance themselves and watch from afar. At this moment, Lin Xian and the rest also arrived. More than 30 people stood in the air and emitted a powerful aura of supremacy. It was like 100,000 demon mountains that pressed down. A huge shadow was cast and shrouded the noxious blood gang members. Hiss! The noxious blood gang members gasped and raised their heads in horror. Then, they were shocked. The aura of 30 supremacies had long surpassed that of a second heaven supremacy. That terrifying aura was like an abyss that made people despair. The ordinary gang members sat on the ground and had no room to resist. The elders of the noxious blood gang were also trembling as they looked at the scene in horror. Su Hei's face was gloomy as he stared at the people above. His aura exploded as he resisted with all his might. Boom! 2 invisible forces exploded and slammed in all directions like waves. Some of the weaker martial artists were blown away. The terrifying energy hit the Wang family mansion's defensive barrier and made a rumbling sound. This sound also caused the Wang family members to become nervous. Countless disciples of the Wang family rushed out, but they were all stunned. They thought that the Blood Evil gang would attack, but they didn't expect to see such a scene. Blood Evil gang's normal gang leaders were long gone. They were all blown away by the terrifying pressure and fainted. The elders' faces were pale and their bodies were trembling, as if they would collapse at any moment. Only Su Hei was still stubbornly holding on. However, his expression was extremely ugly. You, who exactly are you? He asked through gritted teeth. He did not expect to encounter so many brazen martial artists. Moreover, they were targeting them. Boss? Boss Su, it's him. It's that brat, he's back. Many elders were terrified. They had thought that with the new gang leader and Boss Su, they would be able to stand firm. However, when they saw him again, they were still trembling in fear. In particular, the battle scenes from a few days ago once again appeared in their minds. What? It's him. After Su Hei heard this, he was stunned. He had a look of disbelief. The people of the Wang family also cried out in surprise. Older brother Xian. Pavilion Master. When the group of people saw Lin Xian, their spirits were greatly lifted. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He looked down with a gloomy face. Blood Evil Gang again. And it seems like another powerful person has come. Lin Xian stared at Su He below and squinted his eyes. The other party's aura was not any weaker than Tu Tian's. No wonder he could besiege the Wang family. Feeling Lin Xian's cold gaze, Su He's body trembled and his eyes were filled with fear. He actually felt fear. This made his mind go blank and unimaginable. Previously, he was disdainful and thought that the other party had used despicable means to kill Tu Tian. However, from the looks of it now, that was not the case at all. The spiritual energy and killing intent in the other party's eyes had definitely surpassed that of a second-level supremacy. Damn it! How can I be frightened by a brat? Su He shook his head furiously and glared back fiercely. Although the other party had the advantage in numbers, he was still a second-level supremacy. He could not lose face no matter what. You're that Lin Xian? Su He shouted coldly. You dare to kill the leader of Blood Evil Gang? How dare you? Blood Evil Gang. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Looks like I haven't taught you enough of a lesson. I let you go the last time, but I didn't expect you to be so unrepentant. Since that's the case, there's no need for Blood Evil Gang to exist. His cold voice reverberated in all directions, and the hearts of the Blood Evil Gang's elders trembled. Su He shouted, You want to destroy Blood Evil Gang? You must be tired of living. Let me tell you, our new leader is a peerless expert. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering dogs. There's a new leader? No wonder you're so arrogant. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Brat, do you dare to come down and fight? I can kill you with one slash. Su He shouted coldly. He could not win against so many people who respected him. However, if he could anger Lin Xian and make the two of them fight one-on-one, he was confident that he could kill Lin Xian. You want to fight one-on-one? Lin Xian smiled. You're not qualified. That's right. Who do you think you are to fight one-on-one with Brother Xian? Behind him, Hada scolded angrily. The other members of Dragon Sword Pavilion also sneered. You're courting death. Su He was furious. He had never been scolded before. He pulled out his long saber and slashed out. The saber light was like a rainbow as it quickly slashed towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian smiled disdainfully and punched out. This punch was too powerful. It directly shattered the saber light. What? Impossible. Su He was shocked. He had used all his strength in this attack, but the other party had casually broken it. He did not expect such a situation at all. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. That handsome young man was actually so terrifying. He shattered the attack of a second-level venerable with one punch. This was too monstrous. Lin Xian was disdainful. The fist technique he had just used was the heaven-opening fist that he had comprehended from the Kingstone statue. Its power was incomparably domineering. The other party was only a second-level venerable. There was no problem. After shattering the other party's attack with one punch, Lin Xian said coldly, Members of Dragon Sword Pavilion, listen up. Yes. Today, we will destroy the Blood Fiend Gang. As his voice spread, all the martial artists in Lion Moon City were shocked. One had to know that the Blood Fiend Gang had always been the #1 gang in the city. Now, someone actually wanted to destroy them. You're courting death. How dare you touch the Blood Fiend Gang? Our gang leader will not let you off. Su He was furious. Your gang leader? I will deal with him personally. Lin Xian said indifferently. Then, he waved his arm. Immediately, the 30 members of Dragon Sword Pavilion behind him rushed towards the Blood Fiend Gang disciples below. Boom, a great battle broke out. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. The elders of the Wang family also came out and attacked together. Brother Xian. Yufei looked at Lin Xian, who had landed on the ground, and shouted excitedly. How are you? Are you all right? Lin Xian saw the injuries on Yufei's body and frowned. I'm fine. Yufei shook his head. Brother Xian, the Blood Fiend Gang has a new gang leader. His strength is above Su Hei's. He is a second-level venerable expert. Moreover, he had brought a few powerful subordinates with him, making the Blood Fiend gang stronger again. No worries. Where's the headquarters of the Blood Fiend gang? Lin Xian asked. The Blood Red Mansion in the center of the city. Yu Fei said. Blood Red Mansion? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared. There was no suspense in this battle. The noxious Blood Gang was defeated and had no room to fight back. Other than Su He, who was still fighting, the other elders were all wailing. The noxious Blood Gang only had 10 elders, while the Dragon Sword Pavilion had 30. Moreover, these 30 people were not ordinary first-level venerables. They were genius martial artists, although they were not outstanding in a place like Senma College, which was filled with monsters. They were geniuses in the outside world. Under normal circumstances, these people could challenge those of a higher level and crush those of the same level. It was not difficult for them to defeat the elders of the noxious Blood Gang. Su He was also very unlucky. He had many injuries on his body. He was a second-level venerables and had an innate advantage over first-level venerables. However, the other party had too many people. Close to 20 first-level venerables were attacking him. Their terrifying techniques seemed to be free as they rained attacks on him like a torrential storm. He had not heard of such moves since the beginning of the battle. He could not take it at all. Ah! Su He roared and used his ultimate move. His long saber turned into a giant python and swept in all directions, forcing everyone to retreat. Then, he shouted angrily, "Retreat!" There was no way to fight. They could only return to the headquarters and ask the gang leader to deal with these people. Su He was very confident in their gang leader's strength. He had fought with the gang leader before and lost after 30 moves. Therefore, their gang leader was very powerful. Seeing that Su He had retreated, the other gang members fled for their lives. As long as they escaped back to the headquarters, they would be fine. Where do you think you are going? Again, I haven't had enough. The Dragon Sword Pavilion people shouted from behind and chased after them. The group of people fled toward the Blood Red Mansion in the center of the city. Su He and the others fled the fastest and soon arrived in front of the Blood Red Mansion. All of a sudden, those people were filled with confidence. Haha, little brats, see how I'll crush you later. Su He laughed sinisterly. He was too sullen today. He was surrounded and beaten by a group of young martial artists and did not have the strength to fight back. Therefore, in a while, he had to return the favor and kill all of these young martial artists. The others also shouted, "Humph, our gang leader is an expert among second-level venerables. He can kill you like dogs." That's right, the gang leader still has the 4 great guardian deities under him. He can kill all of you with one hand. A group of Blood Evil gang members shouted loudly, venting the anger in their hearts. The members of Dragon Sword Pavilion stopped and looked cautiously at Blood Red Mansion. Looking at those people, it didn't seem like they were faking it. Perhaps there really was an expert among them. Everyone, be careful. Howda reminded. Ha ha ha, little brats, are you afraid now? Soon, it will be your time to die. Scared my ass. There were also people who were indignant and slashed forward with their sabers. Clang, Su He shattered the blade radiance and revealed a hideous smile. Just wait. Our gang leader will be out soon. Then, he pushed open the vermilion door. But in the next moment, those people were stunned. Blood, the ground was covered in blood, corpses. The disciples of the Blood Red Mansion were all lying in a pool of blood. What? What's going on? Su He and the others were stunned. The people from their headquarters were actually killed. Countless disciples of the Blood Evil gang were terrified. Many of them pushed the door open, wanting to take a closer look. But the more they looked, the more frightened they became. In the end, they were all stunned. The members of Dragon Sword Pavilion were also shocked. They would send experts out in the future, but they didn't expect it to be such a scene. Let's go in and take a look. Howda led the others in. Impossible, this is impossible. Who can kill our people in the headquarters? Those elders went crazy. Gang leader, where is the gang leader? Everyone panicked. They had a bad premonition. Go to the main hall. Suhei and the others couldn't care less about the members of Dragon Sword Pavilion. They wanted to know what was going on in the headquarters. Gang leader. A group of people shouted and then quickly pushed open the door of the main hall. Then, their minds went blank and they were stunned. The gang leader you are talking about, is it him? In the main hall, Lin Xian sat on the chair made of tiger skin in the middle and said with a smile. On the ground in front of him, there were a few corpses. Those people were dressed in extraordinary clothes and there were still remnants of the aura of supremacies on them. Gang leader. Suhei was the first to react and shouted in horror. Impossible, this is impossible. Illusion, it must be an illusion. He screamed in horror. Their gang leader was a god in his heart, however, this god had been slaughtered, not only him, but the entire Noxious Blood gang had gone crazy. The gang leader was dead, and so were the 4 Vajras. The powerful forces of the Noxious Blood gang were all gone. Only Suhei was left. They were in despair. They knew that the Noxious Blood gang was finished. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion were very excited. They didn't expect Lin Xian to take care of everyone in the Noxious Blood gang's headquarters. Humph, what Noxious Blood gang? They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. They can't even withstand a single blow. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion sneered. The elders of the Wang family who followed were even more shocked. Such a terrifying gang leader was killed so easily, their pavilion leader was really powerful. I said that there is no need for the Noxious Blood gang to exist. Lin Xian stood up and said coldly. I'll fight it out with you. Suhei roared. He burned all his spiritual energy and attacked with his strongest attack. Not good, retreat, the elders of the Noxious Blood gang were terrified. This attack was too terrifying. It would probably affect a lot of people. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion also retreated to the side, looking worried. Kid, let's die together. Suhei laughed crazily. He admitted that Lin Xian was very powerful and that he couldn't defeat him. Therefore, he thought of a way to die together. This way, he could drag the other party down with him. Perish together? Lin Xian laughed. You don't have the right to do that. The next moment, he formed a seal with his palm, and a vermilion bird flew out. It was 3 feet long and covered in divine flames. The flaming vermilion bird circled in the air and quickly enveloped Suhei. Buzz, the flames burned fiercely. Suhei only had time to scream before he was enveloped by the flames and turned into ashes. Whoosh, the vermilion bird disappeared, leaving behind a pile of grayish-white powder. Everyone was terrified. A second-level venerable was burned to death in the blink of an eye. This method was terrifying. Spare me, please spare me. Countless people of the Noxious Blood gang knelt down and began to beg for mercy. In front of so many experts, they couldn't escape at all. They could only beg for mercy. Brother Xian, what should we do? Hada asked. Lin Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he flicked his finger, and translucent sword qi streaked across the air. It was very sharp and instantly pierced into the bodies of those elders. Ah! Those elders screamed, thinking that they were killed. However, in the next moment, they realized that they didn't die. Many people were stunned, not knowing what had happened. However, some shrewd elders quickly thanked the hero for not killing them. I will definitely serve the hero. The others understood and kowtowed to thank him. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, but don't be happy too early. The sword qi that I sent in just now was to control and warn you. As long as I will, those sword qi will explode. You should know what will happen when the time comes. If you dare to play any tricks, you should know the consequences. The elders of the Noxious Blood gang were shocked. They felt the sword qi surging in their bodies as if it was going to split them apart. They immediately shook their heads in fear. We don't dare, we don't dare. Even the powerful gang leader and Suhei were dead. How could they rebel? Besides, they couldn't resist the sword qi in their bodies at all. Lin Xian easily subdued these elders. As for the ordinary gang members, they didn't dare to be rash. In the blink of an eye, the number 1 gang in Lion Moon City was annihilated. The gang leader and the powerful main force died in battle while the rest were subdued. The elders of the Wang family were dumbfounded and couldn't recover for a moment. Their family's great enemy was annihilated so easily. The young man in front of them was too powerful and mysterious. This time, not only did he come, but he also brought such a powerful team. For a moment, the Wang family's admiration for Lin Xian deepened. Lin Xian handed the subdued noxious blood gang to the Dragon Sword Pavilion and the Wang family to deal with. Soon, he brought everyone back to the Wang family's residence. "Welcome, Pavilion Master." Everyone was excited. "Let's go in." Lin Xian waved his hand and led everyone in. In the Wang family's hall, Lin Xian sat in the middle and said to everyone, "This time, the noxious blood gang has been annihilated. The remaining forces will be merged into the Wang family. We must make the Wang family the #1 family in Lion Moon City in the shortest time possible." "Yes. Thank you, Pavilion Master." Everyone in the Wang family was excited. Lin Xian nodded slightly and said, "Of course, your Wang family's mission is also very important. In the Dragon Sword Pavilion, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion need you to refine pills. This shouldn't be a problem, right?" "No problem." The Wang family's patriarch hurriedly said, "Rest assured, Pavilion Master. I don't dare to say anything else, but when it comes to alchemy, our Wang family is confident." "That's good. Remember, I don't just want to destroy the noxious blood gang. I want the entire Lion Moon City. This is also the first city that our Dragon Sword Pavilion occupies." Hearing this, everyone was excited. "This is just the beginning. In the future, I will lead you step by step to the peak and compete with the other forces of the blood domain." Lin Xian's gaze was resolute. "Yes." Everyone was excited. They didn't expect Lin Xian to think so far ahead. The Senmu College students were even more excited. They felt their blood boiling. "Alright, I'll send someone to collect the pills every half a month. If you have any difficulties in collecting the spiritual herbs, you can immediately report to me and I'll send someone to help you," Lin Xian said to the Wang family elder. Then, he turned to look at Yu Fei. "Have you investigated the identity of the new leader of the Blood Fiend gang?" "I have," Yu Fei said. The Noxious Blood Gang was the same as the Green Wolf Gang from before. They were both branches of large powers. The Noxious Blood Gang was a branch of the Blood Demon Palace. The new gang leader and his subordinates were all transferred from the Blood Demon Palace. Then shouldn't we make some preparations to prevent the Blood Demon Palace from retaliating? Hada asked. "Not for the time being. The Blood Demon Palace has been fighting with others recently. They won't be able to send out experts for the time being." "Very good. Continue to collect information," Lin Xian said. "If possible, you'd better find some agile warriors and set up an information hall. After all, if we want to grow stronger in the future, we can't lack information." "Yes, Brother Xian, I've been thinking about this recently," Yu Fei said. "This time, I'll choose some from the Wang family and the Noxious Blood Gang." After giving some instructions, Lin Xian left with the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Lin Xian and the others rushed back to Senmu College. When they arrived near Senmu College, an angry shout suddenly came from the side, "Watch out for my fist." Boom, the void fluctuated and a terrifying crack was torn open. A fist expanded infinitely, like a meteorite from outer space, quickly enveloping everyone. This power was extremely shocking. It was definitely not below the second layer of the Venerable Realm. Everyone turned pale with fright and scattered. Whoosh, many people were swept by the fist wind and immediately felt their blood boil. Their faces turned pale. So strong. Everyone was shocked. This power was too strong. Where did this expert come from? He actually ambushed them here. Boom, the ground was penetrated, and a terrifying crack spanned 1,000 meters. Lin Xian's face darkened. His gaze was like a sword as he scanned the surroundings. The punch just now had enveloped all of them. It was enough to show how terrifying and conceited the person was. The void fluctuated, and a huge figure appeared. It was like an ancient demonic mountain standing in front of him. The aura on its body was extremely powerful, causing everyone to be unable to breathe. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. This was definitely an expert. "You guys go first," he said to Hao De and the others. Brother Xian, be careful. Hao and the others quickly said. They knew that they couldn't help at this level at all. They would only be a hindrance here. It was better to leave and let Lin Xian fight properly. After experiencing so much, they believed in Lin Xian's strength. Soon, these people turned into rays of light and left. Only Lin Xian was left to confront the mysterious person alone. In the next moment, Lin Xian released an extremely powerful sword qi. It was as if the sword god had been reborn. In the distance, the majestic figure was surrounded by light. It was impossible to see whether it was real or fake. However, he laughed and punched again. Boom, terrifying energy was used. It was like an ancient giant elephant galloping. It crushed the void and rushed towards Lin Xian quickly. Lin Xian clenched his fist, and the sword of slaughter appeared. The sword qi on his body also changed rapidly, turning into a blood-red color. A monstrous murderous aura surged out and swept through heaven and earth. It was as if the azure hell had descended. Lin Xian's sword of slaughter was already very powerful. Now that he had obtained the blood sword of slaughter inheritance, its power had reached the peak. He slashed out with his sword. The sword qi was like a blood-red lightning. It carried a monstrous aura and quickly slashed out. Boom! The ancient giant elephant that was condensed from vast energy was cut apart. It let out a wail. The blood-red sword qi's aura did not change. It quickly slashed towards the mysterious figure in front of it. Boom! The figure laughed loudly. He waved his fist and directly bombarded the blood-red sword qi. Dong, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire sky trembled. The mysterious figure actually used his fists to fight against the sword of slaughter. Lin Xian was also surprised. He had never seen such a ferocious martial artist. In the next moment, the mysterious figure waved his fist again. It was like a violent storm. Boom! 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 After 3 punches, the blood-red sword qi suddenly shattered. It turned into a sea of blood that surged in all directions. It was shattered. Lin Xian was even more surprised. Although he had only used 30% of his strength, the sword qi was not something that an ordinary second-level honorable realm could resist. Haha, that was fun. Again. In the distance, the mysterious figure laughed loudly. He then rushed out quickly. Whoosh, a violent wind blew. The figure was too majestic. He directly rushed over with a gust of wind. Wherever he passed, rocks flew and trees were blown away. That aura was something that even a first-level honorable realm could not resist. Boom, another punch was thrown. The terrifying fist was like a demonic elephant from the divine domain. It smashed down fiercely. The power was too terrifying. It could be said to be earth-shattering. One punch was enough to shatter space and seal the surroundings. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was trapped under the fist. The mysterious man punched out and formed a deity realm demonic elephant. It sealed off the surroundings and charged toward Lin Xian. The punch was so terrifying that it tore the space apart. Lin Xian activated his dark art and punched out as well. Sky-opening fist. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as he waved his fist as well. The power of the fist was overwhelming and domineering, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Boom, the powerful punch collided with the deity realm demonic elephant, creating a destructive energy storm that swept out in all directions. Lin Xian took a step back as his arm felt numb. Opposite him, the mysterious man also retreated, but his aura was even stronger. Haha, take another punch. Boom, another punch was thrown out. This punch was like a dragon that roared and surged. Kill. Lin Xian took a step forward and created a huge shockwave in the air. He was like a shooting star as he charged forward quickly. The aura of the sky-opening fist was completely unleashed by him. The two of them fought fiercely, each punch hitting the flesh. It was terrifying. The nearby mountains and forests were all destroyed by the shockwaves from the two of them. The martial artists who passed by were shocked when they saw the scene. How terrifying. Is this a battle between experts on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard? Everyone's hearts trembled as they looked at the terrifying battlefield. Boom, another attack. In the sky, Lin Xian and the mysterious man separated again. Haha, awesome. The mysterious man laughed. Who are you? Lin Xian frowned and asked in a low voice. Although the mysterious man's punch was fierce, there was no killing intent in it. This meant that the mysterious man only wanted to spar with him and did not intend to fight to the death. Hee, little brother, don't you recognize me? The mysterious man retracted the light on his body. You are Dongfang Xiong. Lin Xian was shocked. The mysterious man in front of him was his friend from the Tiannan region, Dongfang Xiong. I didn't expect you to be here too. That's great. Lin Xian said happily. Right, why didn't you look for me? Why are you waiting for me here? You don't just want to fight with me, right? Little brother, you definitely won't be able to guess why I'm waiting for you here, Dongfang Xiong said with a chuckle. What is the reason? I was sent by Dao Spirit Association. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and said, that group of bastards actually wanted me to kill little brother Feng. They're really courting death. Lin Xian really hadn't guessed it. Then what should we do? Do you still want to attack? Of course not. I've already spent enough time in the Dao Spirit Association. I've come this time because I want to follow you. Dongfang Xiong said. Good brother. Lin Xian reached out and shook Dongfang Xiong's hand. Let's go, I'll bring you to meet the rest of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. The two of them turned into streaks of light and quickly left. Academy, freshman area. Wang Li and the others were a little worried. It's been so long, why hasn't Big Brother Xian returned yet? Do you want to take a look? No, Big Brother Xian is very strong, he will definitely be fine. Everyone was discussing, but at this moment, someone exclaimed, Look, Big Brother Xian is back. Sure enough, with a flash of light in the sky, two figures descended. One of them was Lin Xian. The other person was a young man with a majestic figure. He was like a giant standing beside Lin Xian. Although he had a silly smile on his face, the aura emitted from his body was even more terrifying than that of a demon general. It was as if he was a dormant ancient beast that would erupt soon. Brother Xian, this is? Everyone was puzzled. Let me introduce you. This is my good brother, Dongfang Xiong. Lin Xian said with a smile. Brother Xiong is very strong, he is not inferior to me. This time, Brother Xiong has come to join us and fight for the world with us. What? Really? Everyone was happy. Their Dragon Sword Pavilion lacked experts the most. Now that Dongfang Xiong had joined, it was undoubtedly their greatest help. Hello, Brother Xiong. Since it was Brother Xian who had personally introduced him, then his strength was definitely not a problem. We will all be brothers in the future. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and said. In the future, if anyone bullies you, I will help you vent your anger. Let's go and drink. The group of people chatted and laughed as they walked towards the courtyard. Just as Lin Xian was feeling good, the Dao Spirit Association was filled with dark clouds. What did you say? Not only did Dongfang Xiong not capture Lin Xian, he even went to drink with him? Are you sure? It's absolutely true. From the looks of it, Dongfang Xiong has already joined the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Bang! When Yan Qingyang heard this, he was so angry that he smashed the table into powder. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura as if he wanted to tear the entire hall apart. Young Master Yang. The expressions of the surrounding people were also ugly. The Dragon Sword Pavilion must be destroyed. Lin Xian will definitely be trampled under my feet. Yan Qingyang was so angry that he was trembling. Too despicable. Their capable general had actually gone to drink with the enemy and even joined the enemy camp. This was a slap to their faces. If this were to spread out, their Dao Spirit Association would definitely become a laughingstock. Young Master Yang, are we going to make a move? Someone asked. No. Yan Qingyang's face was gloomy as he shook his head. Keep a close eye on the news from the Dragon Sword Pavilion and pass this information to the Greedy Wolf Association. I think they would rather the Dragon Sword Pavilion disappear. Yan Qingyang smiled sinisterly. With the addition of Dongfang Xiong, the strength of the Dragon Sword Pavilion had increased greatly. Lin Xian was also very happy. However, there was one thing that surprised him even more. Morong Qingqing had made it onto the mysterious honorable leaderboard. Although she was ranked 78th, it was enough to shock the world. In the history of Senma College, it was extremely rare for a freshman to be able to make it onto the mysterious honorable leaderboard. Anyone like that would become a powerful figure in the future. This news swept through the entire Senma College like a gust of wind. Countless people were shocked and envious at the same time. Lin Xian looked at the 10,000 zhong tall black steel and saw Morong Qingqing's name on it and sighed. This chick is really fast. It seemed like he had to hurry up. Hee, I've surpassed you. Morong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian and laughed. Why did you make a move so quickly? Did you make a breakthrough? Lin Xian asked. No. In the past few days when you were not around, there was a guy who was like a fly. He was very annoying, so I had to make a move. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. So that was the case. However, that ignorant brother was really unlucky. Mysterious honorable leaderboard. It seems like I have to make a move too. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. Who are you going to challenge? Morong Qingqing asked curiously. The leader of the ravenous wolf gang, Lai Lang. Lai Lang. Morong Qingqing turned her head and looked at the 10,000 zhong tall stone tablet. There, on the 75th position, was the name of Fierce Wolf. Soon, Lin Xian made a move. He did his best to investigate the ravenous wolf gang's movements. He had decided to make a decision with the ravenous wolf gang. Daoling gang also secretly told the ravenous wolf gang about the situation of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. In the end, the two gangs met in the Scarlet Forest. Humph, trash. Today is the day you die. Hua Tiany's face was ferocious as he looked at the Dragon Sword Pavilion in front of him. This time, he had to vent all the anger in his heart. He wanted to put all the humiliation he had suffered on the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Trash? You're the trash. A group of seniors can't even beat us newcomers. If you're not trash, then what are you? The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion retaliated. Humph, cut the crap. Where's Lin Xian? Tell him to come out and die. Hua Tiany's eyes were fierce. Brother Xian is so busy. How can a worm like you see him? The Hao brothers sneered. He didn't come? Hua Tiany was stunned, then sneered, trash indeed. You ants, how dare you be so arrogant when your boss isn't here? You really don't know how to write the word death. Today, let me teach you the rules. Hua Tiany sneered, then struck out with his palm. A terrifying palm shadow covered the sky and grabbed at the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion. The aura was terrifying. Before the light palm arrived, the palm wind had already torn the ground apart. Hua Tiany was a second-level venerable, and his strength was powerful. This palm was probably unparalleled in Dragon Sword Pavilion. Haha, die. The people of Greedy Wolf Gang sneered. At this moment, energy suddenly surged from Dragon Sword Pavilion's side, and an immemorial demonic elephant condensed, as heavy as a demon mountain. Its long nose curled up and directly shattered the light palm. What? Hua Tiany was stunned. He did not expect his attack to be so easily broken. Who is it? Could it be Lin Xian? His eyes were gloomy. However, in the next moment, a giant young man walked out from the crowd of Dragon Sword Pavilion. His muscles were like dragons, filled with wild power. Hee, if you want to hurt them, defeat me first. Dong Fangxiong stood out. Who are you? Hua Tiany frowned. Although he did not recognize the other party, the wild aura on the young man made him uneasy. I'll deal with him. You guys do it. He said to the members of Greedy Wolf Gang behind him. Suddenly, countless figures rushed out. Brothers, go. On Dragon Sword Pavilion's side, Wang Li commanded a group of people and quickly made a move. The two sides finally engaged in a great battle. Although Lin Xian did not appear on the battlefield, he was not idle either. According to the information he had received, he came to a mountain stream. According to the information, Lai Lang would usually cultivate here. This place was surrounded by mountains. On one side was a high cliff, and on the other side was a waterfall and flying rocks. The vegetation was lush, and it was indeed suitable for cultivation. Lin Xian arrived, looked around, and narrowed his eyes. On a mountain peak, he saw a figure. He was tall and well-built, dressed in black, and sat there cross-legged. His entire being gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. On the mountain peak, the figure seemed to have sensed someone and suddenly opened his eyes. It was like a divine spear that pierced through the void, sharp to the extreme. "Those who disturb my cultivation, die." His voice was cold and emotionless. Boom, a shocking beam of light shot towards Lin Xian like a divine rainbow from beyond the heavens. This attack was very powerful. Even a second-level venerate might not be able to withstand it. Whoosh, Lin Xian used an earth-class movement technique, and like a ghost, he dodged the attack in the blink of an eye before reappearing at his original spot. His speed was very fast. To an outsider, it was as if he hadn't moved at all. However, beneath his feet was a terrifying abyss with no bottom to be seen. One could imagine how terrifying the attack was. "You are Lai Lang?" Lin Xian asked in a low voice. You dodged it?" The figure frowned and was surprised. He could sense that the young man below him only had the aura of a first-level venerate. He could kill such a person with one hand. However, the young man had dodged his attack. "That's right, I am Lai Lang," the figure said. "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" "Young man, if you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I will kill you." "You want an answer?" "It's simple," Lin Xian said with a smile. "You have been on the Mystic Honorable Board for long enough. Why don't you exchange places with me?" "Mystic Honorable Board? You want to challenge me?" Lai Lang laughed in disdain when he heard this. "Young man, do you know how many people challenge me every day? Do you know how many second-level venerates there are among them? However, they all failed, and they all ended up in a miserable state. As for you, I am not interested in a first-level venerate. Kneel down and apologize. Break one of your arms and I can spare your life. You are too competent. Just because others can't, it doesn't mean that I can't. Remember, my name is Lin Xian." After he finished speaking, Lin Xian turned into a ray of light and dashed out before Lai Lang could react. You overestimate yourself," Lai Lang said with disdain. His 5 fingers turned into claws and grabbed at Lin Xian. His 5 fingers were as thick as mountains and 5 ferocious wolf heads appeared on his fingertips. They roared and bit at Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian was enveloped. Sky-opening fist. Lin Xian was like a god of war. He was ferocious as he threw out a punch and attacked upwards. This punch had the power to split the sky. It was extremely powerful and the surging power was like a wave. It was breathtaking. Boom, boom. Boom, when the two of them collided, it was like a thunder drum. The terrifying sound waves were vast and mighty, shattering all the nearby mountains. The ground cracked as if it had been cut by countless knives and swords. It was terrifying. The attack from the two of them was terrifying. The huge palm was pushed back, creating a strong gust of wind. Lin Xian also took a few steps back. He was shocked. No wonder Lai Lang was an expert on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. He was indeed powerful. An ordinary second-level honorable would not be able to take his punch. However, it only pushed Lai Lang back and did not cause any substantial damage. It seemed that Lai Lang was indeed powerful. Lai Lang was even more shocked. He had thought that his attack would definitely take Lai Lang's life. However, not only did he not succeed, but he was also pushed back. One had to know that Lai Lang was only a first-level honorable. His cultivation was 1 level lower than his. However, Lai Lang's strength was not inferior to his. "Kid, you have made me serious," Lai Lang said coldly. "Next, you will know what despair is." Swoosh, his body swayed and he quickly charged over. 10,000 wolves gallop. With a furious roar, the spiritual chi in the area surged like a tide. Countless spiritual chi condensed and formed tens of thousands of demon wolves that danced in the air. These demon wolves covered the sky and the earth. They carried a vast amount of energy as they rushed toward Lin Xian. At the same time, Lai Lang waved his hand again and grabbed a nearby mountain and threw it at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was using the heaven-opening fist. He was like an ancient ferocious beast, rampaging about and filling the sky with opportunities to attack. He threw out a punch and punched through the huge mountain. If that's all you have, then it's too disappointing. Lin Xian shouted coldly and threw out a lightning storm. Today, I'll let you see my true power. Lai Lang was also angry. He realized that this opponent was very difficult to deal with, so he decided to go all out. Wolf God Fist. Red light surged and heat waves gushed out. Terrifying flames appeared on his fist and formed the head of a flaming wolf. Lai Lang sneered and threw out a punch. Whoosh, a sea of fire surged into the sky like a flaming wolf, burning the surrounding forest to ashes. The waterfall in the distance was also evaporated, emitting mist. This punch was extremely terrifying, as if it could burn everything. Powerful fire-based energy filled the surroundings, bringing with it a thick barbecue smell. Like a fiery beast, it pounced towards Lin Xian. Fire-based? Lin Xian smirked. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and used the vermilion bird seal. Buzz, a vermilion bird bathed in divine flames rushed out. Roar, the two fire-based divine beasts clashed in the sky. It was a horrifying sight. Endless fiery light, like the divine light of the sun, swallowed up the sky mightily. Fierce Wolf's face darkened. He snorted and punched again. Lightning Rush Wolf. This time, it was a divine wolf that was bathed in lightning. It quickly swept through the sky. Powerful lightning energy pierced through the heavens and the earth, reaching the clouds as if the god of thunder had descended. Countless bolts of lightning spread out and struck down continuously, piercing through the ground and creating deep, charred pits. The lightning divine wolf howled and rushed towards the vermilion bird. Lin Xian roared and used the second form of the vermilion bird seal again. Powerful energy suddenly exploded. This attack came from the King Stone statue. It was extremely powerful and instantly destroyed the two divine wolf phantoms. Your lightning isn't strong enough. Lin Xian said with a smile. You're courting death. Fierce Wolf's face darkened and he almost vomited blood. The two punches just now were extremely terrifying. A second-level honorable could not withstand them. Other than those on the Mystic Honorable board, no one could withstand them. However, a brat at the first celestial layer was able to withstand it and even shattered his attack. Fierce Wolf was furious. He no longer held back. He wanted to kill the brat in front of him. Lightning and flames surged on his fists. The two violent energies surged and emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. When he punched out, countless lights flashed. It was as if a meteorite had fallen, bringing with it countless flames. It was as if a lightning tribulation had descended. In an instant, the entire mountain range was covered. It was a terrifying scene that could destroy the world. Lin Xian snorted. He pulled out the wind shadow sword and quickly slashed out a few times. A flaming sword radiance, like a long river of fire, slashed forward majestically. The next sword was intertwined with golden lightning. Golden electric arcs danced and formed a lightning dragon that roared. Sword chi surged and swept out in all directions. It collided with the divine wolf's shadow and released a shocking sound. Like the rumbling of a bell or drum, the two divine wolves let out a mournful wail. Soon after, they split into two halves. What? Fierce Wolf finally frowned. His face was gloomy and terrible. He realized that no matter what moves he used, his opponent would always be able to break through them. Damn it, where the hell did this kid come from? Fierce Wolf's eyes were dark as he coldly snorted, I don't believe you can break this. Thunderfire transformation. He clenched his fists and punched forward, forming a demonic wolf that was 100 feet tall. Half of the flames overflowed into the heavens, while the other half surged with lightning. It was extremely astonishing. The fusion of lightning and fire? You're still far from it. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up in disdain. He pulled out his long sword, and on the tip of the sword, the two elements quickly fused, forming a dazzling sword chi. Wind Thunder Cut. With a slash of his sword, the wind and clouds lost their color. Puff, wherever the sword light passed, the void was sliced apart. The 300-meter-long devil wolf that was charging through the air was suddenly split in two. What, impossible! Fierce Wolf's pupils shrank as his heart raced. His opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations. He could even break through the combination of his two elements. Furthermore, from the looks of it, Lin Xian hadn't used his full strength. I admit that you have indeed exceeded my expectations. However, you're too naive if you think you can win against me like this. Fierce Wolf snorted. Entering the Mystic Sovereign list wasn't just a symbol of fame, but also many substantial benefits. Therefore, he wasn't willing to withdraw. With a flick of his finger, a long spear jumped out and was held in his hand. The tip of the spear danced, and countless spear shadows flickered, covering the entire space. It was a top-grade spiritual artifact, the 100 Lava Spear. With the spear in his hand, Fierce Wolf's aura increased greatly, and his eyes became sharper. Kid, die. With a top-grade spiritual artifact, his attack power would increase by 3 times, and he would definitely be able to crush his opponent. The long spear swept out and pierced straight towards Lin Xian. Its power had become even stronger, and a single spear strike could destroy a second-rank supremacy. A top-grade spiritual artifact? Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He then put away the Wind Shadow Sword and clenched his fist. Countless blood-red aura gathered and formed a killing sword. Kill! With a roar, a terrifying killing intent surged out like a wave, dyeing the entire sky red. What a strong killing intent! Fierce Wolf frowned. He had never seen such a bloody aura before. Boom! 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 An intense collision occurred in the air. The long spear and demonic sword clashed, emitting ear-piercing demonic howls. Every collision caused the air to tremble. The more Fierce Wolf fought, the more shocked he became. He couldn't believe that a first-rank supremacy could have such a strong attack power. Especially when he took out a top-grade spiritual artifact. Even that wasn't a problem for Lin Xian. He didn't know that Lin Xian's Great Dragon Sword Soul was an offensive sacred art, and its attack power was number 1. Compared to it, those artifacts were too weak. Man and spear as one. Fierce Wolf was unwilling to give up, and he quickly used his ultimate move. Light bloomed from his body, and the shadow of a demonic wolf appeared behind him. It was his martial soul. He decided to use all his strength to deal with this mysterious enemy in front of him. After using his martial soul, Fierce Wolf's strength was even more terrifying. He held the long spear in his hand and rushed over. A light flashed in the air, and with a surge of fire and lightning, he arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Die! The light of the spear flashed and stabbed towards Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and blood-red killing intent condensed on his body, forming a large hand and grabbing it. Buzz, then, he waved the blood-red killing sword and swept it out. Puff, blood splattered. Fierce Wolf's defense was cut open, and the light on his body dimmed. A terrifying sword mark appeared on his abdomen, almost cutting him in half. Stop. I admit defeat. Fierce Wolf's face turned pale, and he screamed in horror. He didn't dare to fight anymore. This sword had almost taken his life. If he continued, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. For people like Fierce Wolf, they must have offended many people. Under normal circumstances, it would be fine, but if they were seriously injured, those enemies would definitely come for revenge. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to be found by his enemies, so he could only admit defeat. Lin Xian didn't continue to fight. If he continued to fight, he would just beat him up, and he couldn't really kill him. It was meaningless. Moreover, he had achieved his goal, so he stopped. I admit defeat. You win. This is the Mystic Supreme Mirror. Fierce Wolf quickly stopped his wound, and then took off a light golden metal ring from his arm. The metal ring emitted a faint light, and the words Mystic Supreme Mirror, 75 were engraved on it. Do I just have to bring it along? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Fierce Wolf nodded. His face was very pale. Lin Xian's sword chi contained a strong killing intent, and there was also the fierce aura of the Great Dragon Sword Soul, which was very difficult to remove. This point made him suffer greatly. Lin Xian took the Mystic Supreme Mirror and put it on his arm. Suddenly, the Mystic Supreme Mirror flashed and disappeared. Lin Xian put the Mystic Supreme Mirror on his arm and it disappeared. At the same time, the name on the huge black stone tablet in Senma College changed again. In the 75th place, the original fierce wolf had become Lin Xian. What? Lin Xian? It's Lin Xian. Another freshman. Everyone in the college was shocked. They did not expect another freshman to enter the Mystic Supreme leaderboard in such a short time. Lin Xian is really scary. I didn't expect him to climb up the leaderboard so quickly after Murong Qingqing. Yeah, and his ranking is even higher than Murong Qingqing's. This guy won't become a big shot in the future, right? Everyone was talking about it with envy. Those who were familiar with Lin Xian had different expressions. Murong Qingqing snorted. I didn't expect this guy to enter the leaderboard so quickly. No, I'm going to challenge him again. Shelley looked at the Mystic Supreme leaderboard and his eyes lit up. He decided to enter the Mystic Supreme leaderboard as well. Xin Yaotian's face was gloomy. He did not have the ability to enter the Mystic Supreme leaderboard yet. That D*MN guy. How can he be so strong? Xin Yaotian gritted his teeth. At the same time, he felt helpless. The gap between him and Lin Xian was getting bigger and bigger. It would not be long before he was completely left in the dust. At Daoling Association, Yan Qingyang's face darkened when he heard the news. Fierce Wolf is useless. He actually lost to a freshman. How useless? Lin Xian, right? Since you're on the Mystic Supreme leaderboard, don't blame me for being rude. Then, he laughed coldly. What an idiot. I can't do anything if you're not on the leaderboard. Now, I'll let you know the difference between us. In the past, although he hated Lin Xian, he could not do anything because of his status. Otherwise, a Mystic Supreme leaderboard expert who bullied a freshman would be despised by everyone. He could not afford to lose face. However, things were different now. Although Lin Xian was a freshman, he was on the Mystic Supreme leaderboard. The two of them were of equal status. Yan Qingyang could attack him without any hesitation. Therefore, Yan Qingyang decided to kill Lin Xian. Moreover, he wanted to trample on him in front of everyone. On the other side, Lin Xian felt a mysterious energy coming from the Mystic Supreme Mirror and was shocked. I didn't expect this Mystic Supreme Mirror to be a treasure. It communicated with the black stone tablet that had the mysterious sovereign ranking inscribed on it. It was able to provide spiritual qi, which was equivalent to a small-scale formation. It was equivalent to having a spiritual gathering array. It was no wonder that everyone was willing to be listed on the Mystic Supreme leaderboard. Even a small Mystic Supreme mirror had such an effect. He wondered what other special benefits he would encounter in the future. Very Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Then, he looked at Ardent Wolf and smiled. Seeing Lin Xian smile, Crack's body trembled. He frowned and asked, "What else do you want?" "You should know about the Ravenous Wolf Gang and the Dragon Sword Pavilion, right?" "Dragon Sword Pavilion?" Xian Lang frowned. He had heard Hua Tianyi mention it before, but he did not take it to heart. Although he was the boss of the Ravenous Wolf Gang, Hua Tianyi was the one who did the actual work. He only knew that the Dragon Sword Pavilion was a new force. Since they dared to provoke the Ravenous Wolf Gang, he had already sent Hua Tianyi to teach them a lesson. "I've heard a little about it, but I've left it to Hua Tianyi," Xian Lang said. "Alright, let me remind you. I'm the boss of the Dragon Sword Pavilion," Lin Xian said with a smile. "What? The Dragon Sword Pavilion is yours?" Xian Lang exclaimed. Then, his face turned ugly. No wonder Lin Xian had come looking for him for the first challenge. It was because of this. "Your Ravenous Wolf Gang is still fighting with the Dragon Sword Pavilion. You know what to do, right?" "I know." Xian Lang gritted his teeth. He was extremely sullen, but when he thought of Lin Xian's methods and the pain from his abdomen, he lost his temper. In this world, the strong were always respected. "That's good. Come with me," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, he stomped his foot and rushed into the sky. Xian Lang took a deep breath and followed behind. Scarlet Forest. The people of the Ravenous Wolf Gang and the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were locked in an intense battle. In the distance, Hua Tianyi and Dongfang Xiong were also evenly matched. Dongfang Xiong had a silly smile on his face. He was very happy to be able to fight to his heart's content with the strong. However, Hua Tianyi didn't think so. He was very sullen in his heart. Previously, he had been plagued by Lin Xian, so he had a belly full of anger. He wanted to get back at him this time. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian didn't come at all. Instead, there was another newcomer who was on par with him. How depressing. How humiliating. Hua Tianyi was about to go crazy. Die, brat. He shouted angrily. The aura on his body surged, forming a blue giant. Light flowed on it, emitting a terrifying aura. Boom, as soon as the blue giant appeared, the ground trembled. He was like an ancient ferocious beast, rampaging in all directions. Poof, he threw a punch, and a powerful energy blasted fiercely at Dongfang Xiong. Haha, I can do it too. Dongfang Xiong laughed. Then, with a low shout, he suddenly rose into the air, forming a bronze giant. He had a tall body, strong muscles, and was filled with wild power. He was like a primitive giant, roaring at the sky. Boom, the two giants fought, and the destructive power was shocking. Soon, the area within 1,000 meters was destroyed beyond recognition. Just as the battle was about to end, two rays of light suddenly appeared in the sky. President, it's the president. Boss is here. When the people of the Ravenous Wolf Gang realized that the figure was their boss, Xian Lang, they immediately cheered happily. Their boss was an elite on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. He was extremely powerful and could defeat everyone from the Dragon Sword Pavilion with one hand. Haha, our boss is here. You guys can wait for your death. Keep being arrogant and I'll kill you later. The people of the Ravenous Wolf Gang began to clamor. After fighting for so long, they still couldn't take down the Dragon Sword Pavilion. They were quite sullen. Now, they could finally bully others. Hua Tianyi also laughed loudly. The blue giant bloomed with light. Like us, there's only one outcome. However, to their surprise, Xian Lang suddenly roared, "All of you, stop." Hearing this, the people of the Ravenous Wolf Gang stopped and retreated to the side. They didn't understand what was going on. Hua Tianyi also stopped and retreated the blue giant to meet up with the others. The people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion gathered together with solemn expressions. The other party's boss was here. To them, this wasn't good news. Everyone stopped and raised their heads to look at the sky. That is? Brother Xian. The people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion realized that there was another figure behind Xian Lang. It was Lin Xian. Brother Xian is here too? But why is he with Xian Lang? The people of the Ravenous Wolf Gang also noticed this and immediately laughed out loud. Haha, what brother Xian? Your brother Xian has already become our boss underling. Yeah, didn't you see him following behind our boss? Haha, the Dragon Sword Pavilion will also be the underling of the Ravenous Wolf Gang in the future. The people of the Ravenous Wolf Gang clamored, extremely arrogant. Seeing the arrival of the fierce wolf, the people from the Greedy Wolf Gang began to act arrogantly again. The people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion were furious. They did not believe that Lin Xian would lose. Bullshit. You are the lackey, your whole family is the lackey. Even if our Dragon Sword Pavilion dies in battle, we will not submit. You still dare to be stubborn? Hua Tianyi sneered and slapped him. In the next moment, he was sent flying and crashed into a forest. Everyone was stunned, because the one who attacked was none other than the boss of the Greedy Wolf Gang, Fierce Wolf. Especially the people from the Greedy Wolf Gang. They were so scared that they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Hua Tianyi also got up and asked with a face full of surprise, "Boss, shut up, I don't have a useless little brother like you." The fierce wolf shouted angrily, "Useless thing, causing trouble for me all day long. Hurry up and apologize to Brother Xian and the Dragon Sword Pavilion." Apologize? Apologize? This time, it was the Dragon Sword Pavilion's turn to be stunned. This situation was a bit strange. Could it be? Everyone looked at Lin Xian, only to see the latter looking at them with a smile on his face. "Boss, have you been bewitched?" Hua Tianyi was also stunned. How could he apologize to the other party? So much nonsense. Are you the boss or am I the boss? The fierce wolf shouted angrily, "Hurry up and apologize. And all of you, apologize." The people from the greedy wolf gang were all stunned. They never dreamed that such a day would come. However, facing the furious fierce wolf, they did not dare to rebel, especially Hua Tianyi. When he saw the blood on fierce wolf's clothes, his eyelids immediately twitched. Could it be? He didn't dare to think further and quickly apologized. Brother Xian, this time it was my fault. I apologize to you. Stunned. Everyone was stunned. The people from the greedy wolf gang and the dragon sword pavilion were all dumbstruck. Very quickly, the people from the greedy wolf gang reacted and apologized one after another with a very humble attitude. Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others' hearts were beating wildly. This happiness came too suddenly. Brother Xian, are you satisfied? The fierce wolf turned around and asked. Brother Xian? The people from the greedy wolf gang were about to go crazy. Their boss was calling a new student Brother Xian. Moreover, he looked very humble, as if Lin Xian was the boss of the greedy wolf gang. Dream, I must be dreaming. Many people from the greedy wolf gang slapped themselves in the face, trying to wake themselves up. They could not accept such a scene. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion were equally shocked, their hearts filled with incomparable joy. Look, that's their brother Xian. Even the boss of the greedy wolf gang bowed his head in front of him. Not bad. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Remember, don't let me see you doing evil again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Yes. Yes. Fierce Wolf quickly nodded. He didn't look like the boss of the greedy wolf gang, but more like Lin Xian's henchman. The members of the greedy wolf gang were very sullen, but at the same time, they were even more frightened. What method did Lin Xian use to make their boss so humble and obedient? Lin Xian waved his hand and led the Dragon Sword Pavilion members away. After they left, the members of the greedy wolf gang started to panic. Boss, why? Why did you apologize? That's right, it would have been great if we had just killed them. The group of people were puzzled. Shut up. Fierce Wolf roared angrily. His body emitted a terrifying aura, scaring everyone so much that they didn't dare to say another word. Hua Tianyi frowned and asked in a low voice, Boss, what happened? Are you injured? Injured? The members of the greedy wolf gang were shocked and immediately became nervous. Their boss was an expert on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. He was powerful. Who could injure him? Could it be another expert on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard? We've lost this time. Fierce Wolf's face was gloomy. That kid is too strange. I was careless and lost to him. What? Everyone was stunned, as if they had been struck by lightning. They were unable to speak for a long time. Their boss had actually lost, and he had lost to a freshman. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts trembled. They felt a great fear towards Lin Xian. Listen up, you are not allowed to provoke the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion in the future. Fierce Wolf said in a deep voice. The members of the greedy wolf gang were silent. Even without Fierce Wolf's words, they didn't dare. Even their boss had lost, they didn't want to die. On the other side, when the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion found out about this, they were all celebrating. Lin Xian had become the head of the mysterious sovereign leaderboard, raising the status of Dragon Sword Pavilion once again. I say, as the boss of the greedy wolf gang, why does Fierce Wolf act like a grandson when he sees Big Brother Xian? Those people are asking for a beating. They're just a bunch of trash. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion were disdainful. When Lin Xian returned to Senma College, the entire freshman area was in an uproar. The members of Dragon Sword Pavilion who had stayed behind were all excited. As if they had been injected with chicken blood, they quickly rushed into the sky. The other freshmen also looked at the sky with envy. Many people decided to join Dragon Sword Pavilion. Big Brother Xian is mighty. Everyone raised their arms and shouted excitedly. Lin Xian stared at the name inscribed on the 10,000-meter-tall stone monument as his heart was filled with lofty sentiments. Finally, he had taken the most important step in the Immortal Martial Academy. Of course, in his heart, this was only the beginning. His goal was the name written in purple and gold at the top of the stone tablet, Dugu Outyan. He was also the first person on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. The news of Lin Xian becoming a mysterious sovereign leaderboard expert spread, and Dragon Sword Pavilion welcomed a wave of applications. Many freshmen came to register, and even some older students came. There was no other way. Lin Xian was very strong and had a promising future. He had become a mysterious sovereign leaderboard expert as soon as he entered the college. What would happen in the future? They had to join now, or they would regret it in the future. Very quickly, Dragon Sword Pavilion became the largest society among the freshmen. Its number of members reached 500. Even among the older students, it was not a weak force. Of course, some people were happy, while others were unhappy. Xianxia was one of those unhappy people. He was not only unhappy, he was furious. Let's go. Let's go meet that Lin Xian. He roared angrily and set off with the Tao Spirit Association's people, rushing angrily towards the freshman area. At this time, the freshman area was in jubilation. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion had organized a huge banquet, and everyone was celebrating together. In addition to many people joining, some other societies came to congratulate them and try to build a relationship. After all, the waters of the Immortal Martial Academy were extremely deep. It would be good to have another powerful ally. Bam! Just as everyone was celebrating, a strong force suddenly came and kicked over some of the tables in the periphery. A strong wind swept, and a powerful aura spread throughout the freshman area. Who is it? Suddenly, the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion were all startled and looked in front of them in shock. There were dozens of figures standing there like gods and demons. Especially the person in the middle. His vitality was like the sea, and he was extremely powerful. Tao Spirit Society, everyone gasped, and their expressions were extremely serious. That was right, that group of people was from Tao Spirit Society. Yanqingyang saw Murong Qingqing standing beside Lin Xian and felt a surge of anger. Lin Xian, get over here and die. His terrifying voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. A terrifying voice rang out and spread in all directions. Everyone was shocked. To cause trouble at this time, they did not put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. Moreover, they chose the time when Lin Xian had just entered the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. They probably wanted to deal a heavy blow to Lin Xian. This voice caused quite a stir and many people ran over to watch. It's actually people from Daoling Association. They're much stronger than Tan Lang. This Lin Xian is too unlucky. He just defeated Tan Lang and the even more powerful Daoling Association came. What do you know? Yan Qingyang is pursuing Murong Qingqing. But look at where Murong Qingqing is now. She's beside Lin Xian. If Daoling Association doesn't beat him, who will they beat? Many people were discussing. Of course, there were also some who sneered and watched. After all, not everyone wanted Dragon Sword Pavilion to become stronger. Hearing Yan Qingyang's voice, the people from Dragon Sword Pavilion were furious. How dare he insult their brother Xian? No matter how strong the other party was, it was not allowed. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and stopped the people from Dragon Sword Pavilion. They did not want others to be at a disadvantage and get hurt. Everyone, back off. I'm here. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Brother Xian. The disciples of Dragon Sword Pavilion clenched their fists. Murong Qingqing also reminded him softly, be careful. Those people are not simple, especially Yan Qingyang. He's very strong. I'm sorry to have implicated you this time. Murong Qingqing was not a fool. She naturally knew the reason why the other party was looking for trouble. What are you talking about? Lin Xian secretly pinched Murong Qingqing's lily-white hand and shook his head slightly. This action was seen by Yan Qingyang and his lungs were about to explode. Jealousy, crazy jealousy, his eyes were red as if they could spit fire. He decided that he must cripple the other party today. I seem to have warned you to stay away from her. Yan Qingyang said angrily. This voice contained a terrifying murderous aura. It was unusually cold and many warriors trembled slightly. On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and slowly walked over. I seem to have warned you not to touch the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion. Are you deaf, or do you not have ears? Facing the powerful Yan Qingyang, Lin Xian did not have the slightest bit of fear. How dare you speak to young Master Yang like that? Are you tired of living? Hurry up and slap him. On the other side, a person from the Tao Spirit Association shouted coldly. F***ck, you must be tired of living. You guys are the ones who have the guts to talk to our family's brother Xian like that. Come over here, I'll chop you to death. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion angrily shouted, their expressions agitated. At that moment, the gazes of over 500 people were like wolves. All of them were staring at that young man. Immediately, that young man was so scared that his face turned pale. His body trembled as he hid behind Xianxia. Trash. Wang Li and the others sneered disdainfully. Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to the young man. He didn't need to take action against such a person. His gaze was fixed on Xianxia. Very good, very arrogant. Xianxia laughed, don't think that you're powerful just because you defeated Fierce Wolf. In my eyes, Fierce Wolf is nothing. You are nothing too. Arrogant? Lin Xian sneered, compared to you, what is my arrogance? You brought people to smash my place, and now you're threatening me. I think you're the arrogant one. It's good that you know. Xianxia said sternly, I'm arrogant because I have the right to be arrogant. I can crush you to death with one hand and destroy your Dragon Sword Pavilion. In front of me, you can only kneel. Hearing Xianxia's words, the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion didn't look good. They were furious and couldn't wait to charge forward. However, Lin Xian laughed, so you're saying that you're revered for pursuing strength? Nonsense, this is a world where the strong are revered. Xianxia sneered. The members of Dao Spirit Association behind him also had looks of disdain. Very good. In your eyes, as long as you have strength, right or wrong doesn't matter. If I'm strong, you can still kneel at my feet? Lin Xian's voice was cold as he looked forward, if that's the case, let's fight. I'll let you know who's the one kneeling in the end. Fight with me? You're courting death. Xianxia sneered disdainfully, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. You're just a piece of trash ranked 75th. And I'm ranked 64th. Let me remind you. On the mysterious sovereign leaderboard, every rise in rank means a huge difference in strength. I can kill Fierce Wolf in 3 moves. What do you have to fight with me? Hearing that, the people of Dao Spirit Association all laughed and looked at Lin Xian mockingly. In their opinion, Lin Xian dared to challenge Xianxia. He was courting death. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion were also silent and looked unwilling. Although Lin Xian was strong, he didn't have much chance of winning against Xianxia, who was ranked 64th. Ranked 64th? Is that strong? Lin Xian sneered, look at you. Those who don't know better would think that you're ranked first. He had no fear in his heart. When he fought with Fierce Wolf, he had only used half of his strength. If he used his full strength, he could even fight with a third heaven honorable. Moreover, when he wasn't an honorable, he dared to kill an honorable who was a higher realm than him. What more now that he was in a lower realm? In Lin Xian's eyes, Xianxia was nothing. If he wanted to, he could replace Xianxia's ranking anytime. Originally, he didn't want to rush up so quickly. After all, he had some trump cards that he couldn't reveal. However, now that Xianxia was rushing to his death, he could only fulfill his wish. Stubborn fellow. Xianxia sneered, I don't know if I'm strong or not, but it's enough to kill you. After saying that, the aura on his body continued to rise and a powerful force spread out in all directions. Everyone was terrified and retreated one after another, creating a safe distance between them. I only need one hand to deal with you. Xianxia was very confident and only extended one hand. Idiot. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He focused his gaze and attacked with all his strength. He wanted to take advantage of Xianxia's carelessness and disdain to attack and take him down with lightning speed. This was a great opportunity for him. I want your ranking. Lin Xian also exuded a fierce aura. Kneel down. Xianxia looked down from above and slapped down with one hand. He looked like he was toying with him. The palm wind was fierce and a huge purple light palm condensed and pressed down on Lin Xian. Although it was a casual attack, the aura was very terrifying. It wasn't something that an ordinary second heaven honorable could resist. Now! Lin Xian shouted and the great dragon sword soul in his body completely erupted. He clenched his fists and the Nirvana sword rain and Massacre sword rain merged to form a demonic sword. He quickly stabbed out. The great dragon sword soul was extremely powerful. At this moment, it completely erupted, causing Lin Xian's combat power to be extremely powerful. A shocking aura erupted and it was so fierce that it made people feel despair. Countless people trembled and couldn't stand steadily. Those from Dowling Association were even more terrified and couldn't believe it. This power was too strong and made people feel despair. What? Impossible. Yan Qingyang's pupils shrank and he was equally shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have such strength. Get lost. Yan Qingyang shouted. He wanted to mobilize his strength but he was too late. The demonic sword pierced through his defensive inner armor and pierced through his body. Poof, blood splattered and drifted into the sky. Yan Qingyang's body trembled as he was nailed in midair. I want you dead. Yan Qingyang was enraged. The person whom he had regarded as an ant had injured him. This was unforgivable. The aura in his body exploded as he wanted to attack with all his might. However, he was stunned in the next moment. His body trembled uneasily. In his body, the red and black aura kept flowing and destroying his body. The black sword aura was strange as it absorbed his spiritual energy like a bottomless pit. The red sword aura was extremely violent as it destroyed the meridians in his body. In an instant, Yan Qingyang suffered an unimaginable injury. Ah! He screamed miserably and was terrified. Kid, you're despicable. How dare you sneak attack me? Yan Qingyang roared. Let me go and we'll fight fair and square. Is there something wrong with your head? Lin Xian sneered. Sneak attack you? Everyone saw it. You attacked me first. I was just defending myself. How can you say that I sneak attack you? As for being injured, it only shows that you're not capable. Then, he shook his hand and the demonic sword shone brightly, releasing an even more terrifying aura. Yan Qingyang's expression changed again as he screamed in pain. The people from Dowling Association were stunned. When they came back to their senses, they shouted, "Let go of young Master Yang. Kid, how dare you touch young Master Yang? You're dead meat." The group of people was furious and rushed forward. Humph. Dongfang Xiong snorted and rushed out with the people from Dragon Sword Pavilion. The two sides faced each other and the atmosphere was tense. You want to fight? Unless you don't want his life anymore. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his arm and nailed Yan Qingyang to the ground with the demonic sword. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Yan Qingyang was in a frenzy. He had the strength but he could not use it at all. The deathly silence sword aura and massacre sword aura in his body had driven him into a frenzy. Moreover, he could not get rid of the terrifying attack power of the great dragon sword soul in a short period of time. Brat, I won't forgive you. Even now, you're still so arrogant? Lin Xian laughed. You really don't know how to repent. He sneered and stepped on Yan Qingyang's body. Ah! Lin Xian, I'm going to kill you. Yan Qingyang went crazy. He had never been humiliated like this before. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he activated the deathly silence sword. A terrifying force of death spread out and quickly took away the spiritual energy in Yan Qingyang's body. In the end, Yan Qingyang felt that his blood and vitality were about to be drained away. He was finally afraid. Stop. I admit defeat. Let me go. Yan Qingyang roared. Admit defeat? Let you go? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You're really a young master. Do you think we're playing a game? Is this something that can be solved just by admitting defeat? What do you want? Yan Qingyang gritted his teeth and said. What do I want? Lin Xian said in a deep voice, you brought people to kill me. Now that you can't defeat me, you want to beg for mercy and live peacefully? How can there be such a good thing in this world? If I'm the one being stepped on by you today, will you let me go? Lin Xian's words were like pearls that pierced into everyone's hearts like a sharp sword. Indeed, based on Yan Qingyang's arrogant attitude, if the one who was defeated was Lin Xian, he would probably end up in a worse state. Feeling the vitality in his body being drained away, Yan Qingyang was terrified. This was his source of vitality. He said in a deep voice, Lin Xian, I think there's some misunderstanding between us. There's no conflict between us. I don't like you because of a woman. Now, I don't want it anymore. I'll give it to you. That should be enough. Upon hearing that, the smile in Lin Xian's eyes deepened. Firstly, regarding Qingqing, you don't have the right to give it to me. Secondly, you don't have the right to say that in front of me. Morong Qingqing walked over with a cold expression. If we're not in the academy, I'll kill you 1,000 times over for what you said. The goddess was furious. Her voice was not loud, but it carried a chill that made the hearts of the people around her tremble. Indeed, disregarding everything else, Yan Qingyang could never catch up to the other party in terms of status. Who was Morong Qingqing? She was the little princess of the House of Kings. Her status was revered and there were not many who could compete with her in the entire mainland. As for Yan Qingyang, he was just an ordinary genius. Although his family had some influence, it was nothing in front of the Morong family. Yan Qingyang knew that he had said the wrong thing. He regretted it and his hatred for Lin Xian intensified. In his opinion, he could not get Morong Qingqing's favor because of Lin Xian. The funny thing was, he never thought that with his status and strength, he was worthy of Morong Qingqing. Forget it, there's no need to talk nonsense with this kind of trash. Lin Xian shook his head and did not plan to waste any more time. Hand over your mystic supreme mirror and get lost with your people. Upon hearing that, the people from Daoling Association were shocked. Yan Qingyang roared madly, what, mystic supreme mirror? Impossible. He was mad. He would never hand over the mystic supreme mirror even if he died. If he lost other things, he could still get them back. However, once he lost the mystic supreme mirror, it would be very difficult to get it back. One should know that the mystic supreme mirror not only represented one's status but also had other magical uses. Carrying the mystic supreme mirror was equivalent to carrying a small spirit gathering formation. The effect of the spirit gathering formation was closely related to the ranking. For example, the one in Lin Xian's hand was ranked 75th and had the effect of the third level of a middle-grade spirit gathering formation. As for Yan Qingyang's, it had the effect of the 5th level of a spirit gathering tower. Although it was only a difference of 2 levels, the gap between them was very big. To be honest, Yan Qingyang's spirit gathering formation was more than twice as effective as Lin Xian's spirit gathering formation. That was also the reason why the people on the Mystic Supreme Leaderboard cultivated so quickly and were so difficult to defeat. Those people were originally geniuses and geniuses. In addition to the powerful cultivation effect of the Mystic Supreme Mirror, it was impossible for them to become weaker. Therefore, the Mystic Supreme Mirror was the reason why Yan Qingyang was powerful and stood above everyone else. How could he hand over such an item? You're not handing it over? Looks like I haven't taught you enough of a lesson. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, the sword qi on his body became sharp again. A blood-red murderous aura filled the air as if the god of death had descended from hell. It was extremely terrifying. Yan Qingyang's life was threatened and the mystic supreme mirror automatically appeared. Found it. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and smiled. If you dare take it, my big brother won't let you off. Yan Qingyang went crazy and threatened sternly. Your big brother? Even if your grandfather is here, it won't work. Lin Xian sneered and remained unmoved. He reached out his hand and grabbed the mystic supreme mirror. He's right. You'd better not touch his mystic supreme mirror. Otherwise, no one in Senma College will be able to stop you. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. He's right. You'd better not touch his mystical fire mirror. Otherwise, no one in Senma College will be able to stop you. Just as Lin Xian was about to grab Yan Qingyang's mystical fire mirror, a cold voice was heard. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads to look. The people from Dragon Sword Pavilion were shocked. They did not know when a figure had appeared in front of them. On the other hand, the people from Daoling Association were overjoyed. It was obvious that the person who had come was related to them. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked forward. When the figure appeared, he naturally felt it. Based on speed alone, he was an expert. You're his elder brother? Lin Xian asked. No. The person shook his head and walked over slowly. Xingyang's elder brother is the president of Daoling Association. You'll know if you ask around. I'm here today to pass a message to the president. Let him go and everything can be discussed. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Ha 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 ha, did you hear that? My elder brother has spoken. Yan Xingyang laughed wildly. Kid, let me go quickly. Kowtow and cripple your own arms. Otherwise, you're dead meat. Don't you think you're too naive if you want me to let him go with just one sentence? Lin Xian said coldly. The person who had come was a young man in a dark green robe. He held a folding fan in his hand and said confidently, let me give you a piece of advice. Our president is an expert ranked 30th on the mystical venerable leaderboard. You're not someone we can afford to offend. What? Ranked 30th? The people from Dragon Sword Pavilion were shocked. The mystical venerable leaderboard included the top 100 young experts in the college. Even if they were on the leaderboard, the gap between them was huge. There was a huge gap between each rank, especially the top 30 warriors. There was a world of difference between them and the people behind them. Although Daoling Association's president, Yan Qingshan, was only ranked 30th, he was probably stronger than all the martial artists behind him. Such a person was almost invincible. That was why Yan Xingyang was so arrogant. That was why the young man in a dark robe was so calm. The dark-skinned youth found himself with a calm expression. In his opinion, as long as he mentioned the president's name, the other party would definitely back off. If it were anyone else, they might really be afraid. Unfortunately, he met Lin Xian. After Lin Xian heard this, he did not show any expression. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at Yan Xingyang, who was on the ground, and said coldly, hand over the mystic supreme mirror. What? The surrounding martial artists were shocked, their faces full of astonishment. This Lin Xian was too bold, even the black-clothed young man's face was gloomy. He thought that Lin Xian would be afraid, but who would have thought that Lin Xian did not react at all, and even ignored him directly. You want the mystic supreme mirror? Impossible. Unless you kill me. Yan Xingyang bellowed furiously, his eyes filled with killing intent. You think I don't dare? Lin Xian was also angry. How could he be soft-hearted when someone bullied his family? Clenching his fist, a dazzling sword chi was condensed. It carried the power of the great dragon sword soul and was exceptionally sharp. Then, he thrust his sword toward Yan Xingyang's body. Pfft, the sword tip entered Yan Xingyang's body without any hesitation, as though it was cutting tofu. Ah! Yan Xingyang screamed again. The hatred in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by fear. He did not expect that Lin Xian would still dare to do such a thing after knowing his brother's name. Beside him, the black-clothed young man's face was also gloomy. He stared coldly at Lin Xian. Kid, what you are doing now is very satisfying and satisfying. However, have you thought about the consequences of doing such a thing? Aren't you afraid of the president's revenge? You should know that with the president's strength, it would be easy for him to kill you and destroy the Dragon Sword Pavilion. It's not too late to admit your mistake, the black-clothed young man said coldly. Otherwise, disaster will befall you soon. You should know that experts have dignity. The president's temper is not good. The voice was calm, but the warning in it was very obvious. No matter what, Lin Xian had offended an unimaginable expert. Dignity? Face? Lin Xian sneered. Your president's face is your face and dignity. Is my face not also my face? This guy brought a group of people to my territory to cause trouble. Is he giving me face? You are now openly threatening me. Are you giving me face? Lin Xian's voice was cold. It was like a sharp sword radiance surging in the air. Since you don't give me face, why should I give you face? Are you really so naive to think that whoever you want to slap in the face will have to obediently stretch their face out? When they heard Lin Xian's words, the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion clenched their fists. Yes, they were afraid of the experts on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. However, this did not mean that they did not care about their dignity. Lin Xian had already arrived at their doorstep. What were they afraid of? Even after he had failed, he still had to threaten them. What did he take them for? Lin Xian's face was important, but theirs was not, they were all humans. who did not want to be respected. Furthermore, what made them even more excited was that in the face of such a huge threat, Lin Xian had not given up on them. He had not revived them and had preserved the dignity of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Although they were weak now, they still had dignity. The people around them were also shocked. Although Lin Xian was not wrong, he was probably the first person who had dared to say such a thing. Humph, you are really sharp-tongued. Even if you are right, so what? The dark-skinned youth sneered. In the face of absolute power, it is futile no matter what you say. Futile? You are wrong. Lin Xian sneered. I am now doing as you say. Because I am powerful, I am stepping on your young master. Because I am powerful, these members do not dare to come up to save him. Because I am powerful, you only dare to talk big and not really do anything. Otherwise, if I had defeated the president's younger brother, would you have been able to remain indifferent? Also, because I am powerful, the mystic supreme mirror is mine. After saying that, Lin Xian stretched out his palm and gathered spiritual energy to form a golden dragon claw. He then snatched the mystic supreme mirror from Xianxia. Then, Lin Xian was stunned. Soon, his ranking rose again and he was now at the 64th place. You. Xianxia was so angry that he was trembling and almost fainted. The dark-skinned youth's face was also gloomy, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. Just wait for the president's anger. Don't be so agitated. I am just doing things according to your worldview. However, you have become the weak ones. Lin Xian's expression did not change. I don't know why your president is not here. Regardless of whether he is pretending to be strong or has something to do, I will personally visit him in 3 months and fight him. By then, you will know who is the real strong one. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and powerful, spreading in all directions. Humph, if the president had not gone out for a mission, you would be dead today. The dark-skinned youth snorted. Alright, I will let you live for another 3 months. 3 months later, it will be your death date. The news of Lin Xian injuring Xianxia and obtaining the mystic supreme mirror quickly spread throughout Senma College. Countless people were shocked and stirred up. Xianxia was an expert ranked 64th on the mystic supreme ranking list. He also had an extremely powerful brother and had a powerful background. Even those experts were not willing to provoke him. However, a new student had accomplished such a feat. Not only did he injure Xianxia, but he also challenged Xianxia in 3 months. How audacious. This Lin Xian is really arrogant and unscrupulous. Humph, he's too arrogant. It's impossible for him to challenge Xianxia in 3 months. The entire college was discussing Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not pay attention to this. He was preparing for the auction in Windy City a month later. He had already sent a message to Yu Fei to collect information about the auction so that he could prepare in advance. The auction would be very grand and many people had already set off for Windy City before it even started. All kinds of news were flying around. Some people said that there would be an Earth rank martial technique, while others said that there would be an 8th rank elixir pill. In short, all kinds of fantastic news made people excited. A few days later, Yu Fei sent a message. In order to attract more people, the Vientiane auction had released some of the auction items. Among them were the items that Lin Xian needed to make the Red Lotus armor. Other than that, there was also a half-Earth rank treasure sword. Lin Xian was determined to get the Phoenix blood gold used to make the Red Lotus armor. This item was very important to him as it was the foundation of the Red Lotus armor. Other than that, the half-Earth rank treasure sword also tempted him. The best weapon he had was the Wind Shadow Sword, an upper spiritual rank treasure weapon. However, it seemed that it was not enough. If he could get his hands on a half-Earth rank treasure weapon, his attack power would increase by several times. It would be a great help. Of course, he also knew that a half-Earth rank treasure weapon was very rare and there would be many martial artists fighting for it. What he needed to do now was to gather enough spiritual stones. Taking a look at the spirit stones in his storage ring, Zhang Xian estimated that there were around 70 million spirit stones in his storage ring. But now, in front of the Phoenix blood gilt gold and a half-Earth step treasure, it was simply not enough. There was still a month left. It would not be easy to get a large amount of spirit stones. He still had some treasures in his possession, such as 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and a few half-earth-rank martial arts. If he were to sell these, he should be able to exchange them for a large amount of spirit stones. However, he estimated that it was still not enough. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and tapped his fingers on the table, trying to think of a solution. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows as he thought of something. Qinghong Society. When he first came to the Blood Realm, he went to 2 cities, Azure Mountain City and Flying Tiger City. As a result, he had clashed with the forces in those cities. After he had killed the Flying Tiger City Lord, there had been experts from the Azure Red Society who had come to kill him. Fortunately, he relied on his speed to escape safely. However, this matter would not be settled so easily. Now was the perfect time to start with them. Thinking about it, they had a large amount of wealth in their hands. Coupled with the Wang family of Lion Moon City, it should be enough. The leader of the Azure Red Society should be a Stage 3 supremacy. He should also have a large number of experts under him. Lin Xian thought in his heart and deduced the possibility of killing the other party. He realized that it was very difficult. Other than the headquarters of the Azure Red Society, there were 6 cities under it, which were the 6 major branches. Lin Xian felt that it would be better to start with these branch cities first. Azure Mountain City, Flying Tiger City. Lin Xian confirmed 2 targets. Not only that, he also planned to bring Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong over from the Sand region and let them build a battle arena here. On one hand, he sent a message to the Sand region. On the other hand, he gathered people and prepared to attack Azure Mountain City and Flying Tiger City. In fact, he did not need to do anything at all in these 2 cities. He only needed to keep an eye on the Azure Red Society. He had Wang Li and Dongfang Xiong lead 100 people to Azure Mountain City and Flying Tiger City respectively. Lin Xian began to set up other measures. He summoned the Crimson Dragon and had him carve a few black jade platforms for life-saving situations. The black jade platforms were equivalent to small portable teleportation portals. It was very convenient, but it was very troublesome to create. This was because this kind of teleportation inscription was an ancient method. Ordinary people could not master it at all. Only an old monster like the Crimson Dragon could master it. Moreover, the materials needed to carve a black jade platform were very expensive. Ordinary people could not afford it. Kid, the materials you gave me are not good enough. I can only make you one that can teleport you 5 kilometers away, the Crimson Dragon said. Seeing Lin Xian's flickering eyes, he sighed. Alright, Ben Huang has not recovered yet. I can only make one that can teleport you 500 kilometers away. 500 kilometers is enough. Lin Xian nodded. Then, he went to the True Spirit Hall to exchange for some materials and gave them all to the Crimson Dragon. 3 days later, the 6 black jade platforms were completed. It could teleport you 5 kilometers away in an instant. It was definitely a good life-saving method. After putting away the 6 black jade platforms, Lin Xian also received news from Wang Li and Dongfang Xiong that the 2 cities had been taken. Let's go. It's time for us to leave. Lin Xian did not bring anyone with him. He only brought the Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey. He set off alone. His speed was very fast, and he arrived at Qingshan City a day later. Qingshan City. Since the death of the Blood Wolf Gang's leader, the Azure Red Society had sent new experts to take charge. But how could they defeat the students of Senma College? Wang Li and his men didn't have to expend much effort to kill them. The rest of the gang members also surrendered. Brother Xian, this is that guy's storage ring. This is the basement of the Blood Wolf Gang, Wang Li said. Lin Xian nodded. He scanned the storage ring with his soul power and put it away. Then, he walked to the basement of the Blood Wolf Gang and narrowed his eyes. The wealth of the Blood Wolf Gang was richer than he had imagined. Just the storage ring alone had 50 million spiritual stones, and that was not counting the other things. The treasures in the vault were even more plentiful. There were 90 million middle-rank spiritual stones and some weapons. Inner armor, cultivation methods, pills, and the like. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and put the 90 million spiritual stones into the storage ring. Then, he said to everyone, I have use for the spiritual stones, so I'll take them. As for the other things, you guys can divide them. Thank you, Brother Xian. The members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were happy. Although the Blood Wolf gang was weak, they were rich. It seemed that they had done a lot of bad things in Xianxia City. Until now, Lin Xian had more than 200 million middle-rank spiritual stones. He smiled and began to set up Xianxia City. Since the city had already been conquered, Lin Xian had no intention of letting it go. He set up some defensive arrays and arranged for some people to stay. Then, he left. Senmu College's disciples could not stay here for long, so he called Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong to take charge of the two cities. Lin Xian chose the right time and city. Firstly, the Wanxiang auction was just around the corner, and the Azure Red Society would definitely participate. They wouldn't have much time to deal with this matter. Furthermore, the Green Mountain City and the Flying Tiger City were located in remote areas. Wang Li and Dongfang Xiong had quickly defeated their enemies, so the news wouldn't spread out so quickly. Lin Xian arrived at the Flying Tiger City and obtained another 150 million spiritual stones. He now had 370 million spiritual stones, which was an astronomical number. After making some arrangements, Lin Xian prepared to bring Yu Fei to the Windy City. As for the others, he planned to transfer them over when the auction started. He rushed all the way and arrived at the Windy City a few days later. Lin Xian was no stranger to this ancient city. He had been here once before. He sighed in his heart. When he first came here, he was only a harmonious spirit realm warrior. 2 months later, he was already a venerable realm warrior. His combat strength was heaven-defying, and he could even fight against a third-layer venerable. The Windy City was much more lively than before. Warriors from all over the Blood Realm had arrived to participate in the Wanxiang auction. As expected of the Wanxiang auction, it's so grand. Yu Fei exclaimed, "This is only a small part of the news, and it has already attracted so many people. If all the items are listed, the entire Blood Realm will be shocked." Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, although the half-earth rank treasure sword was good, it shouldn't be the most valuable item. The two chatted as they walked, and suddenly, a few figures blocked their path. Lin Xian frowned and looked forward. 3 middle-aged men in black leather armor and bamboo hats said coldly, "If the two of you want to enter the city, pay the entrance fee first. 30,000 spiritual stones per person." Entrance fee, 30,000 spiritual stones? Yu Fei sneered, "Do you think we're newbies? There wasn't any entrance fee when we came here a few days ago. That was before. Now that the Wanxiang auction is around the corner, of course there will be an entrance fee." "That's right," another person said, 30,000 spirit stones per person. "If you pay, you can enter the city. Otherwise, you won't be able to participate in the auction." The three of them had cold expressions as they stared at Lin Xian and Lin Xian, as if they were certain they would win. Wenfeng City is an ancient city. A long time ago, the rule was set that there is no entrance fee. This is also the reason why Wenfeng City is so prosperous. Moreover, even if there is an entrance fee, it should be collected by the city guards, Lin Xian said indifferently. This kind of important matter shouldn't be handled by a nobody. "What did you say? Brat, you're courting death." That martial artist was immediately enraged. This brat in front of him actually dared to scold them. He was really reckless. "Brat, to tell you the truth, we are not guards, and we don't need to pay the entrance fee to enter the city. However, we want to rob the two of you. What can you do?" The leading martial artist sneered. "Two little dolls, it seems like you still don't know the name of us 3 brothers. No one can escape from us, the Bald Eagle Trio. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over all your spirit stones and treasures. Otherwise, we'll throw you 2 into the forest to feed the wolves." The 3 of them sneered. In the Blood Realm, killing and robbing was a very common thing. "I'll give you a chance to live." "Scram!" Lin Xian said coldly. "Did you hear that? My boss asked you to scram. Hurry up and scram." Yu Fei clenched his fists and said. "Scram? Boss?" The 3 of them looked at each other and then laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, this is too funny. Boss? Brat, you can learn anything, but you still want to pretend to be a boss. Do you look like one?" Then, their expressions changed. Their bodies emitted a powerful and cold aura, as if they were ferocious beasts that had awakened. "Brat, no one can scold us. Anyone who has scolded us is already dead. Hee, I'm going to cut off your tongues first, then dig out your eyeballs. I'm going to torture you to death. Brat, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not showing mercy. Die." One of the martial artists stretched out his hand and grabbed at Lin Xian. Wisps of black gas appeared on his palm as if they were going to devour him. The other passers-by saw this scene and shook their heads. They knew the name of the bald eagle trio. They were incomparably cruel. The two young men were surrounded by them, so they were definitely in trouble. These people only glanced at them and did not go forward to help. After all, this kind of thing was common in the blood realm. Bang, however, when the palm was 3 feet away from Lin Xian, it could not move. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had imprisoned it. What? The big man was stunned. Then, his expression became very ugly. He used all his strength but still could not move his fist. His face was flushed red, and his veins were popping out. "Brat, I'm going to kill you." The big man shouted angrily and kicked out. This kick was as fast as lightning. It swept towards Lin Xian's waist, bringing with it an endless gust of wind. If the kick hit, it would probably shatter a mountain. However, in the face of such a dangerous attack, Lin Xian only sneered. He flicked his finger and a sword chi exploded on the big man's leg. Crack, 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 suddenly, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The big man screamed and broke out in cold sweat. His legs fell powerlessly, and his bones turned into powder. Hiss, the other two gasped. Their eyes were full of horror. They knew that they had kicked an iron plate this time. Big brother, we were wrong," the big man said in a trembling voice. He was in so much pain that he was about to faint. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he sent the big man in front of him flying. He turned into a star and disappeared into the sky. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. They didn't expect the Condor trio to be defeated. Moreover, it was at the hands of a young man. "Hero, we were wrong. Please let us go. We'll get out of here." The remaining two were trembling in fear. The young man in front of them was too terrifying. They had never seen it before. The two of them knelt down and rolled on the ground like a ball. They maintained this posture until they disappeared. "Let's go." Lin Xian didn't make a move. Instead, he said lightly. Soon, the two of them entered the city, leaving behind a group of stunned martial artists. What a terrifying young man. Who is this person? He didn't even make a move and defeated the Condor trio? So strong, so domineering. I heard that the genius of the Red Leaf Valley, Hong Wuji, is also here. Could it be him? It doesn't look like it. The Red Leaf Valley's people are very ostentatious. It's impossible for them to only bring one person. Someone shook his head. They were all guessing, but there was no conclusion. There was a reason for their guesses. The people of the Red Leaf Valley were famous for being arrogant and domineering. Logically speaking, this kind of character couldn't survive. However, they were very strong, so they could continue to be arrogant and domineering. In Senma College, there were many disciples of the Red Leaf Valley. Among them, the most powerful was the leader of the Red Maple Gang, Hong Wuji. This person had once wanted to incorporate Lin Xian's Dragon Sword Pavilion, but the two of them had never met. Wenfeng City, Taiha Restaurant. It was a famous restaurant in the city. It was noon and the restaurant was bustling with activity. Coupled with the fact that the Wanxiang auction was near, the business was booming. At this moment, a group of people dressed in red walked down the street. The arrival of this group of people caused the bustling street to become unusually quiet. No one dared to make a sound. 6 beautiful women appeared on the street. Each of them carried a sword in their arms. They walked with light steps and were extremely enchanting. In the middle of the 6 beautiful women was a young man in red robes. This young man was very handsome and should have been very attractive. However, the arrogance on his face and the arrogance in his eyes blocked everything outside. "Young master, this restaurant is not bad. It's suitable for resting. one of the beautiful women said. The arrogant young man casually glanced at her and then nodded. Next, two women dressed in red walked to the entrance of the restaurant and tied two red ropes. Then, they said softly, Red Leaves Valley has booked this place. Everyone else, disappear within 10 seconds. What, Red Leaves Valley? When the people in the restaurant heard this, they were so scared that they scattered. No one dared to stay. Lin Xian heard the noise outside and frowned. He did not expect to meet Red Leaves Valley here. Moreover, the other party was as arrogant as ever. Brother Xian, what should we do? Yu Fei asked. Don't worry about him. Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he continued to eat. In an instant, the entire restaurant was empty. The arrogant young man snorted and walked inside. The surrounding people were terrified. Although the young man in red was arrogant, the aura on his body was extremely sharp. It was like a sharp sword that made people tremble. The young man in red slowly walked into the restaurant. However, he soon frowned because he realized that there were other people in the restaurant. Moreover, there were two of them. However, his eyes were only fixed on one person. It was a young man in a blue shirt. This was because he felt the same sharp aura from the other party. Although the other party did not release it, he could feel it because they were both swordsmen. However, when he sensed it carefully, there were some differences. His aura was sharp and domineering, while the other party had a terrifying killing intent. Behind the red-robed youth, the 6 beautiful girls were trembling at this moment. They hadn't chased everyone away. This must have caused the young master's dissatisfaction. Thinking of the red-robed youth's cruel and violent character, the 6 girls trembled slightly. Young master, I'll go kill him. One of the girls with an oval face said. No need. The red-robed young man shook his head. Then, he stared at Lin Xian and whispered, interesting. Brat, you're very lucky to be able to sit with me. The corner of the red-robed young man's mouth curled up slightly. Then, he found a seat in the middle and sat down. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He could also feel the strength of his opponent. However, if they were to fight, he was still very confident that he could win. However, the other party was too arrogant. With that condescending attitude, he was destined not to go far in his life. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Xian raised his wine glass. However, this action of his was met with a reprimand. What do you mean by shaking your head? One of the girls with an oval face snorted coldly. Sitting in the same room with our young master is a blessing that you've accumulated over several lifetimes. Not only are you not grateful, you even dare to shake your head? You even care about this? You're such a busybody. Yu Fei sneered. The other party was too arrogant. His condescending attitude was infuriating. Whoosh, with a faint flash, the wine glass in Yu Fei's hand shattered and the wine spilled all over the floor. The wine glass was split in half. The cut was smooth as if it had been cut by a sharp weapon. Other than the wine glass, the table and the people were not harmed at all. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life. If there's a next time, it'll be your head that's split in half. The red-robed youth said coldly. He had been holding his wine glass all this time as if he had never attacked. So powerful. I didn't even see how he attacked. Yeah, so fast. Outside the restaurant, everyone was shocked. They didn't even see how the other party attacked. Yu Fei's face was also filled with shock. His hands were trembling slightly. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The other party's swordsmanship was above his expectations. However, although he was surprised, he didn't take it to heart. That was because he had seen everything with his own eyes. Although others couldn't see the red-robed youth's attack, Lin Xian saw it clearly. He even thought of a few ways to counter it in an instant. He knew that the sword wouldn't hurt Yu Fei. Otherwise, he would have attacked long ago. Seeing that Lin Xian was silent, the girls thought that he was afraid and immediately sneered. Then, they ignored Lin Xian and Lin Xian. Instead, they gathered at a nearby table and began to discuss. We'll get that sword in a month. Yeah, we'll be able to collect all 7 swords by then. No, that sword's value is higher than these 6 swords. The few of them discussed while the red-robed youth sat alone in the center, drinking wine. Hearing this, many people outside pricked up their ears. A weapon that could attract the red-robed youth's attention was definitely not ordinary. Of course, that Lone Star is a half-Earth rank artifact. It's a rare item in the world. The girls said proudly, as if the sword already belonged to them. As expected. The crowd exclaimed after hearing this. In order to attract people, the Wanxiang auction released information about some treasures in advance. Among them was a sword called Lone Star. It was the half-Earth rank artifact. A half-Earth rank artifact was rare in the world. It could be said to be a divine weapon. In the absence of an Earth rank artifact, it was the best weapon. Every time a weapon like this appeared, it would cause a storm of blood and countless people would lose their lives. Only a true powerhouse was worthy of it. As if she heard the crowd's discussion, the oval-faced girl said proudly, "Of course this sword belongs to our young master. Whoever dares to snatch it will be our young master's enemy, and the Red Leaf Valley's enemy. At that time, no one in the world will be able to save him." The girl's voice was very loud, as if she was warning everyone not to have any ideas about the half-Earth rank artifact. Yufei was also stunned. He did not expect that the other party was also here for the Lone Star sword. Then, he looked at Lin Xian with a worried expression. However, what made him feel relieved was that Lin Xian did not have any expression. He was not angry, nor was he worried. Lin Xian was very calm. The girl's words did not stir up any emotions in him, nor did they scare him. Just as those people had said, this kind of treasure could only be obtained by those with strength. And strength was not something that could be shouted out. He believed that the two of them were not the only ones who came for the Lone Star sword. Perhaps the powerful swordsman would come as well. When that time came, the real fight would begin. Lone Star sword. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He was determined to get his hands on it. Outside the restaurant, many martial artists sighed. Most of them were swordsmen who came because of the news of the Lone Star sword. But now, the Red Leaf Valley was also competing for this artifact. It seemed that they had no chance. Hee, such big words. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? The Lone Star sword hasn't appeared yet and you think it's yours? When the sword is taken away by someone else, wouldn't you be slapping your own face? A sneer was heard, erratic. Who is it? Come out. The 6 girls were shocked and angry. They stood up and looked around with cold eyes. The crowd outside was also shocked. Someone was looking for trouble with the Red Leaf Valley in public. How arrogant. Hee, you can't even find me there and you still want to say that the Lone Star sword is yours? The voice sounded again. I think you should go back to the Red Leaf Valley. You're courting death. The girl with the oval face was furious. She pulled out the sword in her arms and slashed forward. Boom, a jade green sword light flew out like a shocking rainbow, slashing forward. Whoosh, the crowd outside the restaurant immediately scattered, not daring to stay. The oval-faced girl was also an expert. Her attack was aggressive, but it didn't destroy the houses and streets. She just wanted to disperse the crowd. Not bad. Your control of strength is very precise. The voice laughed. But what's the use of hitting the air? Don't tell me you still haven't found where I am? Damn it. Hearing the provocative voice, the oval-faced girl was so angry that her face turned pale. The other 5 girls were also angry. Their eyes were like swords as they swept around. Yufei was also surprised, but he was very excited. He had long disliked these people. Now that someone was teaching them a lesson, he was naturally happy. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He spread out his soul power and quickly checked. Then, the corner of his mouth rose. At this moment, the mocking voice sounded again. What Red Leaf Valley? A bunch of trash who don't live up to their name. Buzz, before he finished speaking, a ray of sword chi lit up. It was like a divine rainbow, and it slashed toward the void. Clang, then, there was the sound of metal colliding, and a gray figure appeared in the air. Lin Xian also raised his head, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. This was more or less what he had expected. That silhouette flew through the air, his eyes filled with shock. He hadn't expected that the other party would actually be able to find him. How did you do it? The gray-robed man landed on the ground and asked in shock. Your cultivation method is not bad, but your strength is not enough. With your little bit of cultivation, you still want to act mysterious in front of me? How laughable. The red-robed young man said disdainfully, you don't have the right to be presumptuous in front of me, Hong Wuji. This voice surged, turning into a sword wave, quickly thrusting out. Boom, the gray-robed man tried his best to dodge, but he was still hit by the sword wave and crashed into the wall. You. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with panic. Then, he gritted his teeth and glanced at the 6 girls in red. His eyes glowed. Chi, the gray-robed man's body flashed and melted into the air again, as if he had disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared beside a young girl. He stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed the sword in her arms. The gray-robed man's target was not the red-robed young man, but the 6 swords. The young girl was caught off guard, and the sword in her arms was snatched away. Hee, I'll take the sword. When you get the Lone Star sword, I'll come back for you. The gray-robed man laughed and then disappeared again. You're courting death. The 6 young girls were furious. They quickly formed a formation and enveloped the entire restaurant. However, the void rippled, and the gray-robed man appeared again. He was already a few hundred meters away from the restaurant. He laughed again and fled into the distance. At that moment, Hong Wuji moved. Like a bolt of red lightning, he instantly appeared in front of the gray-robed man. He waved his hand and snatched the sword. At the same time, he sent the gray-robed man flying. Barf, the gray-robed man spat out a mouthful of blood, but his body disappeared again. This time, even Hong Wuji couldn't find him. He frowned, snorted coldly, and instantly returned to the restaurant. Everyone was shocked. Hong Wuji was too terrifying. The mysterious gray-robed man couldn't even block one of his attacks. At that moment, other than Hong Wuji, only the 6 young girls were left in the restaurant. Lin Xian and Yufei's figures had also disappeared. No one noticed that. In a remote street far away from the restaurant, a gray-robed man appeared, panting heavily. He was the gray-robed man from before. At that moment, his chest was hit by a palm, and he suffered serious internal injuries. Fortunately, he had a powerful concealment technique, which allowed him to escape from the red-robed young man. Damn it, I didn't expect that guy to be so strong. Looks like I'll have to find another chance. The gray-robed man's face was gloomy, and he was unwilling to give up. He believed that as long as he had enough patience, he would be able to succeed with the concealment technique in his hands. Oh, looks like you haven't given up yet? A faint voice was heard. Who's there? The gray-robed man was shocked. He didn't expect someone to be able to track him. Whoosh, with a flash of light, a figure rushed over from afar. The figure was very fast. At first, he was still far away, but in an instant, he was in front of the gray-robed man. Seeing such speed, the gray-robed man was shocked. This speed was not any weaker than the red-robed young man's. In his shock, he thought that Hong Wuji had caught up with him. Without looking closely, the gray-robed man ran away. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. The void vibrated, and several sword chi appeared out of nowhere, forming a cage and trapping him. Although the terrifying aura did not touch him, it was enough to make his hair stand on end. Who are you? The gray-robed man screamed, his heart filled with fear. He realized that the person in front of him wasn't Hong Wuji, but his strength was definitely not weaker than Hong Wuji. Let's talk. I'm interested in your concealment technique. Lin Xian said indifferently. The gray-robed man's escape technique surprised him, especially his concealment of aura. He didn't even notice it. If it wasn't for his strong soul power, he wouldn't have been able to find him at all. Lin Xian was tempted by such a mysterious technique. It's you. The gray-robed man finally saw Lin Xian's face and exclaimed. He clearly remembered that in the restaurant, other than Hong Wuji and the Red Leaf Valley's people, there were 2 other people. Lin Xian was one of them. The Red Leaf Valley's arrogance was well known. To be able to stay in the same restaurant as the Red Leaf Valley's people was enough to show how powerful the other party was. However, the concealment technique was his lifeblood, and he couldn't bear to give it away. You're not giving it away? Lin Xian laughed, I can immediately send you to the Red Leaf Valley, and then, I'll give it to you." The gray-robed man's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "If I give it to you, will you let me go?" "Of course, I can still guarantee that." Soon, Lin Xian obtained a cultivation technique from the man in gray. Suddenly, he was surprised. Then, he waved his hand and withdrew the sword qi, letting the man in gray go. Looking at the fleeing figure, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a joyful smile. "Kid, look at your smile. Did you get a great deal?" The Crimson Dragon asked. "It's really a great deal. This cultivation technique is amazing. It's just that guy doesn't know how to use it." Lin Xian smiled. It's a waste for such a good cultivation technique to be in his hands. If I'm not wrong, this should be an ancient concealment cultivation technique. That guy must have found it in a cave somewhere. With a flicker of his body, Lin Xian disappeared from the spot. He needed to find a place to cultivate this cultivation technique. According to his prediction, if he mastered it, he would be able to hide his aura, cultivation, and even soul fluctuations. He could even change his appearance and become someone else. This way, he would have one more trick up his sleeve. Within the wind-seeking city, the flow of people kept increasing. More and more people were entering the city, causing the guest rooms to gradually fill up. Lin Xian did not go to the inn. Instead, he followed Yu Fei to the Cultivation Pagoda in the city. Other than being an ancient city, the Cultivation Pagoda in Windy City was also famous. It was said that there was a spirit vein below. Coupled with the spirit gathering array carved by a formation master, the spirit chi here was unusually dense. Thus, the Cultivation Pagoda became a building that was famous far and wide. Its effect was comparable to the intermediate spirit gathering array in the school. Lin Xian's arcane supreme mirror was only effective in and around Senma College because of its special nature. It must have something to do with the stone tablet. Lin Xian also wanted to find a place to rest, so he went to the Cultivation Pagoda. The Black Cultivation Pagoda was 100 meters tall and had 10 floors. The higher the floor, the better the effect and the more expensive it was. Lin Xian and Yu Fei walked in and found that most of the cultivation rooms were full. However, there were also some empty cultivation rooms, but no one dared to go there. It seemed that everyone was afraid of those cultivation rooms. Lin Xian didn't think so. He urgently needed to find a place, and since it was an empty cultivation room, why couldn't he enter? Therefore, he led Yu Fei to a cultivation room on the 3rd floor. "Brat, stop. That's not a place you can enter." Just as Lin Xian was approaching, a cold shout could be heard. Immediately, the other cultivators in the passageway looked over in surprise, looking at Lin Xian with a trace of confusion. Was this guy not afraid of death? "Can't enter?" Lin Xian frowned. "This is an empty cultivation room. Why can't we enter?" "Brat, is this your first day here?" A young man walked out with a cold smile on his face. "Do you see the symbol on the door? This is the Chao family's emblem. This is young Master Chao's personal cultivation room. How can a lowly martial artist like you be worthy? If you delay young Master Chao's cultivation, even 10 of your lives won't be enough." "Personal cultivation room?" Lin Xian sneered. Before he came here, he had never heard of a personal cultivation room. He just knew that young Master Chao relied on his family to seize it by force and didn't allow others to use it. This kind of tyranny was comparable to the people from Red Leaf Valley. However, now that there was a shortage of cultivation rooms, how could Lin Xian back down? Besides, there was no one in this cultivation room. It would be a waste if he didn't use it. "Then let me ask you, did your young Master Chao pay spirit stones for this cultivation room when he was free?" Lin Xian asked indifferently. If the other party paid spirit stones, then he really couldn't fight for it. Unexpectedly, after the young man heard this, he laughed disdainfully. "Pay spirit stones? What an idiot. Even if young Master Chao's cultivation room was empty, no one would dare to use it. Why pay spirit stones? Brat, I advise you to get out of here." "Didn't pay? Then that's easy." Lin Xian smiled. If one paid spirit stones, no one else could enter, regardless of whether there was anyone in it or not. However, if one didn't pay spirit stones and still wanted to occupy it, that was unreasonable and bullying others. I don't know who young Master Chow is. I only saw that there was no one in the cultivation room and you didn't pay spirit stones. Since it's an ownerless cultivation room, why can't I enter? Lin Xian said in a low voice, then strode forward. Humph, you must be tired of living. The young man sneered. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending young Master Chow. He waved his hand, forming two pale white bone claws in the air. They were 10 feet long and grabbed at Lin Xian. You dare to attack me? Lin Xian sneered and punched out. His golden fist expanded like a golden mountain and blasted forward. Boom, the pale white bone claws shattered and turned into powder. Then, the young man's expression changed drastically. He clutched his chest and flew backward. Bang, he crashed heavily into the wall and was in a very sorry state. You dare to attack me? The young man didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that he could destroy his attack with one punch. You're dead. The Chow family won't let you go. I don't know about the Chow family, but I know that if you don't get lost, you'll be the one to die. Lin Xian's voice was cold. You just wait. The young man's face was gloomy. He glared at Lin Xian fiercely and then quickly left. You can use this room. Lin Xian said to Yu Fei. Brother Xian, what about you? I'll go upstairs and take a look. Lin Xian said and then walked up the stairs. On the floor above, he also saw the empty cultivation room that the Chow family had occupied. He sneered and used a sword chi to erase the mark. Then, he walked in. In the cultivation room, he waved his sleeve and set up a defensive array. Then, he took out the concealment technique that he had obtained from the gray-clothed man. This technique was called the heaven-changing technique. It could change one's appearance, hide one's aura, and even change one's soul fluctuation to become another person. If one cultivated it to the large success stage, they could even change the world. However, the technique in Lin Xian's hand was an incomplete version. It only had the front part. But it was enough for him. Lin Xian's soul force was powerful, so he learned it very quickly. Not long after, his muscles and bones changed. Then, his entire appearance and figure changed, turning him into a cold-looking man. He activated it again and turned into a middle-aged scholar again. His gaze focused. Lin Xian's aura suddenly disappeared. Although he was standing there, it was as if he didn't exist. Concealment and changing one's appearance were easy to master, but changing one's soul fluctuation was difficult. However, once he mastered it, it would be difficult for anyone below the King realm to discover his abnormality. After reaching the Venerable realm, a martial artist's soul would be cultivated. Therefore, they would use their soul force when investigating. Moreover, a person's soul fluctuation was specific. No matter how much their appearance changed, their soul fluctuation wouldn't change. This was because in the eyes of a powerhouse, they would be recognized at a glance. Now that he had the heaven-changing technique, Lin Xian could change his soul fluctuation as well. On the second day, Lin Xian grasped the basics of changing soul fluctuations. No one below the 5th level of the martial honor realm could detect it. It would be more difficult to cultivate further down the path. It would require time to accumulate. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. This was enough for him. Therefore, he got up and left the cultivation room. When he came out, he immediately realized that the martial artists in the passageway were looking at him differently. Their expressions were filled with shock and astonishment. What happened? He found someone and asked. You offended the Chow family yesterday and they're here for revenge today. They thought you were down there and surrounded the cultivation room that you stole. Chow family? Humph. Lin Xian snorted and quickly walked down. In the cultivation room on the 3rd floor, Yu Fei looked miserable. He could not cultivate at all and could only walk around in circles anxiously. This was because the door of the cultivation room had been mercilessly bombarded. Every time it was hit, it would emit an earth-shattering sound. Under such circumstances, no cultivator could cultivate. Moreover, through the hole in the door, he saw that it was the young man who was beaten up yesterday. It was obvious that the Chow family was here. He could only wait for Lin Xian to come out first. Boom, however, in the next moment, the door of the cultivation room was blasted open. A few martial artists rushed in and surrounded Yu Fei. It's not that guy? Zhang Tao was stunned. Why, he's not the arrogant guy you were talking about. An arrogant young man asked coldly. He was wearing a chow-colored robe and was only 15 or 16 years old. He had an arrogant expression and looked down on everyone. It's not that guy, but he should be that guy's accomplice. Zhang Tao said, I saw them together yesterday. I think that guy went to another cultivation room. However, we can wait for him here. I'm sure he'll show up. Zhang Tao grinned hideously, young Master Chow, why don't we teach this guy a lesson and let him know how powerful you are? First break his limbs, then peel off his flesh piece by piece. Chow Tong said indifferently. He looked very indifferent. It seemed that he had done this many times. A group of people had already gathered outside. When they heard this, they shook their heads and sighed. This guy is really unlucky. He dared to offend the Chow clan. That's right, the Chow clan is one of the most powerful clans in Wind-Seeking City. Didn't these people ask around before? This kid is just an accomplice. I don't know where the main culprit went. Maybe he ran away a long time ago. A group of people discussed in low voices. Inside the training room, two robust martial artists grinned as they walked forward. One of them held a long blue staff while the other held a long saber. The two of them blocked off Yu Fei's path. I'll kill you all. Yu Fei shouted angrily, wanting to break out of the encirclement. Boom, spiritual energy exploded, filling the surroundings with a terrifying aura. He'd consumed a lot of spirit herbs in the Chow clan recently, so his cultivation had reached the half-step exalt realm. Thus, his attack was extremely imposing. However, the two martial artists on the other side were even stronger. The two of them attacked and interrupted Yu Fei's attack. At the same time, they sent him flying with a strike of their staff. Puff, Yu Fei vomited blood and was immediately seriously injured. His entire body swayed uncontrollably. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame your accomplice. How dare he offend young Master Chow? Zhang Tao grinned, it's a pity for you. Maybe that kid has already run away and left you as a scapegoat. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Yu Fei's mouth was full of blood, but he laughed loudly. Brother Xian will help me pay you back 10 times for the injuries you've inflicted on me. Even if you kill me, Brother Xian will help me take revenge. Brother Xian? You're courting death. The two of you, hurry up and attack. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Chow Tong shouted coldly. Whoosh. Buzz, immediately, the two martial artists attacked and a terrifying attack surged towards Yu Fei. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Yu Fei shouted angrily, wanting to fight with his life on the line. Brother Xian, I'll follow you in the next life. Yu Fei's eyes were red and cracked. He wanted to self-destruct his spirit energy and create an explosion to kill everyone. However, in the next moment, a palm landed on his shoulder and immediately suppressed the rampaging spirit energy in his body. Not only that, the aura was extremely cool and quickly healed the injuries in his body. Boom, the energy exploded, terrifying, drowning the area in front of him. Humph, this is the result of provoking young Master Chow. Zhang Tao looked forward with a sneer. The martial artists outside were also silent. Suddenly, the void fluctuated and the violent energy ball seemed to have been split apart by something, instantly turning into countless fragments. Following that, a gust of wind blew over and blew everything away. Everyone was puzzled and looked over. Even Chow Tong frowned. He did not understand what was going on. He saw a young man in blue standing in front of Yu Fei. He had an extraordinary bearing but his expression was abnormally cold. It's you. Zhang Tao's expression changed and then he laughed sinisterly. Young Master Chow, he's the brat who stole the cultivation room. It's him? Chow Tong's face suddenly darkened and a thick murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Brat, you've got guts. You actually dared to steal my cultivation room. Now, kneel down and cripple your arms. Crawl under my pants and I might spare your life. Otherwise, both of you will experience what it means to live a life worse than death. Recuperate well. I'll avenge you, Lin Xian said to Yu Fei and then took out a bottle of elixir. Brother Xian. Yu Fei was excited. He nodded and stood to the side, pouring out the elixir and swallowing it. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Qiao Tong and the others in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "Now, cripple your arms and kneel down to my brother. I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll know what it means to live a life worse than death." Lin Xian's voice was not loud, but it clearly spread in all directions. The murderous intent in his voice made many people's hearts tremble. Especially the martial artists outside, their faces were filled with astonishment. "This brat is so arrogant," Qiao Tong, Zhang Tao, and the others laughed as if they had heard the funniest joke. "What did he say? He wants me to apologize?" Qiao Tong's face was full of disdain. Zhang Tao also sneered, his eyes full of sarcasm. "Brat, you dare to threaten young Master Qiao. No one in Wind-Seeking City can save you. Just wait for your death." The 6 martial artists that Qiao Tong brought also sneered. "Men, capture the 2 of them. I want to torture them to death bit by bit." Qiao Tong was like a little devil. Although he was small, his heart was very vicious. "Looks like you guys don't know how to repent." Lin Xian sighed. "If that's the case, then die. You're courting death." In front, 2 martial artists sneered and quickly attacked. A big stick pressed down like a heavenly pillar. It was as heavy as 10,000 pounds, pressing down on Lin Xian. On the other hand, a saber light flashed like a purple lightning, quickly slashing towards Lin Xian. When the 2 of them joined forces, their power was comparable to a venerable. Faced with such a terrifying attack, the cultivators outside cried out in shock. However, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. However, countless blood-colored auras gushed out from his surroundings like a sea of blood, surging in the air. Boom! Suddenly, 2 bloody hands reached out from the sea of blood. Like dragons, they instantly shattered the staff and saber radiance in the sky. Then, they quickly enveloped the 2 martial artists. "Ah!" Miserable cries rang out, causing one's hair to stand on end and their scalps to go numb. In the next moment, the 2 bloody hands let go and retreated into the sea of blood. And at the place where the 2 martial artists originally stood, 2 piles of white bones appeared. There was not a single human figure. Dead, dead? Everyone was shocked and speechless. This method was too terrifying. Zhang Tao was also shocked. He knew that Lin Xian was powerful, so he asked Qiao Tong to bring 6 martial artists. Among the 6 martial artists, 4 of them were half-step martial artists, and the other 2 were first-level honorable realm. With such a lineup, they would be safe in Wind-Seeking City. With the Qiao family's status, no one would dare to provoke them. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to kill the 2 of them in an instant. His method was decisive and ruthless. "You dare to kill my men?" Qiao Tong was furious. As the young master of the Qiao family, he had always been the one bullying others. No one dared to bully him, let alone kill his men. Therefore, Qiao Tong was furious this time. "Kill him for me!" he shouted angrily. Only by killing the other party could he calm down. "Young master, let me do it," said an old man beside him. He was in a red robe and had little hair. His face was skinny and he looked very old. However, his eyes were extremely bright, like the stars in the sky. Not only that, the old man had a terrifying aura. It was the aura of an honorable realm. The old man in the red robe was a first-level honorable realm and was Qiao Tong's bodyguard. "Yes, be ruthless and kill him," Qiao Tong said. The death of the 2 half-step honorables meant that Lin Xian's strength was far above that of a half-step honorable realm. Therefore, they could only send a real honorable realm expert. They did not feel the aura of an honorable realm expert from Lin Xian, so they thought that Lin Xian was not an honorable realm expert. After receiving the order, the red-robed elder stepped out and coldly said, "Aunt, I'll make you kneel in front of the young master and die." He roared angrily and punched out. Boom! It was as if a great earthquake had occurred. The entire cultivation pagoda was shaking. That fist was like a ferocious tiger, firm and powerful. This punch had a tremendous momentum, directly making the weaker martial artists lie flat on the ground. Countless people were horrified, not daring to imagine the power of this fist. Chao Tong, Zhang Tao, and the others had cold smiles on their faces. It was as if they could already see the scene of the other party being beaten up. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. A first-level Venerable Realm cultivator was even worse than an ant in front of him. He still didn't move. The sea of blood behind him churned and condensed into a blood-colored longsword. It was incomparably scarlet and emitted a demonic light. The sword light flashed, like a blood-red lightning, instantly striking out. The air split apart as killing intent filled the air, causing everyone to tremble. Puff, the red-robed old man's arm was chopped off, turning into white bones in the air. Then, the blood-red sword flashed again and cut off his legs. The red-robed elder's body fell to the ground as if he was kneeling. "You must die kneeling in front of my brother." Lin Xian's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. If he had come a step later, Yufei might have died by now. Since the other party was so arrogant and domineering and didn't care about any rules, there was nothing for him to worry about. The blood-red longsword pierced through the red-robed elder's body and pierced his heart, taking away all his vitality and blood. The red-robed elder's body trembled, and his face was filled with fear. He regretted it now. Why didn't he see the other party's strength clearly? Why did he force himself to stand up? However, he didn't have the chance to regret it. Under the effect of the blood-red longsword, he turned into a pool of blood. "What?" Zhang Tao screamed with a face full of fear. Chao Tong's expression also changed drastically, and he was stunned on the spot. His personal bodyguard, the red-robed elder, was a venerable, yet he was killed in one move. This was probably even more fantastical than a dream. They were not the only ones. Everyone was stunned as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible, this was absolutely impossible. Chao Tong screamed with a terrified expression. You dare to kill him. You're dead meat." Zhang Tao's face was also filled with fear, and his body kept trembling. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. They definitely couldn't let such an enemy live. However, the other elder didn't think so. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Young master, I think there's been a misunderstanding. We were wrong this time. I'll compensate you with 100,000 spirit stones and won't pursue the matter of you killing him. Let's just let this matter pass. How about that?" He naturally didn't say that to reconcile, but to leave this place as soon as possible. The other party was too terrifying. If they stayed here, they would be in great danger. His responsibility was to protect the young master, so he had to give in at this critical moment. Hearing that, Chao Tong's heart pounded wildly. He didn't want to stay here any longer. The purple-robed elder took a deep breath and threw out a storage ring. Ding dang, Lin Xian didn't move at all. The storage ring fell to the ground. "You brought people to kill us, but now that you realize that you can't kill us, you want to leave. Let me ask you, is there such a simple thing in the world?" Lin Xian sneered. "I'll give you 1,000,000 spirit stones to kill you once. I'll stop regardless of whether I succeed or not. How about that?" Seeing the other party's expression, he sneered. "Since you know that it's impossible, you should know how I feel. Today, none of you will be able to leave. Those who bully my brother, die." Hearing that, everyone's hearts pounded wildly. This young man was so domineering. Although his logic was right, he was the first person who dared to face the Chao family like that. Chao Tong and the others had ugly expressions and were trembling. Lin Xian had killed a first-rank honorable realm in one move, which meant that his strength was extremely terrifying. He definitely surpassed a first-rank honorable realm. The most powerful martial artist here was the purple-robed elder, who was much stronger than the red-robed elder. However, he had no confidence in defeating Lin Xian. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the purple-robed elder's face darkened. He snorted coldly and his attitude became firm again. "This is Wind-Seeking City, and the Chao family is a powerful force in Wind-Seeking City. You better think about the consequences if you take action here. Although you feel good now, I'm afraid that there will be no place for you in the city. At that time, you will end up in a worse state. Young man, don't do anything wrong." Hearing that, Lin Xian smirked and said coldly, "You still dare to threaten me? I've said that if you cripple your arms and kneel before my brother and apologize, I'll give you a quick death. Unfortunately, you have no choice. Don't blame me." Lin Xian said coldly, and the aura on his body became stronger. Boom, the elder opposite him suddenly exploded and a goshawk appeared behind him. It emitted a purple light like a ferocious beast. It spread its wings and filled the entire space. A strong and violent force shrouded the area. Swoosh, without saying a word, the goshawk quickly pounced on Lin Xian. The purple goshawk was the purple-clothed old man's martial soul. It was powerful and sharp like an ancient ferocious beast as it pounced towards Lin Xian. He had used all his strength in this attack. His goal was to catch Lin Xian off guard and kill him quickly. A purple afterimage floated past and arrived before Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and a wisp of disdain appeared on his lips. Martial soul, the sea of blood behind him floated and formed a blood-colored giant that stood tall and roared furiously at the sky. His body was like a mountain and his muscles were like dragons. A pair of huge hands reached out and instantly grabbed the purple goshawk. Swoosh, the purple goshawk screeched and purple chi surged on its body like demonic clouds. It emitted a terrifying force, but it couldn't escape at all. Spurt, the blood-colored giant tore the purple goshawk into two. Behind him, the purple-clothed old man trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. He hadn't expected the young man before him to be so terrifying. His full-strength attack was actually useless. It seemed like the Chao clan had caused a huge problem this time. If they couldn't deal with it properly, they would probably be in great danger. He was filled with regret when he thought of this. Chao Tong's face was filled with terror when he saw the purple-clothed old man fail. He said hatefully, "You're finished. How dare you hurt my guard? When I return home, I'll personally lead experts to kill you. Do you think I'll let you go?" Lin Xian sneered. "What? You dare to touch me?" Chao Tong screamed. "The Chao clan will tear you into pieces if you dare to touch me." The purple-clothed old man stood up with difficulty and stood in front of Chao Tong with a vigilant expression. "You'll have to go through me if you want to touch the young master." Spurt, before he could finish speaking, a blood-colored sword chi shot out and pierced a hole in him. In an instant, the purple-clothed old man turned into a dried corpse and fell to the ground. "Ah!" The remaining cultivators cried out in terror and ran in all directions. Spurt, spurt. The sea of blood surged and transformed into countless blood-colored pythons that killed the remaining two half-step Exalt Realm cultivators. Then, Lin Xian's gaze turned and stared at Zhang Tao. "You were the one who found these people, weren't you?" Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "If it weren't for you, these people wouldn't have died so quickly." "No, don't kill me." Zhang Tao was so scared that he peed his pants. He knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. "I beg you, please let me go. I'll do anything you want." "Anything?" Lin Xian smiled. Hearing this, Zhang Tao became spirited. He hurriedly raised his head and said quickly, "Yes, I'll do anything, as long as you let me go." This was his only chance to survive, and he didn't want to let it go. Even if he had to cripple his own arms, he would accept it. "All right then. Kill him and I'll let you go." Lin Xian pointed at Chao Tong and said indifferently. "What?" Zhang Tao was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to make such a request. The martial artists outside were even more shocked. They had never imagined that this youth in front of them would actually want to kill a Chao family disciple. Was he not afraid of the Chao family's revenge? Chao Tong's expression became very ugly. He quickly retreated and stared at Lin Xian, his eyes full of viciousness. "If you dare to kill me, you'll die a horrible death." Zhang Tao also had a look of hesitation, standing there in a daze. This problem was too difficult for him. If he didn't make a move, Lin Xian would probably kill him immediately. On this point, he did not doubt at all. Because the previous battle let him know that this youth in front of him was absolutely a decisive person. However, if he killed Chao Tong, then there would be no place for him in Wind-Seeking City. It might not even be long before he would be captured by the Chao family. At that time, his outcome would be even worse. Whether he made a move or not, he would die either way. "Why? Don't dare?" Lin Xian smiled coldly. "This is your last chance to live." Zhang Tao's expression flickered. He clenched his fists and finally raised his head abruptly. "Is what you said true?" You'll really let me go? Of course, as long as you dare to make a move, Lin Xian said indifferently. Okay. Zhang Tao stood up, pulled out a sharp dagger, and looked at Qiao Tong. If he didn't kill him, he would die immediately. If he killed him, he would still have a chance to escape. After weighing the two options, Zhang Tao decided to take a risk. He planned to kill Qiao Tong and leave Wind-Seeking City immediately, never to return in this lifetime. Seeing Zhang Tao's decision, Qiao Tong's expression turned ugly. He screamed, Zhang Tao, if you dare to make a move on me, you're dead. You dog, the Qiao family won't let you go. Kiki, I've long found you an eyesore. If you weren't the young master of the Qiao family, I wouldn't have bothered with you. You're just a kid, how dare you order me around? Go to hell. Since he had decided to kill, Zhang Tao simply went crazy. He laughed sinisterly and pounced on Qiao Tong. The dagger in his hand bloomed with a terrifying light. Qiao Tong was so scared that his face turned pale. He was just a young man, his cultivation was not strong at all. Usually, he relied on his family's status to bully others. Now, his bodyguard was dead. He had no way to resist at all. The crowd was also terrified. They did not expect things to develop to this stage. However, at this moment, a cold light flashed. It was like a blue ice thread, instantly piercing into the back of Zhang Tao's head. Buzz, Zhang Tao died in an instant. His body quickly froze and turned into an ice sculpture. At this moment, Zhang Tao was less than a foot away from Qiao Tong. He would have succeeded if he was a step late. Seeing Zhang Tao dead, Qiao Tong heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with hostility. He raised his hand and slammed it on the ice sculpture, shattering it. Ka ka ka, the human-shaped ice sculpture shattered into pieces. Zhang Tao's body also shattered into countless pieces. The crowd gasped and retreated, looking at the cultivation room in horror. At this moment, a figure appeared in the cultivation room and stood in the middle. It was a tall woman in a blue dress. She was extremely sexy. She was holding a frost flower in her hand and looked coldly at Lin Xian. You can't touch the people of the Qiao family. Her voice was cold, like an icy wind blowing, causing people to shiver. You're from the Qiao family? Lin Xian looked at the figure in front of him and frowned. Isn't it important? You've killed enough people. It's time to stop. The woman shook her head slightly. Sister Lingsu, kill him. You must kill him. When Qiao Tong saw the woman, he became excited again and became extremely arrogant. He killed my servant and wants my life. I must kill him. Sister Lingsu, you crippled his martial arts. I want to treat him like a dog and keep him by my side. I want him to suffer inhumane torture every day. Qiao Tong said viciously, gritting his teeth. You heard it too. Do you think I'll let him go? Lin Xian's face was cold and there was a strong murderous aura around him. He's just a child who doesn't know any better. Why don't you stop now? The woman in the blue dress said. You can vent your anger and save your life. This is the wise choice. However, the ice-cold aura on her face became even more serious. It was as if she had turned into an iceberg that could freeze everything at any time. Although she did not say it explicitly, the warning in her words was obvious. If it were anyone else, they would have stopped. After all, the woman in front of them was very powerful. Her aura was far stronger than the two old men from before. However, the person they offended this time was Lin Xian, so things would not end so easily. What if I say no? Lin Xian said indifferently. He was not afraid of the woman in blue. That's a good suggestion. Since you don't want to listen, don't blame me for making a move. The woman in blue's face darkened, and her aura overflowed. Suddenly, snowflakes floated in the air. The entire cultivation room seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow. As expected of an expert from the Ling family. Her aura is indeed powerful. It seems that Qiao Tong's life is saved with Ling Su around. Outside, the crowd was discussing. I'll give you one more chance. Leave now and you'll have a chance to live. Ling Su's voice was cold. You didn't make a move because you're not confident. You can't see my cultivation, and you don't know what realm I'm in. Am I right? Lin Xian sneered. Otherwise, with your domineering personality, you would have made a move long ago. Since you don't dare to make a move, why do you have to be so dignified? How pathetic. There's one more thing. If I want to kill someone, even the gods can't stop me. You're too arrogant. It's easy for me to kill you. Lung Su's face darkened, and she quickly made a move. With a wave of her palm, a terrifying cold aura surged, turning into endless ice and frost. Boom, the ice crystal palm was like an ice mountain, quickly grabbing forward and enveloping Lin Xian. Humph, Lin Xian snorted and took a step forward. Suddenly, his aura changed drastically. Endless blood-red sword chi surged, and a monstrous killing intent surged out, sweeping in all directions as if it was going to tear the sky apart. The killing intent was so dense that it formed into a killing sword that swept in all directions. Boom. Boom, boom. Countless sword chi slashed on the ice crystal palm, shattering it. Even more killing intent surged to the back and enveloped Xiao Tong. No. You dare to touch me? Sister Lingsu, save me. Xiao Tong roared with unwillingness and fear. In an instant, he was pierced by countless strands of killing intent. You're courting death. Lung Su's expression changed. She waved her jade-like hands, shooting out numerous ice crystals in an attempt to save Xiao Tong. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian's murderous aura. Originally, Lin Xian possessed the slaughter sword, and his killing intent was already very strong. Now that he had obtained Xiaoxi's inheritance, the slaughter blood sword, even a second-rank honorable would not be able to withstand that terrifying killing intent, let alone Xiao Tong. In an instant, Xiao Tong's heart was pierced by 10,000 swords, nailing him to the wall. He was deader than dead. This vicious youth had finally paid the price for his arrogant and vicious actions. If you kill him, you'll die too. Lung Su's beautiful face turned incomparably cold. She didn't expect the other party to be so decisive and ruthless, directly ignoring her and the Chao clan's threat. This kind of person could not be allowed to live. Scram, don't force me to make a move. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his eyes surging with killing intent. Humph, I'll kill you today and bring you back to the Chao clan as a sacrifice to Xiao Tong. Lung Su had no intention of retreating. Looks like you're also a dog of the Chao clan. Since that's the case, stay here. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his body surging with murderous aura. It was monstrous, like a sea of blood, directly shattering the void. Slash, a blood-red sword slashed down from the sky, sharp to the extreme. Even a second-rank honorable would die from this attack. Lung Su was not a second-rank honorable, so she couldn't withstand such a terrifying attack. Finally, a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. The youth in front of her was too strong, far from someone she could fight against. Go, without hesitation, she turned into a cold ray of light and quickly rushed out. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Lin Xian sneered and slashed down with the blood-red sword in his hand. Poof, blood splattered, and Lung Su was cut in half. The crowd was stunned, dumbfounded as they looked at the corpse on the ground, trembling. This was too shocking, too terrifying. He killed without hesitation, not showing any mercy to such a beautiful woman. After today, the Chao clan and the Lung clan would be completely enraged. Since their disciples were killed here, the Chao clan and the Lung clan, as the major forces in the city, would definitely not let the matter rest. Since this youth was so strong, his identity must be extraordinary. If they didn't handle this well, there would be a huge battle. It seemed like the eve of the Wanxiang auction was full of troubles. After keeping the storage rings of these people, Lin Xian left with Yu Fei. Brother Xian, we've killed so many people, I'm afraid they won't let this go, right? Yu Fei said worriedly. After all, the other party was from a major clan, and they had great influence here. It's fine, find a place to recuperate for the next few days. I'll go out and take a look. Lin Xian said, I've learned the heaven-changing technique. No one below the 5th rank honorable realm can see through my disguise. It was because of this magical technique that Lin Xian had nothing to worry about. After killing people, he could change his appearance and aura, and the other party wouldn't be able to find him. Lin Xian used the items in the storage rings of those people and paid a high price to find a safe place in the city. The two of them stayed there temporarily. However, the atmosphere on the other side was completely different. After the Chao clan learned that Chao Tong had been killed, they were in an uproar. They roared madly and searched everywhere for the culprit. Someone dared to kill people in the city, and a member of the Wang clan. This was a blatant provocation. Even the other major clans in the city didn't dare to do so, but a kid who came out of nowhere dared to challenge the Wang clan. He was courting death. Soon, the Wang clan gave the order to search the entire city. On the other side, the Lung clan also gave the order to capture the culprit. Immediately, the entire wind-seeking city was in a state of chaos, and everyone was in danger. Meanwhile, the person involved, Lin Xian, was resting in a quiet courtyard. After learning about the Wang clan and the Lung clan, he sneered and ignored them. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't find this place. Moreover, even if they found him, he was confident that he could leave. He still had many trump cards in his hand, so he wasn't afraid of the Wang clan. The Wang clan and the Lung clan searched for the culprit, but they couldn't find him. They were furious, but they didn't give up. Instead, they offered attractive conditions and put out wanted posters in the city. 10 million spiritual stones for the culprit. Immediately, many martial artists were tempted and started to take action. However, Lin Xian seemed to have disappeared, and no one could find him. After 3 days, Lin Xian would definitely go out and take a look. He let Yufei stay here to recuperate and set up a defensive array. Then, he used the heaven-changing technique and turned into a young scholar. With a smile, Lin Xian appeared in the wind-seeking city again. The wind-seeking city was even more lively now, and more martial artists were gathering here. Some experts and geniuses also appeared frequently, all for the Wanxiang auction. Lin Xian was wearing a white robe. His face was handsome, and he held a folding fan in his hand. He looked like a handsome scholar as he walked toward the bustling city. Wind-seeking city was bustling with activity. It was different from the sand region. There was no arena, but there was a coliseum. It was a more exciting and bloody battle. Beasts fought against beasts. That battle was more tragic than a martial arts battle. Death was common. Perhaps only in the blood region would there be such exciting things. In the south of the city, there was a majestic building complex. That was the Colosseum. There were many cages on both sides of the wide street. There were all kinds of beasts in the cages. The cages were made of star-patterned steel. The beasts couldn't break through them at all. Moreover, these Colosseum were backed by powerful experts and mysterious beast tamers. They could control any situation. The huge cage was 10 meters tall. There was a divine wolf in it. It was snow white and had a pair of wings on its back. It stared at the passers-by with ferocious eyes. Beside it was a black rat. It was as big as a mountain. Its breath carried a strong demonic aura. The demonic beasts in this place were extremely powerful. I haven't eaten wild meat in a long time. I wonder how the meat is? A strange voice suddenly sounded. Suddenly, the whole street quieted down. Many people turned their heads, looking for the strong man who dared to say such arrogant words. Soon, they locked onto a handsome young scholar. They looked at him carefully and shook their heads. No matter how they looked at him, he didn't look like a strong man. It was impossible for him to say such words. No one paid attention to him after a few jeers. The young scholar blinked and said, "If you don't behave, I'll sell you." This young scholar was Lin Xian in disguise. The arrogant voice from before was the work of the Crimson Dragon. After changing his appearance, Lin Xian came to the place where the beasts were fighting. There were many onlookers in front of him. They cheered from time to time. Lin Xian was curious, so he walked over to take a look. He saw 2 mutated beasts fighting in the huge cage before him. One of them was a black tiger with white tiger stripes all over its body. It was very strange and mysterious. His opponent was a 3-meter-tall divine condor. Its golden feathers were like golden steel and emitted a dazzling light. Whoosh! The divine condor flew into the air like a ball of golden flames as it charged towards the black tiger. Roar! The black tiger was enraged. It let out a roar and leaped into the sky. Its sharp claws were like swords and sabers that tore through the void. Boom! Clang! Bang, in the blink of an eye, the two beasts collided dozens of times. Every time they collided, it was as if lightning had struck each other. The golden divine eagle let out a cry. Like a bolt of golden lightning, it quickly grabbed at the head of the black tiger below, wanting to crush it. Ka. This attack was narrowly dodged by Black Tiger. However, the hard ground was shattered and countless terrifying cracks appeared. The center had been reduced to dust. The strength of the two exotic beasts drew cheers from the crowd. Countless people were cheering, and the atmosphere was lively. Soon, the black tiger was enraged. The white tiger stripes on its body shone brightly, and a powerful aura spread out from it. It was a terrifying energy that carried a terrifying pressure. As soon as this aura was released, the surrounding beasts immediately prostrated themselves as if they were worshipping their king. Could it be the power of bloodline? Some martial artists were shocked and exclaimed. Not only did martial artists have the power of bloodline, but beasts also had the power of bloodline. They were not weaker than humans at all. The black tiger in front of them obviously had the power of bloodline. Roar, the white tiger stripes were like white jade. They were extremely dazzling and formed a huge shadow of a black tiger above. It looked disdainfully as if a real demon had descended. The golden divine eagle felt threatened and let out an even sharper cry. Its body shone with golden light, and every feather was as sharp as a divine sword. Its entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of golden divine flames. Its aura was not weaker than the black tiger in front of it at all. Although it did not have the power of bloodline, the golden divine eagle was not weak. Especially its eyes. They were as bright as the sun, as if they could see through everything. Divine eagle eyes. Could this be the legendary divine eagle eyes? Someone exclaimed again, looking very excited. What's the divine eagle eyes? Some martial artists were puzzled and asked. The divine eagle eyes is said to be able to see through everything. It can see the trajectory of the opponent's moves. It's very powerful. This divine ability originally belonged to the demon race. It was later evolved into a divine ability by the human race's experts. I didn't expect this divine eagle to have such a powerful divine ability like the divine eagle eyes. Roar, an earth-shattering sound rang out, as if thousands of thunderbolts were descending. As the black tiger moved, the huge tiger soul above it also launched an attack. Boom, this attack seemed to devour the sky and split the earth. The entire ground cracked like a python's web. The huge cage also shook and was about to break open. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated. Fortunately, streaks of colorful light suddenly appeared on the ground, forming a huge rectangular light array that enveloped the two mutated beasts. This was a defensive array set up by the experts of the Warbeast Castle. Dust clouds filled the air, and rocks flew everywhere. The momentum was extremely terrifying. However, the golden divine eagle was not hurt. Its eyes emitted a golden light that could see through everything. In other words, it had completely seen through the black tiger's powerful attack. In the next moment, the golden divine eagle appeared in the void. It spread its wings like two clouds of golden mist. On its wings, every feather shone like a divine sword. Buzz, the golden feathers were like divine light, forming streaks of sword chi that shot down quickly. It was as if thousands of divine swords were surging in the sky. The entire rectangular space was completely covered. This divine ability was very shocking. 108,000 streaks of divine light joined together and quickly drowned the black tiger. Roar! Roar, roar! The black tiger was unwilling to resist. It led the huge shadow to counterattack. However, the golden light was too sharp. It directly pierced through the shadow and body of the black tiger, nailing it to the ground. Blood flowed. A powerful mutated beast had died. The divine eagle retracted its wings and stood proudly, looking disdainfully at the surroundings. Everyone was shocked and couldn't recover for a long time. At this moment, the people of the Warbeast Castle smiled faintly and said loudly, "This is the golden divine eagle, a 9th-rank demonic beast. It is still in its infancy. Its future is limitless. This time, we will launch a beast battle. Which expert is willing to give it a try? If you win, you can take it away directly. You only need to pay 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones to fight with this divine eagle." You can even obtain this powerful mutated beast. 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones is a precious opportunity. Everyone, don't miss it. Hearing that, the entire war beast castle became excited. Countless martial artists were envious and excited. They couldn't wait to go up and fight. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. The Colosseum's decision made everyone excited. Many of them were eager to give it a try. They had seen how powerful the golden condor was. Even the mutated black tiger with bloodline power was no match for it. Moreover, it was only in its infancy. If they could subdue it and wait until it reached adulthood, it would definitely be a super powerful help. No one wanted to miss such a good opportunity. The middle-aged man from the Colosseum smiled at the fiery scene and continued, "Now, I will state the requirements of the competition. First, you can only subdue it. You can't kill it. Otherwise, you will become the enemy of our Colosseum. Second, although this golden feather temple is extraordinary, it is only a 9th-rank demonic beast, which is equivalent to the human spirit detecting realm. Therefore, those who participate in the competition must suppress their cultivation to the spirit detecting realm. As long as these two conditions are met, you can participate in the competition. Of course, if someone doesn't know how to suppress their cultivation, we also have a special formation that can definitely help you. Now, everyone, make your decision." Hearing this, everyone started to discuss again. However, most of them shook their heads, and the fiery passion in their eyes disappeared. This golden feather temple was too powerful. Its combat power was definitely comparable to a venerable. Suppressing one's cultivation to the spirit detecting realm to fight with it was an act of seeking death. Although everyone was envious, they weren't fools. They wouldn't do such a dangerous thing. Suppressing cultivation? Not bad. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He was interested. Then, he stood up and walked toward the Colosseum. In the crowd, many martial artists were discussing. Among them, there were a few young men in luxurious clothes. Their eyes were shining. This golden feather temple is not bad. If we can train it to be a mount, it will definitely be cool, said a young man. Oh, Brother Chen, are you interested? The person beside him smiled. I am indeed interested. However, suppressing my cultivation might be a little tricky. After all, this beast has the divine eagle eye. It can't be underestimated. The martial artist called Brother Chen hesitated. Suppressing his cultivation meant that he couldn't use the power of his martial soul. Therefore, it was normal for this young man to hesitate. That's easy. The young man in silver-white clothes smiled and said, "If Brother Chen is willing, I can talk to the Colosseum. I can guarantee that Brother Chen will be unharmed." Really? Chenda's eyes lit up. He knew the identity of this young man. This young man had a deep relationship with this warbeast castle. If he asked, he would definitely be able to do it. Thank you, Brother Lung. Chenda cupped his fists. Don't worry. Leave it to me. The silver-clothed youth said with a smile. Soon, he returned. All right, Brother Chen, you can go now. Seeing the other party smile, Chenda felt agitated in his heart. He knew what the other party meant. This was an intentional gift. Thank you, Brother Lung. Chenda said excitedly, from now on, Brother Lung's matters are my matters. Soon after, his confidence was greatly boosted as he walked toward the warbeast castle with his head held high. Brother Lung, are you going to give away such a good exotic beast just like that? Someone asked, his heart aching. What do you know? The silver-robed young man scolded in a low voice, the Chen clan and the Yen clan have a close relationship. Chenda's mother is a member of the Yen clan. If we befriend him, we will be able to form a relationship with the Yen clan. Yes, Brother Lung, I understand. That person said, then became a little excited. At this time, Chenda had already stepped forward. Let me try. A loud voice rang out, immediately attracting everyone's attention. A figure, like a ghost, left a string of colorful afterimages in the air. It was like a flickering light and passing shadow. It was very elegant. Good movement technique. Brother Chen, you must be an expert in the academy. Academy? Everyone was shocked when they heard that. There was only one place in the blood realm that could become an academy. That was Senma College. I didn't expect that a disciple of Senma College would also come. As expected of Senma College. That movement technique is powerful. Everyone was envious. After hearing that, the arrogance on Chenda's face became even stronger. He was like a proud rooster, insufferably arrogant. His body swayed, and he landed gracefully. Immediately, Lingyu and the others clapped and cheered. Chenda felt great in his heart. Like an emperor, he stepped forward and walked towards the cage. However, his face soon darkened. That was because in front of him, a figure was already standing in front of the cage and would walk in at any time. This scene made him very unhappy. Someone dared to steal his limelight. That was undoubtedly courting death. Didn't they see that even the Lin family was trying to curry favor with him? Everyone was also stunned. They had thought that Chenda would enter quickly, but they did not expect that someone would be one step ahead of him. When did that person come out? Why didn't I know? Who knows? But he's obviously not giving face to that person. He's a disciple of Senma College. He's a prodigy among prodigies. That kid is probably out of luck. How dare he steal from Senma College? Someone gloated. In the crowd, Lingyu's face darkened, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. He had planned that day to curry favor with Chenda and build a good relationship with the Chen family. Now, someone had dared to ruin his plan. That made him want to kill that person. Chenda was even more furious. That was supposed to be his opportunity to show off, but someone dared to interfere, and now, that person did not seem to have any intention of stopping. Seeing that, his face darkened, and he shouted coldly, "Stop right there. You in front, I'm talking to you. Stop right there." That shout was like a clap of thunder that resounded in all directions. Finally, the figure in front stopped. That figure was naturally Lin Xian. He was quite interested in that matter, so he wanted to give it a try. However, he did not expect that someone would interrupt him. Lin Xian turned his head and frowned slightly. "What's the matter?" His voice was cold, and there was even a hint of displeasure. Of course, anyone would be displeased to be stopped for that matter. Moreover, the other party's attitude was so bad. Therefore, it was normal for Lin Xian to be displeased. However, that attitude was different in Chenda's eyes. How dare a little scholar treat him with that kind of attitude? He was displeased. Who was he? He was a disciple of Senma College, a prodigy among prodigies, and the young master of the Chen family. Did he not see that even the Lin family wanted to curry favor with him? "You're just a nameless little scholar. You should be grateful that I didn't make you kneel. How dare you talk to me like that?" In Chenda's opinion, that was unforgivable. "Kid, leave if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude," Chenda said gloomily. He wanted to get his hands on the golden feathered eagle first before dealing with the other party. "Leave? Why should I leave? I want to fight," Lin Xian said calmly. "Fight? You?" Chenda sneered. He did not sense any powerful aura from the other party. Moreover, from the looks of it, the other party did not seem to be a powerful expert. Therefore, in his opinion, the other party's fight was a joke. "Kid, I'm giving you a warning out of kindness. If you go in like that, you'll be eaten in less than one move. So, hurry up and leave." Chenda's words were full of contempt and disdain. The others also laughed and shook their heads. They had witnessed the power of the golden-feathered divine eagle. Ordinary martial artists would not be able to subdue it, let alone this skinny young scholar. "You don't have to worry about whether or not I'll be eaten," Lin Xian said calmly, then turned around. Chenda trembled with anger when he heard that. This kid was really arrogant, however, he could not act rashly. After all, he had already revealed his identity. If he fought with a nameless martial artist, it would be a loss of face. At that moment, Lingyu walked out of the crowd and said coldly, Brother Chen is a genius disciple of Senma College. He said that for your own good. Moreover, Brother Chen was the one who suggested this fight. You should know the rules of first come, first served." His voice was sinister and carried a serious warning. First, his words revealed Chenda's identity again, revealing his identity as a student of Senma College. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke someone from Senma College. Second, he stood at the top of the rules and pointed out that Chenda was the one who suggested it. Logically speaking, Chenda should be the one to do it. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits, but Lin Xian did not react. Senma College? Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Using this identity to bully others was fine, but it was useless against him. Senma College is very powerful, but the same can't be said for its disciples. After all, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. As for the issue of first come first, I'm really sorry. Before Brother Chen said anything, I had already moved. So, logically speaking, I should be the one to go first, Lin Xian said calmly. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. This young scholar looked weak, but when he spoke, he was not weak at all. He dares to compete with someone from Senma College. How bold. Not necessarily. He might be an expert. Everyone discussed. They felt that this young scholar might be extraordinary and an expert. Ling Yu and Chenda looked gloomy. Chenda stared at Lin Xian with an unfriendly gaze. If they were not in public, he would have killed Lin Xian with a palm. Ling Yu sneered, since you insist, I can't do anything about it. As for the order you mentioned, we really didn't see it. How about this? Let's let the people from the Warbeast Castle decide. They know who arrived first. What do you think? Ling Yu stood with his hands behind his back. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Warbeast Castle quickly said, Young Master Chen arrived first. He should be the one to fight first. Haha, what do you think? You shouldn't be able to refute the words of the Warbeast Castle, right? Ling Yu looked at Lin Xian with a mocking smile. He was. Of course. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Although no one noticed, many ancient martial art practitioners had seen that Lin Xian was the first to move. The people from the Warbeast Castle should also know, but now they said that Chenda arrived first. The meaning was self-evident. It seemed that the young scholar was going to be unlucky. Lin Xian looked at Ling Yu and the middle-aged man's expression and immediately understood. He sneered in his heart. If he guessed correctly, this arrogant young man was in cahoots with the Warbeast Castle, however, he did not point it out. Instead, the corner of his mouth rose, if that's the case, then I will wait. I think it won't be long before I can go on stage. Lin Xian chuckled. He then walked to the side, opened his folding fan, and rested comfortably. Humph. Ling Yu snorted and smiled at Chenda, Brother Chen, please. Chenda nodded and stared at Lin Xian, if I go on stage, you won't have any chance. That's not necessarily true. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Idiot. Ling Yu sneered in his heart. He had already arranged everything. How could there be a mistake? Chenda also looked arrogant. Kid, open your eyes and see what a genius is. Then, he quickly walked into the Warbeast cage. How is it? Are you ready? Ling Yu asked. Don't worry, young master Yu. The beast tamer is ready. This time, that beast won't even be able to use half of its strength. The middle-aged man from the Warbeast Castle also transmitted his voice. Warbeast Castle. This Warbeast Castle was actually the Lin family's force. No wonder Ling Yu was so confident. Ling Yu gave Chenda a dun look, then retreated to the side. Buzz, a huge blue light matrix was formed, covering the entire Warbeast cage to prevent the energy from leaking out. At the same time, next to the middle-aged man from the Warbeast Castle, there was a martial artist wearing a big black robe, secretly controlling the golden-feathered divine eagle in the matrix. Be my mount obediently. This is your glory. Chenda sneered and quickly rushed toward the golden-feathered divine eagle. Boom. A terrifying big palm fell, grabbing at the golden-feathered divine eagle. Although its strength was suppressed, its power was still very terrifying. As a mutated beast, the golden-feathered divine eagle was arrogant. How could it allow a human to challenge it? Therefore, in the next moment, it also attacked, grabbing at Chenda. The huge golden claw covered the sky and quickly grabbed down, as if it could tear everything apart. Clang, the two collided, and a terrifying aura surged in all directions. Fortunately, there was the blue matrix, or the nearby area would be turned into ruins. The surrounding audience was shocked and carefully looked at the scene in front of them. Bang! Bang, bang! Chenda attacked continuously. The terrifying big palm covered the sky and the sun, like a huge mountain, quickly attacking the opponent. Every time, there was a thunderous sound. On the other hand, although the golden-feathered divine eagle was angry, it was firmly suppressed. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the powerful golden-feathered divine eagle to be suppressed as soon as it came up. As expected of a disciple of Senma College. He's really powerful. Yeah, even if his cultivation is suppressed, he's still incomparably powerful. Everyone praised. Good job, Brother Chen. Brother Chen, you can do it. Lengyu led a group of people and also cheered loudly. He wanted Chenda to feel the feeling of being revered and worshipped. However, not everyone thought so. Some experts also noticed the clues, and their faces changed greatly. But out of fear of the War Beast Castle and Senma College, they didn't dare to say anything. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sneered in his heart. With his eyes, he could naturally see that the golden-feathered divine eagle's strength was suppressed. It was afraid that it couldn't even use half of its strength now. Otherwise, Chenda wouldn't be a match for it. The crimson dragon slid out of Lin Xian's sleeve and said, "It's a beast tamer." Beast tamer? Lin Xian was a little surprised. Yes, a martial artist who can subdue and even control demonic beasts. They have special methods to prevent the stupid eagle from using its strength. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood, and then he looked around. Soon, his gaze fell on the black-robed man beside the middle-aged man of the Warbeast Castle. He could sense a strange soul power from the other party's body. If he didn't guess wrongly, this black-robed man was a beast tamer. Moreover, he could sense that the other party's palm hidden in his wide sleeves was constantly forming seals. It seemed to be forming some kind of mysterious force that was restraining the golden-feathered divine condor. Soul power? Lin Xian smiled. Although he didn't know how to tame beasts, he could still destroy the other party's plan. A trace of soul power was sent out, forming an invisible attack that rushed towards the void. Chi-chi, Lin Xian used his soul power as a sword to forcefully interfere with the other party's control. Boom, sure enough, in the next moment, the golden-feathered divine condor screeched in the blue array. Its demonic aura soared into the sky and turned into golden flames that burned fiercely. A terrifying and violent aura gushed out like a stormy sea, slapping in all directions. Chenda's expression changed drastically. He was pushed away by the aura and then fell to the ground in a sorry state. All around, the spectators were in an uproar. They didn't expect such a situation to happen. The battle was originally one-sided. Chenda was suppressing the golden-feathered divine condor and was about to subdue it. Who knew that at the crucial moment, there would be a sudden change? The golden-feathered divine condor that seemed to be on the verge of collapse suddenly had a powerful aura. Its demonic aura was even stronger than the sea. What was going on? Leng Yu's expression was gloomy. She looked at the middle-aged man from the Warbeast Castle and gave him a questioning look. The middle-aged man's expression wasn't good either. He turned around and asked the black-robed man beside him. "Someone is interfering." The black-robed man transmitted his voice. However, it shouldn't be a beast tamer. The other party's method was very crude. It was completely for the sake of destroying. Is it under control now? The middle-aged man asked. "Don't worry, leave it to me." The black-robed man sneered. Just a layman who didn't know how to use soul power. His 10 fingers danced, forming an inexplicable force that quickly attacked the golden-feathered divine condor, suppressing its strength again. Soon, the golden-feathered divine condor's body trembled. The powerful golden flames on its body weakened again. "Humph! Bastard, you're courting death." Seeing this, Chenda roared in anger. He quickly rushed out, preparing to take down the golden-feathered divine condor. He didn't make a move just now because he wanted to show off in front of the crowd and enjoy the admiring gazes. Who knew that the other party would suddenly exert force and push him back? Fortunately, he was calm enough and did not show anything. Now that the other party was weakened again, he could take him down in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, he was proud of his wit. Let it end, Chenda roared in rage and punched out. The terrifying fist was incomparably resplendent, as though it could split the heavens and earth apart, tearing the air apart. Light soared into the sky and covered the entire blue array. The golden-feathered divine condor struggled with all its might and let out an unwilling roar. However, it was still unable to break free from its control. Recovered again. To the side, Lin Xian was also surprised. The other party was able to shake off his interference so quickly. It seemed that he was not a weakling. However, competing with him in soul force was truly courting death. Without any expression on his face, he once again used his soul power to form an invisible sword and quickly slashed at the void. This attack was much more powerful than the previous probing attack. It directly severed the connection between the beast tamer and the golden-feathered divine eagle. Boom! In the next moment, the golden-feathered divine eagle became more powerful again. A terrifying aura gushed out in an instant. Golden light filled the air and shone brightly. The beast swung its claws and repelled Chenda's fist. Then, it spread its wings and screeched at the sky. On the feathers, golden light shone brightly and formed golden sharp swords that flew out quickly. The void was pierced, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Chenda was terrified, and his expression changed drastically. If he had not suppressed his cultivation base, he could have resisted this attack. However, now that his cultivation base had been suppressed to the spirit-detecting realm, he could not resist at all. No, with a scream, Chenda's face turned pale as he quickly fled to the back. This change caused the surrounding martial artists to exclaim again. They waited with their eyes wide open, unable to believe the scene before them. Chenda, who was incomparably arrogant before, was now like a stray dog, fleeing quickly. He was in a very sorry state. So this is the power of a Senma College expert. It's really an eye-opener. Lin Xian sneered. This time, he used his spiritual power to let his voice spread clearly in all directions. As soon as he said this, many people immediately roared with laughter. However, Chenda's current performance was no different from an ordinary martial artist. He did not look like an expert at all. Ling Yu's face was gloomy. He could not care about Lin Xian now and directly sent a voice transmission. What's going on, damn it, someone cut off the connection with my golden-feathered divine eagle. The black-robed man was unusually angry. Young Master Yu, what should we do? The middle-aged man also showed a trace of uneasiness. If Chenda was injured, their plan would be ruined. Quickly get rid of the cultivation base suppression array. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Chenda. Brother Chen, there is no cultivation base suppression anymore, quickly use your martial soul. After hearing this, Chenda no longer cared about his previous bold words and directly used his martial soul. Boom, the aura of a venerable erupted, and it was incomparably powerful. In the next moment, Chenda let out a long roar, turned around, and punched out, colliding with the golden light that filled the sky. The energy exploded, and the void trembled. The light soared into the sky, drowning everything. The surrounding people were shocked. They did not expect Chenda to use his martial soul. This was completely different from what the Warbeast Castle said before. However, Chenda clearly did not care so much. He used his martial soul and fought with the golden-feathered divine eagle. On the other side, the black-robed man urged his soul power again, trying to regain control of the golden-feathered divine eagle. However, Lin Xian did not give him a chance. He also used his soul power to destroy the eagle. Damn it, who is it? The black-robed man was furious. He realized that the other party's soul power was very powerful, even surpassing his own. He could not accept this. Originally, he thought that the other party was an amateur who only knew how to use soul power to barge around. He was not his opponent at all. But now, he realized that was not the case. Maybe the other party really did not know how to control demonic beasts, but in terms of using soul power, the other party was not inferior to him at all. Humph, the middle-aged man from the Warbeast Castle also had a gloomy face. His eyes were like torches as he scanned the surroundings, trying to find the culprit. Ling Yu was also on the move. Several people searched, but there was no result. In the end, their gaze fell on Lin Xian. At present, the most suspicious person was the seemingly calm young scholar. However, they did not find anything unusual on Lin Xian. This made them gnash their teeth in hatred. After half a day, they did not even find the culprit. This was even worse than slapping their faces directly. Lin Xian's expression was calm, but he sneered in his heart. These people still wanted to find his flaw. What a joke! When he did not have the heaven-changing technique, his soul power was already incomparably powerful. Now that he had the heaven-changing technique, he could deceive everyone. With these people's strength, they could not discover his soul power at all. Just as these people were looking for the person who had attacked in the dark, the battle in the battle cage changed once again. Although Xianxia used his martial spirit and became stronger, the golden-feathered divine condor seemed to be provoked and became incomparably furious. It launched powerful attacks without any regard for its life. It couldn't be helped. It had been really stifled before. The hateful human in front of it had used some unknown method to reduce its strength by half and even suppress it for a while. As an exotic beast, it couldn't bear it. Therefore, now that there was a chance, it decided to take revenge. It had to kill the detestable human in front of it. The light in his eyes flickered like two suns, releasing incomparably dazzling light. Divine Eagle Eye. Xianxia's pupil shrank. He was already on the verge of collapsing. With the addition of the condor eyes, he would definitely be finished. He didn't even want to fight anymore. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. What mount? What reputation? Nothing was more important than his life. Boom! The golden-feathered divine condor unleashed a terrifying attack, blasting Xianxia flying again. Scram! Xianxia swung his fists, forming fist shadows that filled the sky. It was as if countless meteors were descending with great momentum. However, the golden-feathered godly condor had the godly eagle eyes and could see through everything. Its body was like a golden bolt of lightning, shuttling back and forth between the fist shadows. It was not hurt at all. Instead, it got closer and closer to Xianxia. In the next moment, it finally arrived in front of Xianxia. With a wave of its sharp claws, it became the size of a house and quickly descended, bringing with it boundless golden light. Puff! Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't hold on any longer and was sent flying. He crashed into the blue matrix, causing the earth to tremble. Brother Lung, save me! Finally, Xianxia's heart was filled with fear. He no longer dared to fight and quickly called for help. Ling Yu's face was gloomy. He had long wanted to make a move. If Xianxia was injured in their bestial battle arena, then all his plans would be ruined. But if he rashly stopped Xianxia, he was afraid of hurting Xianxia's face, so he was in a dilemma. Now that Xianxia took the initiative to speak, he let out a sigh of relief. Without Ling Yu's instructions, the middle-aged man from the Warbeast Castle was already prepared. He immediately removed the blue defensive array. Seeing the blue array disappear, Xianxia immediately rushed out and quickly fled. The golden-feathered divine eagle cried out and wanted to soar into the sky, but it was firmly restrained by the black-robed beast tamer. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect this to happen. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his folding fan and slowly walked to Xianxia's side. Is this the battle of geniuses you wanted me to watch? I don't see any genius. I only see a stray dog. How ironic. Lin Xian said mercilessly. Brat, you're courting death. Xianxia was enraged, killing intent surfacing in his eyes. What's wrong? You're tough now? Why was he so cowardly just now? A venerable running away from a rank 9 demonic beast? What a joke. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect a student of Senma College to be so weak. Xianxia was so angry that he was trembling. His lips trembled as he glared at Lin Xian. He wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. However, he couldn't do anything. Firstly, he was injured, and his qi, blood, and spiritual energy were in a mess. Secondly, what the other party said was the truth, so he couldn't refute it. For a moment, he was stunned on the spot. His face alternated between red and white, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. However, that was probably the most embarrassing day of his life. At that moment, Ling Yu walked over. He snorted and said, "It's not Brother Chen's fault." That beast suddenly went crazy and caught Brother Chen off guard. Didn't you see that Brother Chen had been suppressing his opponent in the early stages? Mistake? Lin Xian sneered. Who was the one who boasted shamelessly that he was a genius from Senma College and that his strength was so strong that I had to open my eyes wide? I did observe carefully, but I didn't see how strong he was. Instead, the golden-feathered condor in the early stages was dispirited and couldn't even use half of its strength. I'm afraid someone did something to it. What did you say? After being exposed in public, Ling Yu's face darkened. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he pointed it at Lin Xian. What? You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Lin Xian sneered. Don't treat everyone as fools. I'm not the only one who saw your despicable behavior. I'm afraid many people here know about it. Nonsense. I don't understand what you're talking about. Ling Yu said in a deep voice. Yeah, that's not Brother Chen's true strength. This is a mistake. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Colosseum. The few young men who followed Ling Yu also spoke out. That's true. Even the middle-aged man from the Colosseum said, this time, the golden-feathered condor really went crazy and disturbed young Master Chen. Please forgive us. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked at this scene in disbelief. They naturally noticed the abnormality before, but they didn't expect the people from the Colosseum to be biased. Moreover, it was twice. This made them extremely shocked. They didn't dare to believe it. One must know that although there was an inside story in the Colosseum, they still had to maintain fairness in front of everyone. However, the Colosseum didn't even care about this bit of fairness. It was indeed shocking and somewhat chilling. How about it, kid? Even the people from the Colosseum said that the beast went crazy. What else do you have to say? I think you're just jealous and came here to pick a fight. The few young men sneered. Yeah, didn't you say you'll go? Why don't you go? I'm afraid you won't even be able to block one move. Everyone knows how to quarrel. If you have the ability, show me your true strength. If you can win, I'll call you Grandpa. The few of them mocked and ridiculed. They didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. Of course I'll go. Lin Xian said coldly, this golden-feathered condor was originally mine. It's just that some people want to make a fool of themselves. Humph, what are you talking about? I don't believe you can subdue it. Chenda refused to accept it. He didn't succeed, so he naturally didn't want others to succeed, especially Lin Xian. If Chenda really subdued it, it would be a slap to his face in front of everyone. He had already suffered a heavy blow in his life. He couldn't bear it a second time. Therefore, he looked at Ling Yu. He knew that Ling Yu had a way to make everyone lose. This meant that it wasn't his strength that was the problem, but the golden-feathered condor. This was his only chance to save face. Ling Yu nodded slightly. He naturally knew what Chenda was thinking. He had the same idea. Therefore, he transmitted his voice to the middle-aged man and the beast tamer to get ready. This time, we can't make a mistake. The middle-aged man whispered to the beast tamer beside him. Don't worry. It's much easier to make the golden-feathered condor angry than to suppress it. The black-robed man smiled confidently. Moreover, after what happened just now, I'm afraid we don't need to instigate it. The golden-feathered condor is already in a berserk state. That's for the best. That kid dares to go against us. We won't let him off easily. The middle-aged man's eyes were gloomy. It would be best if he could stay in the cage forever. He. The two of them looked at each other and laughed coldly. It was as if Lin Xian's life was already in their hands. Lin Xian didn't need to eavesdrop at all. Just by looking at their expressions, he knew what they were thinking. Sneering in his heart, Lin Xian slowly walked into the cage. Crack! Boom! In the next moment, the cage was slammed shut. Then, a blue light lit up and quickly formed a blue array that sealed the entire small space. Lin Xian and the golden-feathered divine eagle were locked in the sealed array. Soon, Lin Xian felt an inexplicable force surge out, suppressing his cultivation to the spirit-detecting realm. In the outside world, Ling Yu and the others sneered, waiting for the scene of Lin Xian being torn apart. On the other hand, the onlookers were very worried and watched nervously. In the cage, the golden-feathered divine eagle was enraged when it saw a human walk in again. It hadn't vented all the anger in its heart before, and now it wanted to vent all of it. It wanted to tear the human in front of it apart. With a furious roar, its demonic aura surged like golden demonic flames. The flames burned, distorting the air. It had to be said that the golden-feathered divine eagle was indeed powerful. Although it was only a rank 9 demonic beast, its strength was not inferior to a venerable realm cultivator at all. In an instant, the entire cage was enveloped by golden demonic flames as if it was the fire of hell. Seeing this, the middle-aged man and the beast tamer sneered. As expected, the golden-feathered divine eagle will be enraged without us doing anything. However, before the black-robed man's laughter disappeared, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his face was filled with surprise as if someone had grabbed his neck. What? That's impossible! He shrieked in shock. Beside him, the middle-aged man also frowned with an ugly expression. Ling Yu, Chen De, and the others were stunned on the spot. The surrounding cultivators also looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Many of them swallowed their saliva with difficulty. How is this possible? In the cage, the enraged golden-feathered divine eagle was now extremely docile like an obedient sparrow. It was no longer as ferocious as before. The monstrous golden demonic flames had long disappeared. Even the golden-feathered divine eagle was trembling, not daring to approach Lin Xian. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. The golden-feathered divine eagle was an extremely ferocious demonic beast. Previously, it had even killed the black tiger that possessed the power of bloodline. Not only that, not long ago, it had even beaten Chen De to the point where he was seriously injured. That terrifying aura was unforgettable to the spectators. But now, it was as if it had changed into a demonic beast, becoming incomparably docile. This is impossible. Could it be that the scholar has some special means? No special method is possible. No one can make the golden-feathered divine condor so docile. An expert shook his head, unable to understand. Ling Yu and Chen De's faces darkened. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Especially Chen De, his face was distorted to the point that it didn't look human anymore. His eyes were burning with rage, and his entire person was incomparably savage. It couldn't be helped. He couldn't accept this scene. One had to know that he had been abused by the golden-feathered divine eagle before, and he had almost died. And his opponent, a weak scholar, was actually safe and sound. This huge difference drove him crazy. If Lin Fan really managed to subdue the golden-feathered divine condor, his face would be trampled on by Lin Fan. At that time, he would become a joke in Wenfeng City. Damn it, I want him to die. Chen De roared ferociously. On the side, Ling Yu's face was also gloomy. This scholar in front of him had ruined his plan time and time again, causing him to have endless killing intent. He had decided that he must kill Lin Fan here. Hurry up and do it, we can't let him succeed. In the Warbeast Castle, the middle-aged man said coldly. On the side, the black-robed man's face was cold. He quickly used a beast-taming technique to control the golden-feathered divine condor. He had already recovered from the previous shock. At this moment, his heart was filled with killing intent. At that moment, he was mercilessly slapped in the face, so now he must kill Lin Fan. Die, brat. The black-robed man's heart was ferocious. He used a powerful method to make the golden-feathered divine condor go berserk. Boom! In the cage, the originally docile golden-feathered divine condor suddenly erupted with a powerful aura again, enveloping the surroundings. In those golden eyes, the original fear was replaced by a touch of madness. Eh? On the opposite side, Lin Xian easily revealed a trace of surprise. Just now, he let the Crimson Dragon release a trace of dragon's might to intimidate the golden-feathered divine condor. That was why the previous scene happened. But now, the golden-feathered divine condor went berserk again, as if it was not afraid of the dragon's might, which surprised him a little. It seemed that it was because of that beast tamer again. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He was even more interested in the beast tamer profession. Rumble, the golden-feathered divine condor went berserk. At the same time, it opened its wings and condensed countless golden rays of light. A powerful and violent aura spread out, filling the entire cage. It was as if a peerless beast had awakened, incomparably terrifying. Puff. Puff, countless golden rays of light surged out, like thousands of snakes coming out of their holes, pouncing forward. It's here, the ultimate skill of the golden-feathered divine condor. Everyone exclaimed. Ling Yu, Chen De, and the others also revealed a sneer. This time, that kid would definitely not be able to escape. Are you going to use your ultimate skill? Lin Xian held a folding fan in his hand with a calm expression. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and the spiritual energy behind him surged rapidly, forming a pair of wings. It was a pair of golden wings, and every feather on it was lifelike, as if they were real. When the wings spread out, it filled the entire blue array. Boom, the golden wings of spiritual energy shook, condensing into 108,000 rays of sword light that shot out quickly. The two collided, and a shocking explosion occurred, causing the entire blue array to shake non-stop, as if it was about to split open. What kind of martial skill is this? It's the same as the golden-feathered divine condor's ultimate skill. Everyone was shocked, and they were speechless. That young scholar was too mysterious. First, he made the violent golden-feathered divine condor docile, and then he used its ultimate skill. It was too unbelievable. Ling Yu, Chen De, and the others were even more shocked. They did not expect that the scholar would be so strange. In the cage, dazzling light flashed, and soon, the victor was decided. 108,000 golden swords were incomparably sharp, and they tore through the void with a terrifying murderous aura. In an instant, they shattered the opponent's golden light, and then rushed toward the golden-feathered divine condor. The void trembled, and it was as if 10,000 lightning bolts were surging. It was terrifying to the extreme. Bang, the golden-feathered divine condor was enveloped by the sword light, and it was sent flying. Feathers scattered all over the sky, and they were like flickering shadows, incomparably dazzling. So terrifying, is this really the strength of the spirit-detecting realm? Everyone was dumbfounded, and they did not dare to believe it. The attack just now was too terrifying. Not to mention the spirit-detecting realm, even an honorable realm expert might not be able to use it. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that the golden-feathered divine condor was actually defeated. One move, just one move, and the powerful golden-feathered divine condor was defeated by Lin Xian. Not only them, even the people from the Warbeast Castle were stunned. The middle-aged man's face stiffened, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched, his face was filled with shock. He had personally cast the formation to suppress the cultivation of the person inside to the harmonious spirit realm. In other words, the opponent had defeated the golden feather divine condor with a single strike while being only at the spirit-detecting realm. This was simply too shocking. The black-robed man's face was even more ferocious. As a mysterious beast tamer, he was able to tame ferocious demonic beasts. Just now, he had successfully controlled the golden feather divine condor and made it go berserk. However, he couldn't change the outcome. He couldn't bear it, he wanted revenge. Gritting his teeth, the black-robed man quickly formed a seal, his eyes revealing a trace of madness. Since he couldn't defeat it, he would perish together. In the next moment, the golden feather divine condor let out a miserable cry. Its voice was like a devil's voice, piercing through the clouds. On its body, countless golden demonic chi surged and began to burn. It was extremely strange. Those golden eyes were filled with pain and madness. What's going on? Did the golden feather divine condor not lose? It still wants to counterattack? Everyone was stunned, they couldn't believe it. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy, he could naturally see that this wasn't the golden feather divine condor's intention. It was the beast tamer's doing. Boom, the golden feather divine condor couldn't bear it anymore, its body gradually expanded, and it crashed towards Lin Xian. It looked like it wanted to perish together. Humph, Lin Xian snorted, his soul force gushed out crazily, turning into a soul sword, quickly slashing towards the void. This time, he didn't hold back. Puff, the invisible attack seemed to have cut some kind of mysterious thread, causing a slight cracking sound. In the next moment, the golden feather divine condor's eyes regained clarity, its body gradually stopped. As for the black-robed man, his body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. He couldn't stop trembling, his eyes were filled with fear. The opponent's soul force could actually hurt him. this was completely out of his expectation. Fear, it was all fear. At this moment, the black-robed man was extremely frightened. He didn't dare to attack again. Moreover, he didn't have the ability to attack anymore. Soul Force's attack was extremely strange and dangerous. The slightest carelessness could cost one's life. That sword strike just now had already seriously injured him. He probably wouldn't be able to fight for a few months. The middle-aged man was even more shocked. He knew the strength of this black-robed man. He was a very powerful beast tamer, and his family had spent a lot of money to invite him. But now, he was actually injured. We can't let him go. This kid definitely has secrets on him. The black-robed man struggled to speak. Every word he spoke was filled with pain, and his brow furrowed. At such a young age, it was impossible for him to have such powerful soul force. This little brat must have some kind of soul force artifact on him. He had to snatch it. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered with greed. Soul force was the most difficult type of energy to cultivate. Apart from exalted realm experts, soul force would be able to grow a little. It was very difficult for other cultivators to find a way to cultivate it. Even a venerable one might not have a cultivation technique that specialized in soul power. And now, there seemed to be an opportunity. Thinking of this, he sneered again. Inside the cage, Lin Xian severed the beast tamer's control with a single slash of his sword, saving the golden-feathered divine eagle from death. Then, he walked in front of the eagle and said coldly, "I know that with your intelligence, you should be able to understand what I'm saying. Are you willing to come with me?" The golden-feathered divine eagle lay weakly on the ground. At this moment, when it heard Lin Xian's words, its golden eyes flickered. Without any hesitation, it quickly nodded. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. He took out a cup of spiritual wine and fed it to it. Not long after, the golden-feathered divine eagle stood up. It flapped its wings and came to Lin Xian's side. Then, it used its head to rub against Lin Xian intimately. "All right, follow me. In the future, you will definitely surpass the extraordinary level." Lin Xian patted it. "Let's go." He turned around and walked outside. However, in the next moment, he frowned because the door of the cage did not open. Even the blue array outside did not disappear. The people outside were also in an uproar. Lin Xian had successfully subdued the golden-feathered divine eagle, which shocked them. Quite a few people cheered and cheered for him. After all, in this world, people worshipped the strong. However, what shocked them was that Lin Xian seemed to be trapped in the cage and could not come out. As for the people of the Warbeast Castle, they did not make any moves. It seemed that they had no intention of releasing the captive. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little strange. Leng Yu and Chen De sneered malevolently. Originally, Lin Xian's subduing of the golden-feathered divine eagle made them feel uncomfortable and disgraced. But now, they were no longer afraid because they wanted to make him stay here forever. "Hee, so what if you have the golden-feathered divine eagle? You will just die with it." Chen De's face was distorted. In the cage, Lin Xian frowned and turned to look at the Warbeast Castle. "What do you mean? You can't bear to part with it, or you can't afford to lose?" "Young hero, you misunderstood." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "After the competition just now, we found that the golden-feathered divine eagle is very abnormal and has a tendency to destroy. For your safety, we have to take the golden-feathered divine eagle back first. After ensuring your safety, we will give it to you." In front of everyone, the middle-aged man acted like a good person and said with concern, "Are you sure it's safe?" Lin Xian smiled, "I don't need it. Hurry up and guard the door." How could he not know the other party's plan? They probably wanted to renege on the debt. That won't do. After all, this demonic beast came from our Warbeast Castle. If it injures you, it will not be good for our castle's reputation." The middle-aged man slowly said. "Yeah, the Divine Wind Warbeast Castle pays great attention to safety, so you should wait for a while." Leng Yu walked out. "After ensuring your safety, we will certainly give it to you. Oh, by the way, young hero, please move. Let us properly entertain you." The people of the Warbeast Castle smiled and said. Their words carried a hint of coldness. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. This was obviously the Warbeast Castle trying to renege on the debt. Moreover, they had bad intentions. Thinking of this, everyone sighed. It seemed that the scholar was in danger. After all, no matter how powerful he was, he would not be able to fight against a huge Warbeast Castle. Bang, the blue array blossomed with rays of light and formed countless blue light pillars. They quickly fell and trapped the golden-feathered divine eagle. The golden-feathered divine eagle was furious. It quickly charged forward but to no avail. It was unable to rush out. "You guys want to fight?" Lin Xian asked coldly. "How could that be? We are just thinking about your safety. We have good intentions." Although the middle-aged man was smiling, his laughter was very cold. "I think you should agree. Don't let down the Warbeast Castle's good intentions." Ling Yu also revealed a trace of evil smile. "Don't worry, we will finish the inspection soon. At that time, we will certainly return the golden-feathered divine eagle to you. Now, take the golden-feathered divine eagle away." The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Soon after, the huge blue array blossomed with rays of light and formed a big blue hand. It quickly grabbed the trapped golden-feathered divine eagle. Lin Xian had successfully captured the golden-feathered divine condor, but the Warbeast Castle did not let him go. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Especially when the big blue hand was about to grab the golden-feathered divine condor, it caused an uproar. Many people were furious. They did not believe the Warbeast Castle's nonsense. Lin Xian naturally did not believe it either. His face was gloomy, and his eyes turned cold. "I'll say it again. Let it go and open the prison door." Boom, while his voice was still echoing, the blue light in the sky shone brightly, forming 6 huge light pillars. Together with the ground, it formed a hexagram-sealed space, enveloping Lin Xian. "Young hero, don't be anxious. Wait here for a while." The middle-aged man revealed a sinister smile. "There might be danger during the inspection later, so we'll put down the defensive formation to protect you." "Protect?" Even the onlookers' mouths twitched. How was this protection? This was obviously imprisonment. However, when Lin Xian saw the ceiling light formation around him, he laughed as if he had just heard a funny joke. However, his eyes were cold, like a sharp sword, incomparably fierce. "You guys really think you've got me? Young hero, why do you think so?" The middle-aged man sneered. "This light formation is inscribed by a formation grandmaster. It can even resist the attack of a venerable. It can definitely protect young hero's safety." "That's right. You just stay here." Ling Yu sneered. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. To be able to resist the attack of a venerable, this was definitely very powerful. Perhaps the scholar was really done for. "Seems like you guys are very confident," Lin Xian said lightly. Then, he raised his finger and quickly drew in the air. Buzz, ka ka ka. The next moment, the huge dazzling hexagram-sealed space suddenly trembled and made a cracking sound. Then, it burst open and turned into countless fragments. Lin Xian looked calm. He walked out from inside and said slowly, "Did you guys remember wrongly, or was that formation grandmaster lying to you? Is this formation really as powerful as you think it is?" As he said that, he waved his finger again and drew a sword chi, surging upward. Suddenly, the blue palm that caught the golden feather divine condor cracked and scattered on the ground like glass. Puff, the golden-feathered divine condor spread its wings and soared into the sky. It regained its freedom and quickly returned to Lin Xian's side. "Why do I feel that he's pitifully weak?" What? The middle-aged man's pupils constricted as he stood rooted to the ground. Ling Yu's face was also filled with fear. He screamed, "You broke it? How is this possible?" Shocking, too shocking. Everyone in the Colosseum was stunned. It was as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't dare to believe it. Chenda's body trembled as he shook his head frantically. "Impossible, this is impossible." He was well aware of the power of the blue light array. Previously, he had not been able to break it with his martial soul, but now, his opponent had actually broken it. What shocked them even more was that Lin Xian hadn't used his full strength to blast it open. Instead, he had casually waved his finger and destroyed the entire massive defensive formation. This was too shocking. Lin Xian had a smile on his face as he swept his gaze across the crowd. When Leng Yu felt that gaze, her body instantly trembled as fear rose in her heart. As for Chen De, he was even more unbearable. He was so frightened that he took 5 steps back. Humph, trash. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and said with disdain. You. Chen De's complexion turned ashen, but he didn't dare to make a move. Leng Yu's complexion wasn't good either. He could only snort coldly to express his dissatisfaction. Everyone was shocked. This young scholar was too domineering. Just a gaze was enough to scare 2 young geniuses. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and looked at the middle-aged man and the black-robed man from the Colosseum. The black-robed man's body also trembled. As a beast tamer, his soul power was very sensitive. He discovered that the soul power fluctuation on Lin Xian's body was exactly the same as the soul power that had injured him. After hearing this news, his eyes were filled with fear. He didn't dare to look at Lin Xian. The middle-aged man's face sank as he said coldly, "Our Colosseum was kind enough to protect young hero, but young hero destroyed our formation. This isn't too good." Not too good? Lin Xian laughed, "You're still pretending even now. You're really good at acting. I don't understand what you're talking about." The middle-aged man had no choice but to brace himself and say, "Humph." Lin Xian retracted his smile. He looked at the middle-aged man from the Colosseum and said coldly, "You're saying that the golden feather divine eagle went crazy?" "Exactly. We just wanted to find the reason to ensure young hero's safety," the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. "You're really shameless." Lin Xian sneered. "What did you say?" The middle-aged man was angry. He stared at Lin Xian with an unkind expression. "Young man, be careful with your words. You should know that you can't just say anything. Some words will cost you your life if you say them." "Threatening me?" Lin Xian closed his folding fan and said in a clear voice, "I think there's no need for your Colosseum to continue operating." He turned his head and looked at the onlookers. "I think all of you are clear about what happened today. You just didn't dare to say it because of some people's influence. But, I'll say it for you. This battle was obviously set up by the Colosseum to curry favor with others. From the very beginning, they didn't let others fight. They specifically let the people they selected to fight. Not only that, they also suppressed the strength of the golden feather divine eagle, making it weak. All the experts here can see this. They obviously want to give the golden feather divine eagle away. If they want to give it away, they can just do it secretly. But to use it as a competition to deceive all the warriors and play with them in the palm of their hand, is this the way of the Colosseum? What's funny is that this genius Chen is really trash. He can't even take away the things in his hands. However, when I went on the stage, they secretly let the beast tamers control the demon beasts, making them go crazy and attack without any regard for their lives. They even wanted to make the golden feather divine eagle self-destruct. Fortunately, I stopped it and successfully subdued it. But, how did they do it? I think everyone saw it. They sealed the space, forcibly captured the golden feather divine eagle, and even wanted to imprison me. If it wasn't because I have some strength, I'm afraid I would have already been killed by them." Lin Xian said coldly, "Such a Colosseum, do you dare to go? They only allow their people to obtain the demon beasts. If the others win, they will be killed. Do you dare to come? Aren't you afraid of being killed by them one day?" Lin Xian's words were sharp, and his voice was vast and mighty. The surrounding warriors were discussing noisily. Indeed, they had all seen what happened today. They weren't fools, so they could naturally understand what happened. And this young scholar's words weren't wrong at all. Presumptuous, a bunch of nonsense. The middle-aged man was furious. He shouted coldly, "Men, capture this person who is spreading lies to mislead the crowd." Huff, huff, huff. Suddenly, countless figures flew out from the Colosseum and formed a huge encirclement, surrounding Lin Xian. "What's wrong? You've been exposed and now you're angry?" Lin Xian sneered. "Humph, brat, no matter what you say, today is the day you die." Leng Yu roared ferociously. He had a stomach full of anger, and only by killing the other party could he vent his anger. Seeing this tense scene, the crowd of warriors frowned even more. This divine wind coliseum was really too overbearing. Did they really think that ordinary warriors like them were easy to bully? Seeing this tense scene, the crowd of martial artists frowned even more. This divine wind warbeast castle was really too overbearing. Did they really think that ordinary martial artists were easy to bully? I think the fault doesn't lie with this young hero. Someone said. Yes, I think the warbeast castle should apologize. Another expert said. With someone taking the lead, these onlookers also became unyielding. One by one, they shouted angrily and loudly berated the warbeast castle. The people of the warbeast castle were dissatisfied at first and wanted to suppress them. However, they underestimated the power of the crowd. Although the individual strength of these martial artists was weak, they were a powerful force when combined. Rebel, all rebel. The middle-aged man was trembling with anger. Leng Yu clenched his fists and stared at Lin Xian. His eyes were full of murderous aura. It was all because of this hateful brat in front of him who ruined his perfect plan. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Feeling the murderous aura, Lin Xian turned his head and revealed a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth. You dare to make a move? Damn it. Leng Yu's face was ashen. He really didn't have the confidence and didn't dare to make a move. The other party could easily break the defensive array. He was definitely a powerhouse. Even the elders of the family might not be able to do this. Leng Yu took a deep breath and said to the martial artists of the warbeast castle beside him, "Kill him for me." You want to kill him? You have to ask if we agree first. The crowd of martial artists were angry and fought back. Each and every one of them looked agitated. Apologize, you must apologize for this matter. If you dare to touch him, you will be our enemy. A group of people stood in front of Lin Xian and berated angrily. Leng Yu was stunned. He didn't understand why these people were so agitated. This matter had nothing to do with them. However, these martial artists who were usually timid were as if they were injected with chicken blood and refused to budge an inch. How could he know that this time the warbeast castle's approach was too excessive? Not only did they target Lin Xian, but they also didn't let these ordinary martial artists dare to be safe. If the warbeast castle killed Lin Xian today, then the ones who would die tomorrow would most likely be them. If they couldn't suppress the arrogant attitude of the warbeast castle and bully martial artists, then their situation would be very dangerous in the future. That was why these people rose up in revolt. It could be said that this time, the warbeast castle not only touched the interests of Lin Xian, but also the interests of all the ordinary martial artists. Leng Yu was also afraid when she heard the angry shouts of the several hundred people. Her expression was extremely ugly. Chen De, on the other hand, was even more unbearable. He was so scared that he peed his pants and hid in a corner, not daring to come out. The middle-aged man from the warbeast castle was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He didn't expect this scene at all. He originally thought that killing a little thief wouldn't be difficult at all. But from the looks of it now, it was impossible to implement. Elder, what should we do? A disciple of the warbeast castle asked. Retreat. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said. Retreat. Once the order was given, those warbeast castle's people retreated and confronted those excited people. Little thief, I don't know what kind of demonic technique you have to be able to incite these people. But remember, the golden-feathered divine eagle is a demonic beast on the earth ranking. It's not that easy to take it. If you return it now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Although you are fine today, but in the future. The middle-aged man threatened. In fact, his heart was bleeding. The reason why he was so furious was because his plan to curry favor with the Chen family had failed. Moreover, the golden-feathered divine eagle was very precious. It was a demonic beast ranked 97th on the earth ranking. Any demonic beast that could be ranked on the earth ranking was not ordinary. And those that could enter the top 100 were even more rare and exotic beasts. This golden-feathered divine eagle was ranked 97th on the earth ranking. Although it hadn't grown up, its potential was limitless. It was also a treasure in their warbeast castle. Originally, they wanted to bribe Chen De. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would benefit from it. You don't need to worry about whether I can keep it or not. Lin Xian said indifferently. Humph, let's go. The middle-aged man's eyes were gloomy and cold. He waved his sleeve and brought a group of martial artists back to the Warbeast castle. However, he secretly decided that he would release the news of the golden-feathered divine eagle. Even if he couldn't get it, he wouldn't let the other party get it. The people of the Warbeast castle left. Those martial artists and the surroundings cheered. Many of them congratulated Lin Xian. Brother, you are too strong. You actually subdued the golden-feathered divine eagle in one move. That's nothing. The martial skill that broke the defensive formation in one sword move is amazing. I'm afraid that even the elders of the Warbeast castle can't do it. May I ask which force brother is from? Everyone started asking questions one after another. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then he said to everyone, "Thank you for your help just now. Let's go and have a drink." Let's go. A group of people left in a grandiose manner. At the same time, the Divine Wind Warbeast Castle used the power in their hands to spread the news of the golden-feathered divine eagle. It immediately caused quite a stir. Many forces were envious. Especially those young martial artists, they were even more excited. This kind of exotic beast was still a cub. It was the best battle pet. If they could get it, it would be a great help in the future. Therefore, everyone moved and quickly looked for the golden-feathered divine eagle in the city. On the other side, Lin Xian and the rest came to a restaurant. Everyone rushed in and immediately the restaurant was crowded. Fortunately, this is a big restaurant. It was enough to accommodate everyone. Lin Xian and the rest ordered wine and dishes. They gathered together and drank to their heart's content. In the end, everyone drank until they were satisfied and left. Lin Xian bid farewell to everyone and returned to the courtyard that he secretly rented. "Brother Xian, you are back." Yu Fei came out to welcome him. "Hey, what is this? What a terrifying demonic beast." He felt the smoke-like demonic aura from the other party's body and immediately exclaimed. "Golden-feathered divine eagle, a kind of exotic beast. Let's talk inside," Lin Xian said. After that, he entered the courtyard and told Yu Fei everything that happened before. "This Lung family is really too much." Yu Fei was furious. "Brother Xian, do you want to bring people here and destroy the Lung family?" "No rush." Lin Xian waved his hand, "Now is not the time. The Wanxiang auction is getting closer and there are more and more experts in the city. At this time, we can't have a big conflict. This auction is very important to me, so I can't lose it. So we're just going to let it go?" Yu Fei was unwilling to give up. "Let it go? How is that possible?" Lin Xian sneered, "Wait until the auction is over, then we'll deal with them." Next, Lin Xian asked Yu Fei to secretly gather information about the Lung and Huang families. Only when he understood the other party's strength would he be able to make a move. Phew! Ben Huang is suffocating. The crimson dragon was like a loach as it quickly ran out of the demonic beast pouch. The snow-white monkey also came out. After they came out, they stared at the golden-feathered divine eagle. Puff! Puff, puff! The golden-feathered divine eagle, who had its head held high and its chest puffed out, trembled in fear when it saw the crimson dragon and the snow-white monkey. It kept retreating. The aura of the two beasts made it instinctively afraid. This was not from their strength, but from the pressure in its blood and soul. It was as if there was an irresistible force that made it worship them. End of chapter 795. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.